America. I'm Tammy Grimes. We are going to present for your edification a story about voodooism. Or should I have said, not edification, but mystification. For no one knows how voodooism works, why it works, or even if it works. It belongs to the misty, uncertain world of the supernatural. That is a world few of us have visited. Or should I have said, none of us.
Jebba.
You call, Doctor?
What are you doing here in the dead of night?
I wait for the white hunter, sir.
What for?
We make walk in the forest. First the elephant.
Elephants at midnight? That's impossible.
No, not impossible. They walk the forest at midnight.
Elephants do?
Elephant ghosts. They walk at midnight.
Our mystery drama, Death at a Distance, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Voodooism is a religion. At least it started as a religion. Though perhaps today most would call it a cult with religious overtones. Offensive as it may be to members of the more established religions, voodooism started in Africa centuries ago, and its traces linger to this very day. Its strength lies entirely in the faith of its believers. Can any religion, new or old, say more?
My name is John Best. I'm an old man now, but hardly a day passes that I don't think, however fleetingly, of the time long past that I spent in West Africa. I'd worked my way through medical school by dint of hard work and intense application. And at 24, I was entitled to call myself a doctor. Being without family or close friends, and without a farthing to my name, it was imperative that I find a paying job. Colonialism had not yet acquired its unsavory reputation, and when the Crown offered me a position as resident doctor in a remote West African country, I accepted. I found there a smattering of my countrymen, among them one Josiah Moody, who had risen to the post of chief magistrate, to whom fell the task of administering justice among the natives. It soon became my habit to visit Judge Moody regularly.
Come in, Doctor, come in. You're just in time for tea.
I thought I might be.
Unless you'd rather have something else.
No. Tea is fine.
That's good. Well, Jebba has everything laid out in the library. I've taught her to make something very like scones. Of course, she won't even taste them herself, but I find them acceptable. Well, sit down. She'll bring them in presently.
Well, how are things progressing with you, Judge?
Oh, much as usual. You take anything in your tea?
No, clear, please.
Good. So do I. You know, I'm glad you stopped around today, John. I need someone to talk to.
Well, then I'm glad I'm here.
Do you know Etienne Napier?
The elephant hunter? I know of him. I've never met him. He has the knack of staying in good health.
Well, the natives hate him. They come complaining to me.
With justification?
Well, how do I know? Napier denies everything, of course.
What's their complaint?
Well, he pays them less for the elephant tusks than he's promised them. Or they say sometimes nothing at all.
Small wonder they complain.
Come in, Jebba.
I've been your pastry, sir.
Scones, Jebba, scones. Set them down.
Scones, yes, sir.
Try one, John.
Yes, I will, thank you.
Well, not exactly what you get back home, but...
Good. Yes, really good.
You truly like?
Oh, yes, I do very much.
Strange.
That will be all, Jebba.
Yes, sir. I come back later.
Attractive girl.
Well, it was her husband who came complaining to me about Etienne Napier.
She speaks English.
Well, she picked up a lot from me and from the local witch doctor.
Oh, he speaks English too?
Yes, as well as you and I, or better.
I had no idea.
Dr. Barola got his MD from a large London hospital.
Really? Well, why on earth did he come back to this godforsaken place?
Well, he wanted to do something about the appalling death rate. He got decorated for that by the king.
You don't say. Well, I must try and get to know him.
You'll find him easy to talk to. I always do.
Do you see him often?
Yes, I dine with him. And he with me. More than once. I tried to talk him out of his belief in voodoo. He's very patient with me, but I can't budge him an inch. You and I know it's not possible, but, Barola's convinced it is.
That what is possible?
Right. To wish a man to death.
I brooded on Judge Moody's words as I walked back to the little two-room shack that served me as both home and office. My first impulse was to seek out Dr. Barola, the African witch doctor who had been graduated from a London hospital. I confess I stood in some awe of the man. Was it because he was at the very least my equal in knowledge? Or was it because he had knowledge that was beyond my understanding, knowledge that perhaps I feared? At any rate, when I reached my office, a patient was waiting for me, a new one.
You are the doctor here?
I'm Dr. John Best.
I've been waiting an hour.
Sorry. I was paying a short call on Judge Moody. Now, what can I do for you?
I need something for a headache. And do not tell me take an aspirin. I've tried that.
Let's get a few facts about you. Your general condition.
I am in perfect health.
Your name?
Etienne Napier.
Oh, yes. You hunt elephants, don't you?
Ah, you've heard of me, eh?
Yes, from the judge.
Ah, that one.
Now, tell me about the headaches. Do you have them often?
I have never had a headache in my life until 6 days ago. I have never had an illness of any kind. I have no weaknesses, no ailments. I am a completely healthy man, in every way.
Yes. But when did the headache start?
It is not headaches. It is one long headache that never stops.
Why didn't you come to me before?
As I've told you, I am a completely healthy man. You are the first doctor I've ever consulted in my entire life. And I was amazed that I should be stricken with such a ridiculous thing as a pain in the head. And I thought to ignore it till it should go away.
You've endured it for 6 whole days?
Yes, except for 1 hour.
And when was that?
The native woman who comes to collect my laundry. She saw my suffering. They can be very perceptive, these savages. And she offered to massage my throbbing head. I was desperate, and I permitted it. And in a minute or two, the headache disappeared, and I fell asleep.
And when you woke?
I was myself again. I called for my bearers and my trackers, and we started on the hunt. But not 10 feet into the forest, the headache returned, worse than before. Worse than it had ever been. I had to call off the hunt. And that was when I decided I must of necessity come to see you. Now, if you will be so kind as to give me some remedy, I will be much obliged.
I didn't like the man. People who demand instant cures for whatever ails them can be very irritating to a physician. I told Monsieur Etienne Napier that I would be glad to make as thorough an examination of his anatomy as my limited equipment permitted, but he was unwilling to allow me even to take his blood pressure. I could have given him a sugar pill or some other placebo and trust to luck that his headache would cease. But frankly, I so disliked him I was unwilling even to do that. I wanted nothing but to forget him. A few days later, I found time to visit the thatched hut of the person I really wanted to meet. Dr. Barola, the medicine man.
You are the white doctor, I believe. Dr. John Best. Is that not your name?
Yes. And you're Dr. Barola. I am delighted, sir.
Come in. My humble abode is open to you.
Thank you. Judge Moody has been telling me about you, how you went to medical school in London.
40 years ago, yes.
But you chose to come back here. You chose to be a witch doctor. Oh, you're frowning.
I, sir, am a doctor, pure and simple.
Yes, but you do use somewhat unorthodox methods.
When the occasion demands, yes.
Dr. Barola, I'm going to ask you something straight out.
Please do.
Naturally, you needn't answer if you'd rather not.
No, please ask.
Is it true, is it possible, using your unorthodox methods, can you kill a man at a distance?
Of course.
I mean, cause a man's death simply by wishing him dead?
Certainly.
Huh. Could you explain how it works, if it does?
Oh, it does. How is a more complicated matter. I'm not sure I understand it myself.
Well, try, will you? I really want to understand if I can.
I suppose it has some connection with hypnosis.
But you can't hypnotize someone at a distance.
Would you feel better if I called it mental suggestion?
But what if the victim doesn't want to be hypnotized? Is suggestible. How can you affect his health, even his life, at a distance?
How can I explain to you something I do not fully comprehend myself? Do you like the phrase psychic poison waves? Does that stir something in your brain?
Psychic poison waves?
Yes. Let us say a man can summon up in his own brain and body certain poisons of hostility and hate, and transfer them across large distances to the brain and body of another.
Don't expect me to believe that.
To you it sounds like hocus-pocus, humbug, charlatanism, trickery.
Well,
Dear Dr. Best, do not think I blame you. I have had the same feelings about voodooism, that it was mere flim-flam. There are still moments when I feel that way, except that it works. I have seen it work.
Dr. Barola.
Oh, Jebba, come in. This is Dr. John Best from England.
Yes, I saw Jebba at Judge Moody's house. How are you, Jebba?
Did you enjoy the scones, sir?
Oh, yes, I did. I enjoyed them very much. They were very good.
What do you have for me, Jebba?
What do you ask for? They are in this little sack.
Put it down there, on the table.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else you require of me?
Not at the moment. If the need arises, I will let you know.
Yes, sir. Send for me at any time.
Doctor, what are you doing?
I thought you might like to see what Jebba brought me. I will empty the contents of the little sack, and you shall see. There. Go ahead and look. There's nothing to hurt you.
But what is this?
What does it appear to be?
Locks of hair. That's what it looks like to me.
You're right. That is what it is.
And these? Well, they look like things from someone's nails. Fingernails, perhaps, or toenails.
Right again. They are both.
I stared in disbelief. Surely this was indeed mere flim-flam, hocus-pocus, what Barola himself sometimes considered charlatanism, except that, what was it he had said? It worked. He had seen it work.
As so very often happens, when we are at a loss for words to explain the inexplicable, we must fall back upon that greatest of writers in English, William Shakespeare. Here, in our helplessness, we are forced to quote the words of Hamlet to his friend. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. Before the believers in orthodox medicine sneer too openly at the ways of the witch doctor, let them reflect on this. While they extol the virtues of iron as a tonic and prescribe various pills, liquids, or injections, let them remember that for centuries Africans have been told by their medicine men to get from their local blacksmith a quart of his dipping water, the water in which he cools his iron work tools, and to drink it. It seems to work very well, as it always has.
Clearly there must be more to this business of voodooism than I had ever suspected. If a man like Dr. Barola, distinct, educated, honored by the crown, if he puts faith in it, then it must have substance, of a sort anyway. It was time for me to call upon Judge Moody.
Well, he impressed you, did he? Our local practitioner, Dr. Barola.
Yes, enormously.
Well, he impresses me. Yes, I told you that. It's only when we get on to the subject of voodooism that I start losing my temper. Oh, not that he ever brings it up, he doesn't. But I can't resist teasing him about it. Well, sooner or later I manage to get in a dig or two about his superstitious mumbo-jumbo.
He doesn't mind?
No, not in the least. Merely sits back and smiles at me as though I were a fretful child.
He says he doesn't know how it works, merely that it does work.
Well, they think it works.
You know the saying, if you believe you can, you can.
Oh, there's no doubt that belief helps. Belief in yourself. But that doesn't mean that if I believe I can fly over the tops of trees, I won't drop to the earth like a stone if I try it.
Barola says voodooism may work through some kind of hypnosis.
I'd hate to be hypnotized into thinking I could fly, wouldn't you?
Or perhaps mental suggestion, he says.
That might work for weak-minded people. Not for me.
I asked him particularly about death at a distance, where neither hypnosis nor mental suggestion would apply.
What did he have to say about that?
Why, he said that it was possible that poisons of hostility and hate could be churned up inside one mind and transmitted across distances to the mind of another, who would then absorb the evil poisons and die of them.
Oh, you believe that, Tommy Rock?
Oh, I didn't say I believed it.
Well, I should certainly hope not.
I'm only trying to repeat as best I can what Barola said. He wasn't at all dogmatic about it. He simply said that it was a possibility.
He practices orthodox medicine, too, you know. He's very good at it.
Perhaps I should have sent Etienne Napier to him.
Oh, you've met Napier?
Yeah. He came to see me about a headache. Said he'd had it steadily for nearly a week. I offered to give him a complete physical examination, but he wouldn't permit it. I have to tell you, I didn't like the man at all. Arrogant, self-satisfied.
Well, I'm still trying to get evidence that he's been cheating the natives on the ivory business. But, of course, they have nothing in writing.
I'll wager the man's guilty.
Oh? Prove it.
Oh, I can't. And it's extremely arrogant of me to say such a thing. It's very prejudiced. But he was so conceited, so smug. Well, I told you I didn't like him. Actually, I hated him. Isn't that ridiculous? I only saw him for 10 minutes or so, and I really hated him.
Poisons of hostility churning within your mind?
Well, you could say that.
Poisons that could be transmitted across a distance?
Oh, well, now.
Poisons that could kill him.
Oh, come, Judge, you're teasing me. Actually, I have nothing against the man.
Yes, except that you hate him.
I should make allowances. A man who's had a headache steadily for 6 days, bound to make him edgy.
Well, it didn't make me edgy.
Actually, he did have relief for an hour or so.
Oh? And how did that come about?
Well, it seems his laundress, a native woman, noticed his suffering and offered to massage his head for him. He submitted to that.
And the massage worked?
And he says the headache went away in a minute or two and he fell asleep. He woke up feeling quite well and decided to go hunting for elephants. But a short distance into the forest, the headache came back, worse than ever. Now, that is when he decided to consult me. Not that it did him any good. He wanted some sort of magic pill that would work instantly. I don't have any such pill, nor does anyone else.
Well, it's what we all prefer, isn't it? A magic pill that gives us happiness, enlightenment, and peace of mind all at once. Well, I don't have any such pill either, but I could offer you a spot of tea. Jebba! Jebba, are you there?
Oh, by the way, did I tell you that I saw Jebba again after I met her here?
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Jebba!
She was at Dr. Barola's. She came in with something for him. It was a little sack made of antelope skin or something very like. Dr. Barola thanked her and she left. And then the doctor asked me would I like to see what was in the sack. Naturally, I said yes, and he poured the contents out on the table. You'll never guess what they were.
Well, what were they?
They were nail parings.
Nail parings?
Yes. They looked to have been cut from both fingers and toes.
How very odd.
No, wait, that's not all. There were snippets of hair.
Human hair?
They looked to be.
What color?
I beg your pardon?
What color was the hair?
Well, it was brown, a light brown.
Not a dark brown. Almost black.
No. Just a nondescript light brown.
Then it couldn't have been my hair. My hair is very dark.
It never entered my head that it might be your hair.
But on the other hand, your hair is light. A sort of nondescript light brown, isn't it?
I didn't stay for tea. I improvised some excuse and left. Was it possible that Judge Moody, that stern realist, that uncompromising champion of the provable, was his legalistic mind infected with a sneaking belief in voodoo? And a fear of it as well? I went home and was reading my Materia Medica well into the night when suddenly a scream, a loud, anguished scream. Why did I know at once it was Etienne Napier? I ran from my house to his and found him just outside it, wild-eyed and frantic.
They're in there! All of them!
Napier!
They hate me, and they want to kill me!
Napier, it's Dr.
The
Best.
forest is full of them!
Look at me, man!
They're after me! They won't leave me alone till they kill me!
Don't you recognize me? Don't you know me?
One of them touched me!
Now, let me take you into the house. Now, come now.
The others were all around me. They were all around me. Hundreds of them.
Let's go inside
Some
now.
were back of me. Some were hiding behind trees. They were watching.
Here we are now.
The biggest one of all. He touched me.
Where did he touch you?
Ankle.
All right, now just lie down on the couch and let me have a look.
The forest was full of them. They didn't make a sound. Just walked beside me, in front of me and back of me. And when I moved, they moved. When I stopped, they stopped. I could see their little eyes.
There's no mark on either ankle.
But I could feel it wrapped around my ankle. I felt it.
Why would anyone want to do that? What would be the point?
To trip me up. To bring me to earth. Then they would all trample on me. They would crush me.
Who would want to do that?
The elephants. The elephants. The elephants.
I sat with the poor demented man. He raved for a time about the elephants. How their tusks had shone in the moonlight. How they followed him without a sound. At last he was quiet. More from exhaustion than anything else. And I left. By now the sun was up, and I couldn't think of going back to my own empty house. So I went to the one place where I might be welcome.
Come here, dear Dr. Best. Do come in.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Barola. I know it's an early hour to be calling.
Please, no excuses. I'm so happy to see you. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
You look quite exhausted.
Yes, I am. I've been with Etienne Napier.
And how is Monsieur Napier?
Well, didn't you hear him scream?
Scream? When was that?
In the middle of the night. A terrible, excruciating scream. You didn't hear it?
My dear Dr. Best, here on the edge of the jungle, there are many terrifying sounds in the middle of the night. One learns to sleep through them.
But I heard it.
And?
I knew at once, at least I sensed it, that it was Napier. I ran to his house, and there he was, just outside at the edge of the clearing, raving, hysterical.
Dear. What about?
Well, he He'd gone for a walk in the forest. Why at that time of night, I've no idea. And there in the forest, there they were, he said, all round him, in back and front beside him, some hiding behind trees, their eyes shining, waiting for him to fall down so that they might trample him to death.
Surely you didn't think that anyone around here, any of us...
Well, I confess to you at first, I did think so. I thought that his alleged shady dealings with your people, I thought that they were taking their revenge.
Oh, dear, no. They would never do that.
It seems he was talking about elephants. He even said that one big bull elephant reached out and wrapped its trunk round his ankle.
Dear me.
I examined his ankle, both of them. And this was before I knew he was talking about elephants. And, of course, there was no mark on either.
No?
Did you think there would be?
One never knows.
Do you think there actually were elephants in the forest? Watching him? Following him? Hundreds of them?
Elephant? Ghosts? Perhaps.
Oh, Dr. Barola, really? You go too far.
Perhaps I do. On the other hand, perhaps I do not go far enough. Perhaps elephants were real.
Oh, come now.
Monsieur Napier has killed many of their kind. I knew a farmer here who shot an elephant that was stealing vegetables from his garden. He left the dead animal lying there, and in the morning, the body was gone.
Are you saying?
And the elephant's friends came in the night and carried the body away? Yes, I am saying that. There is loyalty and humanity among elephants.
All the same.
Wait. You have not heard it all. A few days later, 2 thigh bones of an elephant were found by the farmer on the exact spot where the beast had fallen. Reproach? A reminder? A warning? Who can say? Not I, certainly. Can you?
Dr. Barola, may I come in?
Come in, Jebba, come in.
Thank you, sir. I brought for you what you asked.
The shirt?
Yes, the shirt.
Hand it over. Now, will you both excuse me for a minute? I have something that must be attended to.
Jebba, that shirt belongs to Monsieur Napier, doesn't it?
Yes, doctor.
Jebba, Monsieur Napier told me that a woman of the tribe did some work for him, some laundry. He said this woman had remarkable powers, that she could massage him and make his headache go away, and that the relief he'd had in 6 days came from this woman. Jebba, are you that woman? You are, aren't you? Never mind, I know you are. And you went to his house this evening, too, didn't you? And he asked you to relieve his headache again, didn't he? And you did. And after you left, he went into the forest. Now tell me, Jebba, when you were massaging him, did you suggest to him that the elephants were waiting for him there? Did you hypnotize him? Did you put a spell on him? You must have done something before you left the house with this shirt, the one you just gave to Dr. Barola. Am I right, Jebba?
Forgive my rudeness, won't you? It was very important that
Those are tom-toms, aren't they?
The native drums, yes. They are talking together. Speaking in concert. Speaking with one voice. It should not be too long now.
I sat in stunned silence as the jungle drums pounded in my ears. Dr. Barola and Jebba talked quietly to each other about what I did not know, nor did I want to know. After a while, I muttered something about getting home in time for morning office hours and stumbled out. Once outside, the drums sounded louder and more menacing.
How did it seem to you? Mad, perhaps? Ignorant? Or does it appear simply silly? Consider us silly. happily. We won't be around to hear them say it. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. We would all agree, I suppose, that voodooism belongs to the world of the supernatural. But what precisely do we mean by supernatural? We mean beyond the laws of nature, do we not? But do we know what all the laws of nature are? Can we even comprehend the true essence of the laws we do know? Perhaps, like Barola, we only know that they work. But why they work remains a mystery.
The tom-toms sounded all day. Their monotonous beat at first disturbed me, and then lulled me into some sort of restless sleep. I was wakened by a native messenger who came to tell me that Judge Moody wished to see me. Of course, I hastened to comply. The judge was waiting for me outside his house.
John, Napier's here.
Oh, how is he?
He's very agitated, very angry. He's come to me with some wild story about seeing elephants in the forest.
Yes, I know.
In the dead of night, for heaven's sake.
I know.
Is the man losing his mind, do you think?
It is possible.
And I was hoping you could, give him something to calm him down.
I brought my bag with me.
Then for goodness sakes, give him something. He's unmanageable.
If he'll let me.
Drums are getting on his nerves.
I don't wonder.
Well, they can be disturbing, I must admit. But they don't mean anything.
I hope not.
Just the natives letting off steam. Oh, look. I should tell you, I've asked Dr. Barola to stop by, too. Not that I don't trust you completely. I just thought he might be able to contribute something.
I think you were very wise to call him in.
Moody, Judge, come here.
Coming right away, Monsieur Napier. Contain yourself.
Someone has got to do something.
Someone is going to do something. Here. You see? Now, here's Dr. Best. He's going to give you a sedative. Calm you down, make you feel better.
I don't want him to give me something. I want those drums to stop. Can he do that? Can he stop the drums?
I'm afraid he has no authority to do that.
Well, you do. You have the authority. You are a judge. You are the head magistrate in these parts. You can stop them.
My authority is strictly limited. If the people want to beat on their drums, I can't stop them.
You must understand, Napier. It's their way of communicating with one another. It's like free speech, you might say, the right to speak out.
What are they communicating? Why don't they speak out the way civilized people do in a recognizable language?
Napier, Dr. Barola will be here shortly.
No, that faker, that charlatan.
No. Dr. Barola is a very cultured and distinguished gentleman, and he is wiser than any of us in the ways of Africa.
I think he's coming now.
Yes, there he is. Dr. Barola, how good of you.
Not at all, my dear Judge Moody. How can I help?
You can get those infernal savages to stop beating on the drums. That's what you can do.
My dear sir, what makes you think I could accomplish any such thing?
You can't do it. You understand these people? Tell them to stop. To stop this instant.
Monsieur Napier is unduly upset because of an incident which took place last night in the forest.
The elephants. The forest was filled with elephants.
You see, it's quite hopeless.
I managed to administer a sedative to Napier with the assistance of Judge Moody, for the enraged man would not cooperate to the slightest degree. When we asked Dr. Barola to help us, he declined politely and left. A short while later, when Napier had quieted down a bit, I took my leave. But instead of going home, I instinctively sought out Dr. Barola.
My dear Dr. Best, how is your patient?
I suppose you mean Etienne Napier. Well, the judge and I managed to give him a sedative. He's resting now in the judge's library.
Poor man. He has my sympathy.
Why did you refuse to help us with him?
Dear doctor, did you expect me to stop the drum?
No. You know what I mean. When I wanted to give Napier a sedative, and he was being difficult, to say the least, about it, why did you walk away? You, a doctor, a certified doctor. Why did you walk away?
I did not choose to assist.
You saw the condition the man was in?
I did not choose to assist.
Why not? It was your duty. The man was suffering.
I did not wish to touch him.
Well, why not, for the love of heaven? Such a little thing to ask.
Not to me.
You don't even know him. So far as I know, today was the first time you've ever seen him.
True.
Well, then why?
To me, the man is a devil.
A devil? Dr. Barola, you're not going to preach voodooism at me again, are you?
Have I ever preached to you about voodoo or anything else?
No, but...
Come with me. Just into the back room. I want to show you something. Something I think will interest you. As a matter of fact, I think it will interest you greatly. There. Look.
What is it?
What does it appear to be?
Why, it's nothing but a doll. A big doll.
Quite so.
A doll. The size of a man.
Quite so.
It's quite complete. With feet and hands.
Quite so.
And fingernails. Good Lord, Barola. A doll has fingernails and toenails.
Just so.
What is that he's wearing? I mean, what is the doll wearing? It's a shirt. A shirt like Napier's. It is Napier's shirt, isn't it? Jebba brought it to you, didn't she? I know she did. I was here. Oh, wait. Listen.
What is it, Doctor?
The drums have stopped.
So they have.
What does it mean? Why have they stopped?
Their conversation has come to an end.
But why? What were they saying? Tell me, what were they saying?
Dr. Barola, sir, if you please.
Yes, Jebba. What is it?
The judge say to tell you, man is dead.
You mean Monsieur Napier?
Yes, he be dead. Just now, he be dead.
It did not surprise me that I was called in by Judge Moody that same day. Needless to say, I responded to the summons immediately. When I arrived, I found not only the judge, but standing straight, tall, and quiet in one corner of the room, Dr. Barola.
The man died right here in my library, gentlemen.
Well, what do you want of us, Judge?
I want your advice on how to proceed. I want to find out, if I can, who killed him. I'm going to order an autopsy performed. The man was in good health, I understand.
He said this, except for the headache. Judge Moody, I will perform an autopsy if you want me to.
Yes, I do want you to.
But I would like another opinion.
You don't mean Barola here, do you?
Yes, if he will.
No, I will not.
Well, it's not that you're under suspicion, Barola.
Yes, it is. Therefore, I insist on not just a second opinion, but a third and a fourth. There is a Dr. Messenger from Lobengula.
Well, we'll have as many doctors as you like.
I thank you, Your Honor.
For I'll be frank with you, Barola.
Please do.
I think your people managed this somehow. Some poison or other slipped into his veins. I've heard of such things. One of you people have been known to take a piece of bread, a roll, say, prick it at one end with his fingernail, offer that end to the enemy, and eat the rest of the roll himself. But under that fingernail was concealed a small amount of deadly poison. Now, you people know about poisons, I'm sure you do. Poisons we haven't discovered yet.
We people have no knowledge of a poison that cannot be detected any more than you people have.
We'll have all the doctors in. The ones you mentioned, and more if we need them.
Judge Moody was as good as his word. Doctors from all over, even one from London, were brought in to examine the corpse. Their findings were the same as mine. There was no trace of poison to be found. No wound, no puncture, nothing. Napier's heart had simply ceased to beat.
Though I'll believe to the end of my days that Barola did him in with that voodoo business.
Why, Judge, I thought you considered voodoo sheer nonsense, tommy rot, quackery.
Well, still in all, don't you think it's odd that the tom-toms stop beating the moment Napier breathes his last?
Very odd indeed.
But the drums don't kill a man, do they, huh?
Not that I've ever heard.
And that big doll Barola had in his office, wearing Napier's shirt. Peculiar thing to have standing around, don't you think?
Most peculiar.
But dolls can't kill people.
Most unlikely.
Stupid doll even had fingernails and toenails. Did you know that? But fingernails and toenails, they don't kill people, do they? Or shirts.
No, Judge, they don't.
So how could I take the thing to court, huh? Tell some wild tale about voodoo killing, which I don't even understand myself, don't even believe. I did bring one person into court.
Who is that?
Jebba.
Jebba? Why Jebba?
She stole Napier's shirt, didn't she?
Yes, that she did.
She was his laundress, and he trusted her with his clothes, and she stole his shirt. She admitted it.
What sort of punishment did you deal out to her?
I fined her. Took it out of her pay. Jebba, make some tea for Dr. Best and myself, will you?
She is still working for you?
Oh, I couldn't get along without Jebba. Matter of fact, I've raised her wages. Jebba, bring some tea, will you, for me and my friend.
As I said at the start, I'm an old man now, and many things have changed. I suppose the greatest change of all is in our attitude toward the power of the mind over the body. I've tried to keep up with all the developments, and there's no doubt that it's a great new field of endeavor. I'm too far along in years to start delving into such things, but I've read a lot on the subject. All very interesting, very intriguing. But one thing they haven't even started to explain. Death at a distance.
If you think someone like me is competent to explain death at a distance, you are very much mistaken. I wouldn't even try. I don't understand it at all. If you want the truth, I don't even believe it's possible. I think it's tommy rot, humbug. But then, what do I know? I shall be back shortly.
To Larry, another reader, or is it victim of Ravenhouse Mysteries? I was at the bus stop, reading the latest Ravenhouse paperback, when a lady walked by. She seemed familiar, like I knew her from somewhere. I followed her. She started to run, and I lost her in the crowd. The next day, I saw her again in the supermarket. Our eyes met over the lettuce. I said, "Sarah, you're supposed to be dead." Ravenhouse Mysteries are so engrossing, you can't help but let the mystery take over your life. It was a little embarrassing. I had her confused with the character in my Ravenhouse mystery. Ravenhouse publishes new mysteries every month. Which one will claim you as its victim? If you're clever enough, you'll find Ravenhouse Mysteries wherever paperbacks are sold.
Voodooism originated in Africa. It spread after a while to the West Indies. It is popularly regarded as a kind of sorcery, of magic. But it has its roots in a deeply felt religion, and its adherents are as fervent and devoted as we are to whatever religion we cling to. So let us judge not, lest we ourselves be judged. Our cast included Norman Rose, Bernard Grant, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. From the very beginning, in almost every civilization, there has come a time when the troubles of a people become so great that in desperation, they seek just about any means to ease their hopelessness. So often in the past, they have turned to a single person to lead them out of their misery and confusion. Sometimes that man has acted for the good of his people. Almost as frequently, he's brought them to their own destruction.
Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song, what lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead son here in my arms. You gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Our mystery drama, On the Night of the Dead, is based on one of the most moving tragedies of the ancient Greeks, the Bacchae of Euripides. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars John Vickery and Marion Seldes. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time. With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks. Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
If parole is a reward for good behavior, why do some parolees return to lives of robbery, rape, and murder? In an eye-opening broadcast, CBS reports the problems of the parole system. You'll travel with dedicated, overworked parole officers whose jobs are as dangerous as they are thankless. In vivid detail, you'll view the attitudes and actions that are slowly strangling the parole system. CBS reports The Parole Game, Wednesday, June 30th at 10, 9 Central on the CBS television network.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Long, long ago, a tiny privateer sailing under the flag of no nation drops anchor and discharges its passengers on an uninhabited, desolate island lapped by the warm waters of the South Atlantic. The place becomes a sanctuary for some 100 wanderers seeking refuge from persecution. A place where they can practice, without being molested, their belief in more than a single God. 100 years go by. the island's population has found a way to tear a day-to-day existence out of the barren, unwilling earth. Until one particular summer, in his crude palace, the island's young governor, Pentheus, listens to the words of his old and trusted advisor, Cadmus.
Your Excellence, my governor, you must listen. Stop pacing like some wild and untamed beast.
I listen, Cadmus. For 2 months now I listen. The time for talk is ended. We now must act. What can we do that we have not yet done?
My thoughts exactly. But I dare not say, Your Honor.
Say, speak freely, Cadmus. You have my promise. I shall not punish you.
We know our island is dying. For all these months of summer, no single drop of water has fallen from the skies, not one.
We know.
And each morning when the sun lets loose its light to warm the earth, our grazing herds of cattle, they lie down. And in a final gasp, their tongues lick at the air, reaching for the water that is not there, for the grass that dried to nothing weeks ago.
You have a plan? Let's hear it.
We must leave this island. All of us.
Leave?
We must board our ships and seek another land, a gentler, kinder land, just as our fathers and their fathers did so many years ago.
And there lies madness. Our people's wanderings ended 100 years ago. After all this toil, to leave it to the seagulls once again? Never. Not while I still live. No, Cadmus. We stay.
And die, as you wish, my governor.
Look, Cadmus, I know the little water we have stored from heaven's bounty is undrinkable. I know the plants dry up and wither without the nourishment of rain. I know the cattle die of thirst. I know the people die of thirst. By all the gods who should preserve us, what can we do? Drink water from the sea? Dig deeper wells? We've scratched the earth until we've reached the bottom, and still no water.
Pentheus, my governor, look. Look at what I carry in my arms.
Who let you in here?
No one could keep me out. Look down at my poor son. This pitiful thing I cradle in my arms.
Take care of her. See, she's taken home.
Come, my poor woman. Follow me.
Don't touch me. You old fool. Look at my son. This baby. His breath, it comes no more.
We are sorry, sister. We grieve with you for your child's death.
You grieve with me. How kind of you. Then bring him back to life. What have you done to see that my child stayed alive?
The best we knew.
Not good enough. Look at his swollen belly. At his staring eyes, his ribs. Would you care to count them? It's so easy, Your Excellence. So easy. Here, fondle him in your arms. No, don't turn away from me.
Stay away, woman. Don't come near me.
With my long nails, I'll tear you.
Enough! I say enough. And now, go home. Bury your dead. Bury him deep. And know one thing.
What?
Unless the rains come soon, we're all as good as dead. As dead as your poor child. Cadmus here, and you, and I.
What must we do?
The one thing left to all of us.
Which is?
Lift our eyes to the skies above and pray. Please, leave us now. You gods who hold our destiny in your hands, who choose to smile upon us for the good we do, to punish us for our evil, spare your people and your land from this cruel, deadly drought.
Open the skies and let the cool rain fall.
Look down at the misery of your poor island and then weep for it.
Let your tears pour from the heavens above.
Let your tears soak into this parched earth. Show us your pity. Cadmus? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
A little shaken, but I'm well. But what was that?
A raging wind that seemed to come from nowhere, roaring its swift way over the land.
With the strength of 1,000 men.
As quickly as it came, so quickly has it gone.
Somewhere among the gods we worship, there must be one with pity in his heart for our poor, suffering land.
Pentheus, my son, I bring great news.
Agave, my mother, what is it?
We're saved. Our land is saved. At last our prayers are to be answered.
What are you saying, Mother?
The drought is about to end.
How can that be, Agave?
The sky's turned blue. No single drop of rain has fallen.
We'll no longer need the rain.
What nonsense are you speaking, Mother?
A god has come to our island. A god has seen our anguish and our heartache. A god has come to answer our prayers.
Nonsense. Who is this god? Or better, this one you call a god.
He is beautiful. He's so beautiful.
Who is he?
We do not trifle with divinity, Agave. We are the heirs of customs and traditions hallowed by age and handed down to us by our fathers.
What has he done, this god of yours, that makes you so sure this cursed drought will end?
First, he passed the goatskins out among us.
Goatskin?
Filled with wine. They were sweet wine. I touched the wine. I felt it on my lips. This was no trick.
By what name does this street magician call himself? From what city, from what land has he come here?
Xenos, he calls himself. Xenos, the stranger. What land? What city? My son. He has come to us from heaven.
I see. Cadmus?
Your Excellence.
Whoever this Xenos, this stranger is, we must get rid of him at once. He threatens trouble.
Great trouble for us all.
We've grief enough without this mischief maker. We'll stop this waving of his wand if it's the last thing that we do.
Come, young woman, join the rest of us. You too must celebrate the happy coming of a god.
I am too deep in sorrow, Agave.
No, put down that child of yours. Let the living comfort you. That's better. Now come and sing his praises with the rest of us. Blessed are those who know the mysteries of this God. Blessed are those who sanctify their lives in worshiping this God. Come now, you young woman.
Blessed are those whose heads are crowned with ivy.
Now together. Blessed are they. Hail, Xenos, hail, born of the gods on high.
Hail, Xenos.
Let the dance begin. Let our songs of praise ring loud.
Xenos, speak to us.
Women of this island, drink more of the wine I've given you. I am Xenos, the stranger, come to your suffering land in answer to your prayers, to a land whose people cry to me in anguish, whose people call to me for help.
I am Agave, mother of our governor, Pentheus.
Welcome, mother.
We need you, Xenos. Now, you young woman, let him hear your voice.
How can you help us?
Tell us what we must do.
Believe in me. Believe.
We believe. We know you are a god whose pity reaches out to all of us. We believe.
You know that only I can end the drought that sucked this island dry. That only I can give you all the water you need.
We know, my lord.
Xenos, hear my voice. This bundle that I carried in my arms, that was my infant son. Go, take him. With your own mouth, breathe life into him again.
That, alas, I cannot do.
How then can I have faith in you? How can I believe that you have powers greater than any other man who walks the earth?
I promise you that deaths like this will come no more to you.
How? How will you do that?
I lift my staff and strike it so against this rock. Flames burst from my staff and see. A fountain of cool water comes bubbling from the earth.
Have faith in me, and it will grow into a mighty stream, pouring its rich blessings from the mountaintops. Now I strike this other rock, and lo, a spring of wine, of good red wine, comes spratting from the ground. Come, all of you, drink of the wine, this holy wine. And last, I touch the soil here, gently with my staff. You young woman, scratch the sod with your bare fingers. Tell me what you see.
Milk. Sweet white milk comes welling from the ground.
Blessed is he who brings us all these wonders. Holiness, angel of heaven. Holiness, gliding on golden wings. There is no greater God than Zenos.
Wait, out of the way, women, all of you. Scatter yourselves. A wild and raging bull stands, glaring at us, his eyes aflame. His hoofs tear up the earth beneath. Run for your lives. We'll all be torn to pieces on his horns, or else trampled to death by his sharp hoofs.
Stay where you are, women. Stand your ground. He will not harm you.
Here he comes. Heaven help us.
Stay, my friend, stay. You glare at me, do you? I strike you with my staff. So!
The bull has toppled to its knees. Its eyes are glazed. Its tongue hangs from its mouth. The sweat drips off its body. It rolls on its back. The beast is dead.
Down on your knees, women of the island. Sing out with songs of thanks for your deliverance. Sing to the God who has rescued you.
Women of our island, I've come to order you back to your homes, each one of you. You're acting as if all of you were mad.
Oh, call it what you like, Pentheus, my son. The drought is over. I see water pouring down the mountainsides. I see the wine, the milk, the drops of honey.
Mother, listen. These are the crafty games of a trickster of the street. What you and all the other women think you see is some weird fantasy, a blinding of the brain brought on by all the wine he's fed you. There is no water, no drop of milk, no honey, only goat skins filled with wine. Leave here at once. Go to your homes. I order you.
Well, what have I done, my lord, that you should be so angry?
Good women of our island have gone lunatic, and you have driven them to this. You've corrupted their minds. You've poisoned their souls, and this I will permit no longer.
Well, what do you plan to do, my governor?
I've warned you.
Warn all you like. I am a god born in a stroke of lightning, carried here in a powerful wind.
Then let that wind carry you back to where you came. Make yourself to disappear.
If not, what will you do?
Don't press me, Zenos. I have a few tricks of my own.
As Pentheus confronts the stranger with an ultimatum, the powers of civilized order and routine are pitted against the most primitive and disruptive forces of nature. What can Pentheus do to re-establish his authority over the women of his island? And does this stranger, who claims to be a god, have the power to thwart him? What new and hidden magic has he in what Pentheus calls his bag of tricks? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour. Oh,
and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu.
they can read it themselves, in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Defending the existence of God, the French philosopher Voltaire once wrote, "If God did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent him." Is the zenith of our story a true divinity among these people who believe in many gods? Or is it the invention of a fertile imagination, his own invention, for purposes of his own? Pentheus, governor of the island, is at his wit's end as he speaks once more with old Cadmus.
This man, this god, whatever he calls himself, has only added to our misery, Cadmus. The drought goes on, the cracked earth, dry as ever, and he's robbed our women of their senses.
Yes, he has them thinking that the water flows from mountaintops and that the drought is ended.
Cadmus, what's even worse, the women's brains are sodden with the wine he's brought them.
Pentheus, my lord, have you thought why he should want increase of our misfortunes? What could we have done to earn this added sorrow?
I've no idea.
Unless he...
Unless?
I hesitate to speak.
Go on, Cadmus, tell me.
Unless, Your Excellence, this Xenos is indeed a god.
What?
A god we've never heard of till this moment. A god who's come to pay us for some unknown wrong we may have done him.
You think that that's a possibility?
Why not?
Cadmus, I've known you since I was a tiny babe in swaddling clothes. All my life I've trusted you, relied on your good judgment, on your wisdom. True?
Yes, true, my lord.
But now you speak to me as if you too were mad.
Admit, there is the smallest chance...
Silence, old man! Don't try to wipe your madness off on me.
He hasn't done all that much harm, at least not yet. He just talks more than he should.
A tongue without reins, defiance, stubborn pride, deception, they lead to sure disaster. This Xenos is a fraud, a dangerous clown who hunts a kind of glory.
His simple gift of wine, the innocent gladness of the great...
Innocent indeed, I've heard enough. Go with your soldiers to where this prophet prophesies. Surprise him in the deadness of the night. Make him your prisoner, clap him tight in chains, and march him here in irons.
My son, what brings you to this part of the palace? You come so seldom to the women's quarters.
I must speak with you.
Well, it won't disturb you if I go on with my work. I'm almost finished.
Work?
I'm putting a new tight skin, the skin of a sheep, over the ring of this tambourine. I struck it hard last night when dancing on the mountaintops. It's so hard it split. Now, Pentheus, why have you come to see me?
I ask you what you think you're doing.
Your meaning isn't clear to me.
Dancing on mountaintops at midnight to the frenzied music of your drums and pipes.
What harm's in that?
Singing vulgar songs in praise of this conjurer of the streets who'd have you think that he's a god. Where is your sense of decency and shame?
I'm listening, Pentheus.
You forget you are the mother of the island's governor. You forget you are not some mindless child, a careless schoolgirl. You're an old lady, Mother. You should be serving as a model of restraint and dignity, set an example to the other women. Instead, you drink this humbug's wine and act like a senile lunatic, like some lascivious bawd. You slapped me, Mother.
Have you finished speaking, child? Now you listen to me. This street magician, as you've called him, will bring life back to our island. You'll see how right we women are to worship him.
I can't believe you mean what you're saying. You call that worship?
Indeed. You and your cronies, all you men, you stand around in shadowy corners, pleading to the gods in gloomy prayer. Well, we do no less, but we pray to our god, Xenos, under the open sky. We pray with joy and gladness, and he makes the blood warm and tingle in our veins like the spring sap in the trees. And sooner or later, he will make the rain to fall. Give him the chance to prove himself.
I've ordered that he be placed in irons.
You'll make a prisoner of a god?
Unless this fraud, this libertine, agrees to leave our land never to return, I shall destroy him. Have him stoned to death.
If you so much as harm one hair of Xenos' head, I will destroy myself. And you, Pentheus, my son, so jealous of your honor, you and you alone will take the blame. My own son's hand will plunge the dagger into his mother's breast. You understand me?
I understand. Be careful, Cadmus. Those stones are very sharp beneath the feet.
Yes, when I was young, my lord, I found few greater pleasures than playing in the sand along these shores, imagining myself the captain of some great sailing ship.
Oh, Cadmus, Cadmus, what must we do about this Xenos? I've had him bound in chains. What must I do next?
Prove to our women that he is no more than an impostor, that his promise of an end to drought is cruel and without truth.
Cadmus, look there. There, where the shoreline curves.
It's a wreck. The ship's been wrecked, smashed all to pieces on the jagged rock.
Its sails, they're torn to ribbons.
Its lines ripped to shreds.
It must have blown onto the rocks and crashed when the great wind came tearing out of nowhere.
And the crew, the sailors.
No sign of living souls. They must have drowned, all of them. Drowned beneath the waters of the roiling sea.
Wait. Pentheus, over there. The entrance leading to that grotto. One of the sailors, perhaps more than one, must have escaped the wreck. You see, there's a boat.
Let's look. If maybe we can find some little trace of life.
I don't believe it.
From stem to stern, from one end to the other, the boat is filled with goat skins. And filled, each one of them, with wine.
The very goat skins, the same one.
That supply the wine that Xenos is providing to our women. We now have all the proof we'll ever need.
I don't understand.
This rogue must be the sole survivor of the ship that foundered. He came ashore in this boat here. The goatskins floated on the water to the shore. He gathered them. And this is what he's using to persuade our ladies that he is a god. Hand me one of them, Cadmus. Now we have our proof.
But why, Lord Pentheus, would he do this?
We can only guess. He's an adventurer, albeit a very shrewd one. He saw this as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, to puff up his importance, to live in glory for an hour or two.
So now you know what steps to take?
I do. Thank you, my soldiers. Remain where you are. I see the prisoner from here.
This way, Lord Pentheus.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. May I pass?
Young woman, I've seen you somewhere once before.
I came to you pleading with my dead child.
Why are you here? What brings you to this prison dungeon?
I came, Lord Pentheus, to see that this impostor Xenos was indeed in chains where he belongs. The soldiers at the door, they let me in to look.
Then there's one woman on this island who's not been hoodwinked by this fraud.
I leave, Your Excellence. Do what you must to help us all.
You're here where you belong, my friend. Behind cold bars of iron, shackles on your feet.
I do not plan to stay in here forever.
That's good. I, too, have other plans for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
A few last words before you leave this island forever.
Just as you please, my lord.
You claim you are a god.
I am a god.
A god? In mortal form?
The choice is mine.
What do you know about a boat laden with goatskins? Goatskins filled with wine.
Goatskins, my lord? Good. I know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Would you tell me why you hold your sacred rites by dark of night, or does the daylight frighten you?
The darkness is well suited to devotion.
Or better suited to the foul corruption of impressionable women?
Pentheus, you imagine things are happening with your women that, for all you know, may not be happening at all. These well may be the fantasies of your poor, sick mind. The women of this land are fine and upright women. Such women cannot be corrupted by you, the island's men, even by me.
The time for words is over. Soldiers, come unlock the gate. Remove the shackles from the prisoner's feet. He's leaving us forever.
Spare yourself the trouble, my good lord. I leave this dungeon any time I wish, with or without your help. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. I touch this lock that hangs upon the door, the shackles that bind my ankles. I touch them with the tip of my ivy-covered staff. And lo, the locks click open, without a key of any kind. My feet are free. The iron door swings open.
That girl, she found a way to get the keys. She found a way to open all these locks. Give me that staff of yours. I'll show you, Xenos, just how much magic lives within that staff.
No need to struggle for it. Here it is.
There! And there! It's splintered into a dozen pieces. Work your magic now.
If that is your wish, Your Excellency.
It's dark. The light is gone. Only the bolts of lightning. Help me! Someone! Xenos! Save me!
Faith was once described as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable, a firm trust that would seem to make no sense in the face of the impossible. Pentheus has refused to believe what he considers the irresponsible, corrupting credo of the stranger. Then why, when faced with circumstances beyond this comprehension, does he cry out to the same stranger for his help? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead. Get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
Hello, this is Richard Thomas. The March of Dimes saves babies. Babies born too small, too soon, with tiny, frail bodies that could fit into the palm of your hand. 10 years ago, they might have died. But medical science has made giant strides since then, science supported by the March of Dimes. Today, high-risk babies are tended lovingly in intensive care nurseries, equipped with the most sophisticated machines that monitor every life sign. The March of Dimes helps equip these life-saving nurseries. They also support transport services for high-risk pregnant women so that they can have their babies at hospitals ready to handle any complicated emergency. The March of Dimes supports prenatal care clinics so that every mother-to-be may get the kind of care before birth that would increase her chances of having a healthy baby. Yes, the March of Dimes saves babies, and you can help. Please give to the March of Dimes.
Today in our country, we are not unfamiliar with the growth of cultism, a sacred ideology and a set of rites around certain symbols. We have had instances of young women blindly following and killing for a man they call their leader, of hordes of young people slavishly beating the drum for a man who has convinced them that he is an important means for their salvation. Faith can sometimes be a curious thing. As Pentheus recovers from the shock of this last experience with Zenos, Zenos says to him,
"You are not hurt, Lord Pentheus?"
No, Zenos. I'm all right. I think. What happened? What was that? That shattering sound, that blinding light.
You splintered my good staff and challenged me. Work your magic, you commanded. And I did. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
When the earth seemed to burst from out its skin and we were lost in darkness, was not that your voice I heard, crying desperately for my help, begging for me to save you?
It was.
Help from me? Me, whom you call a fraud, an impostor, a street magician, a master of hocus pocus? Or is it possible that you, along with the women you claim I have corrupted, are at last beginning to believe in my divinity?
I ask the questions. Tell me, how did you get free? The prison door was locked. The iron chains that fettered you were strong. It was that girl who helped you. Am I right?
The girl is innocent, Pentheus. A god can do such things.
My Lord Pentheus, I am so glad I found you.
What is it, Cadmus?
What is this one doing here? I thought he'd been arrested, put in chains.
He has been freed. Why are you here, Cadmus?
You're needed, Pentheus. Since this one was condemned to jail, the women have gone absolutely mad. They tear up trees, beat animals to death with sticks, pillage the villages, and successfully fight off anyone who dare oppose them.
Go down, Cadmus, to the city gates. Order the infantry to duty. The javelin throwers and the archers.
And this, I warn you, do not take arms against them. Your soldiers will be routed. The women's wands will even beat back shields of bronze. A god inspires them.
Can anything on earth make you to hold your tongue?
One thing, my lord.
And that is?
See for yourself what Cadmus calls the revelry on the mountaintop. Come with me tonight, at midnight. See how innocent it is.
Innocent indeed.
Come, convince yourself. But you must come disguised.
Why so?
Well, if they discover someone spying on their sacred rites, great harm might come of it. There might be bloodshed.
What disguise?
I have a mountain lion's skin, complete from head to tail. You'll fasten it about you. Then, even if you're seen, no one will know it's you.
Where do we meet?
At the foot of the mountain, just before midnight.
I shall be there. Come, Cadmus.
Young woman. You there, come out of the shadows.
Is it safe now? Have they gone?
Until 12 tonight, my little one. He's fallen for the trap, and thrushes in the net I've thrown for him.
Blessed is he who escapes a storm at sea, who comes home to his harbor.
Blessed is he who gathers day by day the good things of his life,
Blessed is he. Blessed is Zenos.
Do you see them, Pentheus?
Not very well, but I hear them.
There's Agave, Your Excellence, Mother.
I can hardly see her. From where I lie here in the grass, the brush obscures my vision.
Lower your voice or they'll discover you. No. Don't try to stand.
How then can I see?
I've an idea. It may be if you climb that towering fir tree that overhangs the banks, then you could see them better. The tree is too high. Watch what I'm about to do. I reach for a high branch of this tall fir, and I bend it down to the dark earth, quietly so no one can hear.
What are you up to?
Now hang on tightly to the highest tip. Hold fast as I release it slowly, inch by inch. Are you all right up there, Lord Pentheus? Do you see all?
I'm fine. I see everything.
That's good.
And I see that you lied. You told me they'd be winding stalks of ivy on the wands they carry. Their hands busily moving in their quiet tasks. You lied, Zenos. Old Cadmus spoke the truth.
Women of the island, a wild, bloodthirsty beast sits cowering in the branches of this tree. Shower it with stones, hurl javelins, draw bows, and shoot your arrows straight into its heart.
Here, you Zenos, we do what you have asked.
More, shoot straight! Unless you kill this beast, he'll pounce upon you from the tree, and with sharp claws and pointed fangs, he'll tear you all to pieces. Good, you have found your mark. You've brought the evil creature to the ground, but it still breathes. It is still gasping for its life.
I'll stop that with my javelin, Zenos.
Do it, Agave. Jab your spear between its bloody ribs.
And...
Stop! Mother! Stop!
Whose voice is that? The wine has confused me.
It's Pentheus, your son. Pity me. Spare me, Mother. Hold back your hand.
Since when have wild beasts learned to talk?
Strike! Strike with your javelin! Strike one last telling blow!
There! The creature's dead.
At your brave hands, Agave.
The mountain lion's dead, Agave. Slaughtered by you alone. How proud you must be.
I'll bring more wine so we can celebrate. I shan't be long.
Where's my son? I must tell him what I have done. Find me Pentheus. Let Pentheus see. He'll be proud of me, won't he? He'll nail the head of this wild lion against a high wall somewhere as a trophy to my skill. He'll do that, won't he? Won't he do that?
What happened here, you women? Where is Pentheus?
It sounds like Cadmus' voice.
It is I. It is Cadmus. I fear for Pentheus' safety.
Cadmus, look at the mountain lion I just killed in the dark. With my own hands, I killed it.
What have you done, Agave? This body lying at your feet, bathed in its own blood. It is no mountain lion.
It is not?
See, I pulled the animal's skin away. And there lies...
Who is it, Cadmus? Let me look.
Your own son, Pentheus.
Oh.
Your own flesh and blood. He is what you've killed, Agave. You've murdered your own son.
No. My own son? No. No. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. Let me lift you to my breast.
I weep with you, Agave.
What is this that I hold in my arms and clasp against my bosom? Oh, my son, my son. What happened to you? Why do I hold you so? Tell me, Cadmus, tell me.
Your son is dead. He cannot answer you.
The crime is mine, Cadmus, mine alone. I see it clearly now. The fumes have lifted from my brain. The prize I thought to carry home with such great pride is my destruction. Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. What dirge can I sing? What funeral song? What lamentation? As I rock back and forth, cradling my dead child here in my arms. Oh, you gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Enough, no more. You cannot bring your dead son back to life.
Give me a shroud, a cover for his corpse. Oh, dearest face, oh, pretty boyish mouth, I place this last kiss on your dead lips. Now with this veil I shroud your head, gathering with loving care these mangled limbs. This flesh I brought to birth.
Here is the wine. The goatskins overflow. Now we can celebrate. What brings you here, old man?
I came to see what happened to my master.
He is dead.
I am old, but I am not blind. Dead in his mother's arms. Dead by his mother's hand, guided to its fatal mark by you. And God, oh no, God, you will pay for this. You'll not escape this time.
Go away, old man, before you come to that same fate. This man has found the death that he deserved. He defied a god.
I stay.
Then watch what happens next.
This is what happens next. False God! This!
You tried to kill me with the weapon that you used to spare your son. You're mad, old woman. No one can kill a god. A god is murdered only by himself and no one else.
But I am not pitiless, not unforgiving. For all of you,
one final draught of wine. For old time's sake, then I'll drink with you. Here, pass the goatskins out among you. Now, drink. Drink deep. Each one of you.
I do not drink with murderers.
The pleasure is theirs, old fool, and mine. To the living and the dead.
What is happening? What's happening to the women?
They're dying, Cadmus. In a moment, they'll be corpses.
Wine?
Shot through with a quick and deadly poison. But a kindly poison. Though they die peacefully, you can see without a bit of pain. Xenos! Oh, now my turn comes. I tell you that there is no pain. No pain at all. No pain.
Dead. All dead. Oh, pity, oh, you gods. Take pity on us all. Rain. Oh, gentle rain. The drought is ended. The gods have listened to our prayers.
As the blessed rains soak into the parched earth of the island, the men are left to weep for the tragic death of their young governor, of their wives, their mothers, their sisters, and their daughters. And you may ask, who is this Xenos? That depends upon your faith, on what you would like to believe. I'll be back shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
A god or not a god? As we said earlier, as far as faith is concerned, you pays your money and you takes your choice. The story you have just heard was based on the Bacchae, one of the most famous tragedies of Euripides, the great playwright of ancient Greece, who in his time took almost every prize ever given for dramatic writing. This, some 2,400 years ago. Our cast included John Vickery, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your news and information station, WWJ, and here are just a few of the many top stories we'll be following for you this morning. A Detroit fire official is out of a job because of an alleged conflict of interest. WWJ's Gary Baumgarten will have a report. Detroit police report an armed robbery at a Detroit gasoline station last night.
The big three automakers should pay a larger portion of Michigan's unemployment fund debt. That from a Democratic candidate for governor. I'm Tim Skubik, a report coming up.
Israel warns that the PLO must leave Beirut. That story coming up next from CBS News. Good morning, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Auto report with Al Fleming just ahead also. And Weather Command says cooler with highs in the mid-70s today. Right now it's 65 degrees.
News Radio 95.
WWJ.
CBS News, this is Rob Armstrong. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin has told his country's parliament that one way or another the PLO must leave Lebanon. In a speech Tuesday night, Begin said the PLO guerrillas trapped in West Beirut may take their personal weapons, their rifles and pistols with them, but they must leave Lebanon of their own volition or be forced to do so. There was talk in Lebanon that the PLO was trying to work out an honorable settlement. But Begin said there could be no PLO force, not even a token political arm left in Beirut. Tony Danina has more from the Lebanese capital.
The ceasefire between Israel, Syria, and the Palestine Liberation Organization is holding, but life is hardly normal in West Beirut. Thousands of people have fled the city, and more are leaving today. The Israelis say there are as many as 600,000 people in West Beirut. An Israeli officer estimated that 10,000 have left. The Israelis say that the ceasefire, which took effect Friday night, can't hold forever. Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Colonel Paul Kadar says the negotiations to get the PLO out of Beirut cannot go on for an unlimited time. Israel's aim is to get an estimated 6,000 Palestinian guerrillas out of West Beirut. The PLO has reportedly agreed to go along with an honorable surrender, but the two sides have not been able to agree on the terms of a Palestinian withdrawal. Tony Danina for CBS News, Beirut.
This could be the time to buy a new home or rent new office space. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the rate of inflation in real estate is beginning to slow down everywhere. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles reported on how a move in Congress threatens tax benefits for professionals who incorporate, which new mutual fund is getting plenty of attention on Wall Street, and why continued high unemployment so far has aroused relatively little public outcry. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 6 months of the Journal for $47, just 37 cents a day. That's $47 for 6 months of the Journal, just 37 cents a day. So, if you're serious about business, put the Wall Street Journal to work for you. Call toll-free in the continental U.S., 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600. Except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
President Reagan has signed a 25-year extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, saying there will never be a challenge to Americans' right to vote while he's president. Some civil rights leaders, while praising the fact that the bill was signed, say the Justice Department has not done enough to enforce the provisions of the act. Meanwhile, at the NAACP convention in Boston, much of the focus is on economics. Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas said it's time to turn around Mr. Reagan's economic policies. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield are asleep now after their busiest day yet aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. The two astronauts maneuvered the spaceship's huge robot arm, ran thermal and environmental tests, and got more secret instructions about their secret military experiment. A series of severe thunderstorms hit the North Atlantic coast Tuesday night. In the southern New Jersey village of Berkeley Township, many homes were damaged by high winds, possibly a tornado. Fred Fishkin, a reporter for New York station WCBS, went to the village and files this report.
Bent sheets of aluminum line the streets in the worst four-block area of the retirement communities. Some cars were turned over, and 5 homes could be classified as a total loss. About 60 or so others suffered varying degrees of damage. There were scraps of aluminum on Gus Frizz's front lawn.
I just was sitting on the back porch there listening to the TV and watching the TV program, and all of a sudden I heard this swish, and everything was crashing down. You can see the debris here, aluminum.
But miraculously, there were no serious injuries reported. Mayor Harry Moore.
You have been found guilty of treason.
But I'm innocent.
You were given a fair trial.
I'm not a traitor.
You were seen by witnesses. Do you challenge their honesty?
No, but...
But what, Gavri Karja? But what?
What year is this?
You know what year this is. 1943.
Then that proves I'm innocent. If this is the year 1943, I haven't been born yet.
Our mystery drama, The Old Country, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
If there are chores or do-it-yourself projects you avoid because they seem like too much work, maybe it's because your tools don't do enough. Hi, Pat Summerall to say True Value Hardware stores offer hard-working tools like the rugged Homelight 16-inch gas chainsaw. Its powerful engine handles big cutting jobs with ease, and the safety tip prevents kickback. You don't have to avoid tough jobs like cutting trees or lumber when you have the Homelight gas chainsaw, now just $189.95 at participating True Value Hardware stores.
You're working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. So get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House is you. Get that good to the last drop of feeling. The Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Everything all together in one great saving place.
that time again. Time for the Kmart Colorful White Sale. You'll find big once-a-year savings on almost every item in the department. For example, no iron twin sheets in flat and fitted sizes, just $1.99 each. Blended of comfortable cotton polyester. They're available in your choice of soft pastel colors. Limit 2 while quantities last. Check your newspaper for other fabulous bargains during the big Kmart White Sale now through Saturday at Kmart.
Gabriel Carson is 32 years old and probably makes $2,000 or $3,000 for each year of his age. And for all I know, even more. What with stock options and bonuses and expense accounts, plus all the other perks of modern business. He is part of a new breed. Or maybe a contemporary aspect of an old one. Sharp, adaptable, perceptive, and predatory. And of course, he holds today's charismatic passport to financial success. An MBA degree from a prestigious university. And no one at International Acceptance Corporation, perhaps the world's largest conglomerate, knows that he was born Gavri Kaja, and that his mother still lives in what is described as an ethnic neighborhood.
For your information, I have never lied about my origins. If I never told anyone, it's because, quite simply, it never occurred to anyone to ask. And I visit my mother every Sunday.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, hi. I would have come earlier, Mama, but I knew you'd be at church.
Mm-hmm.
So, how are you feeling?
All right.
Good.
I'd feel better if I had a son who would come early on a Sunday and take his mother to Mass.
Mama, as soon as I get a chance, I'll do that.
So do it next Sunday.
Oh, sorry, I can't next Sunday.
Uh-huh. And this time, what's the excuse?
Well, they're sending me to Europe.
Why? What do you know about Europe?
The company has opened a branch in Trieste.
Trieste? Well, it's only 200 miles from your father's village. Oh, listen, Gavri, why
Mama,
don't you...
please, it's a business trip. I really have no time.
But it would have made your father so happy.
Mama, I have absolutely no interest in or curiosity about the old country.
Oh, Gavri, I wish I could tell you how wonderful...
If it was so wonderful, why did you leave it? Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe you never did leave it. I mean, this neighborhood, it's like part of the old country, and you married a young man who lived next door?
You're saying I shouldn't have married your papa?
I'm saying this neighborhood has been your whole life. You never left it.
And why should I leave it? All my friends, all the people from my old village are here. Here, come, sit down at the table. Look, I have your dinner almost ready.
Mama, when you eat at noon, it's called lunch. Besides, I'm not hungry. Just give me a glass of water so I can take this pill.
Ah, pills again. For what this time? First you take a pill that will make you sleep. Then you take a pill to keep you awake. In the old country, who ever heard of pills? A man was a man. He liked to eat, to drink, play music, dance, enjoy life. Tell me, Gavri, do you enjoy life?
Sure, I enjoy life.
So how can you enjoy life if you don't have a family?
Mama, please, I'm really too busy.
What do you do that you should be so busy? No, why can't I see the busy? Your papa, when he was busy, I could see it. He was building a house. What do you do?
I create situations.
But where is the house? The pair of shoes?
Mom, I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a shoemaker.
What are you?
I'm a strategic planner.
Well, whatever that is, you don't look happy. A mother knows, and the mother knows why. You don't have a woman of your own.
Mom, I could have a dozen women.
Ah, those are women who could belong to anybody. I mean a woman who belongs to you.
Modern women don't want to belong to a man.
I understand. Therefore, you should marry an old-fashioned woman.
Please, Mama.
A girl from the old country. And I found her for you.
Now, look.
Now, she came here a few years ago. She's even been to college, just like you.
Now, look, Mama.
And it hasn't spoiled her. She teaches school. And here she is now. Neda, come in, my child.
Uncle Milan said you wanted these shoes right away, so I...
Oh. And Neda, I want you to meet my son, Gavri. Gavri, this is Neda Benko.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Karja?
No, that is not his name. What is it you call yourself, Gavri?
Carson.
Mr. Carson.
Neda, come. Please, sit down. You have some dinner with us?
I have to prepare lunch for Uncle Milan. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Carson.
Miss Benko?
Goodbye.
Mama, did you tell that girl I would be here?
Why should I tell her? Did I tell you?
You placed both of us in an extremely embarrassing situation.
I did it for a reason. I wanted you to fall in love.
I simply don't understand you.
Sometimes when two people meet without warning, see each other for the first time, it's as if lightning strikes.
Mama,
She fell in love with you. I could tell by the way she turned color. Oh, and there was a look in her eyes. She has beautiful blue eyes, no? You see, she's very modest, and that is why she ran away. Did you fall in love with her?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Look, Ma, I objected to this old country custom of parents arranging a match.
You know a better way?
Oh, we've had this argument before. I am not going to marry Miss Benko, and that's the end of it.
Maybe. You say you're going to Trieste? Gavri, visit your papa's village.
I already told...
What, you're not proud of your papa?
Yes, Mama, but he was from another time, another world. Look, Mama, it's getting late.
All right. Before you go, eat something. Here, come on, give me your plate.
Hey, take it easy.
So, Gavri, do you think maybe you can find time to visit your papa's village?
Look, Mama, I really...
A pity. It might do you some good.
And that's how it would go each time I would visit my mother. There was usually a girl who she would have maneuvered into the apartment somehow on one pretext or another. Although, I must admit that Neda Benko was really the best looking of the lot. She did have the deepest, bluest eyes, but... I mean, she was so obviously wrong for me. Well, I had enough to do getting ready for my trip to Trieste, but finally I got squared away and got there ready to work. But the night I arrived, for some reason I can't explain, I found myself out walking near the docks. Clouds obscured the moon. There was a mist, a fine rain. It was hard to see anything. And then I heard the voice.
Gavri.
Yes, that's my name.
I can see you are Gavri Karja.
How did you know?
You look just like your picture.
What picture?
So, Gavri, tell me, where are you going?
Well, you tell me, why is it your affair?
It is my affair because my name is Vok. And I'm concerned with these things. Also because with this revolver, I can kill you in the blink of an eye.
Oh, is this a robbery?
The word came from Gorvan that you might be here.
Gorvan? What? That's the village. It's my father's village.
And his father's before him, and his father. And back for more than 1,000 years.
Yes, but what about Gorvan?
Walk in front of me quietly.
Yes, but...
Carefully. Patrols are out.
Patrol? Perhaps you'd better explain.
Be still. You're making too much noise as it is. Turn here, to your left. Listen. A patrol.
What?
Silence. Flatten yourself against the wall. In this fog, they may not see us. Remember, make a single sound, and I'll be able to make sure of you.
Heinz! Friedrich! Come here! Schnell!
What language was that?
What language do you think? German?
Yes, that's what it sounded like. But why would there be German soldiers here in Trieste?
Are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Vok.
Vok? suddenly, I heard a loud burst of music. It blared at me from the open door of a waterfront cafe. The rain had stopped. The pavement was dry. The mist had disappeared as if by magic. All about me were bright lights and laughter, music, crowds of people. I mean, where was the man who had somehow materialized out of the fog? The man who called himself Roke. He was nowhere to be seen. Who was he? Had I imagined it? Probably. Well, the next morning I was in our office with our local manager, Francesca Danilo.
I hope you're satisfied with our progress here, Mr. Carson.
My report on the whole is favorable. I know that with the proper supervision, you could very well become our outstanding overseas branch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carson.
Yes, I must say I hadn't expected to find a woman branch manager.
It's probably due to the war, Mr. Carson.
The war? I mean, that was such a long time ago.
So many men were killed, especially in this part of the world. It became necessary and natural for women to take over.
Yes, of course. I'll be leaving for home the day after tomorrow.
Shall I have my secretary make the travel arrangements?
Oh, thank you.
It's no trouble at all.
Yeah. Tell me, Miss Danilo, have you ever heard of a town called Gorvan?
Gorvan? No.
I mean, it's in the Kostendil Valley.
Oh, yes. There was very heavy fighting there during the war.
Yes, and have you ever heard of a man called Gavri Karja?
Oh, yes. He was quite a legendary hero. Are you interested in the history of this part of the world, Mr. Carson?
Well, we're in business here. It's good to know as much as possible about the people, the customs, so forth. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. About this Gavri Karja.
The Germans set a trap for him, but he escaped somehow. He later went to the United States, where he married and raised a family, I believe. I understand he died some years ago. I could find out more if you're interested.
No, thank you. I was just mildly curious. The next night was my last in Trieste. I had some reports to complete, and I was ready for bed before midnight. I had an early plane. I closed my eyes. I had just fallen asleep when... Where was I? Certainly not in a hotel room. It appeared to be a kind of cave.
Get down, Gavri. What? Get down behind that rock.
Hey, you're that man, Volk.
Get down behind that rock or I'll shoot you here and now.
What are you saying?
What he's saying is clear as crystal and just as sharp. If Gabriel doesn't do as he's told, he's as good or as bad as dead. Something is happening to Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavri Karja. He seems to be moving in and out of an extremely strange situation. He's a strategic planner by profession, but he certainly hasn't planned on anything like this. The second act shortly.
I told the guy at the garage I wanted a wheel alignment. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it done right. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it guaranteed. He says, you don't got it. Took my car to Goodyear.
At Goodyear, we'll align your wheels and we'll guarantee the work for 90 days or 4,000 miles. Our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a wheel alignment now for $19, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
I am a smoker, and I smoke about a pack a day.
Sue Lamar, Antioch, Illinois.
And I thought, wow, my teeth are really getting yellow.
She used Topol Smoker's tooth polish with fluoride.
My teeth started getting whiter, and it gave like a shine to them that they hadn't had in a long time. I was very happy with it, and now I smile again all the time.
Topol Smoker's tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough so you can use it every day. Use only as directed.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
Life Begins at 40 was the title of a popular book of a generation ago. And why not? When life begins, there's always been a matter for speculation and debate. However, looking at it a certain way, it may be said that our lives began long, long before we were born. Our lives began when life itself appeared on this planet. In each of us, whether or not we may be aware of it, are racial memories that go back to the dim and long-forgotten dawning of mankind.
Where are we? Who are you?
Quiet. They'll hear you.
Who's going to hear me?
Shut up. You want to get us both killed?
Killed? By whom?
Now, crawl forward slowly.
Now, would you just wait a minute?
Do you want me to shoot you now?
What do you mean, shoot me now?
Crawl forward. Don't try to call out.
Where are we going?
You know where we're going.
No, I don't.
It won't help you to pretend.
Look, where are we going?
To Gorvan.
Gorvan. Suddenly, it seemed there was an explosion in my head, as if the very word had set off a charge of dynamite. Gorvan. But what was it? Just the name of some obscure mountain village? I closed my eyes. I tried to clear my mind. When I opened them again, the cave, or whatever it had been, was gone. And so was the man named Volk. I was sitting upright in the bed in my hotel room. Hello?
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
This is Mr. Nilo.
Oh, Mr. Nilo? Oh, yes, Mr. Nilo.
Are you all right, Mr. Carson?
Am I all right?
Well, you said you'd be by this morning to pick up the reports on your way to the airport.
Yes, that's right, I did.
Well, it's almost noon.
Noon?
You'll miss your plane.
How could it be noon?
Well, suppose I bring the reports to the hotel and then drive you out to the airport.
Oh, yeah, that's probably the only way to do it.
I'll be at the front entrance in half an hour.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nilo. I jumped out of bed, showered, and dressed quickly. A bellman arrived to pick up my luggage. I followed him out of the room into the corridor, but... No, it wasn't the corridor of a modern hotel. It was a dark alleyway, and I was sopping wet. A pelting rain was coming down all about me, and something hard was being jabbed into my spine. I turned around, and I saw the revolver.
Face the front.
Who are you?
Don't you know by this time I'm Volk?
Look, I won't move another step, not one more step, until you tell me what you want.
I'll shoot you.
Okay, go ahead, kill me, and then I'll wake up. This is only a dream.
You think it's a dream?
Sure, it's a dream.
And the rest of it, that was all a dream, too?
The rest of what?
Gorvan. That was all a dream, Gorvan?
Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan?
Mr. Carson, Mr. Carson.
What? Huh?
Mr. Carson, are you all right?
What happened? What am I doing back here in my hotel room?
Well, you were supposed to meet me at the front entrance.
Yeah.
But you weren't there. I waited. I had them call your room, but there was no answer. So I came up to see if...
Yes. We'd better get to the airport, huh?
I'm afraid you've already missed your plane.
Missed?
Mr. Carson, you're obviously not feeling well.
Obviously.
You're quite pale. You're shaking. And you're standing there just muttering, Gorvan. What do I know about Gorvan?
Yes.
Gorvan. I seem to recall. That name came up the other day. Wasn't it the name of some remote village?
Yeah, that's right.
May I ask, what do you know about it?
Nothing.
Mr. Carson, why don't you see a doctor?
A doctor?
Something is bothering you.
No. I'm not sick.
Oh, but it doesn't necessarily have to be physical.
Oh, you mean that kind of doctor?
Well, perhaps you need a sedative of some kind.
No, I won't go to a psychiatrist. I don't know how these things are viewed in your country, but in America, for people in management positions, seeing a psychiatrist could be interpreted as a sign of weakness or incompetence.
I understand. Therefore, might it not be best for you to see a psychiatrist here, far from home?
Yes. Something is happening to me. I don't know. It began as soon as I arrived here.
Can you be sure of that?
Well, it never happened before.
Perhaps it was something that was bound to happen at any time. A very good friend of mine has his office not far from here. I'm sure you could see him at once.
I knew I was being handled, maneuvered, and, well, I don't take to that sort of thing, but it seemed as if I had no will to resist. And I was feeling terribly confused. So she telephoned her friend, and I went over to his office.
Mr. Carson, I am Dr. Zaro.
No, wait a minute. You're not. I know you. You're Volk.
Who?
Volk. A man named Volk.
Who is Volk?
That man, with the gun.
Obviously, I am unarmed.
Yeah, but he waits for me in the dark.
But it's light in here.
There's gunfire going on all around us.
I don't hear the sound of shooting. Do you?
No, but you are Volk.
Why do you insist?
Well, it's the same voice, the same face.
I am Dr. Zaro, Dr. Istvan Zaro. Who is Mr. Volk?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And what does he want of you?
Well, he wants me to go back with him to Gorvan.
Gorvan?
Yeah, it's a small village high in the hills.
And how would you, an American, know about it?
It was my father's village.
And his name was Carson?
No, it was Karja. Gavi Karja.
I see.
What do you see?
Your name is also Karja.
No, it isn't. Karja was the name that was given to me, but Carson is the name I took.
Why?
Well, because I wanted to get somewhere. It'd be easier, simpler if my name were Carson. And, well, that's all there is to it.
Continue.
With what?
Your story.
Well, I've told you the whole story. A man I don't know who calls himself Volk wants me to go back to Gorvan with him.
That's all he wants?
Yes.
Well, if that's all, why don't you go?
Because I don't have the time. I'm quite busy.
You don't have a day or two? When was the last time you were in Gorvan?
Well, I've never been there.
Well, then, how do you account for Mr. Volk?
I can't account for Mr. Volk. That's why I'm here, to see if you have the answer.
You're the one who has the answer. After all, you created him.
You're saying he's a creature of my imagination?
Are you saying he's real?
Well, he seems very real.
How many times have you seen him?
3, 4.
What are your plans now?
Well, I should be on a plane for home tomorrow morning.
And Mr. Volk?
Well, I hope I can just leave him here where he belongs.
What if you see him again?
Doctor, we seem to have lost sight of my purpose for this visit.
And What is that?
I had hoped, I had expected that you would tell me how I could avoid seeing him again.
But you will see him again.
Now, look, Doctor, I was hoping you could help me.
Well, unfortunately, there is no pill or medication. You will have to help yourself.
All right. Tell me how.
Go to Gorvan.
But why?
Because that's where the answer is. If there is an answer.
Have a most pleasant flight, Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Miss Danilo. You've been quite helpful.
I wish I could have been more helpful.
Miss Danilo.
What is it?
There he is.
Who?
Look, by the information booth. Don't you see him?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Don't you see that man? In a sheepskin coat.
A sheepskin coat? It's July.
And a fur hat.
Mr. Carson.
He has a rifle.
Mr. Carson, you'd better sit down.
Don't you see him?
No, I'm sorry.
He's coming towards us. Don't shoot! All at once, there was no information booth, but a huge rock. There was no waiting room, no airport, but a steep mountainside, and I was trying to climb it. I had a pain in my chest. My hands were bleeding, and he was right behind me with his rifle.
Move forward.
I can't.
Move.
Look, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I can't.
Move.
Is that the only word you know?
Move or be shot.
God, I wish you would. Shoot me. It would be a blessing.
Shooting is too good for you. Shooting is too sweet, too painless.
Why? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Mr. Carson.
What? Miss Danilo, something seemed to come over me. Just for a moment,
What is wrong, Mr. Carson? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Miss Danilo, could you hire a car for me, please? Gorvan was not on any map, but it overlooked the Castendil Valley. The roads were good. They wound through steep, jagged, mountainous country and reminded me of the Adirondacks or the Rockies. And to add to the back-home feeling was the American music on the radio. There wasn't a single soul in sight for miles. Now, where was Gorvan? Finally, I saw the sign, a small stone marker. It pointed directly up the side of the mountain. So I shifted into the lowest gear to start the climb. And then, did I hear voices?
Nach Ostenlicht! Bleib ruhig!
Germans.
Yes, they are Germans. Be quiet.
Soldiers?
Yes, they are soldiers.
Vuk, it's you. What are you doing here? Where's my car? What am I doing here? And those Germans, what are they doing here?
You know what they're doing here, Gavrikarja.
Look, I swear to you.
Gavrikarja, they're waiting for you.
For me? Why?
To show them the way.
The way? To where?
Govran.
Why?
So they can kill every man, woman, and child in the village.
And at this point, all of us will have to wait just a bit until the third act. Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavrik Kaja, has evidently blundered into a situation which he can neither understand nor control. Whether he will ever be able to do either or both shall be revealed shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
Going home is one of the great themes of literature. There are some writers who say you can't go home again. There are others who claim that none of us ever really leave. All we know so far is that our hero, Gabriel Carson, or Gavri Kaja, is going to his ancestral home for the first and what might very well be the last time.
The Germans are waiting for me? Yes. But why? So that you can show them where the people of Govan are hiding. No, look, believe me. Believe you, a traitor? Now be silent. If you try to call out to your friends, you're a dead man. My friends? You don't understand. If you would only let me explain, a mistake, a terrible mistake is being made. Is your name Gavri Karja? Yes, but the discussion is over. I can't believe it. Soldiers, German soldiers, why are they here? You know why they are here. They invaded our country to enslave us. All right, let's just keep our heads. There's a war, huh? What war, huh? What year is this? You know full well what year this is. Please tell me. This is the year 1943. No, that's impossible. No, I must be having a nightmare. You think so? What do I have to do to wake up? Enough of this stupid conversation. Now move forward, quietly. No, I won't do it. I'm bound to wake up. You won't move? No. All right. Suddenly, he raised the rifle butt over his head. I never saw it come down on mine, but a great white light seemed to burst through my head. And then everything became dark. After a while, I don't know how long, I was conscious of deep pains throughout my skull. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the ground. It seemed to be the floor of a tiny hut. I tried to sit up, but I thought the better of it. Where am I?
Where? In the mountains.
Who are you?
Well, you know who I am.
No, Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you. You're Netta Benka. What are you doing here?
I live here.
No. I mean, what are you doing here in my nightmare?
Your nightmare? The whole world has become a place of nightmare.
Yeah, I should have woken up when, what's his name? Evoke hit me on the head, but evidently the blow only served to drive me deeper into this. Netta, why am I dreaming about you?
Why do you insist on calling me Netta? You know my name is Darinka. Oh, none of this will help you, the silly pretense.
Look, why don't you humor me?
You disgraced your village, your people.
Would you tell me what I did?
You have such an innocent look on your face. Oh, one could almost believe you.
No, would you tell me?
Dushan, your cousin, the man I was supposed to marry.
Dushan?
He killed the Nazi officer, and Dushan also died. But the Germans knew that he came from Govan, and they decided to destroy the village and kill everyone in it. Why do you make me recite this as if you don't know?
Because I don't know.
But we were warned. So all of us left for this hiding place. The Germans offered a reward to anyone who would lead them to us. You turned traitor. But we found out. And before you could do it, you had to run for your life. We traced you to Trieste and sent word to Volk, who was living there. Now, what else do you want me to tell you?
It isn't true.
It isn't true that you agreed to betray us to the Germans?
No, it isn't.
It isn't true that even now they're waiting for you at Sorbush Valley to show them the way?
Do you want to listen to me?
No.
Now, look, in all fairness...
You can talk at your trial.
But...
The people are gathering now. In an hour, it will be all over.
With that, she walked out of the hut. I tried to get up, but now I could feel the pains shooting into every part of my body. What was I going to do? With every passing minute, it seemed to be less and less of a nightmare, but if it wasn't a nightmare, what could it be?
Gavri Karja, your fellow villagers have asked me to preside as judge at your trial.
Wait, it's Miss Danilo.
As the mother of Dusan Brankovic, our martyr, I, Elena Brankovic, accept that honor.
No. You're Miss Danilo, Miss Francesca Danilo. You know me. Then tell these people who I am. Well, tell them.
Who brings the charge?
I do. I, Darinka.
State the charge.
He was seen entering the headquarters of the Nazi regiment in the town of Kaljus.
I never...
Silence! You shall have your chance.
He was seen by witnesses.
I listened to the charge. I was fascinated. The way a bird might be fascinated by a snake. I was seen entering the Nazi headquarters. I was seen leaving.
Gavri Karja, what do you have to say in your defense?
I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. It's a dream. It's gone on too long. All I want to do is end it. But how?
Since you won't speak in your own behalf, is there anyone who will speak for you?
I will.
Look.
Yes. It's been such a hard life for all of us. We freeze in the winter, we starve all the year. And so sometimes the temptation to give up the fight is almost too much for our human strength to withstand. Let us not shoot him.
What are you saying, Vok?
Hasn't there been enough killing? Haven't they killed too many of us already?
If we don't kill him, how can he be punished?
He's already been given the greatest punishment a man can know. He has lost the friendship, the esteem of his village. From now on, he's an outcast. What woman will have him as a husband? What man will have him as a friend?
Let us vote.
There were about 100 people gathered around us. When she asked for those in favor of execution, practically every hand was raised. She nodded her head. 5 men armed with rifles approached. I was placed against a huge rock. The 5 men raised their rifles. No! Don't shoot! You must give me a chance to say something.
You were given a chance. You didn't take it.
I'll take it now. Please listen. Look, everybody, I couldn't have committed this treason. You know why? If this is the year 1943, then I haven't even been born yet.
This is what you wish to tell us?
I was born in America. Gavri Karja was my father. Look at me. Yes, I resemble the Gavri Karja, you know, but only the way a son resembles a father. Look at me closely, all of you. Am I really that Gavri Karja? Am I exactly as tall? Is my face exactly the same?
The scar? Where is the scar? He fought with Dushan.
He fought with Dushan over you and lost, which is why he wants to betray us.
But Where is the scar from Dushan's knife?
That's right. My father had that scar on his cheek. Is it on mine? No. Therefore, I am not my father. I am his son. And I have not yet been born.
We are mad. All of us are mad. We have been driven to madness by hunger and cold and fear.
Wait, Elena. Perhaps this is what we have prayed for. A miracle. Why is he here? Why?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Perhaps I do know. Now, look, my father saved the village, right? Which means he wasn't killed here. He led the Germans into a trap.
What kind of trap?
An ambush. Yes. Yeah, that was the story. He told the Nazis he would lead them to the hiding place of the villagers, but instead he took them to a narrow pass.
I know of such a place where a few good riflemen could wipe out a regiment.
Yes, the ravine near Jalvara.
Exactly.
Let me lead them there.
You?
That's right. They think I'll take them to where the villagers are hidden, but instead I will guide them to the Jalvara.
Good.
Yeah.
Now look, if this is the year 1943, the tide of war has already turned against them. They have lost 250,000 soldiers at Stalingrad in Russia. The Americans have already landed in Africa, Sicily, Italy. Next year they will invade France.
Is that really true?
Believe me, yes.
Let the village vote.
They voted to believe me. The ambush was prepared. I made my way to where the German SS detachment was waiting, and I reported to the colonel.
What delayed you, Gavri Karja?
They moved to a new place, sir.
You know where it is?
Yes, sir.
Lead the way. Remember, at the first sign of treason, you'll be shot.
Yes, Colonel.
How much further?
It's just beyond this ravine.
Move quickly. I don't care for narrow places.
Down, Gavri! Behind the rock!
You are listening to the Yugoslav American Hour, bringing you the disco music of the 1980s. And now...
It was a dream. It couldn't have been a dream. It happened. It happened. I know it happened. I managed to get up the mountain. There was a small, trim, neat-looking house. Beyond it, a few others, a church, a school, a few shops. This was Gorvan. I stopped the car, walked to the house, knocked on the door. A woman opened it. She was rather attractive, although no longer young. But there could be no mistake. You are Darinka?
Yes.
And, Elena, is she still alive?
Elena? No, she died last year. But who are you? How do you know me? Why do you ask for Elena?
Who am I?
Well, you seem familiar. I'm sure I know you.
Well, I have come to visit my father's village.
Oh, you are Gavri. Gavri Karja. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll tell everyone you're here. Oh, we will have a celebration tonight. Your father, he saved us all. You know about that, I'm sure.
Yes.
You look exactly like him, except for the scar. Oh, that scar, he got it because of me. He fought a man named Dushan. But the truth, I wasn't in love with either of them.
You don't look a day older.
Older than what? I'm 60.
Will Neda look like you at 60, I wonder?
Neda? Who is Neda?
Well, something tells me she is the girl I'm going to marry.
Good. And of course you will name the first boy Gavri.
Yes, of course.
Gavri Karja. son of Gavrikaja. After all these years, you have finally come home.
Yes, Darinka, I have finally come home.
As Mr. Stevenson said, home is the sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hills. All things come home at eventide. There is no place like home. This is a theme that has entranced the poet since time began. Home, be it ever so humble, the magic is still there. And for all of us, it is the greatest magic in our lives. I shall return shortly.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a
You
Time.
really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building, don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And to The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
The old country. For everyone, there is an old country, a place that exists somewhere else. All of us are immigrants, no matter how long we have been in residence. And the memories of that old country, that other country, remain with us forever. Nothing, no one, remains fixed in one spot for eternity. One day, our descendants shall pick themselves up and leave, just as our ancestors did. And this country shall exist in fond recollection as the old country. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Court Benson, and Joan Shea. The entire production...
He was acquired by the Pistons last winter and averaged about 7.
Read and follow labeled.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I think we all know the meaning of the word bargain. It could be a good deal or a bad bargain. Exactly what we hope for or not what we bargain for. On today's presentation of the Mystery Theater, we ring up the curtain on an incredible compact which could have only one result. Death.
Hello?
Is this Miss Gloria Granville?
Yes, who's this?
A friend.
How did you get my number? It's unlisted.
Just listen, lady, and don't say anything. I have information that somebody's after you. So be careful. Lock your doors at night. Watch where you're going. The world is full of bad people that you gotta watch out for, so you take care, kid. Goodbye.
Our drama, The Bargain, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Mendel Kramer and Russell Horton. I shall return shortly with Act One. To go to the track whenever I could, to watch the car races. Without a doubt, one of the most hazardous and thrilling sports going, dating back 100 years to when automobiles first spun their wheels. However, today, there's always the chance the thunder of the engines and the roar of the crowd could give way to this sound.
I don't know if he's going to make it.
Well, he sure didn't look too good when we picked him up. These racing drivers take awful chances.
Who is he? You know him?
Yeah, sure, it's Pete Marvin. Well, he's won a lot of races. But this is the first time he's going to lose one.
Oh, that was some crack-up.
Hey, let's get him to emergency on the double.
Dad, Pete is coming out of it.
Somebody say something?
Oh, thank heaven. I was afraid we were going to...
Oh, is that you, Gloria? How come I can't focus? Something wrong with my eyes.
Among other things. Oh, darling, you have no idea how good it is to hear you talk.
Oh, where am I?
In the Granville Hospital.
Oh, is that you, CB? Sitting way over there?
It sure is, son. Oh, that was a mean spill.
Yeah, I got wiped out.
Peter, you're the best driver there is. Always were. But this year, luck's been against you.
Dad, I don't think we ought to talk about that now. Pete's going to get well. We've plenty of time to think about next year.
You mean it'll take me that long to get back into shape?
Well, the bone crackers have a lot to do yet.
All I remember is on the fourth lap, somebody bumped me and I spun. I remember hitting the wall and then nothing.
Well, you started sliding back onto the track and Al Darrell hit you.
Al? Is he all right?
Oh, not a scratch. You started burning and the fireman got you out.
So it's not only my neck, but my hands and legs. I thought I was carrying a lot of bandages.
Yeah, you've had a run of real bad luck, son. A broken cable on the last 500. Before that, the front sneaker blown.
Dad, I wish you'd be quiet. Pete knows what happened in the last 7 races.
Yeah, but he doesn't know the odds. At least he doesn't realize it.
What are you guys talking about?
Don't you know what day it is today?
Are you kidding? What week is it?
Darling, it's your birthday.
It is? Today? How about that?
Congratulations.
Yeah, you bet. Happy birthday to me.
And it's your 45th. And maybe you've had one crack up too many.
Oh, you're always in such a cheery mood. Only when you visit hospitals.
Dad, I think you've said enough. You haven't said it in the right way, and you haven't said it at the right time.
Gloria, I love Peter like a son. For his own good, I'm saying...
Dad, please.
I've got a much better job lined up for him, and you know it, Gloria. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Dad, will you open this bottle of champagne, and the glasses are in the box with the cake. Pete, my love, I want you to take a good look at this cake, baked with my own oil-stained hands. And only one candle, because it's going to be the first year of a new life for you.
I know what you're going to say, Gloria, and now that your father's left, you can say it. He means well.
Happy 45th, darling. We sure have known each other a long time.
Yeah, 10 years. Since I started racing CB's Formula Ones.
And what do you generally do every birthday?
Well, I ask the boss's daughter to marry me.
And what does she do?
Turns me down. And you're probably right. A daughter of a man who endows concert halls, who built this hospital, well, she could do better.
Oh, you talk too much. And even though you haven't asked me, I'll marry you.
You will? Oh, son of a gun. And my arms are all bandaged. I can't even kiss you.
But I can kiss you.
Oh.
Oh, when I saw you go into that spin, I said a prayer out loud. Don't let any harm get to him, Lord. I can't live without that crummy guy.
Gloria, I'm 45, and you're 25.
I loved you since I was 15. Only I didn't know it.
I can't wait to get out of here and head for another race.
Oh, that's not the deal.
What deal?
Well, I'll only marry you if you quit the racing game.
Hey, can I come in?
Oh, Marty. Hey, you are in. Come on, you may approach my bed.
Hi, Gloria. Hey, Pete, you look like an Egyptian mummy. Tough luck, boy.
I wouldn't say that. It's got a happy ending. Pete and I are getting married.
No kidding. What? She finally nabbed you, huh? Well, not bad.
Hey.
Not bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you're marrying money. What's wrong with that?
Marty, I thought we were friends. What a thing to say.
Well, I'm not against money. I just hope it isn't going to break up a winning team, that's all.
I'm afraid it is, Marty.
Gloria wants me to give up racing.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You couldn't.
Don't worry yourself about anything. A mechanic with your track record won't have any trouble getting a job.
I'll never have as great a run of wins with any other racer. I know that.
Oh, come on. Out of our last 12, I didn't even place in 7.
Pete has had his last race. He's come as close to the obituary page as I want him to.
You don't have to convince me. Pete's my best friend.
I feel the same way about you, too, Marty. If I take a job with Gloria's dad, you're going to have one right next to me.
Oh, sure, you bet. Look, I really have to go. Oh, almost forgot this plant that I brought you. Hey, look at here.
Oh.
It's beautiful. And all those little leaves, they look like pennies.
Takes a rich girl to know pennies, huh? But you're right, Gloria. It's called a money plant. I'll see you two. Shall I leave the door open like I found it?
Marty, there's nothing Pete could do now we have to close the door for. Bye.
Oh, that's a great guy.
A money plant. That Marty. Do you suppose he's trying to tell us something?
Honey, if he is, I want to make sure he gets the kind of job he deserves.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
I've been waiting an hour to see Pat.
That's too bad.
I got a lot of things to do.
Remember, Marty, you owe Pat lots of money, so be patient if you want to stay healthy. You can go in now, Marty. Good luck.
Hello, Pat.
Oh, come in, Marty. Sit down. Well, let's get to business right away. How's our racing boy, Pete Marvin?
He's doing all right, I guess.
You guess?
Yeah, I was just at the hospital. They bandaged him up a lot, but he didn't seem too bad. Of course, I didn't stay very long.
Oh, that was inconsiderate of you, Marty. You should have stayed and asked the doctor when Pete would be back on the track again.
Well, I didn't like to bring up the subject.
Well, it's a good thing I don't have to rely on you for my information. The word I got is friend Pete is going to marry CB's daughter when he gets out of the hospital.
No kidding.
Oh, you didn't know that? But he's only going to marry CB's daughter if he gives up racing. And that would be a shame, now wouldn't it, Marty?
Oh, now that you mention it, Pat, Gloria and Pete did say something about that.
You didn't think it important enough to mention?
Well, no, honest. I mean, I was going to try to persuade him that he shouldn't.
Well, I'd do that if I were you. All we want is for Pete to give us 2 more races, at the most 3. Then everybody would be happy.
3 races,
I'm doing all this for you, Marty. I never forget a friend. I wouldn't want to see you hurt, you know.
Look, Pat, see my side of it, huh? What if I can't persuade Pete and he's definitely decided to retire and get married? I mean, she won't marry him if he doesn't.
Oh, women don't understand these things. What do they know about busted kneecaps?
Look, what I'm trying to say is, how will you get your $50,000 back if you cripple me?
$53,650. A debt is a debt, Marty. We had a business arrangement. You fix Pete's car so he doesn't finish. Our group bets against him, and we make money. Your trouble, Marty, was you didn't think that what we gave you was enough. So you borrowed from us to make side bets. Only those you lost.
It would be a cinch if Gloria wasn't in the picture. That's why he's retiring, to marry her.
Haven't we mentioned that? Or are you saying that maybe we should get rid of the girl?
No, I wouldn't hurt her. She's a good kid. She doesn't act like a good kid to me. She's interfering with my business. How am I going to explain to my accountant a bad debt of $53,650?
Oh, hey, Marty. Oh, it's good to see you again.
Hi, Pete. Hey, you look fine. They took a lot of your bandages off, huh? What did the doctor say?
Well, it could take longer than they thought.
Oh?
Well, the older you get, the longer things take to heal. Not that I'm going to need those reflexes anyway.
Oh, racing is out, is it? Definitely?
Oh, yeah. I got me a better deal. And you'll be in on it too, Marty. I don't forget my friends.
I think it's going to wreck your life.
No. I'm going to be making TV commercials for CB. You know, Granville Oil. Ex-racing driver sells gasoline.
Marty, good to see you.
Hi, Gloria.
You see we're keeping your money plant watered?
Yeah. Well, I got to be going.
When you get downstairs to the parking lot, will you lift up the hood on the Mercer? Keys are where I always leave them under the seat.
Why, something wrong?
Well, I think she makes a funny noise when I have her in low. I want to keep her in good shape. After all, not many brides get to drive to their wedding in a 1911 raceabout sports car.
Okay, sure. All right, I'll leave you two.
Hey, pal. It isn't the end of the world.
I know, it's just that I'm sorry to bust up the team, that's all.
Hey, that's not fair. We had 10 years. It's time Pete moves ahead to something better.
Hold on, honey. Doing TV commercials for Granville Oil may be different, but it's not better.
You don't think so?
Well, you ask any of the astronauts if flying a desk is better than standing on the moon.
Well, I didn't mean better. It's just that time moves on, and you get older, and you can't keep doing what you used to do.
I don't agree with you at all, kid. You know, there are two kinds of people, the doers and the talkers. And when Pete races, he's doing.
Yeah, but Pete's a big boy now. He's going to make it whatever he does. And I agree. He was a fantastic racing driver, but those days are over.
Will you two quit talking about me as if I was dead? Now, Marty's right. I am going to miss it. But, you see, old buddy, I love this girl, and when she said she'd marry me if I gave up racing, what choice did I have?
So ends Act One of The Bargain. I've been at the track when a car smashed on a practice run, seen turbo motors overheat, or bad skids on a patch of oil. Even without someone monkeying around, there are many ways a champion can lose a race. Pete Marvin is right to get out while he can. The only question is there time enough or is it too late? I'll return shortly with Act Two. Champion car racer Pete Marvin has had one too many accidents, and so he's getting out of the racing game and into marriage. We've learned that his mechanic, Marty Krasner, has been making money in side bets just by tinkering a little bit with the engine, enough to keep Pete from winning. But Marty overextended himself, and before he knew it, he was $50,000 in debt to a syndicate, and that's big trouble.
I didn't see any way out of the mess I was in. I had no way of repaying the $50,000. Tuesday, I had lunch at the Green Flag, a club for races. It was raining, so I wore my fancy English raincoat. But when I got home, I found out that I'd taken someone else's by mistake. Hello?
Is this Marty Krasner, Mr. Krasner?
Yes, who's this?
Well, you don't know me. You were at the Green Flag today?
Who is this?
My name's Roger Ferris.
Well, yes, I was eating there. What's the problem?
Well, I've got your coat.
Oh, well, I just found out that I had the wrong one.
Yeah. Well, can we meet tomorrow and exchange codes?
Sure, you just name the time and place.
Okay, well, if it's not raining, how about Granville Park? Meet by the fountain.
Well, I'd like some other place.
Okay, how about the downtown bus terminal?
Okay, that's fine. By the candy stand, okay?
Great, 10 o'clock in the morning.
You got it.
Mr. Krasner?
Yeah, Roger Ferris?
Yes. I've had this feeling I've seen you someplace before.
Oh, it's possible since we eat at the same club.
Is this your coat? Look at that. They're practically the same. Hey, you don't see many of these around. You put your name and address inside.
Yeah.
That's how I knew.
Well, you have to, when you do as much traveling as I do.
How about a drink?
Why not?
There's a bar right behind the baggage check counter. Now, let's head for that booth. I'm not detained.
Oh, I got all the time in the world.
So have I.
What'll it be, gentlemen?
What do you drink?
Straight bourbon, please.
Ooh, in the morning?
Oh, anytime. Especially when I got problems.
I got problems, too. Make mine Scotch on the rocks.
In a minute.
Mr. Krasner, when I suggested we meet in Granville Park, you nixed it. Was there a special reason?
Oh, it's a long story. I used to work for Pete Marvin, and CB Granville is the money behind him.
Pete Marvin, the racing driver?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now, sure. That's where I've seen you, in the pit stop when he rolls in.
Well, he's in the hospital now,
I read he's going to marry CB's daughter.
Yeah. Pete's given up racing.
How come? Not because she's got money. Pete must be worth a bundle.
She's been around the track since she was a teenager. She's always had an eye out on Pete, I guess. Anyway, she got him to quit. I'm not so sure, nice kid she may be, that she's right for him. For one thing, everything has to be her way or no way. You know what I mean? She makes the rules.
You could be describing my Uncle Charles. My folks died in a car accident. They had money. I was a teenager. All their money was in a trust for me with Uncle Charles, the trustee. And I don't get a penny of it while he lives, except what he wants to give me. That could be in 50 years. It's my money, and I can't touch it.
You mean he's done nothing for you?
A membership in a couple of clubs like the Green Flag, and he doles out $1 bills. When I say, what about the trust fund, he says, pretend you don't have any. Get a job.
One Scotch, one bourbon.
Thank you. So, that's where I am.
Well, you mean you just accept that? I mean, it is your money.
No, I don't accept it. I've thought of a dozen ways to get rid of my uncle, but I don't know of any where I wouldn't get caught.
Look, I didn't mean to murder him. What about a lawyer?
No, there's no way to break the trust. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, exercise his judgment. Funny how you and I meet accidentally, and we both got reasons to get rid of someone.
Problem I've been giving a lot of thought to lately.
If there were no Gloria in your life, Pete Marvin would get well. You'd be back in the business of racing. Yeah, if there were no Uncle Charles in my life, I'd have everything I need. That's my dream.
Yeah. But we're awake now. That's the reality of the situation.
I keep telling myself there's got to be a foolproof way to solve this.
I'm afraid there isn't. There is no perfect solution to our problem. Hello?
Marty, I've got it.
Who is this?
It's me. It's Roger. Don't you remember Roger?
Yeah, you know what time it is?
Look, I had to call you. I couldn't.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I was sound asleep.
I've been awake all night thinking about it, and it came to me all of a sudden.
Look, will you knock it off, Roger? I'm hanging up. I'm going back to bed.
Marty, listen. Now, this is important. It's what you said. There's no perfect solution, but there is.
Sure.
The perfect solution is the perfect crime.
Sure.
I'll talk to you in the morning. Hey, aren't you excited?
Oh, sure. Roger, why'd you want to meet back here in this bus terminal? It's smelly, it's noisy.
Because we can't be seen together. There's little chance we'll be noticed.
Look, you gave me back my raincoat. I gave you yours. Why don't we just let it go at that?
We can't. Not now. This is too good. It's perfect.
Look, Roger, I don't know what you're talking about. And I want you to stop calling me in the middle of the night. I got plenty to worry about when I'm awake. And I need my sleep.
That's why my plan is so perfect. You won't have to worry about anything anymore, and neither will I.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Like you said yesterday, the perfect solution. And I said, it's the perfect crime.
And I said there is no such thing.
Yes, there is. Why is it the murderer generally gets caught? I'll tell you why. Because he has something to gain from the part he murdered, right? Something to gain. But what murders are rarely solved, The senseless murder. A brick falls from a building. A man gets hit on the head. A bullet happens to hit an innocent bystander. There are dozens like that.
So what makes it a perfect crime?
Oh, no, that's not perfect. That's accidental. The perfect crime is when there's no apparent reason that connects the victim to the murderer. So, you and I both have reasons to do away with someone. You'd like to get rid of Gloria. I want to get rid of my uncle. An accidental exchange of raincoats brought us together. So, nobody knows we know each other. I get rid of Gloria for you, and you kill my Uncle Charles.
You gotta be kidding.
Look, I'll give you all the plans of the house. His room, the best time to do it, and so on. I'll get an untraceable gun, and you do the same for me. Gloria's habits, where she goes, what time she's alone, and so on.
I don't want Gloria killed.
Well, you're not killing her, I am. You want her out of the way, don't you? So, some burglar, some intruder comes into her room one night. Who knows? And it's done. You see? Where you had a problem, now you got no problem.
It's not gonna work.
It is. It is. It's perfect. Look, I'll call you. We'll set up another meeting. You think about it, Marty. You'll see I'm right. It's the perfect solution. The perfect crime. This is Uncle Charles's station wagon. I'm taking you out to his house to show you the setup. Now, I've made a detailed plan of the house. Stairs, his room, where the bed is, so you can get it down pat.
Now, listen, I never agreed to anything.
Don't you see the beauty of it? You walk in. I'm miles away with friends, airtight alibi. You shoot Uncle Charles and beat him. There's not a thing in the world that connects either one of us with a crime.
Listen, I thought it over, and I've decided I don't want any part of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can't get out of it now, Marty. We're doing you a big favor.
We?
Don't you know who?
Pat Brower? The Associates, his group?
Mm-hmm. I happened to mention to a friend of mine that I wanted a contract on Uncle Charles, and I met some fellas, and the deal was set up. Quid pro quo. You know what that means. You owe Pat $53,000. You take care of my uncle. I take care of Gloria Granville. Your boss, the racing driver, gets a little more sand in his gearbox. You can pay up what you owe, and we all make a little extra money betting on the races.
You mean you're part of this?
Pat owed me a favor, and you're going to do it.
There was no accident in me getting the wrong coat, huh?
Marty, you're catching on. Had to go all over town to find something pretty identical. All planned.
What are you going to do to her, to Gloria?
Well, she drives an old Mercer with straps around the hood, doesn't she? Now, there's a pretty steep hill down from the Granville place. Maybe one night something goes wrong with the brakes. Who knows? Now, here. You take these plans of my uncle's house. Study them. And then one day I'll get you closer. And Marty, don't you think you can renege on this?
I'd started something I didn't know how to stop. If I went to the police, even if they believed me, I'd end up dead in an alley. Then Roger called. He was going ahead and dispose of Gloria. I could take care of his uncle afterwards. I knew it had all gone too far. I had to warn Gloria. So I called her, disguising my voice so she wouldn't know who I was, but would get the message.
Hello?
Is this Miss Gloria Granville?
Yes, who's this?
This is a friend.
How did you get my number? It's unlisted.
Just listen, lady, and don't say anything. I have information that somebody's after you. So be careful. Lock your doors at night and watch where you're going. The world is full of bad people that you got to watch out for.
Is this you, Pete? Is this a joke or something?
It's no joke. Goodbye. Take care, kid.
I'm sure it was Marty.
I don't like it, Pete. That's why Gloria and I came here to the hospital to talk this over with you.
He tried to disguise his voice, huh?
Now, why would he, A, pretend to be someone else, and B, call Gloria to warn her?
Well, Marty might be in trouble himself. I've thought that for a long while now. Things that happen on the track he couldn't explain.
Marty in trouble? Do you know that?
Well, when you're as close to someone and somehow he doesn't look you in the eye when the race is over, you just know.
He's on to something. Knows something. But doesn't want us to know that he knows.
Something dangerous to Gloria.
And he's involved? That's scary.
Gloria, this is no business for amateurs. I'm going to bring Detective Jack Donnelly in on this. Have him tell us what to do.
Gloria, you are absolutely sure it was Marty?
The threat is there, even if it wasn't.
It was. It was the very last thing he said. He said, take care, kid. He's the only one who calls me that. He says kid in a special kind of way.
Of course, I could just ask him to drop by the hospital and come right out and say it. Marty, was that you? Did you call Gloria? And what's it about?
No, you'll do nothing of the kind. This is for experts. I'll call Jack Donnelly right now from the downstairs phone. If he's not tied up on a case, he works fast.
I've noticed one particular quality in destructive forces. Criminal actions seem to have a life of their own. Once triggered, they act, they move, they snowball, gathering momentum, gathering weight, until what began as a grain of discontentment has become a massive stone of evil. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Here's some more on the inside track. In car racing, when the green flag is up, that means the track is clear, go for the win. Danger, crack up, accident, up go the yellow caution flags. Sometimes a man can win a race even under the yellow flag. Pete Marvin, who's won many under the green flag, is retiring to marry a Gloria Granville, the oil heiress. You may have heard of her. Served people on the dark side of the law. Which is why C.B. Granville has called in an old detective friend to find out who is threatening Gloria's life. And why.
Jack, how in the world did you come up with this so fast? Connection. So he's in on it, huh? Marty Krasner himself. Unbelievable. A man so well paid and liked to be making side bets against us?
I don't know exactly how much Marty owes, but it's enough.
You say it began with that announcement in the papers about Pete's retiring.
There are lots of ways of finding out. But with that tie-in to Marty, for them to learn Pete has raced his last Formula One, that's an economic loss.
The whole idea of harming Gloria so the marriage is off and Pete goes back to racing, it's so cruel, so bizarre.
To you, yes. To us, yes. But to those who value money, it's standard business practice.
Besides, CB, try to understand their morality. When a man welches on a debt, they have to make an example of him. Just in case anyone else thinks he can play it his way.
You say they. How many are there?
I'd say a small group. Because in this case, there's not enough money to divvy up. 2, 3, maybe 4 at the most.
I see. And how are we going to protect Gloria?
And net these butterflies?
Well, that too.
Give me a little time, CB. Maybe a day. I'll see what I can come up with. In the meantime, don't let your daughter out of your sight. I was way in over my head and time was running out. That's why I'd phoned Gloria trying to warn her. But suppose she thought it was a prank, not serious. And if anything happened to that girl... It took me almost a week to pull myself together and call CB. I had something important to tell him. Could he see me right away? Sure, he said. Come right on over.
Well, Marty, seen Peter lately?
No, I haven't, as a matter of fact.
He's supposed to be getting out of the hospital tomorrow.
No kidding. I didn't see that in the paper.
Well, we're sort of keeping it quiet. At the hospital, they know, but no one else.
Yeah, no one else. And they should have been printing a lot of stuff about him. Is it a fact that he's taken a kind of a job with you?
We were talking about you last night, Marty. Trying to see if somewhere in Granville Oil there wouldn't be a good spot.
I'm not so sure I could do something else. I think I'll stick to what I know.
Well, you know best. But so far as Peter's concerned, Gloria's right. She wants to marry, and she knows a job with Granville Oil is a heck of a lot safer. I think he'll be a real asset to the business. And so does Gloria.
Is she here now?
No, she isn't. We just finished dinner, and she got a call from one of the doctors at the hospital. He said he wanted to see her about Peter.
Well, isn't he all right? You said he was going home tomorrow.
Maybe just some instructions to a future wife, how to take care of a future husband, don't you know? She left just a couple of minutes before you got here.
What was the name of the doctor?
She didn't say.
She went alone?
Well, sure, why not?
Look, you mind if I make a call, CB?
Not at all.
You don't happen to know the hospital's number?
Yes, I do. Picked it out myself. You just dial Granville.
Granville, huh? That's pretty neat, you know. Having a telephone number spell out your own name.
Granville Hospital.
Can you connect me with Pete Marvin's room? I just want to make sure, CB, that's all.
Hello?
Oh, Pete, it's Marty.
Oh, hi, Marty. Hey, they tell me I can leave here tomorrow. What's up?
Pete, was there a doctor in your room 15, 20 minutes ago?
No. Why?
A doctor didn't make a call from your room asking Gloria to come on over, huh?
No, not at all. No one's been in here since they took away the dinner tray at 6:30. What's this about Gloria coming over?
Oh, I was just checking, Pete. Look, I won't keep you. Maybe I'll stop by after you get out of the hospital.
Okay, Marty. Hope everything's okay.
Yeah, me too. Bye now.
Did I understand right? One of Pete's doctors didn't call?
That's what he said. I guess maybe the doctor could have called from his office. CB, do you remember which car she took?
No, I don't. I didn't see her go. It could have been the old Mercer. She always drives that.
Wish I could be sure.
I'll take a run down to our garage and have a look. If the Mercer isn't there, Gloria took it out. Oh, answer that, will you, Marty?
Oh, sure.
I'll have to be sure which car she took.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Granville.
He just stepped out of the room. Can I take a message? Who is this?
Detective Donnelly. Who am I talking to?
My name is Krasner, Marty Krasner. I'm Mr. Granville's chief racing mechanic.
Marty Krasner. Yes, I think we've met on the track. Jack Donnelly.
Yeah, well, look, I'm sure CB will be back in just a few minutes.
Well, I'm leaving this phone right now. Perhaps I'd better give you the news first, and then if Mr. Granville wants any details, he can reach me after midnight. I'll be back at headquarters then.
What news do you mean?
Well, There's been a serious accident. Very serious.
Where? To who?
CB's daughter.
Oh, no.
We got a call about a crash out your way, and we found the wreck about halfway down from Mr. Granville's house.
Oh, no.
We're investigating right now. In the meantime, tell CB how very sorry I am. Will you do that?
Oh, good Lord.
Marty? Marty, you hear me? I'll be in touch first thing tomorrow. Marty?
It's too late. I'm too late.
Hello, Jack. It's CB. I'm calling from the house. I heard him. He just hung up.
It went off without a hitch. I had to make him believe it was all over with Gloria. That way, he doesn't know if this Roger character was responsible for monkeying with the car. And Roger doesn't know if Marty didn't do it.
How is Gloria?
Oh, she's fine. She's hiding out just like we arranged.
Well, I'd better hang up now, Jack. Keep me posted. I can't say I like this one bit.
We're protecting the life of your daughter. Never forget that.
Get in, Marty. Hurry.
Yeah.
I've been around this block 10 times. Where were you?
Listen, I'm crazy to meet you at all.
What's the matter with you? I've been calling you all week. You don't answer your phone?
No, I don't. Look, I can't talk to anyone, Roger.
Okay. I did my part. Now it's your turn.
I couldn't believe it.
You thought we were comedians?
Kill that girl.
You got proof or something? Now, you just keep your part of the bargain. We've got nothing to worry about.
Where are we going?
It so happens my Uncle Charles is away for the weekend. There'll be no one around this late at night. I'm driving you to the spot where you can hide your car.
I'm not interested.
Oh, I'm surprised, Marty. You don't sound as enthusiastic as I thought you would be now that your troubles are almost over. It won't be long now. You'll be back in the old pit stop. Pay off what you owe. That is what you wanted, isn't it?
Not this way. Not this way. When I saw that wreck, I couldn't believe it. What did you do? You loosened the brake rod?
Hey, what is it with you? Now, this is the road you'll be using, Route 54. It goes all the way.
I don't want to think anymore. I just want to get it over with.
I'm glad you feel that way. In the glove compartment, I picked up a gun for you. No marks? Nothing. You, know how to load a gun?
No.
I'll show you. Here, this is where we turn off Route 54 onto this small road that runs right alongside of the property. Around this corner. Here. You can park your car right here, and you won't be spotted. There. You can see the whole mansion. Right over there. See where I'm pointing? That's the servants' entrance. Their rooms are right behind it. Only there won't be anyone there tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? Is that it?
That's what I've decided.
Suppose I couldn't make it tomorrow.
You'll make it. Uncle Charles gets back. The servants are off. That's why it's your night. He goes to bed at 9. I want to check how long it's going to take you to leave this spot, move over to the house, get inside, pull the trigger, and get back here to your car.
What do you mean now? You want to know now?
This minute. We don't leave these things to chance. We want you safe, home, and in the clear. A lot of money's riding on this. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? As they say, this is a full dress rehearsal. You'll be using this gun. Take it. It's 10:35 on the button. Now you go, and tomorrow night I expect you to do a nice, neat job on my Uncle Charles. Marty, what do you think you're doing pointing that at me?
I've had enough of you.
What are you doing? I told you it was empty. You think I'd hand you a loaded gun?
When I came to, I was lying in the road with a terribly sharp pain in my neck. I touched it. It was sticky. I had just one picture in my mind. Me firing the empty gun at Roger and that look on his face as he pulled his gun on me and everything exploded. He must have dumped me in the road and left me there.
I don't know if he's going to make it. We got to get him to emergency on the double.
It's sort of ironical, you know. I should be headed for the same emergency room where they wheeled in Pete. How many weeks ago was it? I was the reason he cracked up. I guess he's the reason I'm here now. If I could only get up enough strength to sit up and say, hey, it's me, Marty Krasner. I didn't mean all this to happen. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Pete? Gloria? Can you do that?
Marty recovered. No doubt what helped him heal fast was learning that Gloria was very much alive. She'd been stashed out of the way. Jack Donnelly caught up with every single one of the men who used conniving and bribery to make money out of an honest sport. As for Pete and Gloria and GB, they went one way. Marty went another. No charges were ever pressed against him. As for me, I'll be back to talk to you shortly. Funny thing about money, I don't go along with the idea that it's the root of all evil, for you can do a lot of good with it. It depends how you make it or use it. But old Ben Franklin, he never liked it. He said it never made a man happy yet. There is nothing in its nature to produce happiness, for the more a man has, the more he wants. Instead of money filling a vacuum, it makes one. That's what he said. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Russell Horton, Tracy Ellis, Bob Caliban, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come In. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Before television, children entertained one another, often with quite gruesome games, like sitting in the dark and answering the question, what's the most horrible thing you can imagine happening to you? The answer usually involved werewolves, vampires, ghouls, and the like. But I've never found such things real enough to be frightening. I believe the question should be rephrased. What's the most horrible thing that could really happen to you?
But they're going to kill me.
Well, I can't help you. I've got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
I'm not a magician.
So, you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you understand that? I'm innocent.
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof.
mystery drama, The Victim, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars John Lithgow. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is my idea of genuine horror. To be somehow proven guilty of murder when you are not. To be locked away in a cold cell, alone, friendless, helpless, waiting to die. How many innocent people have been executed for crimes they never committed? How can such rank injustice happen? Here is how it happened to one man. Here is his story in his own words, as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times.
I'm Joe Thompson. In the headlines now. My picture in the papers and magazines. But before that Monday night, when my nightmare began, I was Mr. Nobody. Going nowhere but on over the hill to the wrong side of 40. Old Joe Average. Divorced. Lonely. Average height. Average build. Average paunch. With the kind of face you'd forget even while you were looking at it. I'd killed another evening in a restaurant and bar. Got home around 12:30 that night. Home. One room with a pull-down bed, a closet-sized kitchen, and a television set that wasn't mine. I'd popped another can of brew and was semi-conscious in front of the TV, and there was a knock at the door.
Is this any way to greet a visitor?
What way? What do you mean?
I mean, half-dressed, hair all messed up? Well, you haven't even taken yourself a shave.
I wasn't planning on having company.
Well, I wouldn't have planned on it either. If I was you, I wouldn't even be at home.
So you should have called first. Hey, what's the idea?
I'm not a fan of early John Wayne. Nothing funny now. Just stand against the wall, nice and easy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Risking you for concealed weapons, remember?
That's no weapon. That's my wallet. So keep it. It's empty. This whole scene's empty. Nothing worth taking out of here unless you collect old TV sets. Go ahead, take it. But you'll also have to pick up the payments.
Hold on to your sense of humor, pal. You'll need it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Handcuffing you. That resisting an officer won't help your case either.
What case?
I'll ask the questions.
So who's asking?
Oh, excuse my rudeness. I'm Sergeant Crow. My partner, Officer Wilson, is waiting for us downstairs.
Sergeant, look, you can see in my wallet there. I'm Joe Thompson. You've made some kind of mistake.
You made the mistake, Thompson.
Hey, why throw my clothes around? Well, wait, I've got some rights here. You're a cop. Show me some identity. You barge in here, don't tell me anything. Handcuff me, tear my clothes apart, break things. What about the search warrant? I've got rights.
Didn't you invite me in, Thompson?
I sure didn't.
I say you did.
You're wrong. I didn't.
Oh, I apologize for disturbing your elegant wardrobe, but I got... here they are. You'll need the raincoat and hat.
What for?
We're going out, Thompson. You have an appointment.
But it isn't raining.
We'll take the raincoat and hat anyway, just in case. Let's go.
Go where? Why should I go anywhere?
We're going downtown, Thompson. Police headquarters, Central Station, where you set up the appointment.
I didn't set up any appointment there.
Sure you did. You set it up last Saturday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you, you got the wrong man.
Then why do you object to cooperating with the police? Where's your civic spirit?
Civic spirit? That's a laugh.
Now, simmer down, Thompson. If you're innocent, you can't object to answering a few questions.
About what?
This is no place for a serious discussion. We have a place all set up for that downtown. A special private room just for answering questions.
How long have you lived here in Palm City, Mr. Thompson?
About 6 months.
You married?
I was, but my wife thought better of it.
You're a drifter.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, how would you classify yourself, then? You don't seem to spend very long in one location.
I'm a carpenter, sir. That's my line of work.
And hasn't a great deal of your work consisted in standing in unemployment lines?
I've put in my time there, yes. But I've got a job now at Larson's Building Supplies on South Street.
You're a carpenter there.
Oh, I'm getting close. Work in the lumber yard.
Were you working there last Saturday?
Yeah, that's the big day at Larson's.
How late did you work Saturday?
Until 6.
And what did you do after that?
Why, mostly I guess I just drove around.
Oh, just drove around?
Yeah, I do that a lot. Just doesn't seem to be much else to do.
Cruising?
I wouldn't say that. Just driving, killing time.
Killing time?
Lonely, in a new town, not knowing anyone much.
Do you drive around looking for company?
Maybe. It's always a possibility. But
did you also kill some time in the Shamrock Bar?
Sure, I dropped in there for a few.
To pick up some company?
Well, it could happen. But mostly I just...
what time were you cruising the Shamrock Bar?
I don't know exactly. Like I said, I was there to kill time. Not count it. I had a few. My memory's on the hazy side.
When did you get home from the Shamrock Bar?
Maybe around 2 a.m.
This raincoat and hat, Thompson, they're yours?
Yes, they are.
You went to the Shamrock Bar, then home, huh? Well, where did you get all this mud on your raincoat and hat?
Mud?
Yeah, this reddish clay mud smeared all over. Where did you pick that up, and when?
I guess I don't... Wait, yes, I remember now. I had a flat tire. Sure, it's all coming back to me. A blowout.
Mm-hmm.
Had to change a flat there off the road.
Oh, off the road? Where?
Along Jemison Drive somewhere, I think. It was dark, and I couldn't...
Well, if you can't remember where this suddenly remembered convenient flat occurred, maybe you can tell us when.
I can't. No, I can't. Not exactly.
Oh, well, can you remember if it was after or before you cruised the Shamrock Bar?
After, I think.
Mm-hmm. And when do you think?
I think maybe around midnight.
You're Benny Sharp?
For 66 years, sir.
Your occupation, please.
Bartender at the Shamrock. Since the end of World War II.
Is this man, Mr. Thompson, one of your customers, huh?
Him? Oh, sure. He's in here every Saturday night. That's his name, Thompson?
He was at your bar last Saturday night?
That's right. Leaning over the end there.
Was he wearing this raincoat and hat?
Yeah.
Was the raincoat and hat smeared with this reddish clay mud?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
Well, when did Thompson come into the Shamrock?
About 9:30, I'd say.
When did he leave?
Maybe a little after midnight.
Was the girl Dorothy Logan at the Shamrock Bar Saturday night?
Yeah, she was. She's there just about every night.
And what time did she leave?
Around midnight.
Now, Thompson, do you remember following Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar a little after midnight Saturday?
I told you, no. I never knew any Dorothy Logan.
Small, slender, 18 years old, dark brown hair, red sweater. You knew her such a short time, maybe you just didn't get around to her name.
I didn't get around to her at all. I never saw her. I never followed any woman out of the Shamrock Bar. I was always careful who followed me out. Where are you taking me now?
Just down the hall here, Thompson. We have a little theater set up down here for our guests.
Little theater?
Right. For bad actors.
You've got to fill me in. What am I supposed to have done? You can tell me that much.
I can tell you what you'd better do. Call yourself a lawyer.
Why? Why do I need a lawyer?
You guys are weird. All sound alike. Who, me? I never did nothing. I'm clean. The lot of you, innocent as babes. Some of you really think you are innocent. That's what's really weird.
I'm not weird. I am innocent.
Here we are, Thompson. Now, just step up here between these two gentlemen. That's right.
What is this?
You're on stage, pal. Let's say you're trying out for a part. And if you get it, you'll be a star performer. Now, just stand up here, straight and natural. That's a ticket.
Now, Miss Travis, please look at the men lined up there. You look at them, study them very carefully. Now, take your time. Now, do you recognize any of them?
I'd rather not, but I do.
Well, have you seen one of these men before?
I sure have. But what I saw wasn't a man, it was an animal.
Would you point out the man you recognize?
That one. Second from the right there.
You have seen him before?
Yes. But what if I hadn't? Look at him. Anybody'd know on first sight he was an animal.
Where and when did you see this man?
In Jonathan's Grove last Saturday night. No, actually, it was early Sunday morning.
Now, are you certain? Now, you must be absolutely certain, Miss Travis, that this is the man you saw.
I'm certain, all right. Do you ever forget how a skunk smells? He's the one. He's the killer.
I am sure you've noted the fact that all men are mortal. This is most fortunate, at least for mystery stories. For anyone can be a victim, don't you see? Which is perhaps as it should be in a democracy. For example, anyone at all may be robbed, mugged, murdered, or falsely arrested. It is just a matter of waiting one's turn. Or is it? Joe's story of persecution sounds straightforward and believable enough. Perhaps we shall clear up some disturbing contradictions in Act 2. Joe Thompson's continuing story of persecution as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times rings with undeniable conviction. Joe's been there. He's experienced the nightmare. Joe knows firsthand the depths of terror, the terror of a small and innocent man found guilty of a murder. He's telling it like it is. We believe him. Of course we believe him. But I'm reminded of an old English legend. I know not what the truth may be. I tell the tale as 'twas told to me.
I kept telling them the truth. What else could I tell them but the truth? But nobody believed me. Nobody even bothered to listen. Nobody cared. I was presumed guilty of murder. And who cares about murderers anymore, right? Let's care more about the victims, right? Sure, fine. That's just dandy. I'm on the side of the victim. But I was the victim. They couldn't see that, though. All they could see was Dorothy Logan and the need to nail somebody to the wall.
You followed Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar Saturday night or early Sunday morning. You lured her into your car, drove her into Jonathan's Grove and back of the tavern. She resisted your advances, and you killed her. You strangled her with those powerful carpenter's hands.
No, I didn't do that. I couldn't have...
No, you're guilty, Thompson. Now confess. Tell us the truth. Make it easier for yourself and for all of us.
But I'm telling the truth. I never knew any Dorothy Logan. Never saw her, never followed her, never followed anybody. I sure never killed anybody.
Evidence, witnesses, and testimony at this homicide court hearing strongly indicates the contrary, Mr. Thompson. And that will be all for now.
This way, please, Mr. Thompson. I'll show you to your room.
Thanks, Sergeant. Even set up a reservation.
Here we are. Sorry, we have nothing with a view.
How about a mattress?
Mattress will be along. No mattress cover or bed sheets, though.
Why not?
Some of our guests have hanged themselves.
Wait. Please listen and believe me. Somebody has to. I didn't kill that girl. I couldn't kill anybody.
No one in here has ever been guilty. No one's ever killed anybody. But himself. Sure is weird.
Oh, forget it. So what's next on the Law and Order program?
Well, your case goes to the grand jury, and like I said, you better get yourself a lawyer.
I can't. I told you that. I can't afford any lawyer.
Well, then I hate to tell you this, but you'll be assigned a public defender, a second or maybe third-year law student hoping to learn something, maybe pick up some experience. And what you're getting is a born loser named of Al Mark.
Hi, Joe. How you feeling?
You'd be Hal Mark.
Right on. I've been assigned to your defense. How you holding up, Joe?
I feel better in traction. I'm climbing the walls in here. You've got to get me out.
Yeah. Well, Joe, we've got a problem.
No kidding. I've got the problem. I've never done anything wrong, and they want to kill me.
Now, I know the facts, Joe. Believe me, I know. But I'm not referring to the end, the bottom line of this case. Our hurdle is big and immediate. The grand jury hearing's coming up in just a few days. Now, we aren't prepared. I have here a copy of your homicide court proceeding. Now, I have slept with this report. I've turned it inside out, and it's a hang-up.
If you were a doctor, I'd figure I had terminal cancer.
I got to level with you. There's no evidence here in your favor. Nothing.
You're supposed to find something.
Well, you give me something to work with.
Like what? I didn't kill Dorothy Logan. I wasn't there.
That's it. You see, your word. That's all there is. We have to have some positive evidence, some kind of alibi. Witnesses. Okay, like, maybe someone saw you changing that flat tire. Someone stopped to offer a hand. Anything.
And there wasn't anybody. Nobody stopped.
We're just driving around? Who knows? Did you stop for gas somewhere? A filling station attendant?
No, I didn't need any gas.
Oh, boy. You know, I can see just one way out for you, Joe.
Don't tell me.
Plead guilty.
What?
When you go before the grand jury, plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Mercy? What mercy? They want to kill me.
I can't help you. I got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
I'm not a magician.
So you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you see? Can you understand that I'm innocent?
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Well, where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof. Now, I'll stick with you to the end. I'll try to dig something up, but...
spare me.
I don't blame you for being uptight, I understand. If I was in your shoes, I'd be shaking in them forever. But you're not getting rid of me. I'll be there at countdown.
So stick around. Take notes while they cut me up. And hope I last until your final exam.
Yeah, Officer Crow.
Yes, sir.
What was the defendant's attitude on the night you questioned him at his apartment?
Oh, his attitude was very hostile, very uncooperative.
Mm-hmm.
He resisted arrest. He insulted an officer.
What officer? How?
Oh, me, sir. He accused me of not telling the truth.
You found this raincoat and hat in his apartment, huh?
Yes, I did.
Well, have laboratory tests been conducted on his raincoat and hat?
Yes, they have.
What were the results of the analysis?
Well, the mud found all over the raincoat and hat is identical with the mud found on the body of the murder victim, Dorothy Logan.
There's no question. My memory's never failed me in 66 years, and I remember him being in the Shamrock drinking at my bar Saturday night.
And you still remember when he left?
About midnight.
And you still remember when Dorothy Logan left, huh?
About the same time. Maybe a little before. I get a lot of customers on Saturday night.
And when the accused left the Shamrock, you didn't see any mud on his coat and hat?
Not that I remember.
Helen Travis, you said you were parked in Jonathan's Grove Saturday night or early morning, a little after midnight?
Yes, sir. I was parked in there with a friend.
Mm-hmm.
It was after midnight, but I'm not sure of the time. My friend and I were, marveling at the sky, the stars all out.
Mm-hmm.
Such a Pretty night. For a while.
Will you describe what else you saw that night, Miss Travis? I mean, other than the constellations.
Can't hardly even think about that horrible night, but... Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, well, I thank you, Miss Travis. Please, proceed.
Well, we're parked, my friend and me, admiring the heavens, when this beat-up old heap of a car drives in, parks just a ways from us, no more than 50 feet or so. And I couldn't be mistaken about what I seen. I mean, no way. The moon was full and bright and all those stars out. I mean, it was Mr. Thompson's car, all right. I'd know that old heap with the rubbed-out blue color anywhere. He didn't see us, I guess, on account of our car lights not being on, and we're parked in close alongside a mulberry hedge, but I seen him clear enough. The way he came out of that car into the moonlight, dragging that poor girl, and the way she was screaming. And we were afraid to go over there and try to help or anything. I'm ashamed to say it, but we were afraid. But after he drove away, we went over there, and she was dead. And all that blood.
Well, why didn't you report this earlier, Miss Travis? Why wait until Monday to call the police?
We were just too scared, I guess. Afraid to, get involved. But it wouldn't leave us, me, alone. I just kept thinking about that poor girl, and what if it had been me? So I called the police, described the man I saw, and his car, and his license number.
How can we fight eyewitness testimony like that, Joe?
You're supposed to find a way.
Can't you come up with something, anything, to show that you were someplace else?
No way. How often does this happen to innocent people?
I can't say. And I wouldn't want to guess, Joe. I am telling you again. Your only chance to save your life is to plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Hope for a second-degree verdict.
You really think I'd do that? Admit being a murdering fiend when I'd never hurt anybody?
You're hurting me, man. Hey, let me go.
Are you crazy? Is everybody crazy?
Let go! You want to kill me, too?
You too? See? You do believe I'm guilty. You miserable shyster. Why not kill you, too? Why not? I can only fry once. Isn't that the line? I can only fry once.
Well, I am getting out of here. Crazy, man. You are crazy.
Well, you may be right. Yeah. Could be.
Joe, you have got nothing on your side. No witnesses, no alibi, no money. Look, I checked out that Travis dame. She's okay. A waitress at Al's Diner. And that eyewitness account of hers is bad. Real bad. And you've got the whole judiciary system of this town against you.
How's that?
Well, it's corrupt. It's greedy. The DA is ambitious. He wants as many murder convictions as possible because he's going to run for state prosecutor. And what's more, the months of May, June, and July are called the lethal season.
A lethal season?
Yeah. More murders occur during hot summer months. Courts get overloaded with killers. They got to be cleared out as soon as possible.
Yeah, could be it's me. Could be I've lost my marbles.
Are you serious?
Maybe she did see me kill that girl. And I don't remember because I'm some kind of split psycho.
You mean a split personality? A schizo killer like Jekyll and Hyde?
Oh.
Hey, you mean it. You want me to cop an insanity plea?
No. Wait. What if I'm not crazy?
Well, so what? You do a little time in a funny farm and go free.
But it's bad enough already. Being guilty when I'm not. Do I have to go crazy, too? When maybe I'm no crazier than anybody else.
Okay, it's your funeral. But I'd rather be crazy as anything than dead.
If I'm not crazy, what is it? Do I have some fiendish double?
Possibly. But I have to be on my way.
Yeah? Wait. And if I didn't do it, who did?
You're the only one who's going to worry about that.
How long do I have to worry?
Not long.
What happens now?
It's happened. You're indicted for first-degree murder.
the worst criminals among us may become the object of hero worship. As a child, I was emotionally stirred by Billy the Kid and Jesse James. But how times have changed. I can't honestly think of a single present-day murderer I would care to identify with. I certainly wouldn't care to identify with Joe Thompson, whether he's a murderer, a convincing liar, or in fact is, as he insists that he is, an innocent victim. Which reminds me, is any victim entirely innocent? Perhaps we'll find at least some of the answer in Act 3. People still insist on reading newspapers and listening to the news. Most likely because they desperately need to be assured that something, somewhere, is happening to somebody. The misfortunes of others make us feel, by contrast, so much more fortunate than we really are. We can only hope that the ending of Joe Thompson's nightmare story of persecution does not disappoint you.
So I'm found guilty of first-degree murder and put away to die, like a bug in a killing bottle. My only company was hopelessness and fear. I'd wondered if everyone else was right and that I might be crazy. Now I began to fear that I was going crazy in that isolated cell, waiting, knowing when and where and how I was to die, and knowing I was helpless to do anything about it. And one night, I woke in a cold sweat, thinking of a name that might mean a last faint chance for salvation.
Mr. Sam Ferris.
Ferris?
Yeah, he says he has an appointment to see you, Joe.
Oh, yeah, Sam Ferris. Almost forgot.
Here you are, Mr. Ferris. Make yourself at home.
Thank you, Sergeant. I prefer larger quarters.
I didn't really think you'd come, Mr. Ferris. I wondered if you even got my letter or read it.
Oh, I read it all right, but before committing myself, I had to review your case. Sergeant, would you kindly excuse us?
Oh, sure. Pardon me, Mr. Ferris. Take your time. Now, call out if you need anything. Maybe you'd like some coffee?
No, just some privacy.
Oh, right, Mr. Ferris. You got it.
Here, Mr. Ferris, you want to sit down?
Why not?
First off, Mr. Ferris...
Sam.
I gotta say first that I'm innocent. Believe I'm innocent. Like I said in my letter, I couldn't have killed that girl. I've never been in Jonathan's Grove. Never heard of that girl or seen her before. You gotta believe me now. Say you believe me. Do that or it's off. No talk, no nothing. Forget it.
No, just cool down, Joe. Just cool down. Now, how did you get on to me?
I dreamed about you. I read a magazine story about you once, and I remembered in my sleep here. The lawyer of last resort. The man who goes to bat for the little guy who's been written off and doesn't have the chance of a moth in a blizzard. You've pulled off miracles in the courts. I figured you could pull off the biggest miracle of all time and help me.
Well, no miracles, Joe. It's just evidence, facts, and the right of every man to equal defense before the law. And I have never taken the case of a man who smelled guilty.
You mean it? You figure me innocent?
Well, I am here, Joe.
You give me a chance?
Oh, the prosecution has, Joe. Now, one look at the prosecution's case, and it is so full of holes you could use it for a fishnet.
You mean it?
Easy, Joe. You have been running in the rain too long. It's time to just dry off and just sit tight. I am going to do a complete rundown on your case, those so-called witnesses, especially that gal, Helen Travis.
Sam, where you been? I thought maybe something...
Well, I've been losing sleep, Joe, losing sleep. But that DA is going to lose a lot more.
How's my case look now?
What case?
There just never was a case.
So how come they figure they could kill me?
No defense, Joe. No lawyer. Now, first off, they put most of their eggs in Helen Travis eyewitness testimony, and nothing is so undependable and so unreliable in a court of law as an eyewitness. Any 10 eyewitnesses will give you 10 different versions of the same event, and nothing is easier to break down and discredit than an eyewitness. Now, what about the boyfriend she was parked with who was supposed to have seen you commit the murder most foul?
That's right. Where was he?
Well, it wasn't easy finding him. I saw Helen Travis. Now, she couldn't remember just which guy she was with. Now, one guy she named denied being with her at all, and the other joker said he hadn't seen anything because the night was pitch black. Now, I checked the Weather Bureau, and sure enough, at night, the sky was black with clouds. No stars, as Travis said. No bright moonlight, no moon at all. So that's why they didn't bring in the boyfriend to testify.
So they couldn't have seen me. Couldn't have seen anything. I knew she was lying. Or crazy.
Or drunk. Probably all three. And even if it had been a moonlit night, she couldn't have told your car was blue, because no one can distinguish at night any difference between green, blue, black, purple. Now, for Sharp, bartender.
Yeah. What was his bag?
Well, I saw him. He says he'd never testified definitely that he saw you leave the bar after the Logan girl. Now, he isn't sure the exact time you left. He says he never was, never said he was. And it's the same with the Logan girl. And he says he never saw you with her at the bar, so much for Sharp. And now for the physical evidence.
Yeah, the mud on my coat and hat.
That could have been picked up anywhere in the area. Now, I am talking about withheld evidence. You see, I checked at the headquarters. There were sneaker footprints all around the girl's body. And that foot that made them was patently larger than yours. Evidence never presented in court. And the crime lab had blood and hair samples, but didn't begin testing until the weekend before the hearing. And by then, the original samples were too old to be properly tested. Now, the DA knew the sophisticated laboratory analysis might prove that the blood and hair belonged to someone else, so just forget it. And there's other evidence, all proving one thing, Joe. You have been a victim of gross injustice.
No argument there, Sam.
Well, I took my findings directly to Judge Winters. Now, he read the statements and had them verified. He declared the Travis woman unworthy of belief. And he said the DA and all those responsible for your persecution are guilty of criminal negligence of a high order. So, you're a free man, Joe. Come on. I'll buy you a drink.
So there, on the razor's edge between life and death, I found salvation. How many other innocents have been unjustly condemned? No one knows. I only know that I could be dead and buried in a dishonorable grave for a crime I could never have committed. I only know that eternal vigilance is still the price of liberty. My story, as it appeared in the Morning Sun News, ended there. It was a sensation story. It also paid me $4,000. But there is more. Much more that I didn't tell. The story I share with one other person, Miss Helen Travis. I used to stop off at Al's Diner, where Helen had the early part of the night shift, waiting tables. Business slacked off after 11. I'd hang around. Helen would join me in a booth for coffee. Helen was about my age, bored, bitter. We were there in Al's Diner Monday night, the Monday after Dorothy Logan was murdered.
Refill, Joe?
Thanks, Helen. And how was your evening?
Texan was in here. So wealthy he didn't even know he had 4 kids in college. Or so he said. It hurt, but I laughed, and he tipped me $25. What about you, Joe?
No.
Has the little man got any more big pipe dreams?
Well, we can still rob a bank.
Yeah, you can get yourself killed doing that.
You know a better way?
Joe. No, I'm tired out.
So am I.
Tired waiting for nothing to happen.
Gotta make it happen.
Tired reaching for the sky and getting it right in the teeth. I'm tired hating myself because I'm a bust. I just want to accept myself and live with it.
We're not cut out to be gracious losers, honey. Gracious winners have more fun.
Pipe dreams. We're over the hill, Joe. It's finished.
Maybe only the astronauts can have the moon, but we can shoot at it. We ought to make it a good ride anyway.
Even if it's all downhill?
No, everybody's on the toboggan ride.
You're a funny cat. All hot air, but I like to listen to you yak. You almost make me believe all over again in the big bufola.
They're out there grabbing it every day, Helen. Why not us?
I just feel burned out.
Wow.
Wasted, like an old rack at the thrift shop. Like that girl that was murdered Saturday night.
Oh, another one?
Don't you read the papers?
Oh, who needs more bad news?
Here, it's all over the front page. Girl hung around at the Shamrock Bar, Dorothy Logan. Just a kid into the city looking for, Lord knows what. One of our dreams, the brass ring you're always yakking about. So what did she get? Murdered. In the mud. Squashed like a bug. Wasted. Only difference between her and me is it's taken me longer. That girl, that night, Joe, gives me the creeps.
Oh, why the creeps? It happens every night.
Not right in front of your eyes.
What?
I was there where it happened. When it happened. I was so bored Saturday night, I took a ride with an old boyfriend. If you saw him, you'd know how really bored I was. Anyway, he parked in Jonathan's Grove. That girl was killed a few yards away. I know the spot. And about the same time we was there.
But you didn't see or hear anything?
Oh, no.
Yes, you did, Helen. You saw and heard it all.
No, it was dark.
No, it wasn't dark. You saw it, honey. You saw the killer's car. You remember the license plate, and you know the killer.
I do?
Yeah. You're looking at him.
Hey, you sure could have fooled me. I figured your limit was pulling wings off butterflies.
No. I mean, that's what you're going to phone up the cops right now and tell them. You're going to describe me, my car, give them the license plate, and tell them you saw me murder Dorothy Logan.
Hey, sorry, Joe, but you're gone. Gone round the hill.
You just gave me the idea. The big one, Helen. The first and last big one of our life, honey. Because if they're big enough, one is all you'll ever need. Now listen. And do what I tell you. And all you have to do is stick to your story. And when it's over, we cash in. Helen, and don't say anything. Just listen. You have to be careful about seeing or talking with one another for a while. It's called collusion. I'm sending you some money and a plane ticket to Acapulco. I've set up reservations for us at the Hacienda del Lobo. I'll see you there next Saturday night.
Joe, you wouldn't kid me.
I never did. Haven't we got more walking around money than we ever had in the bank?
Boy, it was a nightmare. I wouldn't go through that again for the key to Fort Knox.
Who needs Fort Knox?
What happened?
Sam Ferris and I sued the city. charged that I was subjected to false arrest, unlawful imprisonment, illegal search and seizure, malicious persecution, loss of job, damaged reputation, cruel and unusual punishment, mental torture, and you name it.
What does all that add up to?
$2 million, honey. And the golden bacon. Hey, you okay?
I feel dizzy.
That's not dizzy, Helen. That's flying. Here, drink this. You look a lot younger, especially when you smile.
You know, Joe, when I first saw you flaked out in Al's diner, I figured you had about as much life in you as a window dummy and weren't nearly as handsome.
I've changed.
You're beautiful, Joe Thompson. Just beautiful.
It's wholesome and American for a criminal to want to rise in the world, to want to get on to bigger, if not always better things. However, I hope this success story doesn't inspire you to do likewise. I'm not even sure to what degree our hero is a criminal. If so, he managed to carry out a crime that was somehow rendered legal by the illegality of the law. I shall return shortly. Money. In large quantities, it is frequently appealing. For this very reason, long sentences have been designed for grand larceny. Money persists in being a problem. They say it isn't everything, that it's the root of all evil. Then there are those who consider it eminently worthwhile, or who at least feel that they deserve the chance to decide for themselves, whatever the risk. I should like to look in on Joe and Helen Thompson one day, and perhaps find out if it was worth the cost. Our cast included John Lithgow, Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Getting in, as someone said about war, is easy. It's getting out that presents the problem. And we could say the very same thing about marriage. While faint heart never won fair lady, there's many a bold lad who wishes he hadn't been quite so courageous. We promise to love, honor, and obey as long as we shall live. The trouble is, some of us live a long time. While love, well, for a great many people, it just comes and goes, doesn't it?
But you said you'd be able to talk him out of it.
I tried. And I failed. Now we'll have to kill him.
Murder?
Yes, murder. And it has to be done before Monday.
There must be another way. Listen.
To what? We can have a long moral discussion, but why bother? In the end, we can only arrive at one answer. We have to kill him.
Our mystery drama, Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Carol Teitel and Cynthia Harris. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Hey, everybody, how can you top an Armour hot dog? Hot dogs. Armour hot dogs. What do kids put on Armour hot dogs? Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, cheese, barrels, and silver trout. I like mine with chili, please. Oh, hot dogs. Armour hot dogs. The dog pig loves to fight. The dog pig loves to fight.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you the Master Mechanic 6-gallon wet-dry vacuum is designed for heavy-duty cleanups in your garage or workshop. It picks up water as well as nails, ashes, and other debris, and comes complete with accessories, all for just $52.28. Plus, it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or free replacement at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
This is the sound of trouble.
problems in your vegetable garden. Insects and disease that can take a big bite out of tomatoes and other garden vegetables. But you can fight back with Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust. Now you can wipe out worms, annihilate aphids, banish beetles and thrips, and defend against disease. With Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust. Convenient, ready to use, Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust is tough on insects and disease, but won't harm plants. Just dust it on right from the container. The exclusive new container only from Ortho that lets you spray up, down, all around without clumping or clogging. So you can get at insects and disease wherever they occur, quickly and easily, with no mess, no waste. This is the sound of success. A healthy harvest of delicious vegetables. At Ortho, our concern for gardens is always growing.
Will you love me in December as you did in May? Asks the old ballad. And thereby hangs many a tale, especially the one you're about to hear, December and May. Can they ever be happily matched, satisfactorily mated? May, its radiant promise still unfulfilled. And December, its race already run. Here is a spinster, or perhaps we should say, a maiden lady, named Dorcas Downey.
You could sum the whole thing up and say there's no fool like an old fool. Adam Cartwright and I had been neighbors and friends for over 50 years, since we were children. On this particular day, Adam had come over for afternoon tea.
Thank you, Dorcas. But you should know, after all these years, that I take 2 lumps, not 1.
I know perfectly well what you take, Adam, but I'm cutting you down.
Why?
You reach a certain age, you have to be careful about your intake of sugar.
Oh, you think I'm getting old, Dorcas,
We go back a long way, Adam.
I wish I hadn't brought this up.
Well, we can always drop it.
Yes. You know, I never get tired of looking at this view. Blue sky, blue water. Besides, Dorcas, a person is only as old as he feels.
Is that so?
Well, he doesn't have to think he's old just because of the calendar and the clock.
Well, where are you headed, Adam?
I'm thinking of getting married.
Married?
Why shouldn't I get married?
Oh, I can't think of a reason.
Oh, you could think of a great many reasons. I'm too old. If all I want is companionship, I can have that without marriage, And so on and so forth. Yeah, but you're overlooking something.
Oh, I haven't said a word.
Yes, but I know what you're thinking. Let me tell you this, Dorcas Downey. I want love. I want the excitement of romance. Ursula's been dead for more than 10 years. Our marriage at best was... well, it was placid.
What's he trying to do, Adam? Sell me the idea or sell it to yourself?
I finally met someone.
Aha.
Someone with whom I want to share my life. I feel as if I'd been born all over again.
And who is the lady that performed this feat of magic?
Sally Lewis.
Sally Lewis? Your secretary?
I know what you're going to say. She's half my age.
At least.
What can she see in me?
Oh, I know what she sees in you.
Oh, I can always depend on you to be cynical. She has fallen in love with me.
Would she have fallen in love with you had you been the porter instead of the owner of the factory?
You see, that's what I mean.
Well, it has to be said.
Very well. And what else do you have to say?
I've said it all, except for one word. Congratulations. Sally Lewis. I had only been occasionally aware of her as Adam's secretary. At first, I had assumed that she was too pretty to be really efficient. Then I realized it was the kind of thinking I would deplore in a man. Naturally, I arranged for lunch.
Adam told me about this view. Yes, it is beautiful.
Coffee?
Thank you.
My grandparents, and Adams built these houses, well over 100 years ago. Easily, because my grandfather died in the Spanish-American War. Oh, how long ago and far away, and what musty old history that must sound like now.
Did you want to talk about history?
As opposed to what?
What's really on your mind?
Which is?
You don't like me, do you?
My dear young lady, you understate the case.
Well, what's the complaint? You had your chance.
I did?
You had two of them. First at the young Adam Cartwright, but he turned you down for Ursula. 40 years later, he was free again. He chose me.
Are you in love with him?
Of course I'm in love with him.
Would you be in love with him if he were poor?
Would he be in love with me if I were ugly? Oh, now, what's love anyway?
But I would dearly love to hear your definition of it.
It makes more practical sense than yours, Miss Downey. Miss Downey. You're what? 60 years old and you've always been Miss Downey? You may be a smart woman in certain areas, but love to you is a foreign language.
And I would assume that you speak it fluently.
All you have to do is tell the one you love exactly what he wants to hear.
Is that honest?
What does honesty have to do with it? You've been honest all your life. And who've you got to keep you warm in your old age?
What's in this for you? Money?
Naturally.
He's not as wealthy as some people think.
Oh, I'm in his office. I know the assets to the penny. In a year or 2 or 3, he'll want to retire. Then I intend to take over the management of the factory.
Oh, you're marrying the company.
Yes, of course. Tippecanoe, one of the leading names in fine, high-quality, classic American furniture for over 150 years. He doesn't know the first thing about marketing and merchandising.
And you do.
There are millions and millions to be made.
And he thinks you love him. May I wish you every happiness.
Thank you. I know it's impossible, but I do wish we could be friends.
I tell you, I revised my opinion of that young lady in a hurry. Her cold, calculating manner frightened me. She had, what word am I looking for? A serpentine quality. Deadly. Adam was my oldest, dearest friend. But how could I warn him without alienating him forever? And so they were married. And like 2 lovebirds flew off on their honeymoon. You're back, Adam.
In time for tea, I hope.
There you are.
Dorcas, she's made me very happy.
Well, then that's all that matters.
So happy I want to retire.
And then?
Do what I always wanted.
Which is what?
Well, we used to talk about it all the time, you and I, when we were children. Get on the boat and just sail leisurely all around the world. You don't remember.
Oh.
I suppose you just dismissed it as childish dreaming at the time.
Yes, I did.
But I mean it. I always meant it.
I see.
Just to live on a sailboat. To put into port whenever you like, stay as long as you please, come and go as the winds take you. It's just the kind of free and easy, open life that Sally and I have been talking about.
And Tippecanoe?
The factory? Well, you know I always hated it.
But it's the family tradition.
But no one ever asked me did I want to go into the furniture business. It was naturally assumed from the moment of my birth. I tried my very best, but it didn't go. No, Tippecanoe has been sinking steadily.
I understand. But with proper management, it can come back and be even greater than before.
I wish them luck.
Who?
The new owners.
You mean you sold Tippecanoe?
No, but I intend to.
Well, do you have a customer?
I'm going to practically give it away.
To whom?
To the people who deserve it most. To those long-time, loyal employees who spent their working lives there and who truly love the place.
Oh.
I have enough money for Sally and me to live nicely, but modestly, on the boat.
Tell me, Adam, have you discussed this plan with Sally?
No. I'm still formulating it in my mind. I'm telling it to you because I wanted to talk it out and, well, hear how it sounds.
And how does it sound?
Oh, wonderful.
Well, all you have to do is break the news to Sally.
I intend to do that tonight.
I would have given a great deal to be there when he told her, but of course that was impossible. Poor Sally. There was her whole, what do they call it today? Game plan. Down the tubes. You're what, darling?
I'm getting rid of Tippecanoe.
Yes, but why?
Because, my dearest, I have neither the head nor the heart for the furniture business.
Yes, Angel, but Tippecanoe has the name, the acceptance to become the most wealthy and powerful company in the industry.
Yes, I know.
And you're just going to give it away? Why?
Because of you, darling.
Me?
Yes. You gave me the courage.
To do what?
To risk being poor.
But
you inspire me to live for the important things, the eternal things. Suddenly, I feel we can do this together. Roam the world free, unfettered.
Oh, but sweetheart, what happens to Tippecanoe?
Who cares?
But the family tradition.
Not all family traditions are worth maintaining. Now, we'll take the open sea and the open sky. Or wouldn't you like that better?
Oh, darling, you're absolutely right.
You really think so?
My silly Adam. Would I say so if I didn't? But, I do want you to consider something.
Of course, dear.
I don't want you to do anything, for at least a year.
Why?
Do you trust your little Sally?
Well, certainly.
Well, I find the idea, which is absolutely overwhelming. I would love to load up that sailboat tonight and be off with the morning tide. But I'm thinking of you. Is this what you really want?
Well, yes.
I mean, you say that you've always hated the factory, but still, you spent your whole life working there. Why?
Well, I told you till now I never had the courage to get rid of it.
Yes, but perhaps deep inside you, without being really aware of it, you love the place.
Oh, no.
Oh, darling, I fell in love with you because you were one of a kind. You were a complete romantic. There aren't very many like you in the world. And so I have to somehow attempt to provide a bit of balance.
But we both want to do this thing.
Of course we do. But once we do, our decision is irrevocable. The die is cast. All I'm saying is, let's take 6 months, a year, just to make sure of our true feelings. Now, is that too much to ask?
How do you like the way she fielded that one? Obviously, she's stalling and playing for time. Who knew what can happen in 6 months or a year? Maybe she can get him to change his mind. Maybe something might befall him. An accident of some kind. Who knows? We have all sorts of options to explore when I return shortly with Act 2.
What's as beautiful as a summer sunrise and delicious besides? Summer fruits, it wouldn't be summer without them. Fresh plums and nectarines are here at last. Fresh from the tree, taste them and see. So sweet and juicy. California summer fruits taste as good as summer feels. Nature's way of smiling. Fresh plums and nectarines. Sponsored by the growers of California summer fruits.
Here's how to tell Skyhawk, the new smaller Buick, with your eyes closed. The doors, for instance, sound like this. Unless you get the sedan, then it's like this. Similarly, the hood and the trunk shut with a satisfyingly solid... The new Skyhawk, you see, is very precisely built and inspected hundreds of times in hundreds of places, so everything fits like... Excepting, of course, where people sit. There, the fit is more like... Ah. The new Buick Skyhawk. Everything fits beautifully, including you. That's nice.
This is a message about people. 13 business people. The 13 that comprise your Detroit area Cadillac group. This group of automobile dealers is somewhat different from other dealers in the area. Different because they recognize that they have a proud tradition to uphold. Different because just as they were here yesterday, you can be assured that they'll be here tomorrow. For as long as anyone in this area can remember, Detroit area Cadillac dealers have been here through good times and bad, selling and servicing what is always recognized as the finest automobile built in America. They've maintained the highest standards of quality and integrity throughout their history, and they're committed to doing just that in the future. They're the kind of people with whom you'll want to do business, because they're as far from the ordinary as the automobiles they sell.
Life is filled with all sorts of unexpected ironies, little twists and turns of fate. For instance, you marry a man for his money, but you convince him that you've married him for love. You convince him so completely and thoroughly that he actually believes it and says, in effect, who needs money? Let's give it away and just live on love. I didn't see Adam or his bride for several weeks. After all, newlyweds do esteem their privacy, or so I've been told. I was anxious to know how she had reacted to Adam's great decision to change his whole way of life and give away the factory. But, of course, I couldn't ask. And then one afternoon...
Dorcas!
Why, Adam, it's you.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Here we are, next-door neighbors, and we hardly see each other.
Newlyweds don't need company.
Dorcas, how could you ever be company? Did you come down to the dock to buy some fish?
Well, what other reason would I have?
I bet you're going to make that special seafood stew.
Why don't you and Mrs. Cartwright come over to dinner one night?
Mrs. Cartwright? Dorcas, you and I are old friends.
Yes, but your wife and I aren't even new friends.
Dorcas, I wish you'd make an effort to...
Yes?
Well... accept her.
Well, what difference does it make whether or not an old spinster like me accepts her or doesn't?
You just can't believe that this is a true love match, can you?
What are you doing down here?
Sally's coming in on the ferry. She had some errands in town.
Whatever happened to your plan to give away the factory and sail around the world?
Oh, we're just delaying it a bit. Oh, there. The boat's docking now.
Any particular reason for the postponement?
No, but Sally thinks we should sort of sleep on it for a bit.
In other words, she's against it.
Oh, no. She's enthusiastically in favor. I'm over here, darling. It's just she doesn't think you can run off on these things half-cocked.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Adam.
Well, wait and say hello to Sally.
No, I really must be getting home.
I know she's seen you from the boat. If you leave now, it'll be pointed. Sally, dear.
Hello, Adam, darling. Oh, why, it's Mrs. Downey.
Well, hello.
Dorcas is shopping for fish for one of her famous stews. Perhaps we can prevail upon her to invite us over one night.
Why, any time.
Give you a lift home, Dorcas?
I had planned on the walk.
It's going to rain any minute.
Well, then I can take a taxi.
No, I won't hear of it. Now, will you two just excuse me for a minute? I've got to stop in at the post office.
I'm sure he did that in the hope that you and I might get to know each other better.
And how's your campaign coming?
My campaign?
To keep him from giving away the factory. After all, by your own admission, you didn't marry him. You married Tippy Canoe.
Oh, well, I think I'll be able to talk him out of it.
Oh, I don't think so. He really wants it. More than anything else in the world.
More than me?
I don't underestimate your considerable physical magic. But in the end, my money will ride on the sailboat.
I don't think you know the score.
I didn't up till now, which is why I lost him.
Now, how could you have lost him? You never had him.
True. And the reason? I didn't take that sailboat seriously. No. He's going to give away Tippecanoe and go sailing round the world, even if he has to do it alone. Incidentally, how is your boyfriend?
My boyfriend?
Well, I'm sure you have one. A full-blooded, vibrant girl like you. You need one. How could Adam be enough for you? He'd be enough for me, but then I'm only an old spinster.
You're guessing.
Dorcas, Miss Cartwright.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello.
Dorcas, I was up past your house just before, and you know, the front door was open.
Was it?
Yes. Now, Dorcas, how many times do I have to tell you can't do that no more? Especially not during the tourist season, anyhow. Well, see you ladies later.
And, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, your boyfriend. Of course I was bluffing. Or was I? She had to have a boyfriend, someone closer to her age. And as I looked at her face, I knew the shot in the dark had hit the target. About a week later, I had crossed over to the mainland for the day, and as I was waiting for the ferry to discharge its passengers and start back, I saw a familiar figure.
Please stand back, folks. Now, take it on before they disembark.
I stepped behind a post to make sure she wouldn't see me, and as I watched her get off the boat and walk to the street, a tall, dark-haired man of about 35 came forward to greet her. They exchanged a quick kiss, and then they got into an automobile and drove off. Well, then, I did something I simply cannot hope to explain. As if I were a character in a movie, I hailed a taxi. And I said to the driver, for these words actually coming from my mouth, "Follow that car." Well, I followed them to a small Italian restaurant. Luckily, the place was rather dark, and they were sitting in a booth. I managed to get seated in the booth just behind them where I could hear without being seen.
The old fool. Oh, the pathetic old fool.
How do you stand it?
I think of Jacob.
Jacob? Jacob who?
Jacob, the son of Isaac.
Oh.
Now, he had to labor 7 years for Rachel.
Well, I think by the time he was through, it was closer to 14.
Well, I have to put in my time and labor for Tippecanoe.
I certainly hope it won't be 14 years.
Oh, Harry, how long can the old fellow last?
Well, you know, some of these old codgers can hang on forever. Now, this thing he has about giving away the factory, have you talked him out of it yet?
I don't know, Harry.
You don't know? Well, shouldn't it be easy?
Well, yes, darling, it should be, but somehow it isn't.
And there's a gold mine waiting there for just the right kind of exploitation. Oh, we can't let him give it away.
Don't worry.
But you must admit, it is something to worry about.
It was meant to be. One day you and I will be married. And then what will my name be?
You know what your name will be.
Just say it. Go ahead.
Mrs. Harry Tyler.
There you are. Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. The thing was fated.
Well, it's all very well to talk about fate. But the fact is, if you can't talk him out of it...
Darling, if I can talk him out of it, then we'll just have to find another way to handle it.
But you...
Oh, sweetie, we have so little time together. Let's not waste another minute on Adam Cartwright.
So that was the way the wind was blowing. And predictably. I had all this information, but the question was, what to do with it? As I was debating my course of action, the answer came from, of all people, why, it's Sally Cartwright.
May I come in?
May I offer you some tea?
Let's get down to business.
Well, I wasn't aware that we had any.
I saw you at the ferry slip in town the other day.
Oh?
Even though you stepped behind a post in order to hide.
Hide? From whom?
From me, naturally. And then, do you know what you did? You got into a cab and followed us to Risotti's. And then you sneaked into the booth behind us. True? True. Where I'm sure you overheard our conversation.
Most of it.
And then you followed us to the motel. Why did you do it?
To prove a point.
To whom?
Perhaps to Adam.
Your word against mine? A jealous, bitter spinster?
I could present proof. People have seen you together in the restaurant, the motel.
Oh, what makes you think Adam needs proof?
Are you saying he knows about Harry?
Well, not Harry Tyler specifically, but in his heart he knows there must be someone. Still, he can live with it if it remains his very own secret. But should you drag it out into the open...
The blow to his ego would be quite severe, wouldn't it?
And that's why he doesn't want your proof. It would force him to divorce me.
Then, there you are, out in the cold.
And so are you. He would hate you for the rest of his life. You would be the serpent who destroyed his little paradise. So if you think you can gain something for yourself, you'll wind up the biggest loser. If you're doing it for him, you'll only make him hopelessly miserable. Well, I'm so glad we could have this little chat. We really should visit more often.
There was really no way to take her. She had me effectively checkmated, stymied, however you want to put it. Well, I was busy for some weeks with my own affairs. Not love affairs, unfortunately, but community affairs. And then, one evening, I was at a concert.
Dorcas!
Why, Adam, it's you. Did you enjoy it?
Well, you know me. I'm tone deaf. I just show up for the looks of the thing. Let me walk home with you.
Oh, isn't Sally here?
No, she's spending the evening in town. College friend had a baby she wanted to visit.
Oh, yes.
It's a lovely night, isn't it? You see the silvery reflection of the moon on the water. Oh, to be out on the open sea under a moon like that. Especially with someone you love.
Mm-hmm. When are you giving away the factory and starting off on your trip around the world, Adam? Or has that been canceled?
Why would it be canceled?
Oh, it's just that I hadn't heard anything about it lately.
Well, I don't want to say too much until I'm just about ready to sign the papers and take off.
And when will that be?
Soon. I'm getting restless. No later than September 1st.
Oh, that's 2 months from now.
2 months. And then I shall be free forever.
Is, Sally aware of this September 1 departure date?
We're certainly going to discuss it tomorrow when she comes home.
She came home the following morning. I could see them from my place, sitting on their veranda having coffee. And was it my imagination, or was her face actually clouding over? Finally, he left. I felt I simply had to walk over there. Well, how's Harry Tyler?
If you don't mind, I'm in no mood for company.
Oh, then Adam has told you.
Told me what?
D-Day is the 1st of September.
That's what he thinks. He's not going to give away the factory.
My dear, I'm afraid we shall never have a modern version of Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Adam will get rid of the business and set sail into the sunset or sunrise.
I won't permit it.
Oh? And how do you intend to stop him?
There are ways.
I must tell you, when she said that, a chill ran through my body. Her voice was cold as ice, as hard and as sharp as pointed steel. There was a look in her eyes, a burning, smoldering look. I could almost feel it searing my flesh. What did she think she could do about it? But even as the question formed itself in my mind, the answer was also taking shape. The dreadful, inevitable answer.
I'm sure by now we have all figured out what that answer will be. Suddenly the game turns deadly. But you expected it from the beginning, of course. We all know that when December marries May, something, somewhere, has to give. Give me just a few minutes, and I shall return with Act 3.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays, from the creators of The Young and the Restless, it's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then, follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
and Peace Corps.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
It was Mrs. Browning who wrote, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways." On the other hand, we had Mrs. Cartwright. And we know that right now she must be thinking, "How do I kill thee? Let me count the ways." At least this is what Miss Dorcas Downey believes she is thinking.
What else is there for Sally but murder? And it isn't my imagination. I know she'll have to kill him. And I don't know what to do about it. Killing, murder, these are things you read about. They happen to other people. People you don't know. Every night, when Adam comes home, they sit on the veranda, and I know they must be talking about the factory. And so here I am, determined to do something I despise in other people. I am about to eavesdrop. I'm going to sneak across the property line and hide in the bushes. I must make sure.
I've asked Terence McKnight to come over here for dinner next Monday.
Oh, you're there.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready to begin the legal procedures.
Adam, I hope you've considered this from every angle.
Well, there are no angles, darling. It's something I wanted to do all my life.
Yes, but...
Well, what did you want to say?
Tippecanoe is a potential. The opportunities for profits are unlimited.
I'm past all that, my dear. I was once very rich, and I found it wasn't all that it's cracked up to be. Since you were never wealthy, you'll never miss it. The moon and the stars in the Southern Pacific. I was there in the Navy during the war. It's a sight you'll never forget.
You're determined to do it, then?
Why do you ask? You'll know.
Well, someone has to be the one to say, go slowly.
Yes. Go slowly till you find the way, and then it's full speed ahead. Now, my mind's made up. How about you?
Yes, Adam. My mind's made up, too. The following morning, I saw her leave the house. She was dressed for the city. She had a grim look on her face. I was picking some wild beach plums as she passed me by. Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Bound for town, I see. Had any luck?
Luck?
With Adam.
Suppose you let me worry about Adam.
September 1st. It's the start of some wonderful sailing weather.
Goodbye, Miss Downey.
Give my regards to Mr. Tyler. I shouldn't have spoken to her like that, not in her state of mind. But I'm only human. I've had very few victories to savor in my lifetime. Although, what kind of victory is this? I knew she was going to see Harry Tyler, nerve him up for what she wanted him to do. He was a handsome man with a weak chin. She would have to be the forceful one. Lady Macbeth.
We have to talk, Harry. His attorney is coming for dinner Monday night. That's in 6 days. And we can say goodbye to the factory, to Tippecanoe.
But I thought you said you could talk him out of it.
I said I would try. I tried and I failed. Now we have to do something else.
What else is there?
We'll have to kill him.
Sally, what are you saying?
You know what I'm saying, Harry. We talk around it. But we have to kill him.
Murder?
Oh, yes. Murder. It has to be done before Monday while I can still inherit the factory.
I don't know.
You know, Harry. You're playing this little game with yourself. But there's no other way if we want to get rich with Tippecanoe.
Sally, listen.
Oh, Harry, to what? We can have a long, soul-searching discussion, but why bother? In the end, there can only be one answer. We have to kill him.
I had gone down to the post office to get the mail. I happened to see her come in on the ferry. There was something different about her, something very quiet, threatening. I knew the decision had been made. They were going to kill him. I had to do something.
Dorcas, they're just suspicions on your part.
She has to kill him. She married him for his money, the factory. He plans to give it all away.
Well, I usually know what's going on around here, and I haven't heard about any such plans.
It's a secret.
Huh? How come you know about it?
Adam told me.
Do you expect me to believe that Adam Cartwright would give away a going concern like Tippecanoe and go sailing around the world in that boat at his age?
Sheriff, you must believe me.
Dorcas, why don't you go home and get a good night's rest?
What could I do? Go to Adam? I could just imagine what he would say to me. Well, did it matter? I would have to try to convince him to save himself, somehow.
Hello, Dorcas.
Oh, I thought I'd drop in for a cup of tea.
Good idea. Sally isn't home.
Oh?
Now, she had to go to the city, lots of shopping to do. We have to get ready for the cruise.
Oh, that's still on.
Oh, yes. Terence is coming over on Monday, and that's when I intend to break the news about the factory.
Adam, I don't know how to say this. Are you sure Sally wants to, that she wants the same things you do out of life?
Oh, yes. We've talked the whole thing out. We two are like one.
Well, look at it from her point of view. She's 30 and you're 67.
No, I'm only 65.
You are talking to me, Adam.
Well, I'm an unusually vigorous 67.
In 10 years, you'll be 77. She'll be just about 40.
What are we starting to talk about here, Dorcas?
She'll have to spend a great many years of her life without you, Adam. She'll be no longer young or pretty.
I know you, Dorcas. You're driving at something.
Well, there's only one way to say it, I suppose.
Say what?
Your wife is having an affair.
Well, that's a lie.
Why is it a lie? Consider. She's half your age.
Well, you don't know what she's really like. She's different.
Oh, it gets worse.
No, I just don't want to hear anymore.
She and her lover are planning to kill you.
This is monstrous.
Well, it's true.
How vindictive, how venomous of you, Dorcas. Now, please, leave. Please leave before I forget that I was raised a gentleman.
If I had deliberately set out to make a mess of things, could I have done better? I sat in my kitchen. I made myself a cup of tea. A murder was about to be committed, and there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. I never felt so helpless, so frustrated. What was that? A shot. Of course, it had to be a shot. And it came from the direction of Adam's house. No, I wasn't dreaming. No, I didn't imagine it. I heard a shot. Had they killed him already? Had they killed him? Of course.
Sheriff Neary.
Sheriff, it's Dorcas Downey.
Yes, Dorcas.
I just heard a shot.
At this hour?
Sheriff, I know a shot when I hear one. It came from Adam Cartwright's house.
Now, Dorcas, we went through this whole business this afternoon.
I am telling you, Sheriff, I heard a shot, and you'd better get right up there. I wasn't going to wait for him. I ran over to Adam's house. The front door was open. The bright moonlight streaming in made everything visible. Most of the furniture was overturned. The place was completely upset. And sitting, slumped in his armchair, was Adam Cartwright. I could see the bullet hole in his head. I was so frightened, I wanted to run right out of the house. Then I heard footsteps approaching and voices. I'd better hide. I stepped back into the kitchen, hoping no one would see me.
Sally, maybe we...
He's probably fallen asleep in his armchair, as usual.
But that nosy neighbor, she'll hear the shot.
How can she hear the shot? The gun has a silencer. Look, he's sleeping. Now, don't think about anything. Just do it, and it's all over. And then we'll turn the place upside down, and they'll think it was a burglar.
But you don't...
Hurry. Do it. Just aim it. And now... pull the trigger. See? See? Now let's just make a mess of it in here and...
Wait. Sally.
What is it?
Sally, look at this room. It's been ransacked. Somebody's been here. Wait a minute.
What?
Your husband. He's got a bullet wound. Yes, that's what it is. In his head. That's not where I aim. See, look. Mine hit him in the chest.
Harry, do you know what it means? There was an actual burglary, and the thief killed Adam. He did it for us.
Oh, good. Then I didn't kill him. Listen, I think we better get out of here.
Oh, yes, quickly.
Hold it. Don't move. All right, where are you going?
Sheriff, it's me, Mrs. Cartwright.
Yes, I got a report of a gunshot up here. Now, who is this man? Why does he have a gun in his hand? Take it away from him, Tom. Let's see what we got here. What are you trying to tell me, Dorcas?
Sheriff, they didn't kill him. Right after I called you, I ran up to the house. What they had planned to do, shoot at him, and then make it look as if the place had been ransacked, had already been done for them by a real burglar. Adam was dead when I arrived, and then almost immediately after, they showed up. Harry Tyler shot Adam without realizing poor Adam was already dead. I saw the whole thing.
You did, eh? Well, Dorcas, you're making a generous but a misguided effort to help her.
Oh, but Sheriff,
They're obviously lovers. Now, we can prove it. She was married to an old man who had to be in the way. Case is open and shut. State's attorney wants to go to trial.
And I guarantee you he'll get a conviction. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I tried. If there's nothing I can do about it, I suppose that will just have to be the end of it. And it was. The jury found Sally Cartwright and Harry Tyler guilty of murder in the first degree. Each was sentenced to life imprisonment. Each will be eligible for parole 26 years from now. But you won't have to wait nearly that long to hear from me, because I shall return shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund. If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
The game goes on. It's played all around us every day. The game of life and love and death. The game is played according to the rules. And one of the rules, even if it's an unwritten rule, is that May and December cannot long live together. For December must pretend to be warm and May to be cold. Sooner or later, something must snap and break and die, as we have seen, and shall see again and again, as long as vanity, foolishness, and greed remain in this world. Our cast included Carol Teitel, Cynthia Harris, Arnold Moss, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Of a northern Irish border town recently received a standing ovation from 1,500 of his...
I'm E.G. Marshall. We hear about the changing times. Is it the times that change, or the people within those times? We talk about a need for change, and then don't recognize the change when it comes along. Around 500 B.C., a Greek philosopher declared that all is flux, nothing stays still, nothing endures but change. Yet, an old French proverb tells us, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Confusing, isn't it? At least we know that time never stands still. But does it?
Jack, wake up.
Honey,
you're shivering?
I've just had the most ghastly dream.
I had a strange one, too.
Mine was so frightening, so real.
So was mine.
A voice told me to go to the old graveyard.
And to take 6 paces behind the stone in the northwest corner.
How did you know?
Because I had exactly the same dream.
Mystery drama, Too Early, Too Late, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Russell Horton and Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Jack and Ruth Peterson felt themselves lucky to inherit a ramshackle old house in Connecticut where his grandparents had once lived. The place was closed for a long time until last summer when the couple began fixing it up. They recalled past holidays there and decided it would be a great place to spend New Year's Eve. They have invited a friend from childhood to join them.
Ah, good dinner, Ruth.
Sorry Dave didn't get here in time to eat with us.
You should have been here by now.
I just didn't realize how late it is. I hope nothing's happened to him.
That's the nuisance of not having a phone. First thing next spring, we are going
I'm beginning to think we shouldn't have come here in the wintertime.
Oh, nonsense. I'd rather be here than anywhere else in the world.
Hey, anybody home?
It's Dave. I'll get the door. Dave, come in. We were worried.
Oh, welcome, old buddy. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been lost.
You're kidding. You know this area better than we do.
Well, it's wilder than it used to be and so dark. You know, I'm accustomed to city lights. And now the road's slippery. I couldn't make it up your driveway.
Have you had anything to eat?
Not a thing. I'm starved.
Oh, I hope there's a spark left in that wretched stove.
And while Ruth stirs up the coals, I'm going to get you a drink.
I feel better now. Back on those icy roads, your reunion in the woods sounded like a crazy idea.
I had this sudden urge to go back to the old days.
I remember, Dave, when we were kids, the 3 of us swore we'd be friends forever.
Yeah, I remember how the 3 of us used to leave the other kids there and go off to the old graveyard.
Yeah, and just sit there quietly.
I never did let on how scared I was.
Of ghosts?
I felt that all those dead eyes were looking at me. The old folks disapprovingly, and the children begging me to help them.
Honey, I thought you liked the old graveyard.
Oh, I did, in a creepy sort of way, but those ancestors of ours seemed almost too real.
Hey, do you suppose the inscriptions on those stones are still readable today?
Of course, we checked up this past summer.
Oh, I don't know. That place is terribly overgrown now. The bushes are just tangled everywhere.
I'd like to go back to that old graveyard and take a look. Hey, how about tomorrow?
Sheer ice underfoot.
Honey, let's try. It might not be so bad.
You two, just count me up.
Uh-oh, the storm is back. I should have fixed that broken shutter.
This house is like a sieve when the wind blows. It just sends chills into every corner.
Is it okay if I throw another log on the fire? Nothing like a roaring fire in the country. I remember these sudden windstorms.
I love them. Maybe that's why I went into the business.
Say, that's right. You still working on those wind machines?
You bet. We're making real progress.
I can tell you right now, you're on the wrong track.
What do you mean?
I mean, that old-fashioned stuff is out. Completely out. Our ancestors tried it.
You, know something better?
Yeah, darn right I do. Don't you realize we're in a nuclear age?
Yes, and it's much too dangerous.
No, not the way I'm working at it. We're almost ready to conquer nature.
Who needs your nuclear power? That's what the wind can
Jack,
do.
close the door. Oh, Lord, the lights have gone out.
That does it. I've got to put a new lock on this door.
I knew we shouldn't have come up here in the wintertime.
Well, don't you have kerosene lamps?
Yeah, there are plenty of lamps in the house, but Jack couldn't find any kerosene.
Everyone's bought it up for those fancy new stoves.
Is this ever a backward country? Now, just you wait.
No, wait, don't panic. We've got plenty of candles.
And we don't need a refrigerator. I chipped some ice off the rain spout, and the champagne's been chilling for hours. It's nearly midnight. Time to welcome the new year. Here's to us, and to a wind that blows everyone good.
Well, let's conquer that wind. Here's to nuclear energy.
Oh, wait a minute, you guys. While we're drinking champagne, millions of people are starving. I drink to a better chance for survival for everyone.
Yeah, that's what we all want. A happier new year.
sure I'm alive.
Oh, honey, you sure?
I just had the most ghastly dream.
I had a strange one, too.
Oh, but mine was so frightening, so real.
So was mine.
Listen, there was this terrible man. Oh, I guess he was terrible. I couldn't exactly see him. But he kept telling me over and over that I had to obey his orders.
Oh, that's extraordinary. Well, what did he tell you to do?
He told me I must go to the graveyard.
When?
At noon, today.
I don't believe it.
You don't have to believe in dreams, do you? Now listen, there's more.
The voice told you to go exactly 6 paces behind the furthest gravestone in the northwest corner.
How did you know?
Because I had exactly the same dream.
But that's impossible.
Is it? What was the next step?
To dig a hole?
To the depth of 2 feet?
Yes, that's what he said, and then we...
Uncover something that might change the whole course of the next decade.
It's
weird. You and I agree on a lot of things, but we were never any good at ESP. Wait till Dave hears about this.
Breakfast will be ready in a minute, I hope.
Oh. Stove sure feels good.
Hope you weren't cold during the night.
No, there were plenty of blankets. I don't know. I'm chilled to the bone.
Oh, sorry about that. Here, here's a cup of coffee.
Oh, thanks. You know, I had the most extraordinary dream last night.
You too?
Yeah. Now, wait till I tell you. There was this disembodied voice.
A man.
Yeah, but, I had no idea what sort of person he was. He sounded as though he knew me, and he wanted me to do something.
Oh, no.
What did he want you to do?
He ordered me to go to the old graveyard.
When?
Today, at noon.
And to take 6 paces straight back from the last gravestone in the northwest corner.
How did you know that?
Because I had the same dream.
And so did I.
It's incredible. Let me tell you the rest.
We know.
You're supposed to dig a hole.
That's it.
2 feet down, and you'll find...
Well, the voice didn't say exactly what we'd find.
Oh, not what, but he indicated it was something important.
Hey, now just come on a minute. We're acting as though there really is something buried there.
I don't know what to think.
I know, I'm scared. How could 3 people have the same dream if there wasn't something to it?
It's simple. Last night we all had the old graveyard on our minds.
But we were talking about a time years ago when we were just kids.
Those were vivid memories. And wait a minute. I did say I'd like to see the graveyard today.
But I said I wouldn't go.
Only I knew you'd come along.
Well, I have a theory about dreams.
What is it?
I believe that dreams take up where an interrupted thought left off.
I don't follow you.
Last evening, we were all thinking about going to the graveyard, right? And then the storm blew up and the lights went out.
Yes, that's right.
We each concentrated on the same thing. And then, boom. I mean, don't you see how logical it is?
That's an analysis even Freud might approve of.
Elementary. So, we just go ahead with our original plans.
But I think since we're going to the graveyard, we might as well take along a couple of shovels. Just in case.
Are you two really going to the graveyard?
We're all going, Ruth, and just for kicks, we're going right at noon. Beautiful it is.
We've never been here in the wintertime. It looks like an ice palace.
Hey, this one's my great-great-great-grandfather. He lived to a ripe old age.
Why did they carve such an awful skull thing with wings?
Oh, that's the traditional angel of death.
The person who lies under here was drowned in Lake Ontario.
How'd you know that?
It says so.
Hey, listen. Church bell.
There hasn't been a church around here in 100 years.
Yes, there's a church over the hill.
It's 2 miles away.
Oh, it's a clear day. The atmosphere and wind are just right for sound to carry.
And the dream said noontime, so if it's striking...
Do you suppose...
I'm getting out of here.
No, just a minute, Ruth. I'll tell you one thing. We couldn't possibly dig a hole in the ground.
Why not?
Because the ground is frozen absolutely solid. Look, I'll show you.
Well, I'll try over here.
Yeah, you see, Ruth? Look, it's hard as marble.
Well, I'm glad of that. Because anyway, we could get arrested for digging up a grave.
Only we're supposed to dig beyond the last tombstone. That's out of the cemetery.
Ground will be just as hard over there.
At least we can see if there's some sort of marker.
Yeah, why not?
Here's the last stone.
Okay, let's measure off 6 paces. How long is a pace?
That's a big step, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, I'll show you why we can't possibly dig a hole. You try over there, Jack, and don't break the shovel. Okay, here goes.
Good Lord. The ground is soft as butter.
It can't be. Just one step back and look. It's hard as a rock.
Come over here and dig.
I'm not going to watch. I don't like the sight of old bones.
2 feet down. We're almost there, Jack.
I found something. Here, scrape the dirt away.
Be careful.
Well, I'll be. Look. Ruth. Look. What is it?
Oh. Something shiny.
I've never seen anything like it.
What have they found? Something shiny, Ruth said. Can it be gold? Surely not treasure buried by Captain Kidd. Although there's at least one legend which claims that some of his loot was buried in the foothills of Connecticut. However, that's another story. Our 3 friends had made a surprising discovery, and the circumstances which surround their findings become more strange by the minute, as you'll learn presently in Act 2. What is the fabric of dreams? Are they fashioned of fragments from the past, or do they portend the future? Something remarkable has just taken place. 3 people have had the same dream. Moreover, this dream has led them to an old graveyard on the first day of a new year in the 1980s. They have just dug a hole in the ground, roughly coffin-shaped. And what they uncovered has left them stunned.
How can this be?
Jack, don't touch it. I think it's some kind of a bomb.
Can't be a bomb. It's encased in glass.
No, it's not glass. I struck it hard with a spade.
Plastic?
No, I don't think so. Plastic doesn't gleam like that. It's made of a substance I've never seen before.
But what is it?
I'd say it's a time capsule.
Oh, Lord, storm coming. 1 more minute, we'll be drenched.
There's not a cloud in the sky.
Wind.
Hang on to me, Jack. I can't stand up.
Hey, get down on the ground, everybody.
No need to behave like that. Get up.
That voice. It's his.
Whose voice?
The man in our dream.
Don't let your imagination run away with you.
I knew you'd come. Greetings.
Isn't it his voice?
Where's it coming from?
Over there, by that last tombstone.
That's where one of my ancestors is buried. He died in 1790.
You're so right.
He can't be a voice from the dead.
Right again.
Someone is playing tricks. They planted a tape recorder.
Wrong about that. Tape recorders went out of use years ago.
But you came from there, from the grave of... You must be my great...
Nonsense. Do I look like a man from the 18th century?
No, you're dressed just like us.
Of course.
Then you must be a descendant of one of the people buried here. That would make you a distant cousin.
Sorry to disappoint you. I'm no blood relative, but I do know all these people. I know them very well.
Let's stop this nonsense. You're a joker. You were crouching behind that stone. And it's time to tell us what this charade is all about.
I don't play charades.
This has to be some sort of game.
Surely you haven't forgotten your dream.
Who are you?
That, dear lady, is of little importance. What does matter is who you are and what you're going to do about it.
Would you stop talking in riddles and tell us what you're driving at?
In due course. Right now, we must all get down to business. So far, you have obeyed instructions and uncovered what we sent you to find.
Tell us what that thing in the ground is.
You were right in calling it a time capsule. I suppose, in a way, that's what it is.
No ancestor of mine ever buried an object that looks like that.
I don't think anyone's thought about time capsules back in the 1780s.
Exactly. So, if it's just been buried, who wants to open it? We know everything that's going on today.
Who said anything about today? This capsule contains the future.
Oh, then I'm going to break into it.
Not so fast.
Here's the spade. Let's dig it up.
No need for that. Put the spade down.
Okay, then help us get this thing out of the ground.
It's very simple. Stand back. The capsule will come out right over there. Do you see what I have in my hand?
Well, sure. It's a flashlight.
What an antiquated idea. This is a beamer.
A what?
I focus the beam like this, and...
The capsule's coming out of the ground.
We'll track it over here where there's space for us all to gather around.
Hey, it's bigger than I thought. Must be nearly 4 feet long.
The last one we buried was much bigger. We've come a long way in the past century.
Well, for Pete's sake, open it.
Why don't you do it? It's very easy. Just lift off the shell.
Here, Dave, I'll help you.
You see how light it is?
It's like something out of science fiction.
There is no fiction about these scientific instruments.
Unbelievable. Computers? Scanners?
What strange-looking bottles.
Why, that's a miniature space module.
They've put too much in here. I told them there would be only 3.
By 3, do you mean Ruth and Dave and me? Are you talking about us?
Of course. Why do you think you've been summoned here?
We haven't the slightest idea.
You'd better find out. How stupid can you be?
But no one has explained...
I know. And the young lady is shivering.
Well, it's the 1st of January. It's cold.
We'll fix that. We'll start a fire.
Oh, come on. This frozen wood will never burn.
Who needs wood? This nuclear pellet will do.
Nuclear pellet? You want to blast us all out of this world?
Oh, what a lot you have to learn. One small pellet from this bottle, and this is just the spot. There.
Let's get away, Jack. There'll be an explosion.
Sure is. If this crazy man is really playing around with a neutron.
Calm yourselves, my friends.
How do we know we can trust you?
You have no alternative. We're all here together for a purpose.
Look, Mr. Whoever you are, you'd better get to that purpose right now. We've had enough of these magic tricks.
Warm yourselves by the fire while I get your material from the capsule. Then I'll give the proper instructions to each of you, one at a time.
Fire feels good.
No, this is crazy. All of it. That man's insane. He may well be dangerous.
He may be a madman, but by golly, I want to know everything he has to say. And one of the...
He's coming back. He's carrying something looks like a big balloon.
Your name is Jack, is that right?
That's right.
And you're the man who's working on energy sources through wind power?
Well, I don't know how you know that, but it's true.
Hang on to this inflated bag. It's filled with wind power.
The bag's so light it can't be filled with anything but wind.
Oh, no, you're quite wrong. It contains instruments which weigh at least 100 pounds.
Well, how can that be?
Pay attention. First, tell me who lies under this stone.
That's the grave of my ancestor, Samuel Peterson.
Did you know he was one of the first to build a windmill in this part of the country?
Oh, that's very interesting.
It could have been, but it wasn't.
Why? Didn't it work?
He tried, but all he ever got was a trickle of water. We offered to help him, but he was too busy to listen.
Well, that was 2 centuries ago. If I could just show you what we're doing today...
You can show me nothing. Open that bag.
Well, these things couldn't have come from that lightweight bag.
When will you learn how easy it is to carry heavy objects when they're floated in hydrogen?
No, that can't be. The slightest friction and everything would go up in flames.
I'd forgotten you've not yet figured how to make hydrogen decombustible. But no matter. I'll give Jack 1 minute to look over the contents of the bag.
And there's everything here that I've been working on.
Much more.
There's a computer, because I have one of those.
Not like this one.
All these other things. How wonderful. A rotor, the new vertical blades, an electronic driving shaft, all in miniature. I've never seen such perfect scale models.
Those are not scale models.
Of course they are.
Your cumbersome equipment is out of date. That small piece of machinery in your hand can power turbines to light a city or to move a 747.
I don't believe it.
You will when you learn how. But it's time to open the next bag. I'll get it.
He's mad, you know. That stuff is a bunch of junk. How can I tell without testing it?
Your name is Ruth.
Yes. I know nothing about machinery.
You are concerned that some people don't have enough to eat, right?
You have no idea how many people are dying of starvation.
Open the bag.
Filled with bottles and seed packets and chemical retorts.
Enough there to feed the world many times over.
You're joking.
Those seeds can be treated to germinate within minutes rather than weeks.
Oh, how wonderful if that would be true. And then what are these pills?
Each one contains more nutrients than a full-course meal.
Then why haven't we heard about them? I try to keep up with all the literature.
That's why I'm here, to help you.
With a bag full of seeds and pills? How do I know these things aren't poison?
Is there no trust left in the world? You're a woman with a brain. Use it. The formula is there. Find out for yourself.
He's gone for the third bag. This one has to be for you.
And your name is David. You consider yourself an expert on nuclear power?
On certain aspects of it, yeah.
Well, that's the whole point, those aspects. Open the bag.
Another bag of tricks. You know, I'm not interested in the scale model of a reactor. Our problem is getting rid of hazardous wastes.
On the right track.
You're darn right we are. We're reprocessing uranium and plutonium, leaving no more than 10% radiation.
That's too much.
I suppose you know how to get rid of it.
Read the instructions and you'll find the way to end all thermal pollution.
That'll be the day.
It will, if you want it to be.
Fire's going out. It's getting so dark. I think there's going to be a snowstorm.
Only a passing cloud, but I must be on my way. I'll inflate the bag so you can carry your precious materials home.
You mean we can keep these things?
Only if you make proper use of them.
Well, come with us, then. There are a lot of questions I want to ask.
Oh, no. No, you're on your own. If you three are doing more for humanity than the people buried under these stones, then prove it.
Well, what do you expect us to do?
You will use the information I have given you to help solve the problems of a troubled world.
That's a big order.
We don't expect it to happen overnight, so you will have 1 month in which to make progress.
Who's calling the shots?
That's out of your hands and mine. But I'll meet you here 1 month from today at noon. On February 1st, to find out how you're doing. Good luck.
With that last big gust of wind, the mysterious stranger vanished without a trace. Then the three bewildered people returned to the country house with what they called their bags of tricks. If you are skeptical, so were they. That strange presence had appealed to each of them individually on matters which concerned them deeply. If nothing else, they are consumed with curiosity. We hope you are too. Act 3 will begin presently. Our three friends have spent an extraordinary afternoon with a presence who did not identify himself. They have been challenged to show what progress can be made in important fields of human endeavor. Baffled by the circumstances, they are compelled to examine the materials which have been placed in their hands. Several hours have passed. and their absorption has been complete.
It all makes sense, Ruth. Every page of it.
The combination of ingredients used in these pellets is fantastic. Why haven't we thought about using this formula?
I've got to get to the lab to try this out.
Now, how are we going to explain what happened today?
There's no need to, Jack. Once we learn how to use these tools, the information is ours to demonstrate.
Then you do believe that for some reason we've been chosen.
All we can do now is believe in ourselves.
I think it's time to pack up and go back to civilization.
Well, I'm leaving right now. And if word gets to the suburbs that a city apartment house is blown up, you'll know something went wrong.
You must come to bed. You've been working on the car every night this week with almost no sleep.
It's nearly ready for testing. I am getting close, very close.
How do you feel?
Oh, I never felt better. Why?
I just feel guilty about not cooking dinner.
Well, there's time for dinner with so much to do.
Yes, but we can't use up the food pills until I learn how to make more.
Yeah, that does it. Now, I'll just turn on the ignition. It works. By heaven, Ruth, it works.
What's so unusual about starting the motor?
How'd you like to drive this car without ever buying another drop of gasoline?
Jack, come into my office.
Glad you called me, sir. I have something very important to show you.
Now, Jack, what's this I hear about you not attending the WPNA meeting?
We're too busy, sir.
And who do you think you're working for?
I never believed so completely in wind power as I do right now. Now, let me show you my car.
What the devil do I care about your car?
Please, when you see it, you'll know what I've been working on all week.
Well, you can drive me to the plant. 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Nice-sounding motor, isn't it?
Yeah, sounds okay to me.
Take a look at the gas gauge.
What? Why, you young fool, it's empty. What kind of game are you playing?
Just proving a point.
Yeah, drive into that gas station.
This car does not use gas.
Oh, I suppose it's running on thin air.
Exactly. I'm using wind power.
You're out of your mind.
Yeah, I'll pull up over there and open the hood so you can see for yourself.
You hooked that tiny vertical bladed motor to the generator.
That's right.
At what speed?
Well, I've only tested it up to 70 miles an hour.
How far will it go without being regenerated?
I've only driven 250 miles, but it regenerates itself.
Jack, drive me back to the office at once. Jack, you must realize we have a tiger by the tail. Now, how many people know about this invention of yours?
Well, you're the first one I've come to.
Good. So until the details can be worked out, this must be kept an absolute secret.
Oh. No, that's not the point. If we go into production immediately, we can lick the energy crisis.
Now, first of all, Wind Power Associates must have an exclusive contract.
But this is for everybody.
We'll take out a patent in your name, of course. And, Jack, from now on, you're a vice president and stockholder in the company.
Well, I don't want a patent or a title. All I want is for you to back me up with a public demonstration. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You're madder than I thought. For your own protection, Jack, I'm not throwing you to the wolves. Bruce Peterson, what's going on in here? Looks like a jungle.
These seeds. There's just never been anything like them. Now, look, it's almost ready to be harvested. That whole side is wheat. And over here, it's rye. And the tub, that's full of rice.
Well, how did all that stuff get in here? The storeroom was empty just a couple of days ago.
That's why I called you. I've been given a formula with which I treated these seeds. And you pour some water in that bowl, and I'll just show you what happens.
Well, that'll be good.
Now, I'll sprinkle some of these seeds in the bowl. Now, watch.
Well, I'll be... Well, you're opening up like those magic flower things we had as kids.
They just start sprouting immediately. And when they're planted, well, there are the results. We can feed the world.
Ruth, come into the conference room and make a report.
Mr. Bascom, you say you've come up with something that limits radiation?
Well, yes, sir. I'd like to show it to you.
I'm a very busy man. Can't you sketch in the details?
No, sir. It's all set up in the testing room.
I thought you'd been given instructions that no more nuclear devices were...
Sir, this experiment is different. It's like nothing you've ever seen.
Is everything sealed?
Yes, sir. Sealed tight. Put on your face mask. The light will be bright. Here goes.
Now, you had your explosion, and according to the Geiger reading, there's a high radiation count.
I installed a container which will open with the heat and pour its contents over the contaminated area. Watch, sir. It's working.
Right, George. The counter has stopped.
Yes, sir. That means all contamination has been eliminated.
David, if what you've just done can be proved, we must contact the Pentagon immediately. Ruth, are you home?
Yes, but not for long. You're going to drive me to the airport.
Oh, honey, I'm bushed. Nothing but disappointment all day, all week. What's this about an airport?
Well, you know how well my work's been going. They've tested the formula, and they've learned how to make the food pills.
Well, so why don't they ship them off to wherever they're needed most?
Because if they fell into the wrong hands, they'd never get to the needy. I have the honor of launching the program. They're sending me overseas.
Pentagon. I'll never learn my way around this place.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes.
Sign here.
Look, ma'am, I've been here 5 times in the last couple of days.
Sign here.
I've signed in duplicate and triplicate. I've even been fingerprinted. Look, please, could you tell me which way to room 1405?
Down the hall to the left, then turn right.
Mr. Bascom, we're deeply impressed by the documentation on your experiment.
Please, sir, would you untangle me from all this red tape so we can go to work on the disposal of hazardous waste?
All in due time. You have given us what can be a clean bomb.
Now, wait a minute. I want nothing to do with bombs.
But if we had a missile which was truly clean, imagine the possibilities.
My information must not be used for making weapons. I am concerned with saving lives, not destruction. Look, I want those documents back. I should have gone straight to the Nuclear Energy Commission.
We work directly with them, of course. I know they'll be interested.
Okay, then give me my papers and let me go.
These have now become government property.
Okay, I'll go to the president.
I'm sure that eventually he will want to see you.
I mean right now.
Naturally, you'll be living in Washington. We will provide security. A man with your information must be protected at all times. Oh, Dave, am I ever glad to see you.
That goes for me too, Jack.
How you doing?
Miserably. Before any damage is done, I must get to the president. How's it going with you?
Rotten. I've drawn charts. I filled in forms. The auto industry won't talk to me till their big convention in April. I tried going straight to the press. They think I'm a nut.
Yeah, I know what you've been going through.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Who? Louder, please. This connection is terrible. Hello? Hello? Ruth, where are you?
I'm in jail.
Well, you're where?
They put me in prison.
For what reason?
For being a spy.
You're kidding.
Darling, I'm only allowed one phone call. Please, please do what you can to get me out of this place. I'm in the...
Ruth? What's the matter with this line?
What is it?
Ruth's been thrown in jail. I have no idea where, and the phone's dead.
Well, you know where we're supposed to be 3 days from now.
Oh, we can't go without Ruth.
Oh, we may have to.
This house is colder than ever.
Mind if I throw some wood on the fire?
Go ahead. I guess we'll be up all night. I can't imagine getting any sleep.
You do think he'll be there, though, don't you?
I'll have to be. I get more worried about Ruth by the minute.
Well, he's the one who's responsible. He'll have to bring her back.
Oh!
darling.
You all right, Ruth?
I'm okay. I wouldn't go through that again for anything.
How'd you get away?
They released me yesterday without any explanation. I was put on a plane and sent home, and I rented a car at the airport, and here I am.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Of course, I had to be here. Tomorrow, we have a rendezvous.
I'm sorry to get up so late. Good morning.
I'm not sure that it is. Maybe I'm not awake yet, but I feel very strange.
I hope you didn't have bad dreams like mine all night long.
Your dreams couldn't have been as wild as mine. I need another cup of coffee.
Well, fresh air ought to fix us up. Remember, we agreed to go to the old cemetery.
Looks very different this time of year.
I'd forgotten the place was so deep in the woods.
Greetings, all of you. You're right on time.
He's here.
Of course he is.
He said he would be, didn't he?
You don't know what trouble you got us into.
Oh, yes, I do.
You threw me to the warlord.
I was thrown into jail.
I know. Don't bore me with details. You were given a remarkable opportunity, but not one of you got to first base.
Well, it was all so frustrating.
Life always is. And so are dreams.
Well, how would you handle a situation where everything has to be checked and double-checked?
I wouldn't stand for it.
Well, you'd have to, unless you were a dictator.
Your ancestors under this ground came here to be free. They acted for themselves, did things in their own way.
And how many died young? You just read the dates on these gravestones.
That's irrelevant.
Irrelevant that we've learned to prevent the diseases they died from?
If you think it's progress to extend the span of human life, why are you working to wipe out your entire universe in one instant?
That's not our intention. It's too early to pass judgment on what we can do in the future.
Too late, I'd say. In view of the way you've already bungled things.
Yeah, but now with the tools you've given us, we'll get things on the right track.
You never had any tools. It was quite clear from the beginning that our experiment would be too much for you to handle.
You brought us the capsule.
I brought you a time capsule only. Often a very useful tool for stretching the mind.
Well, then help us to use it.
Oh, no. No, that's up to you. Too early, too late. Anything's possible in the time machine. And right now, it's time to go back.
He's gone.
Yeah, I've had enough of this old graveyard. Let's get out of here.
Race you down the hill.
Not me. I feel very tired all of a sudden.
I have a headache.
I'll see you at the car.
Having car trouble?
I thought I'd warm up the motor, but the darn thing won't start.
Hey, you wrecked the battery.
Jack, look at the gas gauge.
Well, it's empty. I swear we filled it yesterday. Didn't we, Ruth?
It sounds crazy, but I don't remember.
It's quite a hike to the nearest gas station.
But the summer station is closed in February.
What did you say?
I said the station is closed.
I'm all mixed up. What day is today?
Well, I'm not working, so it must be a holiday.
I feel as though I've been away for a month.
An old graveyard can be a very unsettling place. What time is it?
Well, on my watch, it's 2 minutes to 1. We've been here nearly an hour.
An hour? But what's the date?
Well, my watch says it right here. It's January the 1st.
January the 1st? What happened to the whole month of January?
But that's not possible. You mean that all that happened to us didn't... Was it a dream?
Well, if it was, I'm glad.
So am I.
Well, then, don't look so gloomy, you two. Happy New Year. all things are possible. It's really just the beginning. Minutes, hours, days, a month. The major events of a lifetime can pass through the human mind within a matter of seconds. And what do we mean by progress? I'm inclined to believe the 1980s are a good deal better than many people say they are. Perhaps, to use Shakespeare's phrase, time is always out of joint. In their struggle for existence, those early American settlers were forced to move slowly. Today, the frightening part about heading into the future is not speed. It's the direction we are taking. I'll be back shortly. It's not unusual to come across a ghost in an old graveyard, but a ghost of the future? Our ghost, if that's what it was, offered some tantalizing possibilities. At least he indicated there are better things ahead. Author George Orwell painted a far gloomier picture, but we're so close to 1984 that some of Orwell's predictions can't possibly come true. Or can they? We are forced to revert to that well-worn cliche, only time will tell. Our cast included Russell Horton, Marion Seldes, Paul Hecht, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
When love dies, so does the loved one, said an ancient philosopher. Some people have taken this literally. When Bluebeard, for example, lost interest in a wife, the poor lady would lose her life. Another dangerous man to be married to was Henry VIII, although he was not nearly as bloodthirsty as most people think. He only killed 2 of his 6 wives. 2 he divorced, 1 died in childbirth, and the last one outlived him. But sometimes the shoe, or we should say the slipper, was on the other foot or leg. There were also some ladies who were quite adept at getting rid of boring husbands and inconvenient lovers.
Shall you inspect the accounts, my lord? Why, to report to the king?
I'm sure that they're in order.
Yes.
Well, then why bother?
Oh, thank you, my lord. And I would like to give you the usual present for your cooperation.
May I choose my own present?
Speak. Anything at all.
In your household is a woman.
One of my slave girls?
No.
One of my concubines?
No.
Who, then?
Your wife.
Our mystery drama, Only a Woman, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton and Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Wednesday on CBS television, Karen Valentine is a social worker who's always ready to take on whatever problem, no matter how big it is.
The city's tearing your house down?
close to blowing it up.
But sometimes her help just isn't appreciated.
Well?
I'm going to call a taxi. Then I'm going to call the police.
Don't miss Outrageous Comedy on Adamtown, Wednesday night at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS Television.
I'd like to be shown a little respect.
Gilbert, we're showing you as little as we can.
When you get it,
Itchy, red skin.
when you get it,
Darn bug.
when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Cordaid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it,
Itchy eczema.
get Cordaid.
Read and follow label directions.
I'm Lorette Rupee, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
The present is a moment in time which pauses briefly and then is gone. It is all we can do to recapture the history that occurred during our own lifetimes. History which is amply documented and to which we have been eyewitness. How then can we make sense of those people, times, and events when myth was the basis for fact, and history was written by the hired scribes of the mighty? But are things that much different today? Many thousands of years ago, there was an Assyrian scribe named Adamalek. He was summoned to the palace of the mightiest queen in history, Semiramis.
My name is Adamalek. I curse the day I learned how to write. I could have followed my father into the counting house, or my brother into the army, but no, I had to learn to... Well, I'm not dead yet. Everyone says I'm honored to be chosen as scribe by the mighty queen.
You are...
I am Adamalek, empress of the earth, goddess of our world, font of all wisdom, paragon of all virtue, whose radiant beauty shadows the sun.
And you are the scribe?
Yes.
Approach. No, closer. Let's have a better look. Good. I see you have with you the implements of your profession. Sit. Well?
Your magnificence, your presence...
Oh, sit and be silent. Now then, to begin. Semiramis, great and powerful queen of Assyria, Babylon, and all the regions, appointed ruler of the greatest gods, guardian of right, lover of justice, maker of peace. Do you comprehend what I wish to say?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, then fill in the rest on the tablet. And I expect some originality. I'm sick to death of being called a lioness and so forth. Understand?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Right. So that my name and my deeds shall be known and worshipped till the end of time, I shall set down the story of my life.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, then let's begin. Write as I instruct. My mother was our goddess, Dagon, who fell in love with a mortal man, my father. In anger, she killed her lover and in remorse threw herself into the river, where she was transformed into a fish, which is why to this day our people eat no fish. In my mother's honor. Have you so written?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I was left to die, an infant in the wilderness. But hear this wonder. A flock of pigeons nestled near me, kept me warm with their wings, and fed me with cheeses stolen from the neighboring herdsmen and shepherds. What is your name, scribe?
Adar Malik, if it pleases Your Majesty.
Yes. Yes, it pleases me very much. Adar Malik.
I lowered my head quickly, but I had already seen the soft light in her eyes. That soft light. They'd warned me about it. Later, that soft light would be replaced by one harder and sharper than the keenest blade of steel. Later, after she had taken pleasure from him, she would dismiss her lover with a gift of jewels and money. But, as he stepped outside the palace door, 50 spears were waiting to pierce his chest.
And then one day, the shepherds found me, and they brought me to the house of the overseer of the king's flocks and herds, a man named Simma, who first raised me as a daughter, and then took me for his wife.
Well, and whom have we here? Who is this vision of beauty and delight?
I am Semiramis.
Semiramis. Even the name is beautiful. Beloved of the doves.
I was raised by the doves.
I can well believe it. Do you know who I am?
Yes, you are Menimus, superintendent of the king's household.
And who are you, my Semiramis?
I am not yours, Semiramis.
Whose are you?
I am the wife of Simma, the overseer of the king's shepherds.
But Simma is an old man.
He's good to me.
Indeed. Come here. Closer. Now, close your eyes.
For what reason?
Or keep them open. Some ladies kiss one way, some the other.
It is the same with men. Which are you?
That you must find out for yourself. Is your husband that good to you?
No. Were your eyes open or closed?
Didn't you notice?
I forgot.
So did I.
I shall prepare my husband for your arrival.
Gently.
I am always gentle.
Some wine, great Menon.
Thank you.
Shall you pour, my dearest?
At once, my darling.
Well, I shall have the tablets brought in.
The tablets?
The accounts. You have come here to review my stewardship of the king's flocks and herds.
Of course.
Unless you would rather see them in the morning.
I would rather not see them at all.
But you have come all this distance.
Why must I be subjected to tablet after tiresome tablet filled with all sorts of bothersome figures? I am sure everything is in perfect order.
Oh, it is.
There, you see? We agree.
And, when you leave, the usual present for your thoughtfulness and cooperation will be ready for you.
I am sure you are as generous this year as ever.
It has been a very good year. The gods have been kind.
My good Simma, may I choose my own present?
Speak.
I have seen in your household my heart's desire.
Anything I have is yours.
Then, I ask for a woman.
One of my slave girls?
No.
One of my concubines?
No.
Who, then?
Your wife.
My wife? No.
No? And why not?
Why not?
My position entitles me to a present. Had I been rapacious, grasping, greedy, I could have driven you to ruin. Instead, what do I ask for? Only a woman.
Oh, yes, but...
You must admit she is only a woman.
Menon, I beg you.
Enough. Shall I have my servants examine your records? Shall I count every grain of wheat, every ear of corn, every drop of wine, each heifer, calf, lamb?
Please, do not take her. She is my greatest treasure.
Come, old man. Can you expect one such as she to waste away here in the desert?
She cannot be taken. She can only go freely. Let her decide. Choose. Choose between us, Semiramis.
I? Choose? What am I? Who am I to provoke the wrath of the gods by my presumption? I'm only a woman. I'm only a chattel, a slave. Who am I to be consulted?
Leave her with me, Menon. Take my cattle, my sheep, all my horned beasts, but leave her with me. Take my gold, my silver, my precious pearls, and my rubies, but leave her with me.
I shall not leave her with you, Sema.
Then you must fight.
To draw a blade against the king's steward is to defy the king himself.
Then do I defy him? I shall arm my servants, my people.
You're mad.
Yes, I am mad. She has made me mad for her arms and her kisses. You shall not take her from me. I will fight. I shall fight to the... I cannot live without her. I shall not live without her. I defy you. Oh. Wine. Pour me some wine. No! Water! I cannot.
Poor fellow. He's dead. It appears to have been a sudden onslaught of apoplexy.
Yes, or it may have been something he had to drink.
Have you written it, Adamalik?
Each and every word, Your Majesty.
Adamalik, tell me, how old are you?
20, Your Magnificence.
20. The age of a man's greatest powers. He was 20. My Menon. 20. And so, it passed that Menon took me back with him to his luxurious quarters in the royal palace. I had thought I had seen the riches and comforts in the house of Simma. But what had Simma been? A petty minor official. Compared to Menon, Simma had lived on scraps.
You will learn to play, my beloved.
Oh, yes. I would like that.
And to sing, and to dance, and to dress in silks. These are silks.
Oh, how soft. How beautiful. I never knew there were such wonders in the world. I never even knew there was a world.
Oh, yes. There is a world. A great and marvelous world. In it are many strange men and beasts and riches. This world. It is there for the taking.
Yes?
And those who are wise and bold will take it.
From those who are stupid and cowardly?
Therefore, one must learn to become wise and bold.
But how can these things be done, Menon? Teach me. I must know.
Teach you? Yes. I can see you would make a most successful pupil. Perhaps I should forget the business and keep you shut up in my garden.
Why?
Well, it happens sometimes that a pupil may better the master.
Oh, who could ever hope to excel you in wisdom, Menon? You are the most brilliant of all living men. And besides, I am only a woman.
He was wise, that Menon, beyond his years. And all I have learned about the ways of men and women, I have learned from him. But now let us talk about what occurred during the war against the Bactrians. Menon, my husband, being away at the camp and lonely without me, had brought me to his tent. But we were not permitted to dally for long. The Bactrians attacked, and soon we were giving way. And it was then that I picked up a sword, rushed from the tent, and shouted at the fleeing soldiers. The sight of a woman must have shamed them. For just a moment, they all stood still. Follow me! Follow me to victory! Victory! The Bactrians gave way before the assault, and we slaughtered them by the thousands. The entire camp was talking about Semiramis. And
Soon there appeared a quiet man in clothing of the richest cloth. Everyone kneeled. It was King Ninus himself, builder of our great city of Nineveh.
Who are Semiramis?
Illustrious ruler of the earth, center of the universe. I am Semiramis.
Yes. I was told that a warrior goddess appeared at just the right moment to save the day for my army. But you do not look like a goddess of war. No. I would say you look like a goddess of love.
And I would say that history may just about be getting ready to repeat itself. A trick that history does all the time. Although some claim it is not history that repeats itself, it is we who repeat ourselves. However the mechanics of the thing, there is really very little that's new under the sun. And we may have another change of partners as early as Act 2.
Hi, Pat Summerall to say watering your lawn should be a simple job unless you're trying to use a worn, leaky hose. So True Value hardware stores suggest you replace it with one of their dependable quality True Value hoses. If you want one that's lightweight and economical, get their 50-foot vinyl hose for only $288. Or to cover a large area, choose the nylon-reinforced 75-foot size. They're just two of the quality True Value garden hoses featured exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers where you'll find values in every department.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If your idea of summer fun is camping out, whether you sleep in the luxury of a recreational vehicle or rough it on the ground with only the stars above you, there's one piece of gear that's a must, and that's a good sleeping bag. A well-made, lightweight summer bag is a good first choice for novices and for those who aren't planning to do too much cool weather camping. But if you're heading for the mountains or planning to take a trip in the spring or fall, a three-season bag will be a better choice. Now, these bags are warmer and more expensive, but they'll keep you comfortable at near freezing temperatures. But when you go out to shop, compare bags carefully. Make sure to check the quality of the zipper to find out if the bag is easy to roll up and store, if it's the right size for comfort, and if it's constructed so that the filler won't come out. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
The history of the world is essentially the story of a handful of men and women, movers and shakers and dreamers. All we can ever know about the past is what we've been told. Therefore, from a practical point of view, history really belongs to the man or the woman who writes it, or can have it written. More than 3,000 years ago, they say there was a queen named Semiramis.
I am Adam Malik, the scribe, and I am not interested in history or posterity. My problem, my serious problem, my only problem, is the amorous passion of my queen Semiramis. That is, I must not arouse it, for the pattern is established and the custom is set. Pleasure in the night is followed by death in the morning.
And thus, my Adam Malik, you will write of the encounter between King Ninus and me.
Yes, my queen.
What was exact words? Yes, I remember now. He said...
Were you sent here by Ishtar herself to grace our camp?
Oh, no, illustrious ruler of the universe. I was brought here by my husband.
Oh, there is a husband. Whom have the gods blessed with such a gift of beauty and delight?
Menon.
Menon?
Superintendent of the mighty king's household.
My steward, Menon. He never told me he'd taken a new wife. Although, who can blame the scoundrel? Had I such a mate, I, too, would keep her to myself. Let Menon come forward.
Lord of the world.
Tell us, where did you find this pearl beyond price?
In the desert, illustrious majesty.
Impossible. How can there be desert where this divine one walks? The light of her smile makes flowers bloom and sparkling waters spring forth from the rocks.
And so after that speech, King Ninus waited. Do you know what he waited for, my Adamalik? Well, speak. You have a beautiful voice. I'm charmed by it. Do you know what the king waited for?
No, most magnificent queen.
For the proper gesture on Menon's part. Because you see, little one, when the king gives extravagant praise to one of your possessions, it is the sign that he wants it. Or her. And so Menon was thus obligated to say, Your Majesty, take her. She is yours. But he stood silent and said nothing. And I wondered what Ninus would do. There are kings who would have signaled their spearmen to skewer Menon on the spot. But Ninus was a man of great kindness. And after a few more silent moments, he said,
You say you found her in the desert, Menon?
Yes, King of Kings.
Are there any more like her in that same place?
I do not know, Your Majesty.
Well, then, you must go and find out. If another such exists, bring her to me.
Your Majesty,
Return to the desert. Seek. Inquire.
But, sire, we're at war. My place is here on the field of battle.
Your place is wherever your king may send you. Go.
Fortunate Menon. Well, then did King Ninus speak to me, as we drank wine together in the magnificent imperial quarter.
I have never met anyone like you before.
I'm only a woman.
You are also a goddess.
My mother was a goddess.
I have never seen my army fight so valiantly before. You have given the army something new. Spirit. With you by my side, I could conquer the world.
But Assyria has already conquered the world.
The world? The world is without end.
Well, surely it must end somewhere.
Perhaps. But it would take forever to get there.
Forever?
It is so far away that if one were to start walking from here to the edge of the world, one would have to live forever.
A goddess lives forever?
I also want to live forever.
Well, for that gift, one must ask the gods.
No, I don't know any of the gods, so I can't ask them. But I can ask you.
Me?
Yes, Semiramis. You.
How?
Immortalize me with your love.
My love?
Yes. Only love endures. Love me, Semiramis. Together, we shall lead conquering armies to the very edge of the world.
Where is the edge of the world?
Who can say? None have gone there and returned. Perhaps it does not even exist. But on the way, there are cities for conquest. There are mountains of gold and silver and precious stones. Shall we find the edge of the world together?
Yes, and we shall own all the treasures of the world.
We shall possess the world and everything and everyone on it.
And thus we talked together and spent the pleasant days together. And then one night as I slept in my tent.
Beloved.
Who calls?
It is I.
Who?
Menon. Quietly.
You've returned.
Yes.
What news have you for the king?
None.
Well, then what will you say to us?
Nothing.
Then why did you... Oh, then surely You understand. He meant for you
The king does not know, and he must not know that I have returned.
Why are you here?
I have come back for you.
Me?
The king wants you. He means to have you. He'll take you from me just as I took you from Simma. Surely you understand this.
Yes.
But you love me, Semiramis. Say you love me.
I love you.
Then you must come with me.
Where?
To a place where the king will not be able to find us.
Is there such a place?
If you stay here, you will belong to the king.
I know.
But you just said that you loved me.
I do.
Then how can you go with the king?
I also love the king.
You cannot love both of us.
Why not? Didn't I also love Simma? I love all three of you. Each of you had something to give me, to teach me.
A woman can only love one man.
I am a goddess. I can love all men.
No. Let us put an end to this nonsense. You are flesh and blood. You are human. You are a mortal woman. You are not a goddess.
I shall become a goddess.
You cannot, because there are no goddesses. There are no gods. They exist only in the minds of men.
Oh, my poor men.
We built their statues, but that's all they are. Figures, lifeless lumps of stone.
You have become mad.
Yes. This love for you has driven me to madness. For love of you, I will defy my king.
I love you, Menon, and therefore I will save your life. Leave here. You will be overheard, and the king shall be told you have returned. Leave, now.
We shall leave together. I shall take you away.
Yes, Menon, but first, sit.
Let us leave now, while the king sleeps.
No, sit here beside me. You've been away so long, and you haven't even embraced me yet.
Oh, Semiramis, my beloved.
You see, it's been such a difficult journey, and you're tired and you're worn. Yes. Drink. You must be thirsty.
Oh, yes.
There.
I have found a place for you and me in the desert.
The desert?
Where none shall ever find us. The two of us, just the two of us, shall be alone forever.
Alone in the desert. The empty desert. Oh, no, Menon, I've spent all my life in the desert, and I know the magic spell that can be woven by the moon and the stars and the stillness. But after, the spell is gone, and one becomes bored. So bored. No, we shall stay here.
But we cannot stay here.
Yes, we can, if we accept reality, which is that I must become the wife of the king.
Oh, what are you saying?
That I shall become the wife of the king.
No, never. I shall never permit it.
Think on what I have said, and you may see reason in the morning.
I am your husband. You cannot dismiss me. Remember, you are only a woman.
Yes, my lord. And now, shall you leave?
I said I shall not leave here alone.
Poor fool. Go.
If you will not come with me, you will go with no one.
Like Simma, you also draw your blade.
Like Simma. Look at what you have done to me. You have made me ridiculous. What an evil and poisonous love.
Then renounce it.
I cannot. Like Simma, I cannot live without you.
You will have to.
I know now what I must do. I must kill you, and then myself.
Very well, strike.
Semiramis, please.
Well, why do you wait?
I shall wait no longer. I'm going to kill you.
Yes?
Where are you?
Here.
I can't see. My head, it's on fire. Oh, my eyes. Where are you? Give me a drink. Wine. Water. Quickly. Oh, I'm on fire, Semiramis. On fire. Semiramis, I heard a noise in here.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all, my beloved Minos.
Quiet.
Menon.
Yes, Lord, it's Menon.
He's returned?
No, he's gone away.
Oh. I see. Poor Menon.
Yes, poor Menon.
His face is red. There's foam still on his mouth. He must have died of epilepsy.
Or it may have been something he had to drink.
The literary term for it is déjà vu. It's when you get the feeling you've been there before. And we have. From all indications, we may be going there again. After all, there is a third act. And at the rate this lady goes through lovers, anything and everything can happen.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
It's Athletes versus MS. Meet Jim Hart of the St. Louis Cardinals football team.
Football's a game where you learn fast about teamwork. You can't win a game by yourself. That's why I believe in Athletes versus MS. Athletes from every sport, Billie Jean King, Muhammad Ali, Stan Musial, have teamed together to ask everyone to join and help win the fight against multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I go.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who had served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. Message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
We look at those massive statues of stone which were carved thousands of years ago in another time, in another world, by people long dead and gone. How many forgotten empires? How many lost cities have there been since the beginning of time? Those bearded men, those brooding women, those silent people, they were our ancestors. Traces of them can be found in us, in our speech, our manners, our customs, and our blood.
What had you written yesterday on your tablets, little Adamalik?
The death of Menon.
Oh, yes. Ah, poor Menon. Ninus, the king, had entered my tent, and there was Menon, who had just fallen down, dead. And, of course, Ninus was filled with sympathy.
He was a true and loyal servant, Menon. We shall give him a great funeral.
The king is most kind to a poor widow.
You shall not remain a widow long.
And indeed, I did not. There was great feasting and games and celebration at my marriage to Nineveh. Never had the city of Nineveh beheld such splendor. And thus I became, at last, a queen. One day I said to my king Nineveh,
We must talk, my lord.
Of course, my beloved.
Concerning the army.
There's something amiss with the army?
It is not nearly large enough.
My dearest, we have ample soldiers to defend the frontiers.
But, beloved, there are not supposed to be any frontiers.
Every nation must have frontiers.
Not ours. We were going to march to the very edge of the world, conquering all the people in our path. Remember?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So the army must be increased, and it must be trained, and it must be equipped.
Well, that's quite a task.
I agree. And that is why we must begin as soon as possible.
And we shall?
Well, there's no moment like the present. There's no time like today.
Oh, but today, the sky is so blue, the sun so warm, the breeze is so cool. Come, let us stay in each other's arms, and I shall send for wine and music.
Day after day went by, and all of them were spent in amorous dalliance. Then, finally, it occurred to me that if the army were to be raised and trained and equipped, I would have to raise and train and equip it myself. Halt! Did the saddle slip?
No, mighty queen.
Good. It's the double thickness of the leather. All right, let us now test the metal of the new swords. Spear throwers, the new iron heads are heavier than the bronze, so you must draw your arms back further. Release the catapult. Trumpeters, the signal for the charge. Day by day I trained the army, and day by day it became a better, stronger fighting force. And soon I said to King Ninus, my husband, we are ready to march.
March?
I remember, my lord, you said to me, with you by my side, I could conquer the world. Do you remember?
Yes. I also remember I said the world is without end. It would take forever to march to the edge of it.
And I said, a goddess lives forever.
But you are not a goddess. You're only a woman.
I'm more than a woman.
Isn't it enough to be just a woman? To know love, to enjoy all the fruits of the earth, everything money can buy, that power can command?
But you said we would go to the edge of the world.
What will we find at the edge of the world that we do not have here?
Gold, silver.
We already have more gold and silver than we can ever spend, than we can even count. Why must we talk of such things when the moon is so bright, the air so fragrant?
Yes, we must consider the military situation.
Later.
Later?
Now, let us send for music and dancers and wine.
But we are in danger.
Do not trouble your head with danger, my beloved. After all, you're only a woman.
And so my King Ninus had changed toward me. From his goddess, I had become his concubine. His first, his favorite, his most beloved. But still, his concubine. Are all these words written, Adamalik?
Just as you have spoken them, mighty queen?
No. I shall expect you to have written them better than that. Take the tablet home with you, and then tomorrow, let us see how cleverly you have used your own words. Tomorrow, Adamalik, I am eagerly awaiting tomorrow.
Once again, there was that soft look in her eyes. That soft look which could mean certain death. I realized that tomorrow was the day she planned to make love to me. I must not come here tomorrow. But how could I disobey my queen? Where could I go? Where could I hide? Her soldiers could follow me to the very edge of the earth.
And so for weeks, months, I waited, and the army waited, and finally I spoke.
My king and army must be you.
These men will be used.
When?
Sooner or later, we shall be attacked. Our wealth has made us many enemies. There are the Egyptians to the south, the wild desert tribes all around us, and to the north, new race of marauders who call themselves Greeks. Oh, have no fear. Our army will not go to waste.
But we must not wait.
And my dearest, I love you. But when we met, we were both victims of illusions. Now I've come to my senses. Oh, you are still haunted by dreams. And I must say it is beginning to make you somewhat tiresome.
It was at this very moment that suddenly I saw what had to be done. My position as queen, even my life, depended on it. I no longer held him in my powers. What I want you to write at this point, Adamalek, is that my mother, the goddess Dagon, appeared to me and inspired me. You understand?
Yes, magnificent queen.
That night, he did not come to my quarters in the palace. Was he visiting someone else? I could find out easily enough, but it didn't matter. It was now my life or his, my noble lord?
I have come here, Semiramis, to spend a pleasant hour. I want no talk of armies or conquests. Is that understood?
Perfectly, my lord.
Well, then, let there be music.
I have displeased my lord lately.
Yes, you have.
May I find favor in my lord's eyes again? Of what have I been guilty? Only of telling you what you wanted to hear. And now you wish to hear something else. You wish me to be someone else. And you no longer want a goddess, you want a woman. And so I am a woman.
I want a woman who is only a woman. A woman who has no thoughts beyond pleasing her lord.
I am only a woman, my lord.
Splendid. Shall you dance for your master, Semiramis?
Whatever my lord desires. Oh, first let me pour my lord a cup of this wine.
It sparkles and foams.
Oh, yes, my lord, it's crushed from the grapes of Mount Arbiat, called the Vineyard of the Gods.
It is a wine fit for the gods.
It is a wine worthy of my king.
And now, dance for me, Semiramis. Dance. Semiramis, more wine. This is truly the nectar of the gods. So, how it... how it burns. Semiramis, help me. Oh, I'm on fire.
Musicians, play louder.
Semiramis!
Silence. The king is dead. Long live the queen! Send for my army commanders. Send for the priests to read the favorable omens. We shall march to the edge of the earth. I shall conquer the world.
And I did. All the world belongs to me. The world of deserts and mountains and fertile plains, the beasts of the field and the fruits and the people. All are mine. One thing alone is missing, and do you know what it is, little Adamalek?
No, magnificent queen.
Must you always look at me as your queen? Is it possible that you don't see me as a woman? Say something, Adamalek.
Your Majesty...
No, not Majesty, but Semiramis. Say it. Say Semiramis.
Semiramis.
How beautiful is the sound of my name in your mouth. Look at me, Adamalek, look at me. I am the mistress of the earth, but
Beckon to me, beloved Adamalek, and I will come to you. Command me. You need only whisper.
I see the light, the soft light. It glows in her eyes. And I know now what fire raced through the veins of Simaz, Menon, and Minas, and so many others. To love her is to die. I should turn away, I should run for my life, but I cannot move. I look into her eyes. I am lost in those eyes.
Tell me to come to you, Adamalek.
And outside the door, the executioner waits. Or perhaps it shall be the poison cup. But those eyes.
Tell me to come to you, beloved. Tell me to come to you.
Come to me, Semiramis. Come to me.
And she did. Later, the executioner struck. Or perhaps it was the wine. We only know that the story ends here. For this has all been written on a cylinder of stone called the Stela of Adamalek. And this is where his narrative ends. But my story doesn't end quite yet. I shall return shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Nights just to you and you, Maxwell House. For a cup of George flavor, talk about what's new. Spend some precious time together, Maxwell House. Get that good, let's stop feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House. You good, let's stop feeling. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House has a taste, a feeling that no other coffee can give you. Because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That's good, let's stop feeling. Maxwell House.
Whenever we dramatize an historical event, the question is bound to arise. Is it true? Usually, and surprisingly enough, there is considerable truth. There was an ancient queen named Semiramis. She had many husbands and lovers, and all of them came to grief. She conquered most of the world that was known in those times. And what happened to her? It is said that her son, whose father was the King Minos of our story, plotted to overthrow her. Some say she was killed. Others say she was turned into a pigeon. Whatever the facts, that was the end of her. Our cast included Russell Horton, Marion Seldes, Norman Rose, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time.
Destroyed because of poor storage and transportation facilities. Frank Centopani, CBS News.
Are you eating ice cream right now? If not, why not? Everyone knows.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I have a confession to make, which I admit is not the way to raise the curtain on a mystery theater presentation, where confessions are usually reserved for the end. All my life I have been intrigued with the Empress Josephine, not only because she manipulated Napoleon, but because of her addiction to reading the cards. I also love the way she dressed. It is said she actually directed her life according to what the playing cards foretold. So it's with a special interest and delight that I not only get to introduce today's 3 acts, but to play the part of Josephine myself.
Empress, may I join you?
I am counting a card for every year of my marriage. Star. Moon. Sun. 10. 11. 12. I am up to 12, dear.
Josephine, you have been married for 13 years.
13. I don't think 13 is my lucky number. I don't dare turn over the last card.
Oh, my dear girl, what could the cards tell you?
That Napoleon and I'd rather not know. I want a few more hours of not knowing. The end. Our mystery drama, In the Cards, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I shall return shortly with Act 1.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drinks. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS Television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hello, control room. Do you know what's next?
Yeah, it's another Bob Sellers commercial reply.
Oh, man. Is there any way to get out of it?
We could write a letter and quit, but you better read the intro.
Well, here is a Bob Sellers commercial reply from an interested citizen.
Thank you. This reply is to all of the many people who want to know why there is a boat stuck out in front of Bob Sellers' Pontiac on the Grand River at 10 miles, 9 miles after 1 mile. The captain of this boat was afloat on the moat at Bob Sellers' Pontiac when the Grand River became a road again. This raises the question, Bob Sellers will sell Pontiacs that don't cost very much to everyone, even captains who don't have both oars in the water.
Did you write that letter?
Oh, yeah, come on in. We're all going to sign it.
On the Grand River, at 10 Mile Run, say that Bob Sellers Pontiac.
It was the last day of the French Revolution. The wife of a viscount sat in a cell reading the cards. Suddenly she went white. On top lay the card of death. The guillotine fell, and with it the head of her husband. Today we might say the cards had nothing to do with it. The lady's husband happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But in 1794, Josephine believed the cards always foretold her fate.
Josephine, stop looking in the cards. There's nothing there but numbers and pictures.
Teresa, that's not true. On this table is the future, the present, and the past.
In the old days, when my husband was still alive, he'd say the future lies in your own hands. Certainly not in the cards.
Don't you understand? I need to be doing something. Make my fingers move. Let my thoughts follow the cards. Otherwise, I couldn't stand waiting in this cell here in the Bastille.
So far, we have escaped death.
But for how long? See? There it is again. The card of death. Who will be next? You or I? Oh, how can you be so calm, Teresa?
My dear, it is a tragedy to lose one's husband, as we both have. But we must believe for us there's a tomorrow.
Every time I shuffle and cut, there it is. The card of death, black and forbidding. Besides, I don't mourn for Alexandre. You know very well when he was in the cell next to ours. That was the closest we have ever been in years. Yes, I mourn for the death of a fine man who had his faults, but not for a husband. He was no husband to me.
Cards or no cards, I know we'll be spared. I do believe it. I believe the good Lord will stop this massacre.
That day, that night was the end of the revolution. Robespierre was dead. The doors were thrown wide, and in a daze we wandered through the blood-soaked garden into the streets to freedom. A year later, I was living in Paris with Teresa Tania, and we remembered.
Was it really a year ago today?
Teresa, I have a confession to make. Do you remember how you made me kneel and pray? Even as I was praying, I kept one hand on my cards in my pocket.
Oh, Josephine. You thought if the Lord wouldn't free you, the cards might.
And I'm not sure to this day.
You're a superstitious goose. Now, why aren't you dressed for this evening? My 2 guests will be here. I'd like you to make yourself presentable.
You treat me as if I was 16, and I'm twice that. Yes, I am, but don't tell anyone. Anyway, you're right. I shouldn't criticize your belief in the Savior.
And I won't make fun of your faith in the cards. We've plenty of time to philosophize about our escape, but only half an hour to prepare for this evening. Now, hurry. Oh, and Josephine, I have been through your closet and removed all the black dresses and all the black veils. A year of mourning for your late husband is enough. I've left 3 pretty bright silk dresses on your bed to choose from.
Ah, Teresa, I only make this mistake when I'm invited to your house. I arrive too early.
Pierre, it's all right. I was dressed. Josephine will join us when she's ready. I have my fingers crossed for this evening.
Ah, how so?
We can speak as old friends, you and I. We are both of that certain age when one can talk of anything.
Oh, I love gossip. Go on.
And I love Josephine. She has been living here for a year, and she's not getting any younger, but I simply cannot find a man who interests her. I have invited every personable single man, every army man, and every diplomat. When the evening is over and I say to her, Josephine, what did you think of so-and-so? Do you know what she says?
What do I say, Teresa?
Oh, Josephine, have you been listening to our conversation?
Of course. How else am I going to find out what you think? Good evening, Pierre.
Ah, my dear. Oh, I'm glad you've given up wearing those gloomy clothes.
Ah, you see, Josephine, what did I tell you?
Teresa, when the right man arrives, Josephine will know it.
What do they say? Once bitten, twice shy? My first marriage to Alexandra was a disaster, so now I'm being a little more careful. That's why, after an evening with a gentleman, I consult my cards. It is they who tell me this man is a fool, that man is a knave, the third a charlatan, and so on.
There is such a thing as being too particular. The man with no faults hasn't been born. And remember, you're not 16.
When I was, an old negress at home in Martinique looked in the cards and told me I will be Queen of France.
Oh, really? Did she?
But, she said, you must always listen to the cards. When I met Alexandra, I paid no attention to the cards. I wanted to leave our little island. I wanted to live in Paris.
So, now you trust the cards?
More than I trust myself.
It's hopeless. I don't know why I bother.
Because, dearest Teresa, you cannot abide to see a woman without a man. Who have you invited this evening beside this flattering old painter?
Someday, my child, I will paint your soul, and you will no longer make fun of my age.
I have invited a general. His name is Bonaparte.
Oh, Lord. Another army man. You're all so exceptionally dull.
I sincerely hope to be the exception. Madame Tallien, good of you to invite me to your soirée.
General Bonaparte, I am overcome with confusion.
Please, don't be, madame. The lady is quite right. We, who live by the sword, have forgotten how cutting the tongue can be.
I like that. That was well said.
General Bonaparte, the Vicomtesse Alexandra Beauharnais.
A pleasure.
And may I introduce Monsieur Pierre Proudhon?
An honor. I have seen your painting of Madame Tallien, and also that of Madame Récamier. They are as beautiful as the ladies themselves.
I take it all back. The General has the gift of words.
And, Monsieur Proudhon, if I ever marry, I shall most certainly hope to commission you to paint the portrait of my wife.
Eh bien, Josephine?
Eh bien, what?
You spent practically the whole evening talking to the General. Now I find you in your room dealing out the cards. What do they say?
So far, nothing against him. We're very alike, you know, he and I. In a way, I was born on an island, and so is he. Corsica.
Well, that's a beginning. What else do you have in common?
That's all so far. But who knows? Napoleon. Now, isn't that a terrible first name? Napoleon.
I like it. It's unusual.
He's a strange man. Absolutely impales you with his eyes.
Did he talk about himself?
Not much. I'm afraid I did most of the talking. I must have said some very amusing things. He laughed quite a lot at what I was saying.
He'd be an excellent catch.
He is handsome. Not as tall as I'd like a man, but I'd say commanding.
That is the exact word for him. He has just been named Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Now, what do the cards say?
Whatever it is, I'm too tired to understand. I had a lovely time this evening, Teresa, and I do thank you.
If I can in any way assist you to fulfill the prophecy that you will become the Queen of France, my dear, I couldn't be happier.
Your Bonaparte would need several promotions before he became king, don't you think?
Oh, Josie, go to bed. Argue with your dreams.
That night I did dream. There was Napoleon Bonaparte. We were being married. For some reason, I was crying. When I awoke in the morning and reached down for my slippers, there was the King of Hearts on the floor, face up. I knew it was true. It was a sign.
My darling Josephine, you are going to be the first lady of France to spend her honeymoon on the battlefield.
I am? Why am I?
I have kept a secret from you, my sweetheart, because I did not wish to give you any excuse for delaying our marriage. But now that I have carried you over the threshold and you are mine, how does the idea of a honeymoon in the midst of battle strike you?
Strike is the word. I haven't even taken off my wedding veil, and a honeymoon on what battlefield? Where?
Italy.
What would I do in Italy?
You would be with me. We leave in 2 days.
I can't leave Paris in 2 days. Husband, be reasonable. Give me time to think about it.
You don't love me.
What a thing to say the day of our marriage.
Then why don't you wish to be with me as much as I wish to be with you?
Don't you think it a little mad that I should follow you and be with you in the midst of fighting?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Do the other soldiers have their wives with them in battle?
No, of course not.
Would you approve of it?
It's not possible. There are thousands of troops.
So?
But there is only one general. Myself. I see nothing strange in a newly married commander-in-chief having his bride with him.
And suppose these Italians you are fighting should fight back?
Oh, they will.
And a bullet or a cannonball should hit me.
Ah. Oh, that's possible.
And if you put me so far away as to be out of danger, I might as well be comfortable here in Paris.
I hadn't thought of that.
Then think of it, my darling little Corsican, and help me off with my dress. It's about time we stopped talking and behaved as married people are expected to behave. Josephine had the answers before one could even put the questions to her. Napoleon was not just a good catch, a young general who would go far, but he was an ardent lover, a serious and demanding man, rapidly becoming a little too much for the cool, offhand, unserious, and superstitious Josephine. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
For summer work or summer fun, True Value Hardware Store's all-new Summer Value Day circular is packed with hundreds of sensibly priced items.
Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you enjoy the cooling breeze of the Galaxy 9-inch oscillating fan, now just $16.99. Then protect and beautify wood siding, fences, and more with True Test Select Latex Redwood Stain, now just $3.98 a gallon. Find these values and many more in the Summer Value Days circular and at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
What Josephine Bonaparte wanted most in the world was to be acknowledged the most fascinating and adorable creature of Paris. France, that had revolted against royalty, now took society to its bosom. The teas, the fancy dress balls, the elegant clothes. That, to Josephine, was life. And this silly man, this Bonaparte, whom she had unthinkingly married, he was getting to be a nuisance. Teresa, this is ridiculous. Every day he writes me from his tent in Italy. I answer him as often as I can, and still he complains. If I write him I'm trying to be gay, to forget how much I miss him, he won't have that. If I tell him I'm sad, he doesn't like that either.
Josie, you are married to power, a willful and strong man.
Listen to this. When I imagine you're sad, my heart is torn. When I think of you as gay and amusing yourself, I reproach you for having no profound emotion, for having forgotten our painful separation so soon.
Josie, you don't know how lucky you are. When my dear Jean was alive, he never wrote to me.
Teresa, a general or not, the conquest of Italy or not, I must make Napoleon realize that I'm not a slave and that we are equal.
What are you talking about?
And equality begins with friendship. My next letter will be warm but friendly. Instead of addressing him with the familiar tu, I shall write vous, just a wee bit more formal. I think you will get the drift of it.
I hope you're right.
His love letters are strangling me.
I wouldn't push him too far.
I'm not pushing. We hardly know one another. Courtship is not a marriage, and I can tell you this, Teresa, the sooner a man knows his place in a woman's life, the happier they will both be.
Joseph, come here.
Yes, brother.
What is this woman doing to me? 4 days with no word, and finally, this letter. And do you know how she addresses me?
I have no idea.
Vous. Vous. The way I would write to a politician or the army supply sergeant. Vous, she says. I've just read this. I'm ashamed to show it to you. It's a letter as cold as friendship.
Napoleon, you are capricious. Yes, you are. You've been saying that Josephine's letters oppressed you. Or they were too giddy, or they were too sad, or too happy. And you wished something colder.
But not this cold. This gives me the icy chill of death. We were married so quickly, that's the trouble. I had no time but to fall head over heels in love with the woman. And then I had to leave her 48 hours later.
Well, when the Italian campaign is over, you will be back in Paris for as long as you like.
Who knows how long the Italians care to go on fighting. It could be months. It could be years. She makes it so difficult for me, Joseph. You have no idea. How can I concentrate on battle formations with that woman on my mind?
You'd give up now?
Leave Italy? I have no such intention.
But she is putting me through torture. Ah, you are doing that to yourself.
Life was so simple before I met her.
Why doesn't she say what I want her to say in her letters?
Because I couldn't. I hated to write letters. He wants an answer to every letter he writes. He oppresses me. Suddenly the fun is taken out of my life. I feel him standing there behind me, breathing down my back. And one card kept coming up every time I shuffled the deck. Justice. Yes, justice.
Josie, it's not that bad. If you want your own life and you don't happen to feel affectionate, write to him affectionately anyway.
He's there. He's always there. Like a gendarme who comes knocking at your door in the dead of night saying, "What are you doing?" All I want from Napoleon is justice.
Justice? Oh, Josie, you've been consulting the cards again.
Why not? When have they failed me?
Oh, we're going to the theater tonight. They're doing Molière.
Thank goodness. 2 big fat letters on my desk waiting to be answered. He's won 6 victories in 2 weeks. What have I been doing? At least I can tell him that I've gone to the theater to see something cultural.
He might say Molière is frivolous.
That's him. I'll say I went to improve my mind.
Will you look at the audience?
I am.
They're all looking up here, at us in the book.
Isn't it lovely? I adore them.
Long live Our Lady of the Victories!
That's me, Josephine. Will you please stop bowing to them? They'll never stop applauding you.
I'm not going to disappoint my audience.
Please move back to the rear of the box where you can't be seen.
They simply won't go back to their seats and let the play begin. Marvelous.
We're just going to have to leave, that's all.
Leave the theater? The play hasn't begun yet. You see? They signal to begin the play, but the audience doesn't wish it. They want me.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. We have just received word the brother of General Bonaparte, our also beloved Joseph Bonaparte, has arrived in Paris with 22 flags captured in the Italian campaign.
Well, I'm next. 22 flags and they go berserk. What about me? I'm here in person, right up here in the box. Teresa, I don't wish to see Molière in the company of such an ignorant audience. Let's go home.
Madame Bonaparte, why we were never introduced before this, I can't imagine. However, I am here now. Napoleon charged me with delivering the captured flags to the Directorate and to urge you to come to Italy.
To come to Italy now?
Madame, preferably yesterday or the day before. He realizes it's a long trip, and he wishes you to take it in easy stages.
Joseph, I can't.
You're saying, I won't, but my brother will not accept I won't for an answer. He is a very jealous man, and your letters have not pleased him. So he had decided you must come to Italy. So don't say, I can't.
It's true. Joseph, you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me at all. When I say to you I cannot travel to Italy at this time, that is exactly what I mean. The doctors won't permit it.
You are ill?
I wouldn't say ill, but I'm in poor health.
Well, I am very sorry to hear that. My brother had no idea.
I haven't written him yet. The doctors have only just confirmed it.
Oh, have they said what was wrong?
Without being indelicate, I can say I am subject to certain discomforts. Come in, Teresa. You know Joseph Bonaparte?
Yes, we have met, but it was long ago.
Oh, yes, I think I remember your dear husband, Madame Tallien.
I was just telling Joseph about my condition.
You were?
Why it is impossible for me to join Napoleon in Italy.
Oh, don't let me interrupt you.
You were telling me of the doctor's opinions?
I don't want to make much of it. After all, it happens to all married women at one time or another. I suffer from a certain nausea, which I understand all women suffer from at the beginning of a pregnancy.
Oh, of course, yes, I understand. When I return, I shall be delighted to give Napoleon the news. You will have made him supremely happy. Well, ladies, if you will forgive me, I must go. Tomorrow, when I leave Paris, I shall stop by Madame Bonaparte to take from you any special word or letters for the General. Good day. It was a pleasure, indeed a pleasure.
Josie, that is a wicked, wicked lie, isn't it? You're not pregnant, are you?
What else could I say when he said Napoleon wouldn't take no for an answer?
I am in my tent tonight, writing to you. Joseph will have arrived in Paris today. I have asked him to tell you to make the trip by easy stages. Lodgings await you in Mondavi. From there you will go to Nice and Genoa. I await you, my love. I will forgive you all the letters you did not write me when you arrive. Adieu, Josephine. You are, for me, a monster I cannot understand. I love you more each day.
So you are going back to Italy today, Joseph?
Without you, unfortunately.
What must be, must be.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I was to tell you to bring your personal maid, your cook, and your coachman. Napoleon has a beautiful coach for you.
How thoughtful.
I shall tell him you are with child.
His child.
May I say to you, if something were to go amiss, and you were not with child, he would be extremely disappointed.
So would I.
Are you sure you won't reconsider? He loves you very much, and he needs you with him.
I wish I could go, Joseph, but I must think of the baby. Weeks passed, months. April became May, and May turned into June. It was spring in Paris, then early summer. There were so many things to do, activities I knew Napoleon wouldn't approve of, so I wrote him less and less. He began to be suspicious. Was I really pregnant? I kept up the fiction as long as I could. It's so dark in your house today. Let's light some candles. Why is there no light?
Josie, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
The servants have better sense than to let candles burn all night.
Where are the matches?
We don't use matches, my dear. They're not safe.
Oh, I've run into the table, I think.
In the middle of the table are some sulfur splints. You can light the candles with those.
Didn't I look beautiful in the reception line with that crown of flowers? Everyone said I looked beautiful.
It was a long evening.
I love the way everyone kept offering to toast me in wine. Long live Our Lady of the Victories. I found the splints.
You really danced your feet off. It's a good thing no one asked you about your pregnancy.
People are polite enough not to ask. There's a candle number 1. Oh, there's a man sitting in the armchair.
Josie, light the other candle.
Good evening, Josephine.
Oh, it's Joseph. Joseph Bonaparte. You gave me such a fright.
Tell me, how goes your pregnancy?
What? Well, let me sit down. I feel faint. Teresa, may I have some wine?
Have you been waiting here long, Joseph?
Well, I arrived in Paris this morning. I heard there was to be a reception at the Luxembourg Palace, so I went there this evening. I saw our little mother prancing about, doing the gavotte. Very lively for 4 months pregnant.
Teresa, please, some wine.
There isn't any, and it's too late to wake the servants.
So I came directly here to Teresa's to wait for you.
I'm very tired. We'll talk in the morning.
Don't you wish to inquire after your husband?
Of course. Please forgive me. But finding you here like this, so unexpected, I'm not myself.
What would you like me to tell you about Napoleon?
Nothing, really, because I know everything. I know which battles he has fought. We correspond a great deal.
He writes a great deal.
I write him all my doings.
In your last letter, you made my brother believe you were in some danger. Did you had 3 doctors constantly at your bedside? That is why he sent me to Paris. He is very worried. But I see no evidence of danger or illness.
Joseph, you're not going to tell him that.
Well, It wouldn't be news to him if I did. Other people write to him about you. But he gave me a letter and asked that I read it to you. My dear one, you have not written to me. You were too ill to write. The little child was staring so hard within you that he hurt you. Madam, if you detect a certain irony in those words, you are right. I have decided I shall no longer permit myself to be mocked. You will be in Turin on the 10th, and on the 12th you will be in Milan, where you will wait for me. Your loving husband, Napoleon.
The 10th? That's only days away. Teresa, what will I do?
Go to him. Tell him the truth, everything. Beg his forgiveness.
I cannot. He doesn't know me.
You don't know him, Josephine. My brother told me he will resign his commission and come straight to Paris to be with you. If you don't leave for Italy immediately, Napoleon will be here before the end of the week.
Josephine wept with despair, but managed to attend a farewell party the following day. Then, with a dog, her personal maid, and Joseph Bonaparte, she set forth by coach for Italy, and her husband she couldn't fool any longer. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new Century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
Today, we're talking to the official bullhorn operator for the recent Detroit Grand Prix. Hello. What exactly was your job at the Grand Prix?
Well, I got to shout important things to the drivers like,
"Gentlemen, start your engines!"
Or,
"Hey, stupid, your car's on fire!"
Well, now that the Grand Prix is over, what will you do?
I'm using my bullhorn to tell everyone about Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through the 30th, Harmony House is waving the checkered flag on their entire stock of $6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums. Pick up any one of them for just $5.94. Tapes $6.47.
Hey, that's a sale.
Yes, and there's comparable savings on higher-priced albums and tapes, too.
So, tune up with the music that made Detroit the rock and roll capital. Bob Seger, Ted Nugent, the Motown sound.
Thank you.
$6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums for just $5.94 at Harmony House.
Okay, that's enough.
Takes just $6.47.
Please.
I'm out.
Oh, will you knock it off?
Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through June 30th at all 14 Harmony House locations.
Who was it who wrote about loving not wisely, but too well? Byron? Shelley? It was Shakespeare, yes, describing Othello. The soldier who, as I think of it, was not unlike Napoleon. This is no everyday romance, but the love of a man who did more to change the face of Europe than anyone before or since. For a dozen years, Josephine's sweet talk tantalized and infuriated Napoleon, but gave him no son, no heir. For France, 12 years was too long to wait.
The unfortunate fact is, Pierre, Josephine is not able to have a child.
That is how the wheel turns. I remember many years ago when they were first married, how she used pregnancy as an excuse not to be with him. Is he back from Vienna?
I am told so.
Well, another victory. Complete over Austria. And Josephine, how is she?
I haven't seen her in months. She's in seclusion.
Ah, yes.
She knows divorce is in the air. That Napoleon must have his line carried on.
Well, that's always the trouble with monarchy. When we were a republic, briefly, didn't matter what family you belonged to. It was the party. But the moment Napoleon crowned himself emperor and Josephine empress, Bonaparte had to be next on the throne. So, you haven't seen her?
I feel guilty about that. I'm told she spends more and more time consulting her cards, trying to see into the future.
Napoleon has ordered me to paint Josephine.
No.
Oh, yes, she knows about it. I'm to meet with her at Malmaison to get started. I think he wishes the portrait before he speaks to her formally about a divorce.
I understand there's a list of 18 marriageable princesses drawn up for consideration as Napoleon's second wife.
Oh, really?
Maria Louise of Austria and Anna Pavlovna of Russia seem to be in the lead.
No, I shouldn't think Mary Louise would want to marry the man who just subjugated her country.
Nevertheless, I hear she's the favorite.
No, Teresa, forgive me. I used to enjoy gossip, but I just don't anymore. I go tomorrow to Malmaison. May I bring Josephine your affection?
I will write you a note to give her. How sad she must be that her reign as Empress of France was so short.
I don't think that's the tragedy. When they were first married, it was he who adored her. He worshipped her, loved her to distraction. Now, Cupid has turned about and aimed his arrows at Josephine, and it is she who loves him the more.
Fool, juggler, empress, emperor, devil, judgment.
Empress, may I join you?
Wheel, strength, lovers. Pierre, come in.
Thank you.
I'm counting a card for every year. Star, moon, sun. I'm up to 12 cards, one for each of my 12 married years, Pierre.
Yes, but you've been married for 13.
What have you heard from my husband?
Victory in Vienna.
It's true. 13. But I don't dare turn over the last card, even though, you know, I can almost see through the back of it.
Oh, Josephine, what games you play?
It's no game. It's a warning of the future. So be it. I am not a coward. I've told a lot of untruths in my day, but I was never a coward. Of these 3 cards, the first one I will turn over will be either justice, the hanged man, or death.
Oh, then what would that mean to you?
Death is death. I have seen the card before, and people I've known have died before. Justice, to me, would mean, I suppose, what is just to me, in my eyes, that Napoleon will not insist on a divorce. And the third, the hanged man, that could very well be a hanged woman. Josephine, the former Empress of France.
Before you turn anything over, could we agree on something at a time, a place?
We certainly can. The painting.
I am ready to begin.
We will sit by my favorite brook as often as you like.
Your Highness, thank you. May I leave?
Aren't you going to stay while I turn over the 13th card to see what my 13th year has in store?
Yes, I'll stay.
The hanged man.
Oh, my darling Josephine, how wonderful to see you again. I can't tell you how delighted I was to receive your invitation to Fontainebleau.
It was selfish of me, but I'm glad you're here.
I saw the portrait Pierre did of you at Malmaison. It's fabulous.
I hope Napoleon liked it.
You haven't seen him, then?
No, but his handiwork is everywhere, even in this room. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the old days. Do you remember when we went to the theater in Paris to see Molière? And how the audience got up and applauded and cheered.
Of course I do. I can see you throwing kisses to them.
Long live Our Lady of Victories. Long live Citizeness Bonaparte. She didn't live very long, did she? 13 years is not a very long life, is it, Teresa? I am so miserable.
Oh, Josephine. Shh.
I am disgraced. I am being punished.
There is no disgrace. The divorce is only a matter of state. France has an emperor, and the emperor must have a son.
I know that. I know what Napoleon wishes to avoid. I know all the good reasons why he must have a son. And Marie-Louise or Anna, whatever her name is, I can never pronounce those Russian names. They are young enough. They can both give him dozens of boys. But just the same, France or no France, my husband is punishing me.
I can't believe that. Napoleon loved you tremendously and will always love you.
Let me show you. Do you see this door?
Yes.
This door connects my apartment. There is a secret private staircase that connects his apartment to mine. We always used it. But it doesn't connect to anything anymore. It's been sealed up.
Have you asked why?
Did you hear what I said? I said it's been sealed up because he doesn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. Not even to look at me.
Napoleon?
Yes. Joseph.
Staring into space again? When are you going to set the date?
Joseph, I haven't even spoken to my wife yet. That comes first.
You haven't? But you are back in France for a month. Why do you wait?
It isn't an easy task. It's like cutting off an arm. Worse, for this arm has a life of its own.
Does putting off the day make it any easier?
No, it doesn't. I'm afraid this time her cards are betraying her. She is positive that her presence in my life protects me. And if I divorce her, I might be defeated in battle or even die in exile.
This is the age of reason and not superstition.
An heir is essential to give France peace and stability. Therefore, Josephine and I, who both love France more than we love each other, must part.
Excellent. Tell her that.
I'm afraid to. She'll be all tears, grief-stricken. I hate scenes. In front of armies and cannon, I stand up. But in front of Josephine, I tremble. You see, my darling wife,
Will you have some more coffee?
Yes. No, thank you. Not now. We must regard this
I have
act
so looked forward to the two of us having a little dinner alone, just like the old days. Do you remember the picnics at Malmaison?
Of course I remember them, dearest. Josephine, will you please let me say what I must?
By all means. I'll be quiet as a mouse.
Our divorce, what we are about to do, I regard as a kind of sacrifice. And you, my darling Josephine...
No, don't. Please don't. I can't listen to this. I know it will happen to me. Disgrace, all honors taken away, all my friends. Who will look at me? Who will care about an ex-empress?
Oh, but that is not so.
You may say what you like, but the cards have told me. In the end, I will have to leave France.
Josephine, listen to me. You will always be the Empress, Josephine. You will have Malmaison for yourself, an entire court for yourself. You will always be held in high regard by all of France. I promise you I shall see to that. That every Frenchman will hold you up as a noble victim to the needs of our country, to whom the greatest honors will always be shown.
Who is it to be?
What do you mean, who?
You know what I mean. Anna, the Russian, or Marie-Louise, the Austrian?
You won't tell anyone. It's not official, and I know I'll have problems with Vienna.
So it is Marie-Louise.
That's what I'm advised.
I hear she's a big fat cow. A blonde.
No.
You used to like them slender and dark-haired.
I still do, my darling.
Very well. I'll consent. The divorce is yours. I know you'll be generous.
You'll consent? You'll consent. Don't act as though you were doing me a favor. The divorce is the Emperor's edict, not a favor you are bestowing.
I hoped you'd be a gentleman to the end and let me have the last word.
I shall. In 2 weeks, we'll gather in the throne room at the Tuileries, and we shall both make our private decision public.
With the permission of my august and dear husband, I declare that having no hope of bearing children for the interests of France, I am glad to give him the greatest proof of my attachment and devotion. I'm sorry. I can't read any more of what I wish to say to you.
Joseph, pick up the page she dropped and read it.
I believe that by consenting to the dissolution of a marriage which deprives France of one day being governed by the descendants raised up by Providence to wipe out the evils of a terrible revolution.
Joseph, let me. I don't need to read what I have prepared. I can say it, straight out. The disillusion of my marriage can never change the feelings of my heart. In me, the Emperor will always have his best friend. 13 years. It's not very long, is it? But it was my whole lifetime. I know how much this act demanded by politics has wounded him. But we both glory in the sacrifice we make for the good of the country. I loved him. I did love him. But something in me always prevented me from showing my love to him the way he wanted to see it. The following day, the dissolution of our marriage was proclaimed to the Senate. I retired to my beautiful Malmaison, but I was never happy there again. Too many memories. I remember when he was in Italy and wrote to me not to be gay or sad, but he would prefer it if I were melancholy. I didn't know how to be melancholy then, but I do now. Josephine lived to see Napoleon retreat from Moscow. She lived to see him abdicate. She did not live to see his Waterloo. But to the end she consulted her cards every day. Strange. Because she found no happiness in what they foretold of the future. Her contentment lay only in remembering the past. I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power. Unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
This graceful and extraordinary creature, Josephine, was strong and independent, and her bittersweet love affair with her husband is proof that Disraeli was right when he said, "Man is not a creature of circumstances. Circumstances are the creatures of men." So can you blame me? Now you know why I just had to portray the fascinating Josephine. And as time goes on, I hope to play for you many more of my favorite characters of history and fiction. Our cast included Terry Keane, Louis Turenne, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Have a pencil ready for an offer.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. There was a time in this land of ours, particularly south of the Mason and Dixon line, when living was genteel, where good manners, politeness, and appearances counted for more than reality. But hidden under the externals, there could be hatred, jealousy, and even murder, as we find in our tale today.
Julia, this is the third letter I've received in the last 3 days. They're all the same.
What does it say, Uncle?
Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at the place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
That's terrible. Is it signed?
It's like the others, with a heart pierced by an arrow.
Our mystery drama, The Face of the Waters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Shiner?
Ladies in this building, don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
It's Athletes versus MS. Meet tennis champion Jimmy Connors.
With a gal like Billie Jean King on the team, you can count me in too. And there's Muhammad Ali, Hank Aaron, and Bobby Orr. Athletes from every sport. All of us are teaming up to ask everyone to join in the fight against MS, multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
The beginning of this century. The place, outside of Baton Rouge, a countryside of estates and plantations fronting the deceptive Mississippi River. I say deceptive because it's easy to be lulled by its beauty. But when the fog rolls in, there can be danger at every bend in the river, as our young couple in their rowboat are about to find out.
Arthur, don't you think we ought to turn back?
Our little trips down the river always end like this.
What do you mean?
They're always over hardly before they've begun.
Oh, we've been out on the river an hour.
What's an hour when I want to be with you a whole lifetime, Julia?
I know, Arthur. And I feel that way about you, too. But we can't think about that yet.
Not even think about it?
After my mother and father passed away, I had to come and live with Uncle Roland, and I can't tell you why. Not yet. But when I find what I must find, then we can make plans.
You're very mysterious. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to work.
If what is going to work?
That maybe deep down you think of me as just one of your uncle's chauffeurs. The one who drives the Pierce Arrow touring car.
Will you stop that? Arthur, darling, please.
I'm sorry. I know better.
We both know why you took the job. One can't always choose the kind of work to make money in. That has nothing to do with why I'm asking you to turn the boat around and start back to Hightower.
Oh, all right, Julia. I'll turn this around.
The fog's coming in. It's not the kind of weather I care for on the river.
It's the middle of the afternoon. Fog will blow off. You act as if I didn't know anything about the river. I was brought up on it.
Well, Arthur, why are we going so far out?
I'm not doing it on purpose. The current is pulling us away from the shore.
Let me help. I'll get another pair of oars under the seat.
Julia, watch it. You're tipping the boat. Don't grab the side like that. We'll both be in the water. It's all right. I got you, Julia. Just relax. I can swim it. Take it easy.
Oh, the boat. Can't we make it to the boat?
I can't see it. The current is taking it out of sight.
Oh, how far is it to land?
All right, I can see Hightower.
Oh, what's Uncle Roland going to say?
Julia, can we discuss this when we get there? It's over a mile, and there are these thick patches of fog. I can't talk to you. I don't want to swim us into a floating log. And that was the beginning, a sort of comedy start to a tragic end. I won't keep you all in suspense. Of course, I got Julia back to Hightower safely, wet through and through, but all in one piece. Her Uncle Roland did not appreciate the rescue.
It's a disgrace, my dear. There's no other word for it. The Laverne family has lived in Hightower for generations, and now you come along and... Julia, I am talking to you. Please look this way and listen.
I am listening to you, Roland. I am.
It's not only that you arrive at Hightower soaking wet, and I happen to have guests on the porch. You have been swimming in the Mississippi with all your clothes on, accompanied by that nincompoop of a chauffeur, a servant in my employ. Well, I can tell you this. He is no longer in my employ. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your friends. It wasn't Arthur's fault.
Let me remind you, you are my niece, and I take very seriously your mother's wish, rest her soul, to bring you up as my own child until you are 21. Now, you are only 18, and I am responsible.
Roland, it won't happen again.
Would you mind very much calling me Uncle Roland? This familiarity is something you have just taken to. Now, I am twice your age, my dear, and I would appreciate some respect.
Uncle, I don't understand you at all. You never said one word about being glad I wasn't drowned or how did I feel. All you've been able to say is that I made an exhibition of myself in front of your friends.
Now, just a moment.
But don't you think I'm entitled to a little consideration also?
I don't know what's gotten hold of you, Julia.
Well, just because you were the one closest to Mother and I was sent here last year when she died.
Don't you understand? Here in this part of the world, certain things are done, others are not done. Next thing you'll be telling me is you wish to go out and sully your hands doing work of some kind.
It is the next thing. I'm going to become a nurse. I have decided.
It's that chauffeur, isn't it?
He's going to become a doctor. And yes, he did talk to me about nursing.
You are so wrong and so strong-headed.
You and I were getting along so well. But now suddenly, because I happened to go out with Arthur a few times, you've changed.
We won't discuss him.
Oh, yes, we will. I won't have you referring to him always as a chauffeur. You know why he took the job. And secondly, he had nothing to do with the boat tipping over. It was all my fault.
Well, you shouldn't have been out with him in that treacherous current in the first place. He's a chauffeur. He hopes to become a doctor. He has no position in life, no family connections, no money, nothing. Julia, he is unworthy of you.
If it wasn't so ridiculous, I'd say you were jealous. I'm sorry, Uncle Roland, but while I'm here, I shall do things in my own way. You can discharge Arthur if you want to, but that won't change anything. He's going to work elsewhere to get himself through Louisiana Medical. You'll see. And I'll be right there if I want to.
Oh, Julia. Julia, I wish we could be friends again.
We can be. Especially if you're not unreasonable. Oh, please let Arthur stay. I'll try to see nothing happens to annoy you. Think about it.
I think about it. Well, shall we go into dinner together? I think I just heard the bell. Harrison, I don't like young Arthur Hammond. I never did, never could.
Do you mind if I interrupt you, Roland? I think this is more important. It's about your acquisition of all that land adjacent to yours.
A Parker Hill plantation? Yeah, I know. But I told you I will not meet their asking price, and that is final.
They've come down. Colonel Parker stopped by yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you came storming in here squawking about your niece and your chauffeur. I could hardly get a word in.
What do you do with an 18-year-old like that?
Roland, we've known one another for years. May I be frank?
Well, yes, I count on it.
Is your interest in Julia something more than parental?
What? Oh, what a thing to say.
Because I have noticed on many occasions I've been to Hightower a certain something in your demeanor which I'd say is not exactly the attitude of a 50-year-old bachelor towards his 18-year-old ward. Also, some of the people in town who have seen you together, they're talking.
I'll give them something to talk about. I decided to change my will.
That's your privilege.
I haven't told this yet to Julia, but when I do, you'll realize I have her best interests at heart.
I'm sure. And perhaps some of your own. Now, let me take off the hat of your oldest friend and replace it with that of your attorney and financial advisor. The colonel will sell the plantation for $200,000. Now, he's come down 50.
Well, it's still 50 more than I offered.
If that 50 sticks in your craw, I'll contribute my share. I tell you, it's the best investment around.
You really believe the Parker Hill plantation is worth that much? Well, what do I need another 7,500 acres for?
Roland, you cannot have too much cotton and sugar cane. Believe you me, if you thought you had good income now, with the Parker Hill land, you'll double it.
Arthur Hammond? That's you working on my automobile? Arthur, where are you?
I'm over here, Mr. Laverne. I'm trying to get a head of steam up in your Stanley, but there's something wrong with the boiler.
Well, then why don't you fix it?
Well, I'm trying to, sir, but it ain't easy.
Oh, I don't know why I rely on you.
Mr. Laverne, I'm doing my best. They're all running pretty well. I got up to 50 on the Pierce Arrow, and the Hubmobile is doing an even 30.
All except the Stanley steamer. Hey, if you can't fix it, maybe you can show me what's wrong.
Certainly, sir. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, where the steam is escaping here? That's why she loses power. There's a valve underneath that'll have to be replaced.
Well, then why don't you shut it down and replace it?
I was just about to do that, sir, but as you can see, there's hardly any room to move under there. To take that hood, you see, it don't swing up far enough. I have to find this long iron bar to prop it up higher. Yeah, she's solid, this bar.
Hammond, Arthur, I came down to the garage to tell you one thing. I would appreciate it if you did not see my niece anymore.
What? Don't you think Julia is old enough to know what she's doing?
No, I do not. Now, look, I'll put it to you differently. If you see her once more, away from your job here, well, I shall have to let you go.
So be it.
Well, what kind of an answer is that?
The only one I can make.
Perhaps you don't think I'm serious, but I am. One more infraction, and I shall have Dobson take all your belongings out of the room you occupy over the garage and lock the door.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Laverne.
You wouldn't do what?
That iron bar you're thinking of picking up, you won't frighten anybody with that, so don't challenge me.
I'm warning you. If I learn you have seen Julia one more time, it'll be too bad for you.
I wouldn't do that either, Mr. Laverne.
What?
Threaten people. I am in very good physical shape, and I can defend myself quite easily. Don't you lift up that iron bar?
Whippersnapper, you defy me, would you?
Put that down. I hate you. Forgive me, but what else can I do? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne, wake up. Wake up, sir.
What?
You're all right. Here, let me help you to your feet. Steady now. The dizziness will pass.
You hit me. Now, you're going to be very sorry, young man. Very sorry.
I'm already sorry, Mr. Laverne. I never dreamed this kind of thing would happen, but some people just won't listen to reason. It was too bad. I love Julia, and I hoped that the objections of her uncle would in time disappear, but somehow, without wanting to, I'd made a total enemy of the man. I'm afraid I hit him somewhat harder than I intended, but on that day I had no idea how much harder Roland Laverne planned to revenge himself on me.
It's a fact that most murders are a family crime. That has been the case since Cain slew Abel. A killer related to the victim by friendship or blood, or a murder done in defense of a relative. As in our story of Roland, who may very well believe he is defending his niece Julia. I'll go further and warn you that the 50-year-old bachelor is at this moment planning to do away with a young medical student. How? You will hear for yourself when I return shortly with Act 2.
The Red Cross is there to help folks help themselves in so many ways, like teaching you and your family about health and safety. Today, modern medicine lets you live longer. The Red Cross wants you to live better. We're committed to help you do just that as we begin our second century of service. Call your Red Cross chapter and ask about our health and safety services.
Together we can change things, you'll see. Yes, you'll see we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me, we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. You know, a burglar alarm is a good thing to have if you own lots of valuables or if you often leave your house unattended. But don't rush to buy one at the expense of being ripped off by an unscrupulous alarm company that capitalizes on scare tactics to induce you to buy their system. If high-pressure sales tactics are used, don't fall for them. Instead, take some time to think over the deal. If you're dealing with a company you don't know, call your Better Business Bureau for a reliability report before you sign any contract. And it's a good idea to check out the different types of systems offered. And once you've found the right one, get bids from 3 different companies so you can compare prices. And ask for names of former customers you may contact. If the company stands behind its product, it'll be happy to comply. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What can lead to a death-dealing violent action? Pride, jealousy, and anger. And if these 3 of the 7 deadliest sins inflame the spirit, watch out. This is what worried Roland's old friend Harrison Clay, attorney and business associate, and why, in a driving rain, he speeds his carriage to Hightower.
Dobson, why are you standing out there by the door?
What's that you say, sir?
Is Mr. Laverne home? If he isn't, I don't want to get out of the carriage and get drenched.
Is that you, Mr. Harrison, sir?
Did you hear when I said, Dobson?
Yes, sir. He's not at home now, sir. He went out earlier, and then when this storm came up, I began to get a little worried, sir.
What time did he leave Hightower?
A few hours ago, sir. Mr. Harrison, why don't you come inside? I'm sure Mr. Laverne will be back soon. I'll have your coachman and carriage taken care of.
I guess I might as well. At least if it's pouring like this, he won't get himself into trouble. Roland, where have you been? I've been waiting an age.
I see you got caught in the storm.
This fire's getting me dry. How did you manage to escape the rain?
I was in the boathouse. I got there before it started to pour and waited till it let up. Ooh, chilled to the marrow. Dobson, come in here and put some more wood on the fire.
Very good, sir.
And when you've done that, bring some brandy in a hurry. For you too, Harrison?
I wouldn't mind. Stand yourself in front of the fire.
Bring 2 glasses, Dobson. Oh, yes. That's better. What are you doing here today?
What were you doing chasing off to the boathouse?
And with that Arthur Hammond. If I lay my hands on him...
That's why I came over. I had a feeling from the way you were talking yesterday you might do something foolish.
Oh, Dobson, good. Set the tray down. We'll help ourselves. Foolish? What are you talking about? Help yourself, Harrison.
You went to the boathouse?
That was after I'd been to the garage.
You were looking for Julia?
Or Arthur. They weren't there. And then I went to the boathouse.
Well, they weren't there either?
No, but a rowboat was missing. Those 2 are out on the river again, and I hope they got good and soaked for their trouble.
Why were you chasing after Julia?
Well, she had persuaded me it would be wrong to discharge him, and by that I inferred she would not see him again. And then I came across a note from him in her bedroom, telling her where and at what time to meet him. She'd torn it up, but I put the pieces together.
You went into Julia's bedroom and spied on her? Now, Roland, that isn't worthy of you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand idly by and let this creature steal my niece.
Well, how are you going to avoid it?
It's very simple. I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Julia, hold still. Stay where you are. Don't move around the boat.
Oh, Arthur.
I don't feel like another dip in Old Miss. Anyway, as I was saying, I moved out of my room over the garage this morning, and I left a note in your uncle's mailbox saying I was quitting and that I wanted to talk to him about you very soon. You'll know what I mean.
Uncle Roland's going to be awfully angry.
I thought we agreed we didn't care.
I never said I didn't care. I do care. But I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Well, at least we didn't get rained on when that storm broke.
Whose dock was that?
Oh, Colonel Parker's. Word in town is he's selling his plantation to your uncle.
Uncle's going to be the first zillionaire in Louisiana.
Does that matter to you?
Arthur, he hates it when I'm not there for dinner.
Well, I thought we'd be back before dark.
It antagonizes him so. I'm afraid it's getting dark, and we don't even have a lantern. Have you any idea how far we are from Hightower?
Oh, we'll make it, Julia. This river's my friend, honest. I swum in it, fished in it. Old Mississippi never reached out and hurt me.
What about the last time when we got a good ducking?
The river's not responsible for landlubbers who tip the boat and fall in. He was gentle with us. He let us swim to shore.
You really speak of the river as if it's a living person, don't you?
Yeah, it's better than a person. Because the Mississippi knows right from wrong. Hey, whoa.
What's the matter?
Hey, the current is fighting me like anything. I can't keep us to the shoreline.
What's that noise? That roaring sound?
I can't think. There's no cataract or waterfall anywhere downstream. That's what it sounds like.
It's a whirlpool. We're caught in a whirlpool. We're going round and round. Arthur,
I can't stop it. It's pulling us in circles like a matchstick. Oh, Lord. Hey, there's a paddle wheeler coming towards us through the park.
But don't they see us? Stop!
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 There's a boat out here!
see us. He doesn't see us.
Arthur, can't you pull us out of his way?
God, I don't know. He can't see us at all.
Well, we'll be killed.
Jump, Julie. Jump into the water. I'll jump right next to you. Go on. Don't wait. I'll be right on top of it.
I can't swim, Arthur. I can't swim.
Stop pacing, Roland. The doctor isn't going to come out of the operating room any faster because you're walking up and down the hospital corridor.
I could kill him. I could kill him.
Will you sit down, Roland? Save your resources. They're all doing their best for her.
I don't mean Dr. Tom. I mean I could kill that idiot who takes her out on the river and doesn't have the sense to keep out of the way of a paddle wheeler. My Lord, it's a wonder she wasn't... Oh, I can't think of it.
Roland? She's going to be all right.
Oh, Doctor, is that true? Oh, bless you. Oh, she's like a part of me lying there. Is she awake?
No, she's still under sedation. But we managed to sew her up, splint the arm and the fractures.
Her face. Was it in very bad shape? Tom, what about her face?
It isn't badly injured, I'd say.
How badly?
Well, it's still too early to tell.
When I think of that beautiful face, my Julia...
Roland, it goes without saying we'll do all the plastic grafting we know how to do.
What about him, that kidnapper?
You mean Arthur Hammond? Oh, miraculous. You'll be glad to hear he escaped without a scratch. He's been up all night sitting with Julie even though she wasn't conscious. And we discharged him this morning. Now, he must have gone back to Hightower.
Well, come on, Roland. Let's go home.
When can I see Julia?
Certainly not before tomorrow. No, it could be the day after. Roland, please. You take it easy.
So unfair, so unfair.
She'll be just fine. You'll see.
He gets off without a scratch. Someone will just have to straighten out the scales of justice to see that they weigh evenly.
Is that you, Mr. Laverne?
Yes, Arthur. That's who it is.
I've been trying to loosen that valve.
I've just come from the hospital.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Mr. Laverne, please believe me. I really am very sorry.
That's not good enough, Hammond.
It was an accident, sir. It could have happened to anyone.
It could have happened to any idiot who lost control of his rowboat, so it could be rammed by a river steamer. It could not have happened to anybody. Do you know my beautiful Julia could be disfigured for life because you had to sneak away with her? Oh, I could kill you.
I have a lot of friends in that hospital. I'll see that she gets the very best medical care, I promise you.
You have done enough. You leave Julia alone. You are not to go anywhere near her, you understand me? I forbid it. I am responsible for her, and you have no place in her life ever again. Is that clear?
Mr. Laverne, did it ever occur to you that you're too old for her?
From this moment, you are no longer in my employ.
Obviously, you don't read your mail.
Didn't you hear me? You are dismissed.
I left my resignation in your mailbox yesterday. I have quit, Mr. Laverne. You are not ordering anybody anywhere. And while we're getting to know one another better, I might as well tell you that Julia and I have every intention of marrying.
Oh, have you? And what will you live on? You are not taking Julia away from here. She knows better. She could be the mistress of Hightower, and she will be.
So that's what you offered her.
You get away from my cars. You leave this minute.
Mr. Laverne, you are not giving me any orders.
You're an intruder.
If I choose to complete the work on this car, I shall do so.
If you do not leave here immediately...
If I don't, then what? Don't you make empty threats. You don't have the courage to come out and say that you want Julia for yourself. I dare you to tell her. I dare you to stand up to anyone. The only power you have is money. I'm going to put your Stanley steamer into good working order. And then, when I decide, I shall go. You better not stand so close to me, Mr. Laverne. I wouldn't want to hit you accidentally with this hammer.
You get out of here.
You back away, Mr. Laverne. This hood is only held up by this pole. You're in the way, Mr. Laverne.
You give me that hammer.
All right, I'm through. Here, you take it. Catch.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. It was all him. He did it all. Threw the hammer at me. It hit the pole that propped up the hood. Look at him. Is he dead? The hood came down and... Oh, he's breathing. I can see he's breathing. The hood knocked him unconscious. Not a drop of blood anywhere. He didn't get cut. Nothing bleeding. Oh, he's right here. This is the time. Now, I could do it. Now is the chance. Drag him over to the Pierce Arrow. Start it up, and the fumes. He dared me. He dared me openly. He was going to take from me everything that I wanted in life. He knew I wanted her. Now, come along, Mr. Hammond. Inch by inch, I'll pull you by the arms. Now we'll get you up into the car and start the motor.
There you have it. The sad scene of a prideful, angry, jealous man driven to a deed he can only live to regret. A man who has completely lost control over himself. Soon we shall see how love and murder will out. Those words apply, written by William Congreve, the playwright. To tell you frankly, Mr. Congreve, we'd rather not see. But I'm afraid we shall, when I return shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
We're here at the Springfield Women's Club to hear Crime Dog McGrath speak about...
Rape.
Oh, no, McGrath, not that.
I'm sorry, that's it, rape.
Oh, please don't.
Listen, ladies, I know rape is not an easy thing to talk about. But rape can happen.
Not to me.
Anytime, any place. But you can learn how to help protect yourselves.
We can? How?
Send for my book. Write to McGruff, Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Oh, we will.
A message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
I said to you earlier that most murders are a family affair. Someone close whose continued existence is unbearable to the murderer. If the latent desire is there, inevitably it will trigger an accident, which is what occurred in Roland Laverne's garage. One man hates another, considers him a rival, and by accident the victim is rendered unconscious. Now, what happened?
A couple more spadefuls ought to do it.
Roland? Roland, is that you?
Who is it?
It is you. I was wondering who was digging away down here by the river's edge.
Oh, Harrison. Well, what are you doing at Hightower?
What are you talking about? You invited me for dinner. I got here, nobody knew where you were. Dotson and I have been searching high and low. Whatever are you doing with that spade?
Oh, yeah. Dinner. Oh, look, let's get back to the house. I had no idea it was so late.
You haven't answered my question. What in heaven's name are you digging up this time of night? Look, I can walk. I don't need to be dragged along. I want to see what you were digging.
Harrison, I don't want you to. I forbid it.
Don't you trust me?
It's nothing. It's nothing at all.
Well, it may be nothing to you. But from here, it looks as though you've been digging someone's grave. Is that what it is? A grave? Aren't you going to tell me? If it is a grave, it's not a secret you can keep very long. I mean, if someone is missing, it's only a question of time before his relatives or friends start looking for him.
For him? Why did you say him?
Roland. Who is buried there?
Well, nobody. Nobody. It's just... Well, I was digging a hole. I was going to hide something, that's all, and, well, I decided not to.
So you covered it over? Oh, you're a very poor liar. I don't believe you. Now, did you kill Arthur Hammond, and have you buried his body?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't kill him. You see, it was an accident. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to.
What was an accident?
What?
You heard me. What have you buried out there at the edge of the river?
I haven't buried anything. You see, I was going to. I have a great deal of money in cash. It's in a strong box in the cellar, and I was going to make a hole and hide it there. And then I decided I wasn't going to, and that's what I was digging.
You never told me you had any money hidden in the cellar?
No, I didn't, Harrison. I'm ashamed I didn't trust you. It was given to me to hold for Julia by her mother, my sister. But Julia does not know it exists, so that we could split it.
Roland, had I known about this, I would have had to tell Julia, but I didn't hear a word you said. I don't know about the money. I don't want to know about it. I'm too shocked by all this.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I leave that to your conscience.
No, Miss Julia. Nobody knows where Mr. Arthur disappeared to. The day after the accident, he just suddenly left. And may I say, Miss, welcome home. It's good to have you back after all this time. May I pour you some coffee?
Thank you, Dobson. What about his tools? Did he take those?
No. Mr. Arthur left them in the garage.
And his clothes, books, and so forth? Did you look in the rooms over the garage?
Well, that's the peculiar part, Miss Julia. He must have moved out of there a day or so before the accident on the river, but I never found out where he moved to.
I knew he was going to move, but he didn't tell me either.
Dobson, is Miss Julia up yet?
I'm in the dining room, Uncle.
Oh, I must say, to come down to breakfast and see your smiling, pretty face, so healed, so happy, it makes my day. Dobson, just coffee for me also.
Sure.
Well, isn't that all you're having for breakfast, Julia? How about some eggs and bacon?
No, thank you. I'll pour Mr. Laverne's coffee. Thank you, Dobson. That will be all.
Yes, Miss. Very good, Miss.
I wanted Dobson out of the room while I was talking to you about Arthur.
Arthur? Well, I thought we put him out of our minds.
Well, it's only that I'm curious. I knew something was wrong when he didn't visit me in the hospital, or call, or anything.
Well, I didn't know it was troubling you, my dear.
I was very fond of him. Perhaps I still am.
Yes, I can understand. But I did think he was the wrong person for you. And wasn't that right? Twice a boat accident. How could I entrust the most precious person? Yes, I admit it, Julia. The most precious person to me, to a foolhardy chauffeur.
Why do you keep calling him a chauffeur when you know he only took that job to pay for his medical school?
Yes, so everyone says, but I don't have to believe it.
I was right. You are prejudiced, and I'll never find out what I'd like to know from you. I'm leaving.
Julia, come back. You haven't finished your coffee.
I'm going outside, and please don't follow me.
Julia, Forgive me. I'm sorry I drove you out of the house. I really am. Now, come back and finish your breakfast.
Uncle, I thought I asked you not to follow me.
But it's only that I
want to walk alongside the riverbank alone. Is that so hard to understand?
Is it really fair of you to denounce me, call me prejudiced, and not give me the opportunity to explain?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then let me just walk with you a little ways and try to make you understand my feeling.
All right. We'll go this way.
No, not that way. Would you mind if we go the other way?
Yes, I would. Why shouldn't I walk where I wish to?
Well, of course you should. Certainly you should. Only you can see how the waters have risen over the path down there. It could be swampy.
Uncle Roland, I'll go where I want to. If you want to go somewhere else, I shan't stop you.
No. I'll do what you do, child. It's you I want to be with and talk to.
When was the last time you saw Arthur? And what did he say then?
He was aware that I blamed him for the accident. I certainly could not place the fault on the captain of a paddle-wheeler. One doesn't expect to find a cockle shell mid-river on a foggy night. I told Arthur he could no longer remain in my employ. He agreed, and, well, the next day he was gone.
I don't remember this deep indentation in the shoreline. Do you, Uncle?
Why, yes.
For some reason, the old Mississippi has been digging away right here. Arthur used to say the river was a person, alive, acted for its own reasons. Does that make sense to you, Uncle?
I can't say it does.
The river has its own laws, its own right and wrong. It rewards and it punishes.
I don't know about that, but right around here there's a very stiff current. I've seen big logs, even shacks, shoot right by. It can carry anything right out to sea.
There's water oozing up all around them.
Well, Julia, it's a little treacherous. Our feet are sinking. It's not a safe place to walk. Now, you just take my hand and we'll head for higher ground. Julia, I have told you everything I know about him. I can only suppose he's left town and doesn't want you or anyone else to know where he's gone.
I can't believe that about him. And at the medical college, they don't believe it either. I'm going to tell them to inform the police.
Roland, it's true we've known each other since college, but what I did was my work. I can't accept this. I really can't. Medical ethics as well as my own won't permit it.
Tom, I cannot forget it was you who put my dearest Julia back together again. If you look at her now, how long has it been? She is as beautiful as ever.
Well, she did make an amazing recovery. And about that young man, Arthur, you know that medical college is affiliated with our hospital. And I was talking to the dean. It's been 3 months since the boy disappeared. The dean asked me, had the disappearance been reported to the police? And, well, I said I didn't know. The dean feels something is wrong. Hammond was too dedicated a student to have just left without any word. Candidly, the dean suspects foul play.
Who suspects foul play?
Oh, Julia, come in, my dear.
Doctor, isn't my uncle a terrible man? He never told me my most favorite person would be here this evening.
And you are my favorite patient, Julia.
What have you got there, Julia?
A letter I found on the doorstep when I came in.
Again? I recognize it. May I have it, please?
Well, I've stayed longer than I intended to.
Oh, that's not fair, Doctor. The moment I come in, you go out.
Will you excuse me? I'd better open this.
Well, you'd think he'd tell me you were coming over. Uncle, can't you take your eyes from that letter for a moment and say goodnight to the doctor?
Oh!
Uncle, what's wrong? He's fainted.
We'll carry him over to the couch. Put his legs over the arms so they're higher than his head.
Oh, I've never known him to faint before. Oh, should I throw some cold water on him?
No, don't do that ever. There. He's coming to.
What happened?
You fainted. How do you feel? Give me your wrist.
I feel a bit weak, I guess.
Have you been under a strain lately?
A strain? Oh, maybe just overtired. No, look, Tom, I'll be all right.
Your pulse is normal.
You go along, Tom. I know that you have some more house calls.
I'll take care of him, Doctor. I'm still planning to be a nurse, you know.
Julia, it was that letter that did it. The third I've received in 3 days. All the same.
What?
I'll read it to you. Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at that place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
This is the third letter? Why didn't you call the police?
Oh, what could they do?
Have you done something in the past that's worth that much money?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Harrison. See what he says.
$100,000 before Saturday? Impossible. Anyway, Roland, why are you even considering
Now,
it?
wait a moment. How stupid of me. Why, I've got that much right in my cellar.
You mean Julia's money?
Well, she doesn't know a thing about it.
Everything you're doing is wrong. If you've nothing to hide, you shouldn't be paying a cent. If you have, there's no guarantee they won't continue bleeding you for years. Now, think about that, Roland. Paying out that money could be slipping a noose around your neck.
Julia, where have you been? It's been 2 days. I needed you on Saturday night when I left the money, the blackmail money. And I am positive I know who was blackmailing me.
Who?
Harrison.
Harrison? Your old friend, your lawyer, your business manager? You believe that?
It could only be him.
He wasn't the one who took that $100,000. It was me. And Arthur. Come in, Arthur.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? Fortunately, you know as little about carbon monoxide as you do about anatomy. I was quite alive when you buried me, and I let the old Mississippi do the rescuing. It flooded the grave you dug. Thank you for the money. It'll help us both get started.
I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
For giving me back the money you were keeping till I became 21. My money that was entrusted to you. You see, before she died, Mother told me. Arthur, I'd like to leave Hightower as fast as we can. And leave forever all those unpleasant memories.
The legend is as old as recorded time, that the rivers and the raindrops are the tears of the world. And the Mississippi, like all rivers, is a constant conscience to man who sins. Can there be a greater example than the great flood that washed the earth clean of sinners, so that Noah and his family might start life all over again? I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Of reconciliation and love. I come on.
The race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. The operative word, of course, is always. Most of the time, however, the swift finish first and the strong prevail. I know all about David and Goliath, but people who bet on form insist, and the record bears them out, that a good big man will usually beat a good little man, all things being equal. There's another operative word. Equal.
But this is madness, my queen.
Perhaps.
Then you admit it?
Yes.
I cannot understand. I tell you, we cannot meet the Roman army in the open field. We are asking for certain defeat.
I believe that victory or defeat must follow the will or even the caprice of the immortal gods.
I cannot accept that.
That is because you are not a barbarian. Our mystery drama, The Heart of Boudicca, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you...
The time, almost 2,000 years ago. The place, a clearing in a dense, almost primeval forest near what is now the city of Colchester in England. This is a holy place amidst a grove of sacred oaks. In the center is an altar. Kneeling before it, a tall, auburn-haired woman, a warrior woman, for she is wearing armor. But the armor is pierced and broken and bloodstained. Standing above her is an old man with a white beard and flowing white hair. He is dressed in black. He is Sinwin, the High Druid.
Boudicca, Queen of the Iceni, why have you come to this sacred grove?
Sinwin, Archdruid, holiest of mortal men, living voice of the immortal gods. I have come here to die.
Musicians, wake the gods, so that they may hear the plea of Boudicca. Gods of all the rivers and the mountains, I speak here now for Boudicca. Listen then to the story of Boudicca. Let it be told so that you may bestow upon it your blessing or your curse, that you may pardon or condemn. Listen, O gods.
Speak quickly, white-haired old windbag, for you are nobody and you speak to no one. Oh, Sinwin, you are a lie, and your gods are lies, and it is you who have brought me here to the silver cup of poison, and our great Celtic people to their death and destruction. Smell the fires, Sinwin, and hear the screams of our immolated sons and our violated daughters. What has brought me here, to the sacred grove, to the holiest of oak trees? In but a few moments I shall drain the poison from the silver cup, and Boudicca be no more. When did it begin? It began, I know now, as he lay dying, my husband, Prosopagos, king of the Iceni. And with the will he made on his deathbed.
Boudicca.
Yes, my lord.
I have caused the will to be written.
The will, my lord?
Yes, my queen.
But, my lord, what need is there of a will? On the death of an Iceni king, his widow ascends the throne.
The Romans show no disposition to honor British customs. Therefore, I have been advised to leave half of my estate to the Emperor Nero.
Roman? Emperor Nero? Why?
My love, you must realize half a kingdom is better than none. This way, he will accept the legality, and you and our daughters will have something.
But if Nero wants this kingdom, he'll take it at any event. There will be bloodshed, but in the end, he will take it.
No. The Romans love the byplay of legality. And we already have the imperial assurance from Nero himself that he will be satisfied with the arrangement.
From whom do we have this assurance?
From the arch-druid.
Is it so, Sinwin?
Yes, it is so.
How?
We have been told. We have the imperial assurance.
Where is it?
Where?
May I see it? Where is the parchment?
We have the Emperor's word.
Do we have it in writing?
One does not insult the Emperor of Rome by demanding a signature to his promise.
My queen, I feel that the Emperor Nero will keep his promise.
But, my lord...
My queen, it is blasphemy to dispute with the dying. Kneel, all here in this room. Kneel, as this favored one of the immortal gods waits for the passage across the river of darkness. Kneel.
My husband, the king, had not long to wait till his eyes closed for the last time. And I had not long to wait for the arrival of Cato, the Roman procurator of Britain. A big, bulky, fleshy man. He rode into the royal palace with a cohort of cavalry clattering behind him.
Halt! Halt!
Welcome, Cato Decinius.
Welcome? Who is this woman?
I am the widow of King Prosutogus. I am the queen of the Iceni.
Queen? Where Rome rules, there is only one queen. Octavia, consort to the Emperor Nero, in whose name I take possession of this palace and of all the property therein.
Where is your authority?
My authority is this sword and the 500 spears of my men.
We have the imperial assurance from the Emperor Nero that we are to share the kingdom equally.
Where is your document?
A document?
To prove the existence of this assurance.
But my husband, King Prosutogus, he wrote a will.
Rome does not recognize the pretensions of upstart barbarian tribal chieftains. Leave this place, woman.
Woman? I'm Queen Boudicca.
Remove her from our presence.
Don't you dare touch me. I'm a queen. You're nothing but petty, thieving scoundrel.
Shut her mouth. And now leave. Leave while you are still free to do so.
I protest is illegal. I have...
Again, Paulinus.
No, you cannot silence me.
Tie her to the post. Give her the whip. Oh, and who are these? Your daughters?
No!
Let them spend the night in the tents of the centurion.
No!
Boudicca, speak with humility to the immortal gods.
Yes. I shall speak lies and nonsense to gods who do not exist. But better to babble than to remember that night. Somehow, it passed, and thus, ravaged and disgraced, I made my way deep into the forest to find solitude and a place to hide the shame of our house. But my own people gathered round me.
The immortal gods cry for vengeance.
And we shall be avenged. Let us rise against Rome.
Wait.
Who cries wait?
I, Vectus, son of Avwillodunum.
Wait for what?
For the chance to win.
Victory or defeat is in the hands of the immortal gods.
The omens are favorable.
To rise up now is to ask for speedy defeat and lingering death.
I know you, Vectus, son of Dunham. Your mother was a Roman.
But I am a Briton.
You propose treason.
I propose caution.
Cowardice.
Wisdom.
Blasphemy.
Silence! I have heard of you, Vectus. You have the name of a bold and fearless fighter. Do you shrink from this just and holy war?
With all my heart, I would struggle and even die in a just and holy cause. I ask you to reconsider this ill-timed and doomed adventure.
And what of the unbearable insult to the women of the house of Prototagus?
You must swallow it.
He is a traitor. Kill him.
No, wait. He belongs to me. I will kill him myself. Draw your sword, Roman dog.
My queen, I speak for the good of Britain.
Draw your sword, coward.
I will not take arms against my queen.
Your queen is a slut who lives in Nero's palace in Rome. Draw your sword and try to defend yourself. I command it.
Very well, Your Majesty.
No one is to raise a hand against him. He is mine.
Your Majesty.
Quiet, dog. We do not talk. We fight.
But, Your Majesty.
To the death.
But, Your Majesty must listen to me.
Sing your death song.
Very well, Your Majesty, if there be no other way.
No, don't hurt me. Don't let me hurt me. For each is a match for any man in Britain, in the world. Oh.
Now, Your Majesty, what must I do?
You have disarmed me. No one has ever struck the sword from my hand before.
I'm sorry, my queen.
You have the right to kill me.
I have only the obligation to worship, love, and obey you.
Trust. At least I shall have died in combat.
No, Your Majesty, we must talk.
Talk? What is there to talk about?
Everything. Grant me this favor. I shall never ask another.
Yes?
Retire to the side of this holy oak with me, and let us speak in private.
Do not listen to his honeyed words of treason.
Listen first. And if they be treason, kill me.
Very well, Vectus, I will listen. All of you, retire and leave us alone. And now, Vectus,
do not rise up against Rome.
Better to be crushed into the dirt underfoot.
Do not rise up now.
Why not now? Now, when the wound is raw and fresh, the pain can only be relieved, and the disgrace wiped out by Roman blood.
Are you a woman out to avenge her own agony, or a queen who must think of an entire nation?
Are you saying I must take no revenge against Rome?
I am saying you must exact justice.
Well, say it any way you will. It must still end in the spilling of Roman blood.
And British.
My people will die gladly.
No one dies gladly when the cause is hopeless.
Why do you insist the cause is hopeless?
Isn't it? For years it's been illegal for our people to bear arms. Boudicca. An entire generation has grown to man and womanhood, unpracticed, untrained in the use of arms.
But courage can overcome every obstacle.
Everyone, perhaps, except the disciplined legions of Rome. We must wait.
Oh, again that word, wait.
Until we have taught our people the skills of warfare.
And how long must we wait?
I cannot say. As long as is needed.
And in the meantime, I am to swallow the insults of Rome, the injury that I have suffered at the hands of Cato Dusanius?
For now, my queen, for now, it must be forgotten.
As you can tell by now, this is going to be a war story. And it might be interesting to note that in these days, while we in this country are debating the combat role of women in the armed forces, almost 1/3 of the Celtic Britons were warrior women who fought with swords and spears side by side with the men. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Before weeds and pests threaten to ruin your garden, trees, or foliage, True Value Hardware stores suggest you take preventive measures.
Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can start by arming yourself with Ortho lawn and garden products like 7 Garden Dust, now just $2.99 for a 1-pound canister. Ortho 7 prevents insects like tomato hornworms, strawberry weevils, and squash bugs from damaging your crops. And you'll find other Ortho products.
Has a revenge ready, said a French philosopher. And when that woman happens to be a queen who commands an eager army, the chances for peace are slim indeed. Boadicea, deposed queen of the ancient Celtic Britons, has ample justification for trying to exact a bloody revenge from Rome. But as one of her counselors tries to caution her,
Rome has the finest, the most highly disciplined army in the world. And what are we? A horde of unskilled barbarians.
Barbarians?
My lady, we are no match for Rome.
Then we must die.
No. We must live.
As slaves?
No, as men and women who shall carefully prepare for the moment of victory.
And forget what Rome has done to us?
No, remember. And let that remembrance bring wisdom, not anger. How can Rome be defeated? Not by force in the open field, but by cunning.
That was wise counsel given to me by Victus. But he did not consider the power of the arch-druid. For we are and always have been a religious people.
You counsel delay, do you, Victus?
Yes, Holy One.
Ah, gods speak. They speak through omens and signs. They speak when there is a reddish glow about the moon. Behold, the moon, Boadicea. What is the color that surrounds the moon?
Red.
What is the color of blood?
Red.
And whose blood is it? Not just the blood of our queen and her innocent daughters, but the blood of every Briton. Yes, the blood of the gods themselves. Here we are, in our thousands, a mighty host. Let us be terrible in our vengeance. Cato, the Roman despoiler, is even now polluting the palace of our queen. He is guarded by only a few hundred. Let us take revenge.
How could I resist the opportunity to make Cato pay for his outrages? Yes, Simon was right. There was a debt. It could only be paid in blood.
But this is a declaration of war.
So be it.
No, listen to me.
There's a time to listen and a time to act.
This is not the time.
Tell me, Victus, when will the time come?
When we are ready, my queen.
And who will decide when we are ready? Now, at this moment, we can overwhelm Cato. Kill him and every one of his soldiers and servants, and the traitors among our people who serve him.
Boadicea, this is what Nero wants us to do.
Nero wants us to slaughter his own procurator? Are you mad?
All this is part of his plan. Nero foresees this vengeance of yours. He wants you to take it. And this shall become his pretext to spread fire and sword all through Britain.
Does this half-Roman still babble, Boadicea? Our very gods have been violated. Our gods demand vengeance.
I could no longer hear the calm voice of Victus. I could only see the ugly, leering face of Cato the Roman. I could feel the pain of the whip biting into my body. I could feel the shame of the outrage searing my soul. I was mad with the desire for revenge. No one, nothing, could prevent me from spilling the blood of Cato.
If it is to be done, let it at least be done successfully.
All here recognize your superior skill in warfare, Victus. Shall you lead the army?
No, my queen. Not the army, not this huge, unwieldy horde. I want 1,000 of the older men. Veterans. Men who have wet their swords before.
At the head of 1,000 picked men, Victus and I made our way back to what had once been the palace
of the Iceni kings.
I will kill the first man who makes a sound. Quietly. Walk quietly. If you encounter a Roman, dispatch him quietly. Let no one live to give the alarm.
Slowly, silently, we entered the town. No one expected an attack. The few sentries were either asleep or drunk. They died quickly. Now we stood before the ancient palace. Cato was feasting with his officers in what had recently been the council room of the Iceni kings. It was a roaring, drunken revel. We entered the hall, unseen by any within. The Roman weapons were stacked against the wall. Quickly, we picked them up. Roman carrion! Dogs!
What is this? Why, why, it's the widow. What is it you want here? Another lesson? Polonus! Polonus, you scoundrel, where is the whip?
I hold the whip here in my hand, Cato.
Oh, you must be mad.
Tie him to the post.
What, you dare to lay hands on an official of Rome?
Polonus, step forward. Come here, dog. Take this whip and now do to your master what you have done to me.
No, Polonus.
Let us see twice the zeal that you practiced on me, Polonus, and you shall be rewarded by a quick and merciful death. Begin now.
No!
Not a Roman survived the vengeance of that night. And all over Britain, the tribes rose up in their fury. Everywhere the tale was the same. Death to all who were Romans. What have you to say now, my bold Vectis?
Ilea iacta est.
What is that?
Latin.
What does it mean?
The die is cast.
Must you say it in the Roman tongue?
Yes, my queen. It is necessary to be able to think in their tongue, to try to understand what they intend to do now.
What is the difference? We proved tonight that we're more than a match for them.
Yes, we're more than a match for elderly veterans, for raw reserves. But soon we shall be facing hardened, battle-tested legions. And that will tell another story.
We shall sweep them into the sea.
My queen, we must avoid an open fight.
How can we win unless we smash them in the field?
We cannot smash them.
No?
We must bleed them. Look at me. Look at yourself. We both wear Roman breastplates, stripped from some poor dead devils. We both carry Roman javelins. See how much better and stronger they are than our own? And their tactics far superior.
But I don't understand you, Vectis. You forget. Our history is the will of our gods.
Yes. But the Romans also have their gods.
Ours shall prevail.
Only if we fight on ground where our gods are strongest.
And where is this ground?
Here. Here in the forest. The Romans cannot fight in the dense, closely packed woods. They need the open plains to maneuver, to take advantage of their weapons and tactics.
But what can we do in the forest?
Stay here and wait for the Romans to come in after us, as they must. We shall bleed them. A man here, a man there, and soon their armies shall have melted away.
But who has the patience for this merchant's warfare?
We must develop it. Let us pause here, Boudicca.
Why?
To talk to the gods.
Only Sinwin the Archdruid may speak with the gods.
Sinwin is an old fraud.
Blasphemy!
Is it? You must know that Sinwin is only interested in saving his own skin. Here, let us dismount.
But why?
I've already told you. So that we may hear the voices of the gods. Come. Walk with me. Do you feel the presence of the gods?
Yes. Yes. I had no idea that this was a holy place.
Every forest is a holy place for the immortal gods. Ask them, Boudicca. Ask them what they would say to you. Ask.
Gods, immortal gods, do you speak through me? Do you speak through me?
Listen, Boadicea. Listen, and the words shall issue forth from your own lips.
Boadicea, favored of women, let us help you. Let your gods help you. Let us help you here in our sacred forest where we rule supreme. Let us help you. Wait here. Wait here for the Roman host. Wait here and prevail.
Did you hear them?
Yes.
This is a place of wonder, Vector.
Have such wonders as mankind has never seen.
For a moment, I'd forgotten that I was a woman.
I've never forgotten that you are a woman.
What are you saying?
I have said too much.
No, perhaps you've not said enough.
I have always loved you.
I know.
You know?
It is obvious in the way you look at me. The way you speak to me.
Then you must forgive my presumption.
Love cannot be presumptuous, especially when it is returned.
You love me, then, my queen?
Yes, Vector. I've always loved you. So, blows the wind in that direction. And why not? Surely no man and woman could ever be more worthy of each other. But you can see the beginnings of the problem. Although most stories concern themselves with love and war seldom mix. Our final hour is marked, said Napoleon, and no one can claim a moment beyond his foreordained time. But the problem is we can only learn the allotted times as they apply to the others in the past. When it comes to ourselves, there is only one way to find out, isn't there? And of course, at that moment, the knowledge is no longer of any use to us. I love you, Vectus. I loved you when you first came to our court to lead my husband's armies.
And I resigned my command because I could not be disloyal to my king.
But we love at the behest of the gods. And this love in this holy place is at their command. Do you believe this?
Yes, I believe this. There is magic in this night. Yes, my beloved, we Britons are people of the forests. And so long as we shall remain in these forests, we shall prevail. It's only when we become like the people of the open plains that we shall be destroyed.
Oh, let us not at this time, and in this place, talk of destruction, my beloved. It was a night that was filled with magic. All about me were scenes of such wonders I had never dreamed could be. And Vectus, beloved Vectus, was a good and wise teacher.
See how the stream ripples with rainbow colors in the sudden shafts of early sunlight?
Yes.
These are the spirits of the sky. See how bright they are? That is because they are spirits of love.
Love?
Oh, yes. Because they're so warm and so filled with life.
Vectus, this is the first time that anyone has ever spoken to me about the spirits of love.
Oh, I cannot believe that.
Yes, I had never seen beauty in the world until just now.
Why not?
Perhaps it was because I was always taught that life was just a grim business.
Or it can be. Unless it is made beautiful by love.
But I had never known love until just now.
But surely you You loved your husband?
He was an old man. The match was arranged. I spent my years learning to be a queen.
You have become a great queen.
But I've never been able to be a woman. Woman in love. Oh, how I envied the humblest of my women slaves who had a man to turn to when his work was finished. Vectis, see how the water sparkles in this lovely stream.
Let us follow it, my dearest.
Do we have the right?
The right?
Well, the entire countryside is in flames. There's the war. Have we the right to move away from it as if it didn't exist? Merely for the sake of our own pleasure?
There will be enough of war and hatred and killing. Enough ugliness and misery soon, my dearest. Let us steal a moment or two while we may. Who knows how long we both shall live?
I'm frightened. The tone in your voice.
What of it?
Sends a chill through me.
Oh, my darling, I meant nothing by it.
Yes, you did. Are you saying that we are destined to lose?
I have said nothing. Our fates have not yet been cast. We can win.
Oh, to hear you say that.
There is only one course we can follow. It will take superhuman self-discipline. Are we capable of it? But let us not think of that now, no. Now let us steal a moment which shall be even sweeter for having been stolen.
Yes, my love. And so the hours and the days passed. No, not many of them, actually. All too few. It was impossible to get away from the war. It kept intruding itself no matter where we tried to turn.
Your Majesty.
Yes, Holy One?
Your place is with the army in the field.
The army has no business being in the field.
Does Vectis determine the strategy of our forces now, Your Majesty?
Vectis speaks for me, Sinwin.
And while the two of you dally in adulterous union, the opportunities to destroy Rome are slipping from our grasp.
I warn you, Sinwin. Your priestly robe does not give you license to insult the Queen or myself.
You dare to raise a hand to the Archdruid of Britain?
I will cut off the head of the Archdruid if he does not learn to control his tongue.
The gods will punish this blasphemy.
Silence! I could not silence the murmuring of my people. A council was convened of all the chiefs and elders. The almost universal sentiment was to meet the Romans in open combat. And then Vectis spoke.
Hear me.
He is a Roman spy.
He has my leave to speak.
Hear me. A Roman army has landed in Britain. The 21st, the 11th, and the 9th legions.
They are less than 30,000. We outnumber them 5 to 1.
Remember, these are professional soldiers of Rome. The battle-hardened veterans. It is men like these who, under the Emperor Claudius, defeated our grandparents and took this island.
That was 100 years ago.
True. But what have we learned in 100 years, Sinwin? Answer me that. Are we better warriors than our grandfathers? Braver? More skillful? Shall we repeat their mistakes? Shall we throw ourselves against the spears of the legions just as they did?
People, all he has to offer is the counsel of despair.
Listen to what I have to offer, because it is our only chance for victory. We are not Rome's only conquered and martyred province. Half the world groans under her cruel yoke. The Teutonic tribes in Germany, our own Celtic brothers and sisters in Gaul, the Iberians in Spain, the Scythians, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Persians.
Who are all these people? How do we even know they exist?
These are fellow sufferers. Now and then one nation revolts. But because it is only one nation, the Romans crush it with ease. But listen, my countrymen, just suppose, all of us were to rise against Rome at once. Suppose she had 10 revolts to put down instead of only one. What then?
This is a dream.
Of course! Freedom always begins as a dream. But men and women of faith can make it come true.
His aura oratory touched the hearts and minds of his listeners. And suddenly there it was, the worldwide revolt against Rome. True, most of our people had never heard of these distant places, but everyone's imagination was fired by the possibilities, the exciting, thrilling possibilities. I sent envoys to Spain and to Gaul, to Germany, to wherever Rome ruled. But soon it became apparent we would have problems.
Yes, my queen?
We've heard from none of our ambassadors.
These things take time.
Time, Victus. How much time?
I cannot say. Revolts are not organized in hours. It may take months, perhaps years.
But we cannot wait for years or even months.
But we must. Queen, surely you recognize the importance of a long-range plan against Rome.
Yes, I do. Because, my beloved, you have civilized me a little. But the people are restless and thirsty for revenge. I must lead them into combat against Rome, or else I shall lose them. They shall cast me aside and follow another leader.
Very well. If we must fight now, let us fight now. But let us fight carefully. Let us snap at their heels, capture their supply wagons, kill off their stragglers.
It was wise counsel, and for a while it kept the army occupied and content. But unfortunately, it did not flatter the manhood of most of my soldiers. They were becoming restless. They were tired of striking a blow and running away. They demanded a fight to the finish.
Yes, a fight to the finish, but it is certain to be our finish.
The Roman army is drawn up outside of Canulodunum. They are waiting for us to meet them.
And why should we do that?
So that we can conquer and put an end to this war.
This is an old argument, Sinwin. Listen to me!
Victus spoke, and they listened. But they were restless. They wanted action and blood. I realized that Victus would never understand the barbarian side of his heredity. He was too civilized. Then, finally, we heard a trumpet call.
The Romans! They send us a herald!
I have a message from the commander of the Imperial Roman Army in Britain.
Speak.
No, it is our mission and purpose to bring matters to a conclusion. But this can only be done in combat. We are drawn up in battle array to await your coming, but we fear you are too cowardly to meet us in the field. Instead, you prefer to skulk like thieves and assassins.
Is that the entire message?
That is the entire message.
Take back this answer. If your commander has the courage to place himself at the head of his troops, as I do in front of mine, we shall see who the cowards are. Speak these words to the Roman butcher in my name.
He did it deliberately, to provoke you.
And he succeeded.
But surely common sense...
We Britons are bereft of common sense, which is why we are barbarians.
Listen no longer to the counsels of confusion. Victory is ordained by the gods. In their name we fight. In their cause we conquer.
I actually believed him. I believed that the gods would give us victory. We approached Camulodunum, and there was the Roman army drawn up in battle order. We outnumbered them, but I had a grim lesson to learn. Superior numbers do not always mean superior strength.
Boadicea, it is not too late.
It is too late for your counsels now, Victus.
They will form their dreaded wedge. They will cut through us like a knife through butter.
I can no longer listen, Victus. Let us attack.
You mean to make a frontal assault?
Let all who want to end the oppression of Rome follow me. He followed me, and so did the rest of the army. And soon It was all over. I cannot believe there could be so much devastation in so short a time. The Romans stood their ground and then formed the terrible wedges that Vectus had spoken of. Soon we were fleeing in disarray. The Romans followed, and the fields turned red with blood. The blood of Britons. We were being slaughtered like cattle. I fought as long and as hard as I could. And then my horse went down. Suddenly I was seized by strong hands. It was Vectus. He lifted me into his saddle. Where are we going?
We must save your life.
No, let me die here.
You must live.
What?
To fight another day.
You know as well as I do there cannot be another day.
If we can reach the forest, we shall be saved.
Look, we're being pursued.
They're gaining. Boadicea, neither of us must be taken alive.
What are you doing?
You ride on. I'll stand here and delay them.
No!
Go!
Vectus, my beloved. It was the last I saw of him. The horse galloped into the forest. Where could I go? Where could I hide? Britain was too small for me. Sooner or later, they must find me. I remembered Vectus' last words. Neither of us must be taken alive. Did they take him alive, I wondered. They must not take me. And so I made my way to the sacred grove, where I found Simeon. And for the first time, I saw him for what he really was. An old fraud. Remarkable. Vectus had known it all along. But I am a barbarian. And the barbarians are no match for Rome. So I will raise the cup. The silver cup of poison. To my lips and drain it. And she drank and she died. What happened to Vectis we cannot say, but she was a great queen. She knew how to live, and she knew how to end her life. But she was wrong about one thing. She said that the barbarians were no match for Rome. The fact is, some 400 years later, it was the barbarians who finally brought down the Roman Empire. What had been impossible in the year 62 AD was accomplished with relative ease in the 5th century. It's all a matter of timing, isn't it? So much depends not so much on what we do, but when we do it. I shall return shortly. It is true the ancient Celtic peoples were cruel and violent, but there was no malice in their behavior. They simply didn't know better. How can we account for the cruelty and violence of the so-called civilized Romans? The answer, and it holds good to this day, is that people who should know better should be judged more strictly. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Russell Horton, and Lord Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Yes, Monsieur Zenobi. What is it you wish to say?
I wish I hadn't paid you in advance.
We would have an encounter like this one practically every day. And then, suddenly, one afternoon, something happened. Eureka! Eureka, Mona Lisa!
Are you speaking to me, Mr.
Yes, Eureka!
What does that mean?
It means I have found it.
You found what?
The key. The secret of the smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered immortality.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear Mona Lisa, that we shall live forever.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Miles an hour, and the wind chill tonight is 9 above zero. This is CBS News Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The Cinderella story of the plain little girl who ends up marrying the handsome prince does sometimes happen. But there's no guarantee they will live happily ever after. Not if he is Peter III of Russia and she is Catherine II. Theirs was a disastrous marriage that ended in murder and Catherine crowning herself as Empress of all the Russias, adored, hated, envied, despised, and yet truly great.
Madam, I congratulate you. Your daughter Sophie is positively beautiful.
You think so, Count? People say she looks exactly like me.
That lovely chestnut hair and a figure. Wunderbar.
That she gets from me also.
I am sure she will make an admirable impression.
I hope so. She's so willful and stubborn. If she ever becomes Empress, the Lord only knows what would happen to...
I'll tell you something I've never confessed before. To this day, I don't know if what I did, I'm still doing, is wrong or right.
Dear, you always said it was right. Always.
I had to say that. But I do know lies are wrong. I know laws are meant to be obeyed.
The one that threatens from within. Fire. Hi. Pat Summerall to suggest a Pitway First Alert smoke alarm from True Value Hardware stores. The standard model detects visible and invisible smoke. And with a $5 rebate from Pitway, your final cost is just $10.98. For extra protection, get the First Alert double system with dual sensors to detect fast and slow-burning fires. Subtract Pitway's $10 rebate, your final cost is $24.98 at participating True Value Hardware stores.
Who's made a difference in your life? Chances are it's a volunteer. President Reagan will honor 20 volunteers with the 1982 President's Volunteer Action Award. Now's your chance to make a difference. Nominate a volunteer to win. For the forms you need, write the President's Volunteer Action Awards, Box 37488, Washington, D.C., 20013.
Reach the northwest side of Chicago with a local want ad in the 16 great Leader and Post newspapers. Whether you want to buy or sell, rent or hire, just call the Leader or Post and ask for an ad taker. Your ad in the Leader will reach thousands of people in outstanding communities like Cragen, Jefferson Park, Mayfair, Portage Park, and Belmont Central. Just a few of the many neighborhoods that the Leader newspapers cover. The Post serves Elmwood Park, Franklin Park, River Grove, and other outstanding northwest suburbs. Readers have learned that it pays to follow the Leader and read the Post. These readers respond to your want ads. So try one if you want to sell, buy, rent, or hire. So easy to do with the Leader and Post. Your ad will be taken over the phone and you'll be billed after the ad runs. Call the Leader and Post and ask for an ad taker. The number is 889-5200. 889-5200.
If a certain minor German princess called Sophie had not led the kind of mysterious and enigmatic life, bursting like a passionate butterfly from the drabbest of cocoons, had not been a friend of Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and many others, and had not changed her name to Catherine of Russia, we of the Mystery Theater would not be probing and searching what made this extraordinary lady tick as loudly as a time bomb. But explode over Europe she did. My friends, I give you the Empress of Russia.
What Herr E.G. Marshall has just said about me is perfectly true. I was German by birth, had a French governess, learned and loved La Fontaine's fables by heart, and Perrault's Mother Goose Tales. My favorite, of course, was Cinderella. And on one New Year's Day, Mama, Papa, and I were sitting down to dinner when my own fairy tale began.
Sophie, how many times do I have to tell you, take your elbows off the table?
That's my mother, Johanna. She calls me Sophie. It hasn't been changed to Catherine yet.
Husband?
What?
Christian August, what is so funny?
Nothing, my dear.
Christian August was my father. He was also the Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst.
Christian August, don't be evasive.
Do you remember little Peter, Anna's boy?
Peter Ulrich, the little duke? The one who always had a cold and was coughing and sniffling?
That's the one. The heir to the throne of Sweden.
Oh, bad-mannered, stuck-up little brat. Thought he knew everything and he knew nothing. He'll never get anywhere.
I didn't think he was so stuck-up, Mama. I liked him.
Sophie, you will speak when you are spoken to and not before.
I'd say it's a good thing.
What's a good thing? Oh, where is the soup? I am famished.
It's a good thing Sophie likes Peter, because she may be marrying him.
What? To become Queen of Sweden? That's nothing of a country? Oh, we can find her a much better match here in Zerbst. The Baron, who owns all the Zerbst beer factories, for instance.
Peter has renounced his claim to the Swedish throne and has been adopted by his Aunt Elizabeth, who I need not remind you is still Empress of Russia.
She stole the throne of Russia after her sister died. Don't tell me. Usurped it. Usurped is the word.
Nevertheless, Elizabeth has just written to me to ask if you and Sophie would go to St. Petersburg because she has something in mind.
What does she have in mind, Papa?
Sophie?
First, there was Peter the Great. Then there was Peter the Second, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Aunt Elizabeth wishes to make the next ruler of Russia Peter the Third.
Sniffy, sneezing, little Peter?
And if Elizabeth approves of our Sophie, she could become the next Empress of Russia.
I could? Dear Peter Ulrich, what a healthy, handsome, intelligent boy. I always said he had a future. Of course he'll marry our Sophie. I shall see to it.
Joanna, the boy has no say in the matter. It's Aunt Elizabeth you'll have to convince.
Since nobody would tell me anything, I had to find out for myself. So the next morning, before anyone was up, I found a letter written to Papa. It was signed Count Otto von Brummer, and it said, at the explicit command of Her Imperial Majesty,
I have the honor to inform you, sir, that the Sublime Empress desires your wife to accompany your elder daughter, the Princess Sophie, to come to our country as soon as possible. Your Highness is too intelligent not to understand the true meaning of Her Majesty's great impatience to meet the Princess, your daughter, of whom report has said much that is lovely.
That's me. Report has said I'm lovely. The Russians think I'm lovely. The Russians think I'm lovely.
What are you doing?
Good morning, Mama. I'm reading a letter.
You're reading a letter, are you? Let me see that. Why, Sophie, you're reading correspondence addressed to your papa.
But it's all about me. I'm lovely.
Go to your room immediately. You will not have any breakfast, and you will not leave your room before lunch.
Yes, Mama.
And until such time as you leave this household in Zerbst, you will remember your place.
Yes, Mama. Mama laid down the law. I obeyed. People everywhere thought she was witty, vivacious, gay. I was quiet, quite silent. She was beautiful. I was the ugly duckling. That is until we left Berlin in charge of the man who had written the letter, Count Otto von Brummer. The Count was to accompany us all the way to Moscow. After a month by carriage, we reached the Russian border.
Madam, may I say a word to you in private?
Sophie, leave the room. The Count and I wish to talk.
Yes, Mama. I'll be outside the door if you need me.
She is lovely. Positively beautiful, your Sophie.
And still in her teens. People say she looks exactly like me.
Such lovely chestnut hair and those blue eyes.
Blue-gray, like mine.
And a very good figure. Wunderbar.
That she gets from me also.
I think she will make an admirable impression upon the Empress.
Mom, a rider has just arrived from St. Petersburg. He says the snow is 6 feet deep.
Only 6 feet? That's nothing, Sophie. We'll start in the morning. The Empress does not like to be kept waiting.
Look out the window. I've never seen such snow.
Are you certain, Count, there is no risk traveling in such weather?
My dear madam, if Peter the Great had waited for it to stop snowing, there never would have been a St. Petersburg.
Count, you listen to those bells. What day is it today?
February the 3rd, Sophie.
Is it Sunday? I've lost track of the day.
No, it is Wednesday, and St. Petersburg is welcoming you and your mother. We have arrived.
What is this beautiful green and white building?
It is our winter palace. Will you kindly remain in the sleigh, and I will go inside to make sure all is in readiness.
Sophie, will you stop asking so many questions? What day is it? It's Sunday. What are those bells? What is the name of this palace? Like the Russians will think you're a nobody, unaccustomed to the finer things. Remember, you are going to be the next Empress of Russia. I never had such luck as you. I had to settle for a small prince in Saxony. If you don't know what to say, Sophie, say nothing.
I suppose Mother was right. But it was a lot for a young girl to take in. Bells rang all night and the next day. We were both given sable coats to wear, to keep. Brass bands played. A regiment of soldiers marched up and down, and we hadn't even reached Moscow.
Sophie, we have arranged a special performance for you this evening at the Palace Theater.
Count Brummer, if you will excuse me, but I am still absolutely exhausted from the long journey. And I'm sure Sophie is, too.
I'm not exhausted, Mama.
Child, you need your rest. I want you to look your best when we get to Moscow. And that darling boy, Peter Ulrich.
Madam, I think Sophie would enjoy what St. Petersburg has prepared. I'm afraid if no one made an appearance, it would make an exceedingly bad impression.
But I want to go to the theater. Mama, I feel fine.
Count, you are very persuasive. Sophie, you may go, but dress warmly.
I'll wear my new sable. I was just as glad Mother was tired and went to bed. She has a way of attracting all the attention. So Count Brummer bundled me up in a green and white sleigh, the colors of the winter palace, and off we went.
It's not too cold for you?
No, I love it. When it's cold in Russia, it is definitely cold. I like a weather that can make up its mind.
You're a very enthusiastic young lady, aren't you?
Especially when I don't know where I am. It was an evening of sounds and sights, such as I had never seen before. A circus that you cannot possibly imagine. And before it began, all the performers came out and bowed low to me. To me, Sophie, not my mother. Now, at home, we have circuses, we have clowns, we have trapeze people. But this circus, with the Count and I sitting in the royal box, oh, it was so exciting. Look at that. Look at that. Why are those clowns with the funny long noses dressed up in circles?
Sophie, those are not clowns. They are bears.
You mean real bears? No.
Yes, they are real bears.
Bears who live in the forest.
Well, they used to. Now they're trained bears. Watch. You see the big one? He's pulling that cart with the 4 little bears inside.
Count Brummer, forgive me, but is there something very wrong?
Wrong?
Where are the children.
What children?
Any children. There are no children here. Watch it.
There's nobody here tonight but you and I. Sophie, this performance is for you alone. A gift of St. Petersburg, a gift of welcome.
All this for me and no one else?
Usually, when there is a circus, the mothers and fathers do bring their children.
All those elephants. How many are there? We have only one elephant in the Berlin Zoo, and that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many are there?
14 in all.
Look, they hold each other's tails with their noses, and the little one in the back. I thought elephants came from hot country.
Oh, they do. These were a gift to the Empress from the Shah Nadir of Persia.
Does he make gifts to anyone who is an empress?
Oh, no. If you become Empress, Princess Sophie, you may receive elephants, but you will get many other gifts from many rulers.
I will. If I ever become Empress of Russia, I will not permit any circus to perform. No elephants, no bears, no clowns, unless there are always children to see them.
The education of an empress. The little princess had a mind of her own. And when she became Catherine II, she was obstinate and tenacious. Exactly the wife Russia required for a weakling of a husband. But I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I'll be back shortly to pick up the story where we left it, when I return with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Lyman Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word...
In such snow! Are you certain, Count, there is no risk traveling in such weather?
My dear madam, if Peter the Great had waited for it to stop snowing, there never would have been a St. Petersburg.
That's Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
Large and small, today's businesses are operating in a very tough environment. It's a real jungle. Inflation, regulation, productivity losses, and other problems can leave an executive wondering where to turn for help. There is a solution, and it's here today in Chicago. Honeywell has opened a new facility at the Business Product Center at the Merchandise Mart. It's called the Honeywell Solution Center. At the Honeywell Solution Center, you can meet face-to-face with people representing a company that's been helping to solve the problems of American businesses for almost 30 years.
Welcome to the Honeywell Solution Center. How can we help you?
At the Honeywell Solution Center, you'll be able to see several Honeywell applications in action.
Here's our office automation system. As you can see,
solving the problems facing today's executives is what the Honeywell Solution Center is all about. Come to the Business Product Center at the Merchandise Mart and see how Honeywell can help you. Honeywell, you should see what we do with computers.
A German princess from a small German town has been sent to audition, one might say, as a possible wife to the heir of the Russian throne. Marriages in the days of the Tsars were political matches, not love matches. And those two were but pawns in a chess game played to one rule. If my daughter marries your son, it's an alliance, and allies don't wage war.
We just St. Petersburg, Count. Isn't our driver going much faster?
He is. We lost time with the first team of horses. He's trying to make it up now.
All these little villages we go through so quickly. I wish I knew their names. Mama, you should have seen the bears in the circus last night. Count, the bears live close to Moscow.
I wish she wouldn't drive those horses so rapidly through the towns. If anyone is in the streets, they could get hurt.
Leaping through the snow. It's exciting.
I'm being thrown about like a corn.
He's taking the corners too fast. Driver, look out! We're too close to the hoses. Driver, be careful! Hey,
driver cut his corner too sharply and ran our sleigh into a house, which fell like box of cinders about us. Mother fainted, but after some brandy, she was better. We all were. With a fresh sleigh and horses and the Count himself doing the driving, we arrived after dark at an enormous palace, all lit up with candles. Moscow.
Ladies, welcome to the Annenhof Palace.
Hello there! You're late. What kept you?
Who is that young man at the top of the stairs?
Don't you recognize him, Mama? That's Cousin Peter.
Let me help you two ladies out of the sleigh.
Yes. Sophie, are you sure that young man is Peter? He's so grown up.
I've been up all night wondering when you'd get here. Good lovin', Sophie.
Our sleigh had an accident and a house fell on us.
Peter Ulrich, I recognize you anywhere.
Aunt Elizabeth is waiting to see you. We must hurry. Oh, you're taller, Sophie.
So are you. But the last time I saw you, I was 12.
I was 13. I think it's funny seeing you in Moscow.
Funny? Why?
You coming 1,000 miles to marry me just so you could be Empress of Russia?
I didn't come for any such reason.
Oh, yes, you did. You were ordered to. I saw the letter.
Children, stop that. I'm tired. I want to pay my respects to the Empress and then go to bed. Count, please show me the way inside. Sophie, you follow me.
Peter, I wouldn't marry you if you were the last person on earth. If I'd only realized then what my life with Peter would turn out to be. Yes, we were cousins, of similar background, both brought up as Lutherans. But Peter Ulrich was a child and remained a child until the day he died. Aunt Elizabeth approved of me, and I was ordered to remain in Russia to be trained. Mother was to go home, and we said our goodbyes.
Sophie, I feel so strange leaving you here in Moscow, hundreds of miles from home. Can you act grown up?
I will be grown up. Goodbye, Mama. When I see you next, I shall speak Russian like a native.
Is that necessary, really? Peter doesn't speak a word of Russian and refuses to learn.
Peter is a baby. He thinks by being stubborn and kicking his heels, he'll get more attention. He also refuses to change his religion, but that's his affair.
Sophie, you're not thinking of doing that.
I'm getting religious instructions with Simon Todorsky. He says the two religions are not that different.
It's going to break your father's heart. Why, we live in the very castle Martin Luther himself was hiding in, and all our families. To become a Russian Orthodox? It's a sin, Sophie. Oh, I worry about you.
Don't.
Can't you be Peter's wife and the Empress without that?
If someday Peter and I do marry, I have to believe what the Russian people believe.
Simon Todorsky, I'll tell you, I hate it. I hate it. Everyone in court is paying attention to her and not to me. After all, when Aunt Elizabeth dies, I'm going to be the emperor.
Peter, I would be happy to teach you Russian history and religion also, but the Empress said you did not wish it.
I hate what Sophie is doing. I hate it.
Don't you think you're being unreasonable? I'm proud to say she's making great strides in Orthodoxy.
Did you know her father's family were friends with Martin Luther himself? Disgraceful.
Simon Todorsky, I've been waiting for my lesson. You're late. I heard that, Peter. Yes, we're all Lutherans by birth. But I am in Russia now, and I intend to do what is Russian.
I hope the Lord forgives you.
I hope so, too.
I knew it, Princess. You caught another cold.
Oh, the palace is very cold at night. Peter, it was nice to see you.
I've just been complaining to Simon Todorsky about you.
You have? I'm glad to hear it. I thought you weren't interested in me at all. You used to be.
You became so serious.
Peter, you're going to inherit the throne of Russia. I will not be your wife unless I know the Russian people and can speak to them. Not only those in the palaces, but every serf, every peasant.
Oh, please, no speeches.
Now go away. I have work to do. Simon, let's try to improve my Moscow pronunciation.
No, not today. You are feverish. I shall call Natasha and have you put to bed immediately.
The chill turned to pneumonia. I was, I have to admit, a very sick girl. That worried me, too. If I couldn't live with a Russian climate, if I was an invalid, no matter how well I said my Russian Orthodox prayers, I would be sent back to Zerbst in disgrace.
I cannot believe this, Johanna. Do you know what Sophie has written to me from Moscow? Where is that sentence? Ah, yes. As I find almost no difference between the Orthodox and the Lutheran faiths, I have decided to change my religion. She has decided.
It was decided for her. The Empress would not have permitted the marriage otherwise.
I am being punished. I give the hand of my daughter to infidels, and this is the consequence. I've lost my Sophie.
Did she write also about changing her name?
What?
Again, this is not the child's wish, but the Empress. They're naming our Sophie Catherine. It's a nice name. And it goes well with Peter, don't you think?
The wedding was a fairy tale come true. So beautiful. The ceremony took 4 hours, and I never sat down once. My dress and a tiara and a necklace were so heavy, and all the bowing to the lords and ladies. I was numb. I remember so many things, but not my wedding night. Poor Pete. Poor Catherine.
Catherine, I hear your mother's coming to Moscow for our 5th anniversary.
I didn't know that, Peter. She never wrote me.
They never tell you anything here, do they?
I didn't say that.
You denied knowing your mother was arriving. You expect me to believe that?
Are you trying to start another quarrel? Why is it so hard for you to believe I tell only the truth?
Oh, you don't lie openly. Let's say you conceal.
What have I ever kept from you?
Your friends? Your personal friends? Not that I mind. You can dance the whole night through for all I care. But, Catherine, the court is watching. The court knows.
There is nothing to know.
Count Otto von Brummer, is he nothing?
Otto is a protege of the Empress. She loves him, and it's on her behalf he spends time with me.
Oh, you see each other as a favor to my aunt. He's your lover. Plain and simple, he's not your teacher. You think I'm an awful fool.
Yes, I do. If you believe such a thing. No one has ever come near me but you, and, well, we won't say anything about that.
And I haven't come close enough. Say it. I know what's expected of me. I'm supposed to make you pregnant, so the Romanov line will continue. And in our 5 years together, I
don't know what to tell you. When my mother comes, I'll speak to her, perhaps.
You will not. It's my secret. Our secret. I will not have your mother meddling.
I'm sure she'll know if there's a doctor who could help her.
Oh, don't be so kind, Catherine. Help me. I'm the one who needs it.
Madam, we shall be arriving shortly. These are the naval woods.
Count Brummer, what a difference it is to be traveling to Moscow in the summertime. Do you remember when you brought Sophie and me all the way from Germany on our very first visit? Russia was under 6 feet of snow.
The Empress had such high hopes in those days.
What is it you're trying to tell me, Count?
I have waited until we are at the end of our journey to tell you why you were summoned to Moscow.
Oh, has something happened?
Something has not happened. And the Empress is very concerned. You will forgive me, but I must speak freely.
Yes, you must.
The Grand Duke and your daughter, our beloved Grand Duchess Catherine, have not produced an heir.
I know, and I cannot understand it. Our family has never had such difficulties.
The Empress is aware of that. The difficulties lie elsewhere, not with your daughter.
I see.
The Empress does not wish to wait any longer. 5 years, she believes, is long enough. Therefore, she has asked you to come to Moscow to persuade your daughter to accept another person as father of a child. The Empress believes only you, her mother, could make her understand her duty to Russia. The real father's name will always be secret.
Oh, poor Peter Ulrich.
He will never be told either.
He will know. May I ask if the man of high rank has already been chosen by the Empress for this duty?
He has?
Oh, so it has all progressed pretty far.
Very far, madam.
Does my daughter know this young man?
She sees him often at court. I would say they are quite good friends.
Do you know him?
Yes, I do, madam. The man chosen by the Empress to fulfill this obligation is myself.
It is Catherine the woman, not Catherine the Empress, we are chronicling for you, tracing the metamorphosis of a little-known German princess up to the day when, as Catherine II, she had to place a crown upon her own head to save Russia from ruin. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet, food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
Wednesday on CBS television.
Standing beside me right here is the legendary...
Other men admired him. He was one of America's heroes.
Tom Horn.
Women wanted to be loved by him. And then he outlived his legend.
I figured folks would have to do something about me sooner or later.
And when men like Tom Horn live beyond their time, they lock them up or they hang them.
I don't know. Scares me to death.
Steve McQueen is Tom Horn. Linda Evans is the woman on the CBS Wednesday night movie at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
This is WBBM Chicago. If you have a beautiful, shiny car and you want to keep it that way, let the fingers do the washing at Autoglow Car Wash in Meadowdale Shopping Center in Carpentersville. They wash with cloth. It's a totally new concept in car care. Hundreds of gentle cloth fingers wash, buff, and polish your car's finish to a higher gloss. It's the same soft cloth that Detroit manufacturers use to polish cars coming off the assembly line. And it's only $2.75 for a complete exterior cloth wash at Autoglow in Carpentersville. Also, with the gas you buy at Autoglow's Union 76 station, get 10 cents a gallon discount on your Autoglow cloth wash. Save your cash register receipt from Autoglow Car Wash, redeem it within 7 days, and get $1 off another Autoglow Car Wash. Within 14 days, get 50 cents off. Try the new all-cloth car wash at Autoglow Car Wash, 1 block west of Route 25, at the south end of Meadowdale Shopping Center in Carpentersville.
And so, a son was born to Catherine of Russia, the identity of the real father scratched out of the pages of history. Those were not the days of the rights of a mother, not even to choose the name of her baby. The Empress Elizabeth decided upon Paul, continuing the charade of a supposed descent from Peter the Great.
Peter, isn't he a beautiful baby? Did you see him?
Yes, Catherine, I did.
He pleases the Empress.
Of that, I'm sure.
And she's pleased with me, too, isn't she?
I'm sure she is.
I've brought everyone so much joy. Everyone but myself. Peter, I'm so miserable. Why did they take him away from me? He was hardly born. They wrapped him in swaddling and took him away. And I'm lying here with no one. And I want my baby. Why won't they bring him to me?
I don't know, Catherine. But I can guess. We're being used, you and I. You were used to bring forth a child for Russia. And now that you've obliged them with a male heir, he will become the property of the state.
But it's so cruel. You said you saw little Paul. Is that true?
No. I didn't ask to. The world is told I am the father, but you and I know it couldn't have been me, so why should I wish to see the child of this business of state?
It's not his fault. Don't go, Peter. I feel so weak, please. I asked for my mother. Why didn't they let her come for the birth? 9 months ago she was here, and then they sent her home.
Catherine, Russia used her, too.
I wasn't even allowed to be with my son when he was baptized. As time went on, and he grew from a baby to a boy, they kept my Paul away from me. On state occasions, 3 times a year, I could see him. He belonged totally to the Empress. Peter may have been wrong about many things, but he was right about that. I had been used. One day, I awoke like the sleeping princess. The Empress died.
At last, power is mine. Well, Simon Todorsky, you so influential in the teaching of my wife. Where do we begin? Advise me.
There will be 6 weeks of mourning for your aunt, the Empress.
I can hardly wait. I won't wait. My first edict will be happiness and joy and laughter. Simon, write that down.
Laughter now, during the time of mourning?
Yes. Now, there will be no more sadness. Simon, I am 34 years old, and I was never permitted to do a thing. She is dead. And I say there will be laughter and court parties.
No, Your Highness, it is not proper. I beg you. The people of Russia...
Give them something to think about. Are they still parading past the coffin in the cathedral?
By the thousands, all day and all night.
From all over?
From every province.
Splendid. And Catherine, I suppose she is there, too, on her knees, weeping her crocodile tears.
My dear boy, if you carry on like this, mocking the state funeral, the world will think Peter III, the Tsar of Russia, has gone mad.
And so he has. It's true, Peter III has gone mad. Mad with joy that he's no longer puppet to an old harridan. And now I have power. I am the sole power. And I shall behave as I wish and do what I want. Now, let us go to the cathedral and have a good laugh. By the Holy Father, there is quite a crowd.
I told you, it's been happening for days. I beg you, Your Highness, don't make a scene.
A scene? You tell me these mourners are obeying the dictates of their hearts. Why shouldn't I do the same? Will you look at that creature on her knees, prostrate herself? Who do you suppose it is? You, woman, in the black cape. Stand up.
It's Catherine. She's been here since the coffin was brought.
Really? Catherine, is that you? All dressed in black. Not a very becoming color, my dear. What is that on your face? Tears?
Peter, my Lord, Peter, come away from dignified.
Let go of my arm. Don't speak to me of dignity, old man. I am the Tsar, and I can do as I will.
Has he gone?
Your Majesty, I should not have let him come. How can I find words?
It's all right, Simon. Will you accompany me back to the palace? I have prayed for her soul as much as I can today. What kind of Tsar must they think him? Our people.
They have known for a long time he will not be good for them.
And where does that leave Russia?
Your Majesty, they will look to you.
To me?
And in order to prepare for that, you must learn all you can of the business of government, our history, our ways of the past, our means of the present.
Simon, stand here a moment in this corner where we cannot be seen and heard.
I'll get you the state archives, the books, the original documents. You must become more Russian than the Russians. You, Catherine.
Is that what you're thinking?
I'm not the only one. There are many here who ask, can this Tsar rule? The mantle may have to fall upon you. I must go now, Your Majesty. I am afraid to leave your husband even for an hour. Take care. I will help you all I can.
What has happened to him? We were children together, Simon, and he has grown up into a monster.
I will try to bring him to you.
Will you say I wish to see him urgently? Tell him it is urgent. I was aflame with fears, doubts, worries, and shame. It was hard to believe what I had seen in the cathedral had really happened. I returned to my apartment. Your Majesty, if I may speak? Of course you may, Natasha. But first, help me off with this black veil. Yes? I'm tired. How many days has it been? Oh, already 6, Your Majesty. I wonder how many more an empress lies in state. What is it you're holding behind your back? Something you don't wish me to see? Oh, no, Your Majesty. What is it? A love letter to my favorite lady in waiting. It is. You're blushing, Natasha. No, it is what I wanted to speak to you about. It's not for me, no. But I was told to make sure no one saw me give it to you. I was told to tell you it's from a good friend of long ago. I have no friend. You may give me the letter. Yes, Your Majesty. I must see it. Natasha, where is he? Did you let him go away?
No, your lady in waiting hid me behind that curtain. My queen.
Otto. Oh, Otto. Where have you been?
The Empress sent me away.
Just a moment. Natasha, you are sworn to secrecy. Oh, I am. Forever. You may leave us. Yes, Your Majesty. Where were you? I didn't hear one word. No message. Nothing.
I obeyed the Empress's commands.
We all did.
Wasn't it better for your sake and your husband's? And for little Paul? And I should disappear? Even now, I'm risking a great deal.
The only one who knew it was you is dead. Who else would speak?
Your husband knows. If he finds me before I find him, he would have my head.
You don't know him. He is too proud to admit such a thing.
Is he? I swear to you, he is talking of having your son declared illegitimate, and you shut up in a convent accused of adultery.
I don't believe it. Who told you that?
There's more. I have been sent by others to help turn the key.
What key?
You know French, Your Majesty. The key is coup d'etat.
Overthrow the government?
Not the government, only the Tsar. There are too many who are certain Peter is unfit to wear the crown. We are planning this coup d'etat and to place you, Catherine, on the throne. I must go. Simon Dodorsky will keep you posted as to what we shall expect of you and when.
I was with Simon in the cathedral an hour ago. Now I know what his warning meant. He said I must make myself more Russian than the Russians. We talked of Ivan the Terrible, Otto. I don't want to be known as Catherine the Terrible. Is there no other way?
There was a man born in the year 1 who preached turning the other cheek, Catherine. It didn't work for him. And it won't for Russia. Russia needs a ruler who can rule himself.
But what do you expect of me?
Be ready, my queen. If need be, and if Peter will not abdicate in your favor, there are those who would cut him down.
Oh, no. Kill him. Murder. No, Otto, never. It is now only 1 month since I wept over the coffin of the Empress Elizabeth. 1 short month. And in that time, Peter followed her to his grave.
Your Majesty, he started a quarrel with Prince Theodore during dinner. We were unable to pull them apart, and then he was dead.
Oh, but he promised me he agreed to abdicate. Why this? Why murder?
I can't remember what we did, how he died. No one knows.
I don't want to know. I don't want to hear any more.
His eye foamed at the mouth. Then he fell forward, and that was all.
I am lost, Otto. No one will ever believe I did not order his death.
The death of Tsar Peter III is as much a mystery today as it was the day it happened. Did he die of fear and apoplexy? Was he murdered? All we do know is that his face, as seen in his coffin, was black. For all that, it was the end of chaos, of national incoherence, and the beginning of the reign of Catherine herself. I shall return shortly.
Next, in red velvet, low neck, and full sleeves, lovely lawn.
There's a world of high fashion that designers aren't showing this year, but it's all revealed in Goodbye Jeanette, now in paperback. The latest from our most daring designer of fiction, Harold Robbins, and it features his most audacious creation ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeanette.
Jeanette, swathed in glitter, sparkling with gems, casually worn over a soul of pure corruption. Jeanette's the hottest designer in Paris, maybe the world, and she can offer everything a man or woman could desire, but at a price few can pay. Harold Robbins now interprets the hottest new fashions in clothes.
The children together, Simon. And he has grown up into a monster.
I will try to bring him to you.
Will you say I wish to see him urgently? Tell him it is urgent. I was aflame with fears, doubts, worries, and shame. It was hard to believe what I had seen in the cathedral had really happened. I returned to my apartment. Your Majesty, if I may speak? Of course you may, Natasha. But first, help me off with this black veil. Yes? I'm tired. How many days has it been? Oh, already 6.
Music stopped when Cinderella became the Empress. Even today, her 20-year reign is looked upon by every Russian as a banner unfurled, admired by every other country in Europe. For Russia, Catherine was truly great. Our cast included Amanda Plummer, Russell Horton, Joan Shea, and Louis Turenne. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Something terrible. What is it, Hank?
It's my father. He's dead. He had a heart attack. I gotta get back there. I'll drop you off somewhere.
Couldn't I just go with you? I might be able to help somewhere.
Okay. If you want to. It's your vacation. You've got a right to do anything you want to do with it.
It isn't a right. It's what I have to do. I don't know why. That's how it is.
And the Prince of Darkness, Set, will draw his veil across the light of Amun-Ra.
And I, Mercegret, will rise again to live out my term. Again to wreak my curse upon the daughter of Neshtari, whoever she may be, to the last and final generation.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Get the lowdown on low fares. Call Delta Airlines. You'll find you can get big bargains to more than 60 cities. And we'll highlight some of these low fares for you at the end of this commercial. So listen for the lowdown on Delta's money-saving fares to many places. And wherever you fly on Delta, don't leave home without the American Express card. It's the easy way to pay for your Delta ticket, as well as hotels, dining, entertainment, car rentals, and just about any of your travel expenses. The American Express card. Don't leave home without it. And don't leave home without first getting the lowdown on low fares from Delta or your travel agent. Like these.
Fly Delta to Raleigh-Durham for just $99 one-way in tourist. Atlanta's only $96 on certain flights from Chicago. And Delta's fare to Houston is as low as $90. To Nashville, $78. Fares subject to change without notice. Delta is ready when you are.
CBS News, President Reagan promises the state of the economy will improve. He says he won't raise taxes, and he proposes what is being called a new federalism. This is Rob Armstrong reporting on the CBS radio network. The President's State of the Union address focused in large part on the economy. The President said the answer does not lie in higher taxes. He says that solution has been tried and has failed. What the President did propose was a massive shift of federal programs to state control. The President says a major problem is the proliferation of federal programs.
Let's solve this problem with a single bold stroke. The return of some $47 billion in federal programs to state and local government, together with the means to finance them, and a transition period of nearly 10 years to avoid unnecessary disruption.
The President said details would be worked out later, but he presented a broad outline.
Starting in fiscal 1984, the federal government will assume full responsibility for the cost of the rapidly growing Medicaid program to go along with its existing responsibility for Medicare. As part of a financially equal swap, the states will simultaneously take full responsibility for aid to families with dependent children and food stamps.
The President also said his administration will not turn its back on the elderly or the poor. He defended his economic policy to date, and he warned that more sanctions may be imposed on Poland and the Soviet Union if things in Poland don't improve. Reaction to the State of the Union speech when CBS News continues.
The Wall Street Journal, in a recent article, explained how the new tax law, along with advanced planning, can help you keep more of what you make during 1982. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future and your company's future. Other Journal articles reveal that the Reagan administration will be more selective from now on in enforcing antitrust suits against big business. You would have read about the growing number of stocks that are going for bargain rates, and that many Blue Cross and Blue Shield plans are seeking steep increases in premiums due to financial difficulties. The Wall Street Journal is all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 26 weeks of the Journal, one for every business day of the week, for about $1.80 per week. That's just $47 for 26 weeks, about $1.80 per week. So if you're serious about business in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600, except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
Reaction to the President's speech ranged from strong Republican support to lukewarm Republican support to outright skepticism on the part of most Democrats. Susan Spencer took a sampling on Capitol Hill.
Democratic Majority Leader Jim Wright called the speech disappointing. Majority Whip Tom Foley criticized it for lacking specifics, but promised that the leadership will not try to block the president's programs in the House. Other Democrats, though, sounded like that's exactly what they'd like to do. District of Columbia Delegate Walter Fauntleroy calling the new federalism the new shell game.
The people who've suffered most as a result of the policies of this administration in its first year have nothing to cheer about as a result of this State of the Union message. The 10 million people who are unemployed have been given the promise of further cuts in programs designed to cushion the unemployed.
The Republican leadership, by contrast, was predictably enthusiastic. Disagreeing with some who predict the proposals won't go very far this session, House Leader Bob Michael said the speech would really give Congress a charge. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Glenn Watts, the president of the Communication Workers of America, said of the president's speech, "In this Hollywood version of society, only the wealthy and successful play leading roles, while working and non-working Americans are extras." Now this.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never sales charge or penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Some other stories in brief. World Airways announced Tuesday that 2 passengers aboard that DC-10 that slid off the end of the runway into Boston Harbor last Saturday night are missing and feared drowned. The airline had earlier said that all passengers and crew escaped to safety. The coast of Oregon is again being battered by high winds and heavy rains. Hundreds of people have been evacuated as officials there fear more mudslides. And a high wind warning has been posted for most of the state of Utah, where the resort area of Snowbird reported gusts to 95 miles an hour. Some surprise testimony in the Wayne Williams murder trial in Atlanta. 2 witnesses Tuesday said they saw Williams with a boy who later turned up dead. Williams is charged in connection with 2 of 28 murders of young blacks there over a 2-year period. Rob Armstrong, CBS.
The theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Project yourself many hundreds of years into the future. Earth has been invaded by creatures from a land lost thousands of years ago. Atlantis. Not exactly lost or disappeared, but we Earth people simply lost track of Atlantis. The Atlanteans have reappeared and are trying to rule Earth. Our story takes place in one small part of the United States, but we like to think it could have happened anywhere.
Mother, everyone in town has agreed. We have got to get rid of Mr. Gorgon. Permanently.
How can you? Atlanteans don't die like we do.
We have to try everything, anything. There's got to be a way to kill them.
In all my born days, I never dreamed I'd actually be wanting to murder somebody.
It's the only way, Mother. Otherwise, our whole town will die.
Our mystery drama, Invaders from Atlantis, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Arnold Moss and Don Scardino. I shall return shortly with... Even though it is the year 2300, Parsons Corner hasn't changed that much in 300 years. Partly because it was selected as a town worth preserving, as it was back in 1900. and partly because folks like to keep it that way. But now with everything being run from a satellite hovering over Washington, what's to become of the old-fashioned town? It's a question that's been bothering the town druggist, Seth Cook. So I'll let him give you the answers. Seth?
There's been 5 generations of cooks minding the store here in Parsons Corner. My wife, Emma, does the prescriptions. My boy, Jason, helps out. Thank the Lord he was too young to be called up when the invaders come. But he was old enough to be angry when they sent Mr. Gorgon to our town to run it. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What happened was this. Emma, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Seth. I brought you today's paper.
Well, it's hardly worth reading if you want real news.
Well, you better read page 1. It tells us what we have to do.
I was just sitting here thinking about freedom, Emma. You needn't shush me. They haven't taken over Parsons Corner yet.
Oh, yes, they have. I saw Catherine this morning. Orders from that Central Committee on the satellite. But they closed the school where she teaches. Going to revise all the subjects.
Oh, she must be boiling. Catherine's a good girl. Well, I hope she and Jason can get married soon. Any word about their license?
Oh, it hasn't been cleared by the invaders yet. I understand there's a long waiting list. You heard what Jason said last night?
No, he must have said it when I went out for a walk.
It's not only marriage applications. He said sooner or later they're going to take over everything.
Oh, that's Jason.
Hi, Dad. No customers? Hello, Mother.
Business isn't anymore, you know that. This time of year when you were a little boy, why, I remember we'd make big money. But not anymore.
I came straight here from town hall. Dad, we're in for it. Like everyone else, they're sending someone to our town.
You sure?
Mayor Randall showed me a codegram.
What do they want with Parsons Corner? We're a dot on the map.
I've been expecting it. Now that they've got the big cities like Washington and New York and Chicago and San Francisco, they're turning to us small fry.
They want everybody obeying and praying to them.
Well, everybody won't. We won't. Not in this town. Catherine and I were talking about it. Let them just try.
You think people in this town are braver than anybody else,
They're awful independent, Seth.
If anyone reared up on their haunches, Emma, they'd be struck down just like our army was.
Dad, we never got a chance to fight off the invaders. There wasn't any warning, no intelligence reports. I know. I've studied history. They launched the first strike from Galaxy headquarters, and that was it.
And we caved in, Jason. You were a baby. We just caved in.
Could we do anything else? There was nothing left for the president to do but surrender.
The man the invaders sent, his name was Mr. Gorgon. Well, that day I closed the store and rushed over to the town hall. The whole town was there. Mr. Gorgon was standing on the green. His clothes were a little different, made out of some synthetic, galactic material. He was hammering something on the bulletin board.
May I ask, sir, what you're doing?
I am nailing up requirements. Duties of inhabitants of Parsons Corner for all to see. Give me, please, those 2 sheets of paper there on the ground. I suddenly realized Mr. Gorgon hadn't turned around to talk to Sheriff Barnaby, standing right behind him. But he was looking at the sheriff out of a third eye, smack dab in the back of Mr. Gorgon's head. Usually, Sheriff Barnaby, our directives are transmitted directly to people's brains from our satellite. But here I am instructed to use paper, hammer, and nails.
What are we supposed to do with those?
Read and obey.
And who are you, sir?
I am Mr. Gorgon. You are Sheriff Barnaby. This town of Parsons Corner is my responsibility. I will not need your services or that of Mayor Randall. The whole town was standing around and staring. Sheriff Barnaby wasn't a bit fazed by that third eye on the back of Mr. Gorgon's head. He looked right into it, and he said,
I'd like to ask you by what authority you are taking control of our town. I am the duly elected sheriff here.
By what authority?
Do you have some identification?
Only this. Let me show it to you.
What is that? A flute?
Not quite. Mr. Gorgon had pointed a small silver-like tube at the sheriff, and poof, old Barnaby just disappeared. Word spread fast, and no one questioned Mr. Gorgon's authority after that.
They keep coming into the store. I'm glad Jason is here to help out.
Emma, they're not buying anything. Can't you see? They've come here to talk. I bet there isn't one bottle of cough syrup in the whole bunch.
Jason must be up to something.
Jason, can you come here a minute?
Sure, Dad. What is it?
Hey, Jason, you got any vanilla ice cream?
Sorry, pal. We're all out.
I'll take strawberry.
Haven't any of that either. Dad, we're running low on everything.
Don't shout it around. If people get to find out everything's in short supply, there'll be a panic. Mr. Gorgon has cut our supplies of medicines, cosmetics, ice cream, everything. Jack Terry told me that his milk and meat deliveries were getting fewer and further between.
Hey, Jason, when are we getting started?
Jason, did you call a town meeting here in the store?
You guessed it, Dad. Folks, let's make it quiet so a few of us can talk one at a time. I don't have to tell you that there's been a big change in our town. There's nothing to panic about because I think we can deal with it. My dad was telling me supplies he's ordered are being held up. Jack Terry's getting low on meat and dairy products. We all have to think about sharing what we have.
I'll second that.
And what's just as important, we have to try to find a way to get rid of that chain around our necks. I'm speaking of the new government. So I'd like to tell everyone to leave now before word gets to the wrong people. And for all of us to meet here next week at this time with good ideas and pitchforks. Okay?
Well, here's your girlfriend, Jason.
Hi, Catherine.
Oh, I am so angry. Can I sit at the counter a minute?
For as long as you like. What is it, Catherine?
That Mr. Gorgon and all those regulations from the satellite. They make me furious.
What is it now?
They still haven't opened the school, and I can't find out if they ever will. All our children wandering around town, nothing to do. You know what that Mr. Gorgon has organized for tonight?
I heard that he's got a big picnic on the green for all the kids.
He calls it the Young People's Club. He's laid out enough food to tempt every youngster in town.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Real hot dogs, hamburgers, potato chips, milk, candy. Things they haven't seen for months.
I don't think that's a crime.
Well, don't you know why he's doing it?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Gorgon himself. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen customers. Mr. Seth Cook, Mr. Jason Cook, Mrs. Emma Cook. I have intended to visit your pharmacy for some time. I have had much to do. May I sit next to you, miss?
It's a free country. Or it was.
Everyone may continue talking, please. Mr. Jason Cook, can you explain why everyone is suddenly so silent?
I guess they have nothing to say.
Parsnip Corner is not very friendly to visitors.
Mr. Gorgon, the name of our town is Parsons Corner.
You are Miss Catherine. I wish to talk to you about the school.
There's nothing to talk about. Just have the doors unlocked and the teachers reinstated so we can all get on with our work.
I beg pardon for correction. There is much to discuss. Did I say that clearly, Miss Catherine? When the new government decides what is permissible to teach, the doors will be opened. Yes? Miss Catherine? Mr. Jason Cook, Why is Miss Catherine not talking to me?
I guess she's got nothing to say, like none of us.
I have plenty to say. To begin with, I do not wish to be in the same room with this man. Sorry, but I'm leaving.
Listen, Cook. How have I offended Miss Catherine?
You didn't offend her, friend. You didn't even get up to bat.
Up to bat? What does that mean?
Haven't you discovered there are some people on Earth who will not bow down and simply obey you? Some folks have got to be treated a little differently.
I am beginning to understand. I value your instruction. I am a summa superba graduate of our highest institute. I am not what Earth people call dense or thick or stupid.
Where is your institute?
On Atlantis, of course. Where did you think?
But Atlantis, that civilization disappeared many thousands of years ago.
Let me assure you it is very much in existence. Atlantis is at the very center of the universe. But to return to Miss Catherine, she has a strange effect upon me. I do not wish to compel her to do anything, but I do wish she would try to understand and like me.
I'll be darned.
What does that mean?
We know so little about you, the Atlanteans. It never occurred to me it mattered whether an Earth person liked you or not.
I tell you candidly, Jason Cook, until now, it did not matter to me either.
It appears that one of these galactic aggressors has emotions similar to ours beneath that strange fabricated skin. Could that be his Achilles heel? How vulnerable is this highly programmed Mr. Gorgon? Are there limits to his super brain from Atlantis? Can he figure out how to deal with humans? We may find out when I return shortly with Act 2. A number of stars, the moon, the sun, as well as man-inhabited satellites, are now, in this year 2300, under the control of the invaders. Here on Earth, to a New England town, isolated from the mainstream of America and therefore unchanged for 3 centuries, a certain Mr. Gorgon has been sent to keep the new government. He looks somewhat like a man, except for a third eye in the back of his head. He is law. He is justice. And he is also instant death to anyone who defies him.
Mom, that girl I'm going to marry, Catherine, she's got no fear whatsoever.
Catherine's a wonder. An example to the rest of us.
Well, I'd say she'd better watch her step. Talk to her, Jason. Tell her to go easy.
Dad, she won't listen to me.
I heard Gorgon's taken with her. Yeah, but that'll wear off. He's not a human, so we can't expect him to have the same feelings about her that you would. Get his dander up and poof, where's Catherine? Gone like Sheriff Barnaby.
I hadn't thought of it that way. You're right. Why antagonize him?
He's a puppet of their system. He's programmed.
I'll go, Dad. It's Catherine.
Hello, Jason. Who were you expecting?
I was expecting the girl I'm going to marry.
Sit down, Catherine. Might as well come right out with it. I wasn't too happy about the way you spoke up to Mr. Gorgon in the store.
I can't stand creeps, especially creeps from outer space.
Not that you've got to be more diplomatic, child. For everybody's good.
How important is it to you that the school is opened and classes begin?
The most important thing in the world.
Right. And what would you do to win over Mr. Gorgon so he'd permit it?
Anything. Practically anything.
Well, you won't get anywhere by acting the way you did.
Cathy, these are dangerous times for us. Not only in this town, but everywhere. The invaders want it all their way, but they're smart enough to realize that if they blow on everyone, millions of us might disappear. So they keep us in line by making examples, like Gorgon did with poor Sheriff Barnaby. Vaporized him.
I was standing right next to him. It was awful. He just pointed that tube at him, and I'll never forget it.
Kathy, we have to use our ingenuity to get around creatures like Gorgon by being smart and not stubborn.
What can I do?
Well, for starters, don't make him angry at us.
I have an idea. Gorgon is really keen on you, Catherine. If you're nice to him, maybe he'll get the school opened, and maybe he'll close that third eye and leave us alone.
You don't know what you're asking. I should be nice to that ugly brute.
There are degrees, child. If he wants to talk to you, why shouldn't you talk to him? Just talk.
Sweetheart, be civil to him. Who knows? As I say, he might just get up and go and leave us alone.
Are you telling me to actually date this Gorgon?
He likes you. What harm could it do?
And it could do a lot of good.
I think I'll go now. Good night, gentlemen.
Can you blame the girl? I suppose not. But at the time, I thought Catherine was short-sighted. The next crack out of the barrel was Gorgon's clever way of getting to all the youngsters in town. One afternoon, there he was in some kind of yellow, hovering saucer right overhead, talking to every single boy and girl in Parsons Corner.
My young friend, this is Mr. Gorgon. If you look up into the sky, you will see me in a round yellow object. I am inside here. Wouldn't it be fun to be flying up here with me over your town? Come tonight to the school gymnasium. I have a big surprise for all of you, and prizes. No grown-ups allowed. I will be there, and we will have great fun.
Jason and Emma and I wanted to know what kind of a wingding he was throwing in the gymnasium, so we snuck up the back stairs to the balcony over the gym, and we watched.
Kids, I have met some of you. I want us all to be friends. Probably you have heard about the invaders. A new government and the best for everyone. I know some of your parents and other grown-ups say differently, but we know grown-ups can be wrong, don't we?
This palaver went on for 5 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, the real purpose of getting all the youngsters together come out.
And you can help us make sure everyone believes in the invaders. If you ever hear any grown-up, an older friend, even a brother, or a mother, or a father, who says in your own home he doesn't think Mr. Gorgon is doing the right thing, you come to see me, privately. If you do, the boy or girl tells me will be rewarded. Every boy or girl who gives such information will receive a 2-seater hovercraft, just like the one you saw me fly in this afternoon.
Pandemonium. But it worked, I'm sad to report. In the days that followed, more than a few parents and adults were accused by their young ones, taken to the town hall for questioning, and, whoosh, they were made to disappear with a silver tube. But after 3 weeks of that, things seemed to calm down.
Have you noticed, Seth? how everything's sort of more normal these days?
Well, I sure noticed it Monday when my supplier showed up with 24 gallons of ice cream in 8 different flavors. Emma, I just may have to enlarge the counter.
And those medicines and drugs I had on order for the last 6 months? Sis, they were delivered at the old price.
I wonder how things are up the street. Jason, have you talked to Jack Terry at the grocery store lately?
Yeah, I have, Dad. He's okay. He says he's getting all the produce he needs.
Somebody's relaxed the regulations. Maybe it's Mr. Gorgon.
That's funny. What's happened to old Three Eyes? I don't see him around town nearly as much as I used to.
Dad, I can't work in the store anymore.
Why not?
How can I serve some kids at the soda fountain and not others?
Oh, why would you do that?
Dish up ice cream to a boy who ratted on his parents and they've been liquidated?
Oh.
And I don't know which kid did what or to whom. Sure, it's wrong to suspect all children, but how do you know?
Jason, we're trying to forget all that.
But they were our kids from this town. They had their friends or relatives destroyed for a hovercraft. I've had it with this town. When I know where to go, I'm leaving.
But how are you going to get an exit visa?
I don't need an exit visa, just an overcast sky and a dark night.
It isn't the children that are making you unhappy. It's Catherine, isn't it?
I guess so.
Have you talked to her?
No, I haven't even seen her.
She hasn't been to the house, I know, but I thought maybe you two...
She hasn't been anywhere. Not with me.
With him?
Yes.
Mr. Gorgon? With him?
How long has she been doing that? When did you see Catherine last?
A month ago. It'll be 4 weeks tonight. You were saying how things have quieted down? It's because of Catherine. I could kick myself from here to Saturn and back because it was I who gave her the idea to date that creature.
But things were not as normal as they seemed on the surface. I'm sorry to say the only businesses that made money sold flowers and caskets and cemetery plots. More and more people would meet at the back of the store or in my house at night. Everyone agreed we had to get rid of Mr. Gorgon somehow.
There's only one sure way. He has got to die.
Jason, I don't think those invader people die like we do.
Oh, we've got to try everything, anything. A bullet, a knife, poison. Maybe all three.
Well, I never thought I'd actually think of killing someone.
I'm for trying the easiest way first. Poison. We've got to get him into the store, see? And I'll serve him a concoction of ice cream, cherries, nuts, whipped cream, and what have you, the like of which he'll never, ever be able to eat again.
Mayor Randall, I was just going to turn out the porch light. Now, come on in.
Mayor, what brings you here so late?
I want to see your father, Jason.
Oh, he was so tired he went up to bed an hour ago.
Is it something I could help you with?
Well, I was going to show him this piece of paper. Mr. Gorgon gave it to me.
That's unbelievable. He can't get away with this.
I'm afraid he can, Jason, and he will.
Get away with what?
Emma, take a look. I'm supposed to have 1,000 handbills made by tomorrow morning with this written on it.
I don't want to see what it says.
If it weren't so awful, it'd be funny. Every man and woman residing in Parsons Corner is requisitioned to make up a workforce to build a new large town jail.
He said to me the old jail isn't going to be big enough to accommodate the lucky ones.
What did he mean, the lucky ones?
Well, I took it to mean that those whose infractions are not serious enough to warrant that metal tube and disappearance.
Mayor, what would happen if every single person in this town just went on strike? Refused to build that new jail?
He'd get it built. Outside help from the Central Committee. I'll tell your dad about this in the morning, will you? Fortunately, the only printing press in town's on the blink, and it'll be a while before we get new parts.
All everybody. Back to your classes. Come on, Jimmy. Put that football back in the locker. Go on, everybody. Run inside.
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Jason. What brings you to our playground?
I see they opened up your school again.
Oh, just for the little ones. They haven't got a curriculum for the older children yet.
My father and mother were asking about you.
Oh? Are they pleased with the way things are easing up?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people are pleased. The ones who aren't in jail or dead. You've been busy?
Oh, pretty much. I've been learning a lot about the invaders. What planet they came from, their beliefs.
Who's your teacher?
Mr. Golden.
How nice for you.
Jason, I know what I'm doing.
I hope so. So, you're learning about the master space race. And what are you teaching Gorgon in return? Anything about those old-fashioned, outmoded beliefs of Tom Jefferson or Abe Lincoln?
He's interested in our history. He wants to know everything, right up to the present.
Has a real taste for America, has he?
That's true. Wants to know what we like and what we dislike.
You ought to bring him into the store, Catherine. I don't think he's been there since that first time.
No, he hasn't.
I bet he's never tasted a good old American hot fudge sundae. Or one of my special 3-flavor delights. Why don't you bring him around sometime?
Oh, you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
We know what's at the back of Jason's mind. We don't know where he's hidden the poison or how he plans to submerge its distinctive cyanide almond flavor. But we'll find out. It takes a lot of nerve when your intended victim has an eye in the back of his head. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Return to the town of Parsons Corner in the year 2300. The world has been conquered by a civilization that never died. Atlantis. So highly developed it could skip through time and space. Emissaries have been sent to various cities and towns in America to intimidate and rule. Mr. Gorgon is particularly good at that, for he has an atomic means of making the recalcitrant disappear. Jason Cook has a more primitive approach and is trying for a combination of ingredients he hopes will be a deadly dessert.
Mr. Gorgon, you and Catherine sit yourselves comfortably at the counter, and you can watch me whip up what we're famous for in Cook's Ice Cream Parlor.
Thank you.
You'll enjoy watching him. Jason's a real artist.
I am looking forward to this experience of a great American delicacy.
This dish is sweet. It has many flavors, and it is cold.
Cold?
Ah, it's very cold. The colder, the better.
What Jason is doing now is slicing the banana, chopping the walnuts, all the essential ingredients of his Galaxy Special.
Ah, yes, special.
He uses chocolate ice cream, representing the Earth, vanilla ice cream for the Sun, and strawberry for Mars. Now he lays the sliced bananas at the bottom of your dish. Well, what's that there, Jason? Pineapple? Something new?
The rings of Saturn.
Well, there goes the chocolate ice cream. And a scoop of vanilla.
You notice I use a Big Dipper.
And the strawberry.
And now a few squirts of fruit syrup. Palmyra fig. Passion fruit.
Passion fruit? We do not have that on our planet.
I didn't think so.
What is that you're pointing at me? A gun?
Calm down, old buddy. All it's loaded with is whipped cream. That we call our Milky Way. A few cherries for meteors and a final fallout of chopped walnuts.
Jason, that is beautiful.
And a dab of marshmallow and a few chocolate kisses. Mr. Gorgon, it's all yours. You got a spoon, a napkin, and a glass of water? Enjoy yourself.
Well, what about mine, Jason? I want exactly the same.
You wait your turn. I want to watch our friend discover one of the great pleasures of our planet.
I will proceed. I don't know what to expect, but I am certain it will pleasure me.
Oh, it will be an experience unlike anything you have ever had before. Bear in mind, Mr. Gorgon, many of the flavors we Americans enjoy may seem a little strange to you. A mixture of sweet and sour, bitter and sugar, and a faint undertaste of almond. Dig in, and believe me, I'm going to enjoy watching something happen to you that has never happened before. I hope.
Do you like the ice cream?
It's good, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not the taste I expected. What is wrong? I feel... What is it?
Mr. Gorgon, I was told later, had swallowed a few sizable mouthfuls of Jason's specialty. He got down from his stool, his hand to his throat, and he stood up, holding on to the counter. The third eye in the back of his head started blinking very fast.
Mr. Gorgon, what's the matter?
Oh, foolish, childish, stupid. What did you think you were doing to me?
Are you all right? Would you like me to get you a doctor?
Your human doctors are no help. You have made me very angry, Jason Cook. Anger is an emotion we invaders reject categorically.
Well, I thought you would enjoy it. I had no idea this would happen.
You knew nothing, Catherine? Am I to believe that?
Well, I'm sorry it didn't agree with you.
Catherine, will you finish this for me?
Of course. I love Jason's concoction.
No, don't.
You see, there is some painful substance in there from which perhaps a mortal would not recover.
Well, you saw everything that went in that dish.
Did I?
Is that true? Jason put something in the ice cream?
I would not let you taste it and perhaps die. I wish you to remain alive, Catherine.
You're out of your head, Gorgon.
Only humans are out of their heads. In my planet, computations do not permit errors. None can malfunction. No, we are never unbalanced. It is you, Jason Cook, who malfunctions, and so you must be destroyed.
No, please don't. I beg you, don't do it.
Jason Cook is an aberration who will always be out of step with me. Catherine, stand away from him.
Gorgon pointed his laser tube at Jason, and my son just disappeared. I didn't feel right for a long time after that, and Emma, well, I won't go into that. After Jason had gone, we never saw Catherine again, until one day we learned why.
I have an announcement to make to the people of Parsons Corner.
As before, when you heard a voice coming at you from the sky, you looked up and sure enough, there was Mr. Gorgon's hovercraft spinning over the village green.
I am getting married this coming Saturday to Catherine, your favorite school teacher. To celebrate our union, the village green will be filled with food and music. All free. Come one, come all.
Nobody came. Not a soul. The ceremony was at noon, and the whole town stayed home. The married couple, Catherine, who we loved as a daughter, and the creature with 3 eyes, who had terrorized the town, they come out of the town hall with the mayor behind them. The streets in the village green remained empty, so they got into the yellow hovercraft and took off, making one low pass over the town.
As an added inducement to brighten this already happy day, we now release all those who have been imprisoned. They are made free.
The jail doors swung wide, Those who had been put there silently went home. There was no celebrating. Everyone was too frightened of Mr. Gorgon and his ultimate powers.
So this is what you call a motel. Do I say it correctly, Catherine? My English...
It gets better every day.
After the ceremony, man and wife, they go to a place like this. These little one-story boxes all attached. And spend their first night together?
Some do. Some travel on a space shuttle or some underwater to one of the sea cities. After all, in the year 2300, one must do something up to date.
I look around this room and everything is very well organized and equipped. I have never taken a water shower, and I see there is one. I will do it now. I must say, the application of small streams of water has a refreshing... Catherine? Where are you? Catherine? Why are all the room lights turned off? Catherine, are you outside this door, I wonder? There you are. Why are you standing here outside our room? Are you perhaps saying goodbye to your old life in Parsons Corner? Catherine, what are you doing?
Giving you a taste of your own terror.
Don't point at. You'll invalidate me.
Don't move. Goodbye, Mr. Gorgon.
We were sitting down to dinner, Emma and I, not hungry at all. Our hearts filled with sadness, knowing this should have been the day of our Jason's marriage to Catherine. And then suddenly we heard voices on the porch. It was Catherine talking to someone.
It's really you, Jason? You're alive? You're here? I'm not dreaming.
Darling Catherine, yes, I'm very much here.
Where have you been? We all thought you were destroyed.
I'm going to ask you to try to believe something Earth people have been wondering about for thousands of years. Talk about a dream. I've visited a dream world and have come back.
Jason, it's you.
Yes, it is, Dad.
Oh, you're not dead. Oh, my boy, it's so good to see you.
You too, Dad.
Emma, it's all right. Prayers do come true. It's Jason. He's here. Come on inside. I couldn't get your mother to leave the table. We heard you talking to Catherine, and Emma thought she was hearing a ghost.
Well, we don't have ghosts in the 23rd century. Where to begin? That's the problem.
Oh, Jason, why don't you start when Mr. Gorgon pointed his destruct tube at you?
I didn't feel anything at all, but I found myself transported to Atlantis. Yes, the real, actual Atlantis, Mr. Gorgon's own civilization.
Where is that? On another planet?
Dad, I have no idea where it is, in space or time. I know Atlanteans have the power to move backwards or forwards in time as we know it, but that's all I know.
What did you see?
I was suddenly standing in a large hall in front of 3 judges. An interesting thing about that place. Not only does time telescope, but so does knowledge. I didn't have to be told anything. I just knew.
You knew what?
There's no question the invaders who are here on Earth are Atlanteans who, after thousands of years, are reclaiming the universe as their own. And who do you think I saw from down here?
I don't know. Who?
Sheriff Barnaby and all the others from Parsons Corner who'd been shot there with that destruct gun. Almost every day, more people from town kept showing up. And then Mr. Gorgon himself is there. He's apologizing to the judges. They tell him that he's failed in his mission. I didn't understand that at all.
I did that. Pointed his own ray gun at him. I'll tell you all about it, Jason,
Gorgon was taken away, and the 3 judges decided all of us from Parsons Corner were to return to Earth. So it's not only me. We're all back.
But for how long? There'll be other invaders.
Well, there may be, but they'll have to change a lot of their concepts. You see, that tube thing Mr. Gorgon used, it's still here. Gorgon left it when he was liquidated. So for the present, the Atlanteans are just watching and waiting to see what we'll do.
Well, you know what that means. We can go from town to town wherever there's a Mr. Gorgon making life miserable, point this at him, and poof, we've shot the invader back to Atlantis.
Well, can we risk it?
Risk? Well, how do you think this country got started anyway? Somebody wanted to take us over, and we sent them back right where they come from.
Dad is right, Catherine. Let's do it.
This much is history. In the year 2300, Parsons Corner spread the word from town to town and state to state how to deal with the invaders. In the old days, pioneers built stockades to keep the bad out and the good in. We all may have to do that again. Build a stockade of true belief against those who would destroy us. I shall return shortly. We have turned the clock forward. Now let us turn it back to 1775 and hear from a man who knew a lot about those who would rob you of freedom. He left these words in our safekeeping. He said, "I know not what course others may take, but give me liberty or give me death." Thank you for the warning, Mr. Patrick Henry. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Don Scardino, Evie Juster, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Were they dreamers or were they killers? Find out tomorrow night at 10:07 p.m. on the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on 1230 WCOL.
Your life is on 1230 WCOL Columbus, 66 degrees downtown, at the tone, 11 o'clock.
CBS News, the latest Falklands fighting triggers high-level talks in Washington. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Secretary of State Haig met for 3 hours this evening at the State Department with Britain's ambassador to Washington, Nicholas Henderson. The British diplomat, grim-faced, emerged with no comment for waiting reporters. Haig rushed back to Washington for the meeting just before he was due to take off for an appearance tonight in New York. That appearance canceled. The event that likely sparked the hastily called session, the sinking today of the British destroyer Sheffield. It took a direct hit from an Argentine air-to-sea missile fired at a range of 20 miles. Britain says at least 30 seamen are missing. The act was apparent retaliation for Britain's sinking of the Argentine cruiser Belgrano, and it brought the battles home to some residents of London.
I think we'd hoped that it wouldn't be a reality, but I think, unfortunately, it's part of war, and we're making our own stand, and this is the only way we can do it. But I think it's terrible that this has happened now. I think we thought...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Tammy Grimes. We heed no instinct but our own, said the poet. Perhaps this is so when we have become older and wiser, but early on during the lessons of life, how is one to distinguish between his own thoughts and the thoughts of others? Who truly has a mind of his own? Our brains are so overcrowded, so clogged with the imprints of a busy, active world. How is one to tell when he is really thinking for himself? In truth, When do any of us close our minds to the influence of others?
Why do you hate her so much, Mr. Palmer?
I don't hate her.
Then why do you want her punished for a crime she didn't commit?
But she did.
I know for a fact you're lying.
I'd like to see you prove it.
Our mystery drama, First Impression, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a busy Saturday evening at this small Midwestern airport. Some passengers scurry to catch their flights while others wait impatiently in the long line at the ticket counter. Two women are sitting in a lounge, both well-dressed and attractive. The younger one is about 30, the other, well, they could be mother and daughter. Perhaps they are here to greet an arriving relative or to embark on some kind of holiday. So it would appear to the less practiced eye, until you notice the steer's handcuffs, linking them together.
Is there anything you want, Mrs. Palmer?
No.
Magazine or something?
No. No, thank you. Detective Weston.
I guess we'll be boarding soon.
They're all staring.
Mrs. Palmer.
Those people. They know.
Nobody's looking, I assure you.
This is so humiliating. I want to die.
Now, Mrs. Palmer.
Please, Detective Weston, if you would only take off these handcuffs.
We've been over this before.
You can trust me. I won't try to escape.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Well, then why can't you?
You're aware of our extradition procedures.
How can you talk about procedures? I'm not a common criminal.
What are you?
A human being.
I'm afraid you've omitted a small detail. You're a human being who happened to commit murder.
It wasn't murder.
Did you or didn't you shoot your husband?
Yes.
Well, then?
It wasn't murder.
What would you call it?
An accident.
If you're ready, we can pre-board the plane now.
Why won't anybody believe it was an accident?
If we board now, we can be settled in our seats before the other passengers.
I've told them 1,000,000 times. There's no reason why I'd want to kill John.
Mrs. Palmer, we're going to be chained together for at least 3 more hours. Do you think you could save your protestations of innocence for the jury?
Don't you care?
I have nothing to do with your case, Mrs. Palmer. I happen to be involved only in your extradition.
You think I killed him deliberately? Well, I didn't.
Then why did you jump bail?
I panicked. I wasn't responsible for my actions.
We are always accountable for our actions. That's why I'm returning you to face trial. Can we board the plane now, Mrs. Palmer? Are you all right, Mrs. Palmer?
Considering the circumstances, I suppose so. You don't look very well, Detective Weston.
Oh, I don't like flying.
I love it. That is, I used to. John, my husband and I, we traveled everywhere by plane.
Oh, that's nice.
Before John retired from the company, there wasn't a week that we weren't jetting someplace for one reason or another.
Oh, that's very interesting.
You see, I was indispensable to him.
Well, obviously, he wasn't indispensable to you.
What's worse, I wonder? Having no respect for yourself, or others losing their respect for you.
I shouldn't have made that crack. I'm sorry.
What's there to be sorry about? I'm the one that's going to have to be sorry every day for the rest of my life. Over and over, I'll have to relive the moment when I turned the light on and discovered, in a horrible instant, that the body on the carpet, staining it with blood, was not a burglar at all.
Stewardess, could I possibly have a couple of aspirins? Oh, what were you saying?
Nothing at all. You know what's very good for headaches, Detective? Relaxing.
Imagine you're in a wooded glen, lying back on a quilt of soft, mossy grass. Alongside runs a fresh, clear, babbling brook. The tiny ripples fan out over the smooth, small stones on the water's bottom. Well,
yes. That is better. You have a way with words, Mrs. Palmer.
Is that bad?
I'm not sure.
John used to say I had a gift, a talent for understanding people and their problems.
I have no problems.
I meant your fear of flying.
I'm not afraid of flying.
No.
I simply dislike it.
Of course.
Even if I were afraid, as I said, I'm not. It goes with the job.
You love your job, don't you?
Sometimes.
I love my job all the time. I started right out of high school.
Mr. Palmer was still married to his first wife.
Back then, I was gawky and unattractive. It took him 10 years to notice me as something other than his secretary. I didn't mind. I was his friend. He confided in me.
Really?
The president of $1 million corporation can't confide in just anybody. The special problems, the intricate negotiations, the never-ending politics.
When did she die?
Who?
His wife.
11 years ago.
20 years. You waited 20 years for him.
I didn't exactly wait.
But you had to share him. At night, he went home to someone else.
During the day, working late on long business trips, he was mine. We were colleagues. That part of him I never had to share with anyone. Besides, there was still the company.
The company?
His company almost became our company. I helped it grow, watched it expand. If John couldn't be with me, I always had my work. I have an aptitude for business, you know.
And that was enough for you?
Yes.
Well, I guess if you wait long enough, it pays off.
I don't understand.
He finally married you.
Oh, that.
Well, we all can't wait forever.
I wasn't aware we all were. Are you Detective Weston?
Am I what?
Waiting?
No.
What are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for?
We were talking about you, Mrs. Palmer. Why did you kill him?
I've already told you it was an accident.
What happened that night?
Why are you suddenly interested?
I'm curious.
It's all a matter of record. John had bought me a gun. We'd had 2 robberies already, and he hadn't wanted me to be unprotected while he was out of town. It was about 2 a.m. I heard a car pull up. I knew it couldn't be John. John was away on a fishing trip in Canada.
But didn't it occur to you that he might be coming back early?
It couldn't be him. That is, I thought it couldn't be him. You see, if John were coming back sooner, he would surely call me, let me know. Anyway, I could hear the front door opening. I was terrified. I was alone in my home, except for Brooks and Marguerite.
Your butler and housekeeper?
Yes, their quarters are over the garage. I heard the footsteps in the hallway. Surely, if it were John, he would have turned the lights on.
Where were you then?
Standing at the top of the stairs.
You already had the gun?
It was like being in a trance. I could hear my heart beating against my ears. I couldn't feel my arms and legs. I started to walk down the stairs. I was weightless. I floated. Below was a shadowy figure in the darkness. It was tall, frightening. See, it wasn't a person. It was an apparition. I had to be dreaming. Then this apparition, this thing, raised its arm at me. The gun in my hand started firing. You know the rest.
Yes, I know the rest. I just have one question.
What?
Why doesn't anybody believe you? In there is where we part company, Mrs. Palmer.
The municipal jail. Yes. I've been here before. Detective Weston?
Yes?
When they finally set a new date for my trial, will you be there?
I don't know.
It would be very, very encouraging to see one friendly face.
Well, I find it hard to believe that a woman like you has no friends.
It's harder to believe that I have so many enemies.
Enemies? What kind of enemies?
It must have been the flight, but I'm suddenly terribly fatigued.
Who are your enemies?
I shouldn't have brought it up. Some things are better left unsaid. Can we go inside now?
Oh, wait a minute. Who do you consider an enemy?
I'm afraid I've already been indiscreet.
About what? I don't understand.
You don't understand? Then ask yourself this. Why don't I have any friends? And why, with all my money, all my position and influence, can't I find one single person willing to believe my version of what happened? Is it really that far-fetched? Well, you think about it for a while. I already know the truth. It was an accident, even if I'm the only one who knows.
Weston, come on in. How are you?
Captain?
Sit down. Tell me about your trip.
It was all right.
She didn't give you any trouble?
It depends on what you call trouble.
Well, what's that mean?
About this Palmer murder case, there's something very funny about it.
Oh?
I read up on it last night.
Oh, on your day off, huh?
Something about the way it's been handled just doesn't seem right.
Well, are you interested in the Palmer murder?
Yes.
Is it your case?
No, but I couldn't help noticing.
Well, you've been on homicide for how long now?
6 months.
Oh, 6 months makes you an expert, right?
I'm beginning to wonder about the motivation for the murder.
Ah, here we go with motivations and all this stuff about the psyche and the subconscious. Since when has one human being needed a reason to kill another human being?
So, still, Captain, I think...
Besides, this isn't like you. Usually you just do your own job. You don't get sidetracked. I mean, you won't as much as look at a case you're not involved in.
Well, you changed that when you sent me down to Williamsboro to escort Zelda Palmer back here. Now, I had no desire at all to get involved. But now...
You are involved, huh?
Captain, I want you to put me on the case.
Well, what can you do with this case that hasn't already been done?
I believe I can prove that Zelda Palmer is innocent.
The art of persuasion, it is said, can be taught, acquired. Many, however, believe it is a rare talent that one can only be born with. And though all the people we've met thus far seem to be trying to persuade other people in some direction, it would appear that only one has so far been successful. Of course, this is only Act 1. And when dealing with the human nature, anything is bound to develop. When I return with Act 2... In a single moment, how the complexion of life can change. We look in the eye of someone we think we know so well and see a light we never saw before. Or in a single word or solitary gesture, a complete stranger can manage to strike a certain chord within us. Detective Cynthia Weston was convinced in the beginning of our story that Mrs. Zelda Palmer deliberately shot and killed her husband. Now, after accompanying her home to face murder charges, the young policewoman is no longer so sure. She is disturbed by something. But what?
I'll tell you what it is, Captain. It's the atmosphere.
The atmosphere?
It's just not right for murder.
Well, what would you say, in your practiced opinion, is the proper ambiance for murder?
Greed, distrust, hatred. Now, there's none of that.
Not according to Palmer's son.
Yeah, I read that.
He says the old man was planning on divorcing her.
It's totally unsubstantiated.
Not as far as the DA is concerned.
But the real damaging evidence, if you want to call it that, against Zelda Palmer, is a statement made by Brooks, the butler. Now, he claims that John Palmer and his wife were having an argument before she shot him. He even cried out. And that is the entire case against her.
That's enough to do it.
What if the son and the butler are lying?
Why would they lie?
I don't know. But that's what I'd like to find out.
Yes?
I have an appointment. I'm Detective Weston.
Well, go right in. Mr. Palmer is expecting you.
I'm not interested in your excuses, Murphy. Find out what price they want and give it to them. Get back to me in an hour. So, you're the detective who called earlier.
Mr. Bradley Palmer?
Oh, I hate that name. Bradley. Sounds like a little kid who won't eat its spinach.
Well, then what do people call you?
Mr. Palmer.
Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Palmer?
Go ahead. Is this going to take long? I've got a conference scheduled for 10:45.
How long have you been running Palmer Industries?
3 years.
And what were you doing before that?
I was, out of the country.
Where?
Here and there.
Is there a reason you can't be more specific?
What bearing does it have on my father's murder?
I believe you were somewhere in the Far East, weren't you, Mr. Palmer?
Well, if you already knew, why bother asking?
Your reluctance to be candid with me is very interesting. What were you doing in that part of the world for over 7 years?
Why don't you tell me?
You were in a monastery. A very obscure teaching sect in the Himalayas known as the Gahari Shimta.
What does this have to do with...
Aside from preaching a doctrine of nonviolence, the Gahari Shimta reject all material wealth.
How do you know about Shimta?
Now, today you drive a Mercedes, wear $500 suits, and run one of the largest corporations in the country. What made you give up the monastery, your entire way of life, and return to the States?
My father asked me to. And anyhow, my time with Gahari was complete.
Why did your father want you home?
I should think that would be obvious. He was getting older. There weren't any other children. It was up to me to carry on.
In other words, take over.
I didn't want to leave at first. Then I understood. As president of Palmer Industries, I might be in a position to improve the condition of mankind. There are endless ways in which money and power can be used to benefit mankind. Peaceful instead of... I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Your father.
Oh, yeah, well, he wanted to retire. Go fishing, put the company in the hands of someone he could trust.
Well, what about your stepmother? He trusted her.
I'm sure he did. But image was very important to him. You see, Father was convinced that a woman, no matter how competent, would convey an image of weakness, which would reflect on the entire company. Weakness, vulnerability, that's what sets the wolves at your door. That is the nature of the world, I suppose.
Mr. Palmer, who would stand to gain the most by your father's death?
Gain? I consider death a loss.
Or on a purely material, financial level, who would benefit the most?
My father had already divested himself of the bulk of his estate.
Which means?
Well, the house, other properties abroad, and cash assets he left to her, my stepmother.
What about the company?
He signed the controlling interest over to me a year ago.
Why do you insist your stepmother's actions were premeditated?
Because they were.
On what do you base your opinion?
I just know, that's all.
Mr. Palmer, why did you lie to the district attorney?
I haven't the vaguest idea what you're talking about.
You claimed that your father confided to you his desire to initiate divorce proceedings against your stepmother. Now, I don't believe such a conversation ever took place, except in your mind.
And by what method do you deduce that?
Just a hunch. But your answer sewed it up for me. Noticed your first instinct was not denial or outrage, but a smug retort. Thank you for your time. I assure you we'll be speaking again. Very soon.
Detective Weston.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Palmer.
They told me you were taking over my case. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I had no choice. They assigned it to me.
I thought you had asked.
As I explained to you the other day, it was not my wish to become personally involved in your problems.
Detective Weston, why are you so afraid to admit that you already are involved?
I came here to clear up a few questions.
To have empathy for another human being is nothing to be ashamed of. You knew justice was not being served, and that's why you asked to handle the investigation.
Mrs. Palmer, if we could get started.
And I want you to know, I appreciate your kindness to me, even if nothing
The first question I'd like to ask is, who do you consider to be an enemy?
I don't understand.
What about your stepson?
Bradley never liked me. I wouldn't go so far as to call him an enemy, for heaven's sake.
Why is he out to get you?
I wouldn't exactly say he is out to get me.
You're aware of his allegations that his father intended to seek a divorce from you?
Yes.
Was there any truth to it?
Of course not.
And yet you still say this man isn't out to destroy you? His testimony establishes a clear motive for you.
As it must. Don't you understand?
How can I when you're not making any sense?
Making sense of something. That's the point. What happened to John? What I did was a senseless mistake. No rhyme, no reason. Just a tragic accident. I'll have to live with the truth of that for the rest of my life. But what about Bradley? He can't face the fact that it all happened as a quirk of fate. Gives him a strange kind of peace of mind to believe his father died for a reason.
In an odd sort of way, that sounds plausible.
He was always a sensitive boy. I forgive him his thoughts.
That's very generous, Zelda, but where does it leave you?
I suppose in the long run, it doesn't make a difference.
There's a world of difference between first-degree murder and negligent homicide. We could even get you off with self-defense.
I don't see how.
Brooks, the butler. He is the star witness for the prosecution. The case really hinges on his testimony.
The man despises me. That's why he
lied.
He said we were having an argument. John and I never argued. He said he heard John cry out before I shot him. I wish to heaven he had. I would have known who it was and never would have pulled the... This is my punishment. I'll never stop paying for it, never.
All right, please, Mrs. Palmer, calm down.
I liked it when you called me Zelda. It made me feel as if I had a friend.
Well, you do have a friend.
You understand what it feels like when a situation seems terribly hopeless?
Yes, I understand. More than you know.
He was a good man. He didn't deserve to die.
Well, nobody deserves to die, Mr. Brooks.
Well, just Brooks, if you please. And if I may, I disagree with you. There are many who deserve to die, making the world a better place as a result of that absence.
Yes, well, about that night.
They already have my statement.
I don't.
Well, Margaret and I were asleep in our quarters over the garage. I heard this car pull up in the driveway. A moment later, I heard the front door open.
You must be a very light sleeper.
Yes. My wife, bless her heart, is sleeping like a log, dead to the world.
Then what?
I have gone over this before.
Not with me.
Very well. After a moment or two, I heard voices. It was Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. Her voice shrill and hysterical, and his low and calm. And suddenly I heard him shout, "No, don't."
And?
That is when I heard the gunshots. And by the time I arrived at the hall, the light was on and Mrs. Palmer was standing over her husband's body, with the gun still in her hand. She was just standing there.
Yes?
Cool as a cucumber. Calm as can be. And she said, "Brooks, I believe we shall have to summon the authorities."
One moment she's hysterical, and the next she's, as you put it, cool as a cucumber?
Well, you know how women are.
No, I don't. How are we?
At any rate, I hope they put her away for life. That's what I hope.
If we may depart from your aspirations for just a moment, could you tell me how long you've been working here on the estate?
Margaret and I were employed 3 years ago.
Who hired you?
Mr. Palmer.
Oh, so Mrs. Palmer had nothing to do with your being hired?
They were out of town on a trip.
But I thought you said...
Oh, I meant we were hired by the present Mr. Palmer.
Bradley?
Yes. You see, the previous couple had quit rather suddenly, and Mr. Bradley consented to put the household in order while his father and Mrs. Palmer took a badly needed vacation. I believe you said on the phone that you wanted to see the house.
Yes.
I cannot imagine what you expect to find.
Maybe I don't expect to find anything.
Very well, this way, if you please, Detective Weston.
So here's the spot where they had the argument, and this is where he fell?
Yes. It was quite dreadful.
Yes, I'm sure it was. Well, thank you so much for the guided tour, Brooks.
That's all you wish to see?
For the moment, at least. Oh, wait, there's just one other thing.
Yes?
When you heard the car pull up in the driveway at such a late hour, weren't you concerned as to who it might be?
No, not at all.
2:00 in the morning and your boss is away on a fishing trip. Didn't the thought occur to you that it might be a burglar?
Well, it was a clear, moonlit night. I could see the car quite clearly from my window. It was Mr. John's white Mercedes.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Thank you. Brooks, did you ever hear the saying, thy strength is honor, thy honor is strength?
No. Does it mean something?
I was hoping maybe you could tell me.
I haven't the vaguest idea.
Now, first the son, then the butler. I have never seen two more atrocious liars in my life, Captain.
But you don't know if they're lying.
I know.
Consider this. Are you really being objective?
This guy, Brooks, could hear Mr. Palmer talking, and I quote, calm and low, from across a courtyard inside a house. You'd have to have antenna.
Why do you find it easier to believe Mrs. Palmer?
I thought a person was supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. As far as I'm concerned, there isn't enough proof.
Well, according to the DA, there is.
A woman like Zelda Palmer would never kill her husband. For whatever his reasons, Bradley Palmer is determined to destroy her credibility. And the butler, Brooks, what is his angle? How does he benefit by perjuring himself? Oh, and something else about Mr. Brooks. I have the feeling that I've seen him before.
There seems to be a story where everyone has something to hide. The wealthy widow, the stepson, and the butler. Not a particularly unusual brew for murder and intrigue. The possible combinations are infinite, but there can only be one correct solution. Each of these people holds a missing piece of the giant puzzle. When, at last, the pieces are put together, we'll be able to see the complete picture. A picture just about ready for viewing in Act 3. We rarely plan the great events in our lives. So very often we are victims of the cold, random winds of fate. It's possible to say that we are all wandering through this mammoth mystery called life without a roadmap, bumping into obstacles in the dark. Of course, some of us are better drivers than others. As long as we're on the subject, what exactly is driving our young detective? And more important, where exactly is she going?
Now, that man Brooks, why do you think I've seen him before, Captain?
Am I really supposed to answer that?
I wonder if his real name actually is Brooks.
Why do you keep insisting he's lying?
Because he is.
You can't prove it. So what have you really got? You got nothing.
I've got everything. I just haven't managed to put it all together yet.
Look, can't you see what this Zelda Palmer is doing? She's conning you.
She's not conning me. 20 years.
What?
She waited 20 years for him to marry her.
And that makes her innocent?
A woman doesn't wait that long for a man and then shoot him.
Wouldn't be the first time.
A woman who waits that patiently for a man doesn't waste it all in a moment of anger.
Oh, you want to bet?
From what I can make of it, the Palmers were deeply in love. They had a very happy marriage. I don't care what the son claims. He was never there.
And neither were you.
I didn't have to be, Captain.
Oh, really?
I just know. I just figured out what's been puzzling me. What didn't sound right. No one has ever disputed the fact that the shooting took place in the dark.
Well, she had enough light to take aim and get him right in the head.
I'm not arguing that point. The fact remains that the incident occurred in almost total darkness.
So?
The entire case rests on the butler's statement that the Palmers were having an argument, a violent argument. Well, there we are.
Where are we?
Who has a violent argument in the dark? Who has an emotional, face-to-face confrontation in the dark?
That's it?
Yes. How many quarrels take place with the lights out?
Obviously, you're not married.
Quarrels of sufficient magnitude to result in murder? The lights are almost always turned on. The confrontation is eye to eye.
That is your opinion.
But it's so obvious.
Maybe to you.
So now the question remains the same. What do Mr. Palmer and Mr. Brooks have to gain by lying?
Detective Weston, unfortunately, you've caught me at a rather busy time.
This will only take a few minutes, Mr. Palmer.
I must say you're very persistent.
Brooks, the butler on your father's estate, he's very, indebted to you.
Why say that?
Well, you hired him and his wife.
Well, it doesn't exactly make one indebted, does it?
It's very difficult to find a job of that caliber with a police record. See, I knew Brooks' face was familiar, so I spent some time going through old mug books. Mr. Brooks' real name is Wilbur Hopkins. His wife's real name is Edith. Both of them served over 20 years for armed robbery.
They paid for their crimes.
You're quite a believer in justice, aren't you?
I believe that the punishment should fit the crime.
It was very generous of you to give Wilbur and Edith a new lease on life. It takes a lot of influence to establish two people in new identity.
As I said, they paid for their crime.
And they deserved a second chance?
Yes.
Mr. Palmer, is this what you meant by using power and position to help those less fortunate?
Perhaps.
How very charitable of you.
Acts of charity should be performed discreetly.
I suppose you learned that from the monks of Gahari Shimta?
No, from my father. Kindness and generosity are signs of weakness. Competitors are more likely to try to take advantage. One's image becomes less intimidating, more human, more vulnerable.
We're on the topic of image again.
Now, a man at the mercy of a woman, how much more vulnerable can he be?
Who are we talking about? You or your father?
To be shot, unable to defend himself. She was always a rash, impossible woman. And I made it a point to avoid her.
What did she do before all this to make you hate her so terribly?
Hate's a strong word. I prefer dislike.
I'm going on the assumption that she's innocent in the case of your father. If that's so, what would prompt you to lie?
You assume a great deal.
I know a great deal. About time. A woman doesn't spend years waiting for a man she doesn't love. And a man doesn't spend 7 years in a monastery just to kill time. Not a man like you.
I learned a great deal.
I believe that. Much of what you learned you still practice. This entire subject of vulnerability, weakness. You claim the philosophy is a legacy of your father. But doesn't Shimtar also preach hiding weakness? Conveying an image of strength to avoid violent confrontation?
How do you know about all these things?
There's a very fine university in this town with a very fine library. Mr. Palmer, in many ways, you are still Shimtar. Everything you do and say has a special motivation behind it. Why are you out to destroy your stepmother?
Destroy, that's another word I find distasteful. Detective Weston, do you have any children?
I'm not married.
A woman with your intelligence and Beauty should be married.
Look, I can go home and hear this. You were saying about children?
Perhaps if I had been her real son, instead of her stepson, perhaps if she'd been able to have a child of her own, maybe she would never have felt the need to...
The need to what?
That I can't tell you.
Can't or won't?
Both.
Zelda, I want you to tell me why there's such enmity between you. Why does he want to punish you?
Because I committed a sin.
And what was the sin?
I committed murder.
But it was an accident. You admit it was an accident.
The sin remains the same. John's dead.
But you said it was a mistake.
For that very reason, the sin is all the worse.
Nobody is making any sense around here.
Detective Weston?
I hope I haven't disturbed you at this late hour, Brooks.
Well, you did tell me to expect you sometime past midnight.
I wanted to check a few things out when the light conditions were similar to the way they were on that night. The moon is about the same.
As you requested, I have switched off the lamps.
Maybe you could just turn them on to guide me up to Mrs. Palmer's room. Brooks?
Whatever you wish.
I want to see just what she saw that night.
Very well, this way, please.
Not a bad room.
Yes, she chose a suite in the front of the house, although she could have had one of the quieter ones in the back. The view of the garden would have certainly surpassed the view of the driveway.
Yes, that's rather interesting. She could see any car that drove up.
Yes.
Of course, that's funny. Look at my car down there. Did you ever notice how in the moonlight... What kind of car does Bradley Palmer drive?
Mercedes.
What color?
Why are you asking?
No, what color?
Light blue.
That's very interesting. Light blue. You ever notice the tricks Night plays? Now, down there, my car, it's white. It looks blue. Is that what she thought?
I'm afraid that I don't follow it.
A man goes away on a trip. He's concerned about the safety of his wife, and he asks his son to keep an eye on her and on the house. Only the son will do anything to avoid seeing the stepmother, so he does check up on the house. But only at night.
What does this have to do?
It was there all the time. Why couldn't I have seen it? Of course. She hears the car pull up. She runs to the window and sees the car. She knows whose car it is. At least she thinks she does. She goes downstairs with the gun. She can see the figure in the dark, only vaguely. She shoots. No voices. No arguments. No warning sounds. Isn't that right, Mr. Brooks? Or should I call you Mr. Wilbur Hopkins?
Wilbur who?
I know about you and your wife.
I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about.
Come on, Mr. Hopkins. He set you up in a new life, and you owed him.
Oh, all right, yes, I owed him a great deal.
And so you lied about the argument.
Yes. But what was the difference? She was still...
Still guilty? Of course. She didn't mean to shoot her husband. She meant to shoot somebody else. Bradley Palmer. Her husband's son.
How did you find out?
I knew you couldn't have killed your husband. You had no motive. I never stopped to consider that you certainly had a motive for killing somebody else. Your stepson.
John wanted him to run the company. I could have done a much better job. I loved the company much more than Bradley did. He didn't help build it, watch it grow.
So when you looked out of your bedroom window that night, you thought it was Bradley's car, didn't you?
John wanted his son to carry on. Why not me, his wife?
The thought never occurred to you that your husband might come home early, so in the darkness, you made a mistake. You killed the wrong man.
It was an unforgivable mistake. If it had been Bradley who died, the police would have believed me. They would have believed that I thought I was shooting a burglar. But who would believe a woman shooting her own husband?
I would have believed you, Mrs. Palmer. For a while, I did.
What are you going to do, Detective Weston?
I'm not going to do anything.
I don't understand.
I'm going to leave things just the way they are. You did murder your husband. Bradley Palmer was quite right when he said it. The punishment should fit the crime.
At least you can help me convince people. Let them know I love John. I would never want to kill John. That's all I want people to know.
They're never going to know, Mrs. Palmer. And in truth, that's going to be your punishment.
That famous line from Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado, "My object all sublime I shall achieve in time, to make the punishment fit the crime." This thought, of course, isn't original with musical theater. It is a philosophy that's existed for thousands of years in the cultures of both East and West. Although very often, evildoers seldom receive their just deserts. We'll be back with more food for thought shortly. There are none so blind as they who cannot see. In this story, we've dealt with people who are blind in their points of view, limited by their own unfortunate experiences. Whether she's convicted for one murder or another, Mrs. Zelda Palmer's physical punishment will be the same. But the most important punishments take place within the mind and heart, because it is within our souls that we must be fully answerable to whatever power exists. Our cast included Terry Keane, Carol Teitel, Keir DeLay, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up Your Life is on 1230 WCOL in Columbus, 34 degrees downtown. It's 11 o'clock.
CBS News. The Democratic leader of the Senate has introduced to prevent President Reagan from sending U.S. troops into El Salvador on his own authority. I'm Judy Muller, reporting on the CBS radio network. Senate Democratic leader Robert Byrd introduced a measure to amend the War Powers Act of 1973, which allows the president to commit troops overseas, but requires him to seek congressional approval within 48 hours. Byrd's resolution would require the president to get congressional approval before sending troops, except to protect Americans overseas. When Byrd first announced his intention to introduce the measure, White House spokesman Larry Speakes said the legislation is unnecessary because, in his words, there is no plan to send combat troops to El Salvador or anywhere else. Leftist guerrillas in El Salvador launched their strongest attacks in more than a year today, according to government officials. The fighting was centered in two major metropolitan areas, San Vicente and San Miguel. The military regime of El Salvador came under attack by Amnesty International today. Larry Cox, a spokesman for the human rights organization, charged the government in San Salvador with directing mass killings of civilians.
There's no doubt that atrocities are being carried out by all sides in the armed conflict in El Salvador. But the evidence we have shows overwhelmingly that the majority of these killings are being carried out by the security forces of the government of El Salvador, that they are directed against non-combatants, civilians who are not engaged in guerrilla warfare, and that they amount to torture, murder, and mass killings.
The group says it based its conclusions on a fact-finding mission in 1981 and on the testimony of refugees. More news in a minute.
Wednesday on CBS television, Hal Linden stars as the father who abandoned his family 8 years ago, only to have tragedy thrust them together.
You both need a father.
A.G. Marshall. If life had a second edition, oh, how I would correct the proofs. So sighs the poet. And I'm sure most of us would agree. Yet, if by some accident or miracle, call it what you will, the book of your life could be reprinted, would the pages show the same mistakes? Who knows? Who can really say for sure?
Joey, that dame, she goes for you. Hit her up for some dough.
No.
Joe, we got nothing left to drink. Go see that dame. She'll give you a couple of bucks.
No. I'm not like you. I'm not a bum. I was a cop. A detective first grade. One of the top men in the department. Yeah. And I'm going to be back up there again one day. You just wait and see.
Our mystery drama, Gate 27, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Working hard, there's no denying. Do your best, you keep on trying. So take a break, that's satisfying. You and Maxwell House. So pour a cup, enjoy the flavor. The taste is always true. Relax and get yourself together. Maxwell House in you. Get that good, the last drop feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House gives you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House has a taste, a feeling that no other coffee can give you. Because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Hey, what's the holdup? This isn't rush hour.
Haven't you heard? Cousins is having their half-off sale.
You mean all this traffic is heading for Cousins?
If you were at Cousins' half-off sale last year, you'd understand. It's unbelievable. Practically everything is 50% off and more. Suits, sport coats, sweaters, outerwear, dress shirts, you name it.
You mean to tell me that those great-looking fashions from Adolfo, LeBaron, Cassini, Lou Miles are at least a half off?
Now you know why everyone's in such a hurry. Designer three-piece suits that were $295 are now $147.50. $450 LeBaron suits are now $225. Ola Cassini suede front sweaters that were $125 are now $49. And get this, Cousins' $145 all-weather trench coat is now $69.
At those prices, I can get an entire winter and year-round wardrobe. All right, fella, take it easy. Don't you realize Cousins is having their annual half-off sale?
Cousins Clothes, 11.5 mile in Southfield and Lathrop Village. And Cousins Big and Tall Store, 11 mile in Southfield and Lathrop Village.
What did the philosopher say? He that is not handsome at 20, strong at 30, rich at 40, nor wise at 50, shall then never be handsome, strong, wise, or rich. Our story will tell of Joe Driscoll, who has just arrived at his 50th birthday, and at this point has none of those attributes. However, let the tale be told by a man who knows Joe Driscoll better than anyone else, Detective Lieutenant Frank Ruhlbach.
The fact is, at the time you were discussing there, Joe Driscoll was a bum. A down-and-out drunk who just drifted around. Every morning you'd see him in Grand Central Station, here in New York, at the height of the commuter rush hour. And he'd usually shape up in front of Gate 27 on the upper level. The railway cops were always ready to give him the bum's rush. Hey, you. Keep moving.
I'm not doing anything.
Start walking. I guess you could say it's the standard morning ritual. Both of them know it. After a while, the cop has other fish to fry, and Joe is left in relative peace. But by now, most of the incoming crowd has already walked away from Gate 27. Only a few stragglers are coming up the stairs. One is an elderly, grim-looking, hatchet-faced man. A most unpromising prospect. But beggars can't be choosers.
Mister, could you spare a
Get lost, you filthy animal.
And now there's only one more person coming up the stairway. A lady. As a rule, Joe is not a mall buzzer. That's a guy who works on women. With some of them, all you have to do is open your mouth and they scream. But this one looks to be somewhere in her 40s, nicely dressed in a blue suit, and she has a smile on her face.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes? What is it?
Could you spare 50 cents for a cup of coffee?
50 cents for a cup of coffee. Never realized how inflation must be hitting your business, too. Coffee, I remember it used to be a dime, even a nickel. What could a nickel possibly buy today, do you think?
Nothing.
A dime?
Maybe a phone call?
If you had a dime, is there anyone you'd want to call?
No.
You know something? I happen to have a dime, but there's no one I could call up either. Well, 50 cents, you said. You're not really going to buy a cup of coffee with it, are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me, can you actually get a bottle of whiskey for 50 cents?
No. But, 50 cents here, 50 cents there. It adds up.
And how many 50-cent pieces have you made so far this morning?
None.
Well, then, we better get you started. Here.
Oh, say, thank you. I appreciate that.
And that's how it began. Each morning, he'd wait for her to come up the stairway at gate 27, and each morning, there she'd be in her smart blue dress. And each morning, she'd smile at him cheerfully and say,
Hello there. Here you are.
Say, thank you. I appreciate that.
She'd hand him something, change or a dollar bill, and she'd walk away. And that was the extent of it. She never asked him his name or why he was on the bum. She never suggested that he try to reform. She just smiled and handed over the money. Later in the day, he'd be sitting in the park with a crony. They'd be drinking. And something was happening inside him. Something that he thought had been long dead.
Here you are, Joe.
Huh? What's that?
It's your turn.
Oh.
It's your bottle.
I don't want any.
What do you mean? You don't want any?
Just what I said.
Oh, okay. More for me. Joe.
Yeah?
Why don't you want any?
I'm gonna quit drinking.
Yeah? That's good. I wish I could quit. Why are you gonna quit?
Because of her.
A dame?
Yeah.
That's something new. I heard of guys who start drinking because of a dame, but to quit? Who's the dame?
I don't know.
You mean you ain't even met her yet?
No. I met her.
You met her? You don't know who she is?
Yeah. I feel I want to talk to her. But how can I talk to her? What can I say to her? Harry, look at me. I'm just a bum.
You want a drink?
My face, my clothes, I'm filthy. Oh, yeah, sure, I'm all right just as somebody she could be sorry for, but for her to take me seriously, as a person, as a guy, you know what I mean, Harry?
You sure you don't want any more of this?
But here's what I have to do. I have to quit drinking. Harry, are you listening to this?
Huh?
And then I have to get cleaned up. Got a job. I don't think I could get back in the police department anymore, but there's plenty of jobs. Right, Harry?
Anything you say, Joe.
Yeah, and then, Harry, listen to this. I'll get my own place. A car. Some good clothes. You know, and one morning, I'll show up at gate 27. And I'll say to her, hey, listen, let me buy you some breakfast. Yeah, Harry, that's what I'm going to do. What do you say to that, huh?
You want a drink?
Harry, I said no. This is it. No.
And every afternoon he'd sit there in the park, and every afternoon he'd bravely make the resolution. But as the shadows lengthened and dusk gradually enveloped the city, his resolve would falter and then weaken and finally collapse.
You want a drink, Joe? Joe?
Yeah, Harry. Hand it over.
And when night would fall, he'd find a doorway or an alley or, if he had the price, one of the flop houses. He could barely afford a bowl of soup. But at least dreams were free. You didn't have to pay for them or work for them. You could have any dream you wanted as long as you wished for it. And in his dream...
And the witnesses say he was reaching for his gun.
They saw his hands move, so they thought he was going for his gun. But you see, I knew better. I knew he was going to raise them high in the air.
How? How did you know?
I could see it in his eyes. He was scared. He didn't want to die. I could see it in his eyes. But I shot him anyhow.
Why, Joe? Why did you shoot him?
Because of her.
Who?
Florence. My wife, Florence.
Oh, you were married?
Yeah. I loved her. Even though everyone told me about her.
What did everyone tell you?
Oh, things I wouldn't believe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then one day I came home when I wasn't supposed to, when I wasn't expected, and I caught him. In my own house. I caught her with him.
With whom?
Who knows? If I'd come home earlier a different day, it would have been somebody else. Well, I turned around, walked out of the room, out of the house.
You did the right thing.
No, it was wrong. I should have killed her.
Why?
Well, because I had to kill somebody. I had to get rid of all that anger. Well, that night I ran into Lou Follette. I said to myself, somebody has to pay for this. And you're going to pay for it, Lou Follette. That's why I killed him. Because I was afraid to kill her. Florence. I was afraid to kill my wife, Florence.
But everyone said you had no choice but to shoot Lou Follette.
I don't care what everyone said. All I know is that night I went out and I started to drink, and I didn't stop for 5 years. That is until I met you. Now I don't have to drink anymore. Because I met you. And I love you. You love me?
Yes. I love you.
I knew it the moment we met.
So did I.
But when I think of what I must have looked like...
I didn't notice any of that.
How could you miss it?
I looked into your eyes. I fell in love with your eyes.
I love you. But, you know, I don't know anything about you.
What do you want to know?
Everything. Tell me everything. I don't even know your name. What's your name? Wait. Don't go. Where are you going? What's happened to you? Where did you go?
I didn't go no place, Joe.
Where did you go?
I'm here, Joe. Are you okay? Joe? Are you okay?
Harry, where did you go?
No, Joe, you was dreaming. Dreaming.
No, Harry. No, it was so real.
Listen, Joe, there's one thing about you. You can sleep anywhere.
The two of us, we were sitting there together.
It's morning, Joe. The bottle's empty. We gotta get another one.
And she was about to tell me her name. Oh, why do I always wake up when she's about to tell me her name?
Joe, you know the dame you told me about? The one in Grand Central that always starts you off with 50 cents or $1. You want to go there? Hit her up again, Joe?
No.
Oh, she's a pushover.
I don't want to see her again.
Oh, Joe.
I don't want to see her again until I'm ready for her.
You're ready now. You ain't got a dime. Go over to Grand Central. See if maybe you can hit her up for more than $1.
Harry, I'm not going to take another dime from her as long as I live. Do you understand?
Joe, let go of me.
I'm not like you. Harry, you listen to me? I'm not a bum.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not a bum. I was a cop, a detective first grade, one of the top men in the department. And I'm going to be back up there again, Harry. You just wait and see.
Bold words, strong words. But even as he spoke, he was already headed toward the terminal and track 27. He waited till a stream of incoming commuters brushed by him, and finally, there she was, wearing the same blue suit, the same sunny smile.
Hello there. Here you are.
And she pressed the coins into his hand. She kept walking, and the great escalator took her up into the Pan Am building and out of sight. And he stood there, and suddenly he was in the dark, because the light had just gone out. He was in the dark, and his eyes were filling with tears. His heart would be breaking if it hadn't already been broken 5 years before.
Where does a man move when he has no place to go? When the light of hope is finally gone out and he is surrounded by the eternal darkness? Well, if he's a character in one of our stories, he can move on to the second act, where it is to be hoped things will get better.
Can't see the difference between the letters B and D. He won't stop talking for 5 minutes. Why won't she behave at school? He won't sit still. My child tries so hard, why can't he learn? He can't distinguish his right hand from his left. Why can't she remember how to tie her shoes? He's impossible to live with. This is Pat Collins for the Foundation for Children with Learning Disabilities. These frequent complaints of parents can actually be symptoms of a child with learning disability. Problems in language and math, lack of coordination, disorganization, and hyperactivity are just a few indications of this problem. The keys to helping a child with a learning disability are early detection and special teaching. For further information on recognizing learning disabilities and to receive a free copy of Their World, a publication of FCLD, write LD, Box 2929, Grand Central Station, New York, 10163.
By now, everybody knows that Falvey, the most reliable name in automobiles, is Toyota.
Oh, Falvey is Toyota.
Because Falvey, in the Troy Motor Mall, still maintains the widest selection of Toyota cars and trucks. And because Falvey is price competitive on Toyota, Falvey has quickly become one of the largest Toyota dealers.
Falvey of Troy in the Troy Motor Mall.
But that's not all. Right there in the Troy Motor Mall, 500 feet away, Falvey is also Volkswagen. Think about it. Is Volkswagen fuel efficient? Does Falvey have a wide selection? And most important, is Falvey price competitive on Volkswagen? Answer, Falvey does it again.
Volkswagen, Saab and Jaguar, Toyota too. Falvey is automobile. Falvey of Troy in the Troy Motor Mall.
Hello, this is Bob Newhart. You say you've insulated your doghouse. Uh-huh. And you wonder if you can take a deduction on your income tax. Listen, I think you have the wrong number. Yeah, you want the public library. The library, right. He'll answer any.
Have any questions at all, you can call on the library.
The library, right. So you just call him and ask him any question, and what's that? Golly, I don't know if penguins can sing. I don't know who invented applesauce. Listen, I think you want the public library. The library. Oh, I think penguins can hum a little. Don't mention it.
If you have any questions at all, you can call on the library. You can call.
A public service message of the American Library Association and your local library.
On the library.
While there's life, there's hope, said a number of poets, including Terence, Cicero, and Oliver Goldsmith. Therefore, I am encouraged to say it too. A poem should be like a mathematical equation, both sides in balance, which means we can also say that while there's hope, there's life. I'm sure that Detective Lieutenant Frank Ruhlbach, who is telling our story, would agree.
Sure. Hope. You'd be surprised, or would you, at how many people there are in the world who have no hope at all, who've given up on everything, even dreams.
It's getting light, Joey.
Yeah.
We better blow. When the janitor comes down the cellar for the garbage cans, he'll throw us out.
Okay.
Maybe he'll call the cops, which would be even worse.
Yeah. Sure.
Hey, look at it outside. It's gonna be a nice day. Huh? You, didn't sleep last night, did you?
No.
I noticed. Weeks. You ain't been sleeping. You hungry?
No.
Joey, I got to have a drink.
I know, Harry.
I can't wait all morning. Go to the station. This dame. Hit her up for $1. At least we can get a bottle of wine. I'll meet you in the park.
And Joe Driscoll walked as quickly as he could to Grand Central Station. He waited there at track 27, upper level. He stood there in the middle of the rush of the incoming commuters, waiting for her. Suddenly, the stairway was empty. He could see down to the platform, and it was deserted. There was no sign of her. He stood there, and he didn't know what to do.
You're here again, huh? No matter how many times I tell you to beat it, you keep coming back.
Officer.
Now move along, huh?
But she hasn't come up the stairs yet.
Move!
She comes every morning, officer. Why didn't she show up today? Something must have happened to her. She wasn't on the train.
On what train? Who wasn't on the train?
This lady.
How would you know a lady?
I know her very well.
Yeah? What's her name?
I don't know her name, but she's kind and she's sweet and she believes in me.
Sure. I believe in you too. Now just move along, huh?
But she's on the train every morning, officer. Why wasn't she on it today?
Who?
The lady I've been telling you about.
The lady whose name you don't know. The lady who don't exist. All right, now beat it.
But something must have happened to her.
Joey, maybe you could go where she lives.
Harry, how many times have I told you I don't know where she lives?
Well, could you look her name up in the phone book?
Harry, I don't know her name.
Joe, we just can't sit here all day.
What could have happened to her?
What's the difference?
Harry, she's in trouble.
Oh, everybody's in trouble. Whole world's in trouble.
Why wasn't she on that train this morning?
Joe, we can't sit here all day.
Please, Harry, I have to think.
About what?
Just let me alone, will you? Let me think.
He sat there all day and all night. And for the first time in weeks, he was able to dream. He was able to dream about her.
Joe?
Is that you?
Yes, Joe.
I can't see you. Where are you?
Where are you? I can't see you either.
You weren't on the train.
I know.
Where were you?
Joe, I need you. Help me. Help me, Joe.
How can I help you?
Please. I love you. Help me.
How? What can I do? I'm nothing. Nobody.
Don't say that.
It's true. I'm just a bum.
You're not. You're not.
No. Just look at me.
I am looking at you. I see a man of strength, of character, of courage.
No. It isn't true anymore.
It's true if you want it to be. Do you want it to be? Try, Joe. Try.
I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid. I'll help you. But first you have to help me. I need you. Please, come to me.
Where are you?
Come to me.
How can I find you?
You can find me.
How?
Aren't you Joseph O'Dowd Driscoll, one of the top detectives in the department?
I'll find you. I'll find you.
Joe. Joe. Joe, wake up.
Huh? What?
Joe, you've been dreaming again. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah.
That morning, I think I got the shock of my life. I was sitting at my desk, and I looked up, and there was this grimy-faced, ragged bum standing there. How'd he get in here, anyhow?
Don't you recognize me, Frank?
I
guess you don't. It's me. Joe.
Joe?
Joe Driscoll.
Oh, Joe. How are you, Joe?
You can see how I am, Frank.
How are things?
Things couldn't be worse.
Joe, if you need a couple of bucks...
Frank, I need more than a couple of bucks. I need a bath. I need a shave. I need a haircut. Frank, I have to borrow a suit of your clothes. You gotta help me.
Yeah, okay.
I have to find her. She needs me.
Who?
This girl. No, this woman. This wonderful woman.
And he told me about her. He told me everything I've told you so far. I listened. I really didn't know what to think anymore, I suppose, than you do. After all, what can you say to a man like Joe Driscoll? Maybe she's got another job.
No.
Which could mean she doesn't commute anymore.
No.
Well, maybe she takes an earlier train.
No.
A later train.
No.
Why do you keep saying no?
Because I don't think so.
Why don't you think so?
Because she's in trouble.
Well, maybe she's on vacation.
I don't think so.
Look, maybe she got married and she doesn't have to go to work anymore.
I don't think so.
Why do you keep saying I don't think so?
Because I know she's in trouble.
How do you know?
Because I'm still a cop, Frank. I still have a policeman's instinct. I know she's in a jam. I just know it, that's all.
Okay. Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Find her.
How?
First, Frank, I have to get cleaned up. Can you take me home with you?
I took the morning off. We went to my place. It's a good thing my wife was out working. After about an hour in the bathtub and with a razor, he didn't look too bad. When he put on one of my suits, he even looked presentable.
See this, Frank?
Yeah, it's your ID card from the department.
Yeah. I had to turn in the shield, but I always kept this. I may have to use it to find her.
Joey, you can get into trouble for impersonating a cop.
But I am a cop, Frank. Even if I'm not still with the department at this time, I'm a cop. I can never stop being a cop.
Is that how you feel, really?
Yeah, I do. Look, Frank, I have to get moving. I have to find her. It's been 2 days.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe.
For what?
Please, ask yourself a question. Ask yourself, does she exist?
What do you mean, does she exist?
Well, does she?
Sure she does.
Maybe she does, but only in your mind.
Frank, I'm not crazy.
No, of course not. But you've had a bad time. You lost everything. You gave up everything. You became a drifter.
Look, Frank.
Something inside you said, no, this can't go on. Joe Driscoll is not going to be a bum for the rest of his days. Joe Driscoll is going to make a comeback. I'm so glad you feel it, and you're going to make good. I know it. So this woman, you don't need her anymore.
How can you say that?
Well, you needed her in the beginning. You needed her, the idea of her to wake you up. But you're all right now. You can make it on your own.
Frank, are you trying to tell me this girl is only in my imagination?
Isn't she, Joe? Isn't she?
Is she or isn't she? For 5 years, Joe Driscoll has been a drifter and an alcoholic. Has a mysterious woman inspired him to return to society, or is it his own innate sense of right and wrong which is making itself felt? Remember, we have only seen and heard this lady through Joe Driscoll's senses. Who is to say that it all hasn't been inspired by the bottle? Of course, that's why we have a third act.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing stories of people loving, hurting, and needing each other. Their lives changing every day, full of turmoil and triumph on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's romantic intrigue and hidden desires on As the World Turns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns. Weekdays on CBS television.
True Value hardware stores hope you never have a problem starting your car this winter. But just in case, be prepared with the Carroll Cable 12-foot 10-gauge booster cable set, just $688 as their January hardware value of the month. Hi, Pat Summerall to say it features solid copper contacts and cables for reliable starts, plus rugged steel clamps with heavy-duty springs for durability. And this premium Carroll Cable 12-foot booster cable set is just $688 while supplies last at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
Well, they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late?
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page health and drugs guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Who was it that first called it the demon rum? Certainly the name is apt, even if it so happens that it isn't the same demon for everyone. For some, it's a demon that can spin an entire universe of gossamer fantasy. For others, the demon creates a shadow world that seems so real, so logical, so wonderful.
Ask yourself, Joe, does she really exist?
Yes, Frank, she does.
Okay.
You don't believe that?
Sure, Joe, sure. I believe it.
Well, I don't care if you do or if you don't. I believe it.